Chapter 1, Adorable Toddler Comes Knocking. I stared at this little beauty before me, those sparkling big eyes, that delicate high bridge of her nose, those rosy pink lips, and felt a storm of mixed emotions churning in my heart. She blinked her big eyes and called out seriously, "Dada." I quickly said, "Don't shout nonsense. I've been single for over 20 years, how could I possibly have such a big daughter? This kid must have mistaken me for someone else." I crouched down and asked her, "Do you know where your parents are? Let me take you to find them." To my surprise, a huge teardrop immediately rolled from the little girl's eye as she whimpered, "Daddy, don't you recognize Ruan anymore?" Seeing her cry left me completely at a loss. I'm adept at handling critically ill patients, but faced with a crying little girl, I genuinely didn't know what to do. I could only quickly comfort her. There, stop crying first. For now, I just needed to calm her down before finding her parents later. The thought alone gave me a headache, since when did I know how to handle kids? I sighed helplessly and picked up my phone to dial a number. At that moment, in the conference room of Year 1 Company in City A, my phone suddenly began to ring. All the shareholders in the meeting turned their heads synchronously toward the person at the head of the table. The last time someone forgot to mute their phone, they were banished to Africa. Who would dare be so bold as to leave their ringer on now? Seated at the head, Rao Chiyu slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze falling on the ringing phone. The others held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. He said, "We'll end today's meeting here. You may all leave." The shareholders quickly stood up and hurried out. He picked up the phone and asked me, "Why are you calling so suddenly?" Since that incident last time, he hadn't shown up again. I said, "I have something important to tell you." I glanced at Xia Ruan beside me. Rao Chiyu frowned slightly and said, "All right, I'll come over now." Not long after, in a small village on the outskirts of City A, Maybach stopped at the gate of the courtyard. Rao Chiyu got out of the car, opened the gate, and walked in. As soon as he entered, he called out, "Tianxian." He saw me sitting on a chair drinking tea, with the little girl beside me nibbling on an apple. He stepped closer and exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit, Tianxian, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you already have a daughter." I frowned slightly. This guy was still as loud and dramatic as ever. He kept shouting, "Damn, those eyes. That little mouth, she looks exactly like you when you were a kid. When did you have a child?" Xia Ruan timidly hid behind me and asked in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, who is this scary uncle?" Rao Chiyu was even more stunned. "What did she just call you?" He was practically overflowing with envy. I quickly set down my teacup and said, "Sit down first. You're scaring her." Rao Chiyu immediately sat up straight, behaving so well he seemed like a completely different person. Staring at Xia Ruan's soft little face, he probably itched to give those cheeks a pinch. He must have been screaming inside about how unfair life was, while they were both single dogs. Why did he suddenly gain a daughter out of nowhere? Rao Chiyu took a sip of tea, suppressing his astonishment before asking, "What's the story with this kid?" I shook my head and replied, "I don't know either. I woke up this morning to find her at my doorstep, and then she started calling me daddy. This is way too surreal." He asked again, "So what are you planning to do? Take her to the police station?" Xia Ruan panicked upon hearing this. "No, I want to stay with my papa." When her mommy left, she told her that only by staying with papa could she save mommy. I sighed helplessly and said, all right, we won't take you to the police station." She asked incredulously, "Really?" I said, "Of course it's true." She extended her pinky finger, "Pinky promise." I grinned and hooked my pinky with hers as her bell-like child's voice chimed through the room, "Pinky promise, sealed with a hook, no changing for 100 years. Break it and you're pigsy." After securing my promise not to send her away, Xia Ruan grew sleepy and dozed off leaning against me. Rao Chiyu remarked, "This little one actually fell asleep." Then he asked me, "You're really planning to let her stay?" I stroked her hair and picked her up. She stirred slightly, then settled when she recognized my scent. I gently laid her on the bed and tucked her in. For some reason, looking at this little one, I seemed to glimpse her shadow. Could this be the surprise she left for me? "Dad, don't leave me," Xia Ruan murmured in her sleep. I smoothed her hair and whispered, "Okay, Daddy won't leave you." Only when she was sleeping soundly did I finally leave the room. Rao Chiyu pressed further, "You still haven't answered me. Do you really intend to keep her?" I glanced at him indifferently, plucked one of my own hairs along with Xia Ruan's, and handed them to him, saying, "Take these 2 strands and get a paternity test done." Rao Chiyu scoffed, "Can't you see that little one? Those eyes, that mouth, she's practically stamped from the same mold as you." I remained silent. Though I felt she resembled me from the moment we met, it was better to have the test for certainty. If she were really my daughter, perhaps I could find that woman. If not, I keep her for the time being and then track down her birth parents to return her. But thinking about the eventual outcome, my heart aches unbearably. Rao Chiyu clicked his tongue and said, "Tisk, could this be some romantic debt from before you retired?" I shot him a glance, my eyes flashing with a sharp warning. He immediately said, "I'll go now, right now." My gaze had clearly frightened him. Chapter 2, Daughter. A week later, Rao Chiyu entered the wooden cabin holding a report. He said, "There's bad news and good news. Which do you want to hear first?" I was lying on the rocking chair when I slowly opened my eyes and said, "Just cut to the good news." He replied, "The good news is, you're going to be a parent now." I stood up and took the report, discovering that there was a 99.9% probability that Xiaoruan and I were father and daughter. In other words, she was my daughter. I turned my head to look at Xiaoruan sound asleep on the bed, my gaze filled with complexity. I asked, "And the bad news?" He replied, "See for yourself." I frowned as I took the report, and within just a few seconds of scanning it, I spotted several medical terminologies. My pupils contracted slightly as I asked in disbelief, "Is all of this true?" Rao Chiyu said, "It's all true. If it weren't, would I be able to show it to you?" I set the documents down and walked over to Xiaoruan, placing my fingers on her wrist to check her pulse. A moment later, my expression solemn, I withdrew my hand and pulled the blanket over her. Rao Chiyu asked, "How is it? Is it serious?" I said, "Let's talk outside." Once outside, I remained silent for a moment before saying, "This is somewhat complicated, but it can be treated." Rao Chiyu said, "Now I finally understand why that woman sent her back to you. That kind of illness, only I could cure it." I clenched my fists, feeling both furious and heartbroken. Angry that the woman hadn't taken good care of Ruan, heartbroken that such a young child had contracted this illness. It was an exceptionally difficult to treat heart condition. During infancy, maternal malnutrition combined with other factors had resulted in insufficient blood supply to the child, leaving her heart valves too weak. Though curable, the treatment proved extremely challenging, requiring exceptionally rare medicinal ingredients. I looked at the little girl on the bed and gently touched her cheek. No matter what, I would cure her, make her just like all the other children. The little girl on the bed slowly opened her eyes and was very happy to see me by her bedside. "Daddy, I'm here. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" Xiaoruan rubbed her stomach, a little hungry. I smiled faintly, "Then get up and eat." On the dining table, I had already prepared the food. These past few days I'd figured out the little one's tastes, and today's meal was full of her favorite dishes. The little one was overjoyed to see the food on the table, as if in a dream. "All these are yours, no need to worry about anyone snatching your food." "Someone would take my food?" Xiaoruan looked around, worried that someone might suddenly come to grab it. Her words made me laugh, and I reached out to wipe the rice grain from the corner of her mouth. "With Daddy here, no one will take your food." This little one, she looks so small, who knows how she's managed all these years. That woman doesn't even take good care of her. "Ruan, what's your mommy's name?" Xiaoruan looked up at me and shook her head. "Mommy never told me her name." "Do you know where she is?" Xiaoruan hesitated for a moment before shaking her head again. "I don't know." "Then do you know what's at Mommy's house?" "Mommy's house has lots of medicinal herbs, just like Daddy's house, with the scent of herbs lingering in the air. It's just too bad Grandma doesn't like it, and she doesn't like Ruan Yuan either." Looking at her expression, I patted her head and said, "Grandma may not like you, but Daddy does." Xiaoruan's eyes lit up. "I like Daddy too. Mommy said as long as we find Daddy, my illness can be cured." I frowned slightly, knowing that very few people knew about this place, let alone my identity. I had never told anyone else. "How did that woman know?" I rubbed my temples. "Just who is that woman anyway?" "There are a few traditional Chinese medicine families in City A, but none of them have daughters or granddaughters." "Could she not be from a Chinese medicine family?" "Eat your meal first. Daddy will take you out to play later, okay?" "Okay." Hearing this, Xiaoruan began eating with renewed effort. Watching her, my heart ached with pity. Looks like I'll have to pay that old man a visit. Only he has those rare medicinal herbs. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiaoruan grew sleepy. She lay in my arms, completely at ease, unlike at her mother's place where she could be startled awake at any moment. I tucked the stray hair behind her ear and carried her toward the exit. As soon as we stepped out of the courtyard, the little one stirred in my arms. I patted her back gently until she settled down again. About 10 minutes later, a black car pulled up at the gate, its hood ornament gleaming with a tiny silver figurine. A man stepped out from the driver's seat, wearing white gloves and speaking in a very polite tone. "Mr. Xia, I'm the driver sent by CEO Rao. You can call me Xiao Lu." I furrowed my brows slightly. "Next time you come, don't drive this kind of car." Lu Hui hesitated for a moment. I guessed he was wondering whether the car was inappropriate or didn't match my status. Remembering CEO Rao's instructions, he quickly nodded. All right, next time I come, I definitely won't drive this kind of car." I sat in the car, holding Xiaoruan, and uttered a location. Lu Hui fastened his seatbelt, searched for the place on his phone, and discovered it was in an obscure village. He must have been wondering what I was going there for. "Any problem?" No, I'll drive right away." Lu Hui swallowed hard and started the car. How could he fathom the thoughts of someone like me? "Drive steady." Got it. After driving for over a decade, this was the first time his palms felt sweaty. The weather in July, outside the suburbs of City A, always carries the sound of cicadas. In a little-known village, the people here are busy with their own affairs, with medicinal herbs drying outside every house. Xiaoruan opened her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar place. She looked around but didn't see me. thinking I had abandoned her, left her there. Large droplets of tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes, falling onto the bed. As I walked in, I saw her damp, reddened eyes. "Why are you crying again? Daddy!" Xia Ruanwan threw herself into my arms all at once. Patting her back gently, I reassured her, There, Daddy's here now, no need to be scared anymore." At the doorway, an elderly man stopped in his tracks. Rubbing his ears, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was the person inside still his well-behaved disciple? Chapter 3, Master Yi Qianxiu entered the room and saw me squatting by the bed, comforting the adorable child lying there. He stroked his now-grayed beard and slowly walked over to me. "It's been a long time since I've seen you care so much about someone. Could she be your daughter?" The moment I got out of the car, I was fussing loudly while carrying the little one in his courtyard. Clearly in a hurry, he could probably guess who this child might be. "Yes, I learned about it not long ago. Do you happen to have any millennium-old ginseng? Or snow lotuses that grow in frozen, snowy lands?" I rattled off a long list of rare medicinal herbs. Xia Ruanwan listened to me, tilting her head as she watched us. Yi Qianxiu rubbed his temples. "I knew you bringing yourself to my place never meant anything good. Just say whether you have it or not." Yes, I do, but you'll have to agree to one condition." I tilted my head and drew out my words as I pondered. "Go on, as long as it's not unreasonable, I can agree to it." Hearing my assent, disbelief washed over Yi Qianxiu's face. Whenever he'd asked me to agree to a condition before, I'd stubbornly refused, yet here I was agreeing without hesitation. Seeing his silence, I slightly frowned. "If you're not going to speak, I'll take it as you've made the request." All right, I'll speak. "Recently, a family approached me for treatment, but, my health doesn't allow me to travel far, so I'd like you to go in my place." As he spoke, Yi Qianxiu handed me the jade pendant from his waist. The pendant emitted a soft green glow, warm to the touch, with the character Qian carved on it. "This will serve as proof of my identity. Show it to that person, and they'll believe you." I took the jade pendant from his hand and casually tossed it into my pocket. Seeing this, Yi Qianxiu's heart ached. That was a pendant coveted by so many, yet I treated it so carelessly, just stuffing it into my pocket. That pendant held the power to summon all of China's top physicians, a lifeline in critical moments. In any hospital, whether private or public, the sight of this pendant meant unconditional obedience to the bearer's commands. "Now that the pendant is yours, you know where the herbs are stored," he said. "Take whatever you need." I looked at the little girl on the bed, a faint smile curling at the corners of my lips. "Ruanwan, say thank you to Grandpa. I had no parents since childhood. My master raised me alone." Calling him father would not be an exaggeration. Xia Ruanwan blinked her eyes, adorably soft as she said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Yi Qianxiu's face blossomed into a smile. This little one was just too adorable. "No need to thank me. Treat this place as your own home. Eat whatever you like. Don't worry, we won't stand on ceremony." "When have you ever stood on ceremony, you rascal? Since you're not standing on ceremony, shouldn't you prepare a gift for Ruanwan?" Yi Qianxiu, this kid really refuses to take any loss. "Daddy, does Ruanwan have a present too?" "Of course, Ruanwan definitely has a present." "What's that soft present?" I looked up at Yi Qianxiu and said, "Well, we'll have to see what gift Grandpa prepared for you." Hearing this, Yi Qianxiu probably thought in his heart that I was trying to make him spend a fortune. Usually he'd be looking forward to my visits, but now he didn't want me coming anymore, thinking I was here just to annoy him. He patted his pockets, found them empty, then walked to the cabinet nearby. Taking out a box, he cradled it in his hands and said to Xia Ruanwan, "Your name's Ruanwan, isn't it? This is a gift from Grandpa for you." I looked at the box in his hand, slightly surprised. Xia Ruanwan took the box, saying it felt pleasantly cool in her hands. Yi Qianxiu urged her, "Open it quickly and see if you like it." She looked at me and asked, "Can I open it?" I told her, "Of course, whatever Grandpa gives you is yours now." Yi Qianxiu snorted lightly and called me heartless, to which I retorted, "I learned it all from Master's fine teachings." His anger made his beard tremble slightly. He wanted to storm off in a huff, but couldn't bear to leave the little darling on the bed. Xia Ruanwan opened the box to reveal an emerald pendant, emitting a gentle glow, its verdant hue flecked with traces of white. She exclaimed joyfully, "So pretty! Ruanwan loves it so much." Yi Qianxiu smiled and said, "As long as Ruanwan likes it." I was somewhat surprised, but this is Millennium One jade, something countless people covet. "You're just giving it away like that?" Yi Qianxiu blared at me. "What's the matter? Can't I give it to my own granddaughter?" I quickly replied, of course you can." Yi Qianxiu asked again, "You're staying for lunch, right?" I was about to say we'd leave after collecting the herbs, but swallowed my words and changed my reply. "Yes, we'll head back after lunch." He said, "All right then, I'll prepare lunch for you. Ruanwan, what would you like to eat? I'll cook it for you." Ruanwan thought for a moment and said, "I'd like chicken drumsticks." Yi Qianxiu tapped her nose lightly. "Good, I'll make them for you right away." Then he left laughing heartily, his stride noticeably more energetic. I watched his retreating figure, my eyes flickering slightly, then turned to Xia Ruanwan sitting on the bed and asked, "Do you want Daddy to put this pendant on for you?" She said excitedly, Yes, Daddy, hurry up and put it on me. I took the pendant out of its box and fastened it around her neck. Leaning back, I looked at the little one and thought how perfectly the pendant suited her. Master's gifts are truly special. Xia Ruanwan blinked her big eyes and asked, does it look pretty? I praised her, it's beautiful. Ruanwan looks pretty in everything she wears. She looked down at the pendant, unable to put it down, when suddenly her nose tingled and tears streamed down her face. I miss Mama, she sobbed. Daddy, can we go find Mama? I picked up a tissue to wipe her tears and said helplessly, but Daddy doesn't know who your mama is, or even what her name is. She remembered her mother's words, how her mother had once told her, sweetheart, how about Mama takes you to find Daddy? But after we find Daddy, you mustn't tell him Mama's name, and you mustn't let Daddy look for Mama, understand? You're the most obedient child, and you'll listen to Mama, right? She had promised her mom not to tell me where she was or what her name was, but she didn't know when she could reveal it and started crying woefully. After crying for quite a while, she finally stopped, though her shoulders still kept trembling. Feeling heartbroken, I asked tenderly, tired from crying? She nodded and said, Daddy, Mommy said when you're strong enough, you can go find her. Hearing this, I wondered, could her mother be from one of China's ancient medical families? I've heard of this ancient medical family. They only acknowledge those with exceptional medical skills as their leaders, looking down on Western medicine, believing they can't do anything without machines. That's why they moved to obscure places, gradually fading from public view. I promised her, all right, Daddy promises you. When Daddy becomes capable enough, we'll go find Mommy together. She extended her little finger and said, Pinky swear. We locked fingers while chanting, Pinky promise, sealed forever, 100 years no changes, break it and you're a little piggy. I stroked her hair and asked, shall we go get the medicinal herbs? Her eyes lit up as she replied, yes, let's. She even reached out her arms asking for a hug. Smiling, I picked her up and headed toward the back of the house. There was a woodshed there, half filled with firewood. In front lay an open space with a table and chairs, and beside them stood several logs with a knife embedded in one. Dad, there don't seem to be any medicinal herbs here, One said. I tapped her nose and asked, do you even know what medicinal herbs look like? She said Mom had taught her, showing her many pictures so she could recognize them at a glance. I asked her what medicinal herbs she knew, and she stretched out her chubby little finger to count, hawthorn, goji berries, lungan fruit, jujube. I couldn't help laughing, this little rascal was such a foodie, naming all the herbs that double as snacks. Still, knowing so many medicinal herbs was a good thing. Perhaps it could spark her interest in medicine. Ruan then asked, Daddy, does Grandpa have these herbs here? I told her, of course, but your grandpa has hidden them away, we'll need to find them. She tilted her head and said, does Grandpa also worry that someone might eat his herbs? I got scolded by Grandpa last time for eating some of the medicinal herbs at home. My expression darkened. The Grandpa she mentioned must be that woman's father. Thinking about what my daughter must have endured, I tightened my embrace and comforted her. Don't worry, Grandpa won't scold you here. You can eat as much as you want, but some things aren't safe to eat. She asked curiously, why not? I replied, can Daddy explain it to you later? She reminded me earnestly, promise you won't lie to me, Daddy. I assured her, Daddy never lies, gently pinching her little cheek as I spoke. I stood on one spot and stomped a few times, then walked to another place and rotated the knife embedded in the wood. The next second, the floorboard where I had just been standing slid open, revealing a staircase. I said to Ruan, come on, Daddy will take you to find ingredients. We walked down the stairs as the floorboard above slid back into place, leaving no visible trace from the outside. A chilly draft rose from below. I asked Ruan in my arms, are you cold? She shook her head and asked, Daddy cold? I replied, Daddy's not cold either. Approaching a door, I placed the jade pendant Yi Qianxiu gave me into a recess. After a few seconds, the tightly shut door slowly opened. Carrying Ruan, I stepped inside. The space was vast, with rows of cabinets made of golden nanmu appearing before us, each labeled with medicinal herb names written in black ink. Ruan studied the Chinese characters one by one, reading them aloud and asking me whenever she encountered words she didn't know. Pointing at Mer, she asked, Daddy, does no medicine mean there's no medicine inside? I smiled and explained to her that character is pronounced mer. It's a type of traditional Chinese medicine that promotes blood circulation, removes blood stasis, relieves pain, and strengthens the stomach. Oh, I see. I thought it meant no medicine inside. Daddy, can I see what mer looks like? My daughter Ruan asked me innocently. Sure, Daddy will show you. I opened the small cabinet containing mer, took out a small piece, and handed it to her. This is mer. It was an irregular lump of granules, varying in size, with a yellowish-brown surface covered in yellow powder. Hard and brittle in texture, the fractured surface is uneven and lacks luster. Ruan sniffed it and detected a distinctive aroma. Can I taste it? She looked like a little foodie, eager to try everything she saw. Of course, but it's a bit bitter. She took a tiny bite, and her whole face wrinkled up. Seeing her expression, I knew she had been hit by the bitterness. I took out a piece of candy from my pocket, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth. The sweetness quickly washed away the bitter taste. How about now? Is it still bitter? Ruan clung to my neck and said, "It's not too bitter now." A teardrop still lingered at the corner of her eye. Clearly, she'd been crying from the bitterness. I reached out to wipe the tear from the corner of her eye, then carried her toward the very back of the secret chamber. I was only 8 when this chamber was built. Back then, I loved playing hide-and-seek here with my master. When scolded by him, I'd hide here too. Perhaps even my master knew this chamber less intimately than I did. Setting Ruan down on the ground, I said, "Stay standing here like a good girl. Daddy's going to fetch a few medicinal herbs." Ruan nodded obediently. "All right." She stood there, curiously glancing at the cabinets around her, probably wondering if they were all filled with medicinal herbs. I stepped back towards the rear, where a door stood, the temperature dropping noticeably as I approached. I placed the jade pendant into the groove beside the door, and within seconds, it slid open. When I emerged again, I carried several boxes in my hands, each containing rare medicinal ingredients for treating Ruan's heart condition, impossible to purchase elsewhere. Any single one would cost a fortune. "Daddy, what are you holding?" Ruan asked. I crouched beside her. "Herbal medicine. Do you want to see?" "Yes." I handed her one of the long boxes. Ruan took the box and shook it curiously, listening to the sounds inside, then opened it to find something long and shaped like a small child lying inside. "Daddy, is this ginseng?" she asked. I patted her head and praised, Ruan is so clever." As I carried Ruan out of the secret room, I saw Yi Qianxiu sitting on a nearby chair. Ruan called out sweetly, "Grandpa." Yi Qianxiu said with a smile, "Good baby, let Grandpa hold you." I stood by, having never seen him laugh so happily before. He seemed even more cheerful than usual. "Grandpa has already prepared lunch. Shall we go eat?" Yi Qianxiu said. "Okay, I feel like my tummy is completely empty," Ruan said, patting her little belly, which sent Yi Qianxiu into hearty laughter. Watching their retreating figures, I smiled helplessly. Had they forgotten I was still standing here? I closed the secret chamber door securely and followed them with the medicinal herbs in hand. In the front courtyard, Yi Qianxiu placed Ruan on a chair, saying, "Sit here nicely first. Grandpa will go bring out the dishes." After putting away the herbs, I walked out with my hands in my pockets and saw Ruan sitting on the chair. Several dishes were already on the table, and she swallowed her saliva, curiously looking toward the kitchen. She remembered Grandpa saying they had to wait until all the dishes were served before they could eat. She wanted to be a good girl, afraid that Grandpa might dislike her. I figured my master must have gone to fetch the dishes. That's just like him, always waiting until everyone is seated before bringing out the food, to prevent anyone from starting early. I sat on the chair, gazing at the scenery in the courtyard. After all these years away, this place has changed so little, it looks nearly the same as when I left. The food's ready. Yi Qianxiu emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, smiling so broadly that even his snow-white beard couldn't hide his joy. Ruan, try this, it's Grandpa's braised pork. See if you like it." Yi Qianxiu picked up a piece of tender, well-marbled meat and placed it in her bowl. Ruan picked up her chopsticks and clumsily tried to grasp the meat. Just as it neared her mouth, her chopsticks slipped, sending the meat tumbling back into the bowl. A smear of oil clung to the corner of her lips, so I took a tissue and gently wiped it away. "Does Daddy need to help you?" Ruan shook her head. "No need, Mama said I should eat by myself. I've already grown up. I'm not a little kid anymore." Both Yi Qianxiu and I found it both amusing and exasperating, this little 3-year-old brat declaring herself all grown up. Unaware of why we were laughing, Ruan kept trying to pick up the meat with her chopsticks. After several failed attempts, she finally succeeded. "Daddy, Grandpa, look, I did it." Yi Qianxiu stroked his beard with a smile. "Well done, Ruan." The three of us enjoyed a harmonious lunch together. Like a little ray of sunshine, Ruan brought so much joy to Yi Qianxiu that even my usually stern face couldn't help but break into a smile. Happy times always pass quickly, and the car to pick us up arrived in the afternoon. Ruan reluctantly waved goodbye to Yi Qianxiu, hugging my neck and asking, "Daddy, will we come visit Grandpa again next time?" "Of course, we'll visit Grandpa whenever we have time." Ruan nodded earnestly. Daddy mustn't lie to Ruan." "Okay, Daddy won't lie to Ruan. It's time for us to go." I lifted her into the car and waved to Yi Qianxiu. After the car drove away, I saw Yi Qianxiu coughing violently, covering his mouth with his hand. When he moved it away, his palm was stained with blood. He looked at the blood without the slightest fear, instead seeming somewhat relieved. He had lived long enough, his only regret was not seeing his wife one last time. Hunched over, he walked back toward the house. Inside the car, I gazed at the little girl sleeping in my arms and couldn't resist touching her cheeks. This little one fell asleep right after eating, just like an adorable piglet. Remembering how well-behaved she was during the meal, my heart ached painfully. Growing up in that place, she must have been so unhappy. I gently brushed her hair aside and gazed at her tenderly, thinking to myself, it's alright. Daddy will make sure you grow up happily and never let anyone bully you again. By the time we returned to City A, it was already evening. Instead of going back to the small mountain village, we went to Rao Chiyu's home. When Rao Chiyu first heard that I was returning to City A's downtown, he thought he must have misheard. After all, I had originally said I'd never come back, having stayed in the small mountain village for over 4 years. That day, he exceptionally left work early and came home ahead of time. Before even stepping through the door, his voice rang out, "Wan, I'm home." I opened the door, looking at him with undisguised disdain. "You're almost 40. Can't you act more mature instead of behaving like a child?" 40? I'm only 28. And let's not forget who's managing the company for whom. We agreed to start it together. You'd handle internal affairs, I'd take external. But now I'm stuck managing both. I'd become like this entirely because of you. I rubbed my nose, knowing he was right. We'd started the company together, yet somehow he'd ended up managing everything alone. Rao Chiyu picked up Wan and asked, "What brings you to the capital this time?" "There's some business to take care of," Master had told me. That family was in City A, and I planned to handle the matter my master entrusted to me while treating Wan. Besides, when I go to that family for medical consultation, Wan needs someone to look after her, and Rao Chiyu would be a good choice. And just like that, Rao Chiyu unwittingly became the unlucky babysitter, though he hadn't realized it yet. I raised my eyebrows slightly and asked him, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? How about ordering takeout? Do you always eat takeout at home?" He retorted, "What else? You expect me to cook? Do I look like someone who knows how to cook?" I gave him a disdainful look and walked to the fridge. Upon opening it, I found nothing but drinks and alcohol, not a single ingredient in sight. I asked again, "How come there's no food in your fridge at all? Do you just order takeout every day at home?" He said, "Of course, I always eat out before coming home." With that, he cradled Xia Wan in one arm while pulling out his phone with the other, saying to her tenderly, "Sweetheart, what would you like to eat? Uncle will order it for you." Xia Wan rattled off her cravings like a menu recital. "I want fish, braised pork, strawberry cake." Rao Chiyu gently bopped her on the nose and chuckled, "Ordering so much, do you think you can finish it all?" Xia Wan patted her little belly and said, "Then I'll eat a little less. No braised pork, I've already had it at Grandpa's house." Chapter 6. The new room. Rao Chiyu and Xia Wan were sitting on the sofa in the living room watching cartoons, while I was in my room organizing my things. After all, I'd be staying here for a while, so I had to make it comfortable. I also helped Xia Wan decorate her room. It was all pink, with a bed covered in all kinds of stuffed animals, including one even bigger than a person, just like a princess's room. Xia Wan adored the stuffed animals. I asked her, "Do you like your new room?" She exclaimed excitedly, "I love it. I absolutely love it." Then she ran over to me and asked me to pick her up. I lifted her up, and she planted a kiss on my cheek before saying, "Thank you, Daddy." The unexpected kiss caught me off guard for a moment. This feeling was oddly heartwarming. In high spirits, I replied gently, "No need to thank me. I'm just glad you like it. It's getting late, time for bed now." She obediently lay in bed, and I tucked her in. She closed her eyes, then opened them again, saying, "Daddy, can you tell me a bedtime story? Mommy used to tell me bedtime stories before. Daddy, can you do it for me?" Seeing her lying there so quietly, my heart softened, and I agreed, "Alright, I'll tell you a bedtime story." I took out my phone, searched for a bedtime story online, and began. Once upon a time, there was a princess who lived in. My voice echoed in the room as Xia Wan slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. After finishing the story, I looked at her sleeping form, gently tucked her hair behind her ear, pulled the blanket over her, and quietly left the room. Turning around, I saw Rao Chiyu sitting on the couch, eyeing me with undisguised curiosity. "Asleep?" he asked. I poured myself a glass of water, took a sip, and replied, "Yes, she's already asleep." Rao Chiyu lay on the sofa, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "So what are you going to do next?" I replied, "Of course I'll treat her. The medicinal herbs are all prepared now. The next step is to cure her illness. She's reached school age 2. Once I finish this, I plan to take her to look at some kindergartens." He asked again, "Raising a daughter isn't cheap, you know. Are you sure you want to stay in that little mountain village?" I looked up at him, placed the water glass on the table, and said, "I'm planning to practice medicine again." Rao Chiyu was somewhat surprised and asked, "You're really going back to practicing medicine? Do you need me to help prepare anything?" After a moment's thought, I replied, "Just help me arrange a place to work. That would be enough. I still have all those certificates. It's just that after that incident, I changed my name and disappeared into a small mountain village. No one knew where I'd gone. In the end, it was Rao Chiyu who tracked me down, searching place by place until he found me." Rao Chiyu asked again, "Are you really ready to practice medicine again?" I nodded. "Yeah, I have to give Wan a decent life after all. In the past, I might have spent my whole life in that little mountain village, but now I have a daughter. I can't let her live a hard life. Rao Chiyu said, alright, I'll go find a place for you right now. This guy finally gets to set up his practice. The place he bought years ago can finally be put to good use. I didn't care what he was thinking about, just rubbed my neck and went back to my room. The next day, as the sun was just rising from the foot of the mountain, Rao Chiyu stumbled out of his room, ruffling his messy hair. He groggily opened his eyes and saw me leisurely brewing tea on the sofa. He asked, "Why are you up so early?" Then glanced at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. I didn't respond, just picked up the brewed tea from the table and took a sip. The taste was decent, but still not as good as the tea leaves I prepare myself. Rao Chiyu saw that I wasn't speaking and didn't press further. He went back to his room and changed into a suit, emerging looking every bit the part of a listed company's boss with his dignified bearing. He walked over to me, and I poured him a cup of tea. He took a small sip and felt there was something familiar about the tea. Glancing at the table, he noticed a freshly opened package, a tea cake with a few stray leaves still clinging to its surface. He asked, "Where did you get this tea from?" I replied indifferently, "Just took it from the second cabinet under that row of liquor in the living room." After looking around, this was the only tea that seemed decent. Rao Chiyu swallowed hard, picked up the tea cake, and asked, "Do you know how much this tea costs per jean?" I set down my teacup and countered, "How much?" 30,000 yuan per pound, and incredibly hard to come by. I originally kept it for collection, but now you're brewing it into tea. Rao Chiyu wore a pained expression, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. I was a bit surprised. I hadn't expected the tea to be this expensive. I took another sip, thinking to myself that with the added flavor of money, this tea wasn't bad at all. Rao Chiyu set down the tea cake, suddenly realizing how precious the tea on the table really was. I said, "Alright, next time I'll bring you some tea I made myself." Rao Chiyu's eyes lit up. "Really?" I didn't answer but glanced at the time and asked him, "What's your plan for today?" "You're up so early." He said, "I need to go out later. Could you look after Wanwan for me?" I almost laughed. "As if the company can't function without you?" Rao Chiyu looked puzzled, probably wondering if I meant the company would run fine without him, which was kinda harsh, considering he'd managed the company for 4 or 5 years. He sighed helplessly, Fine, I'll help you out, but only for one day." I leaned back on the sofa and said, "One day is enough. It wouldn't take much time to visit that family." Rao Chiyu curled his lips and took out his phone to call his secretary. When the secretary initially heard that Rao Chiyu wouldn't be coming to the company, her tone was full of surprise. After all, he worked year-round without breaks, yet today he was taking one. Rao Chiyu said, "Cancel all my appointments for today. Bring any important documents to me later." "Understood. I'll bring the documents right away," the secretary replied before hanging up. Rao Chiyu looked at his phone, sensing a cheerful tone in his secretary's voice after the call. Chapter 7, The Ugly Photo. In the room, sunlight streamed in through the window. Xia Ruanwan drowsily opened her eyes, sat up in bed, and rubbed them. She looked around but didn't see Xia Tianxian anywhere. Getting up from the bed, she walked outside just as Rao Chiyu happened to be approaching. "Oh dear, my darling, why are you walking barefoot? Be careful not to catch a cold." Xia Ruanwan looked at the man before her. He seemed to be her father's friend. "Where's my dad?" "Your dad got busy with work and probably won't be back until tomorrow." Big teardrops welled up in Xia Ruanwan's eyes, threatening to fall at any moment. Rao Chiyu panicked the moment he saw this. "Your father isn't abandoning you, he just went to work." It would have been better left unexplained, but as soon as the explanation came, Xia Ruanwan burst into tears, heavy drops falling to the ground. Seeing this, Rao Chiyu quickly grabbed some tissues and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Handling multi-million-dollar documents? He was perfectly competent. But comforting a child who cried like a toddler? He'd rather be killed. "I don't care, I want to find Daddy. I want to find Daddy right now." Xia Ruanwan's voice echoed through the entire living room. Left with no choice, Rao Chiyu took out his phone and dialed Xia Tianxuan's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and a man's lazy voice came through. "Your daughter's awake and keeps asking for you." Xia Ruanwan stopped crying when she heard her father's voice. She looked at the phone in Rao Chiyu's hand and tentatively called out, "Daddy?" Rao Chiyu crouched down in front of her, placed the phone before her, and turned on the speaker. "Ruanwan? Daddy, where are you?" "Daddy's outside now. I'll buy some delicious little cakes for you later. Stay with Uncle Rao for now, okay?" Xia Ruanwan sniffled. "Okay, Daddy has to come back soon." Rao Chiyu took back the phone, exchanged a few more words with Xia Tianxian, then ended the call. "Now do you believe what Uncle told you?" Xia Ruanwan nodded obediently. She had promised Daddy to be good at home, so that he would come back. Rao Chiyu looked at her feet with concern and said, "Alright, let me take you to put on your shoes." He lifted Xia Ruanwan up and carried her toward the room. At the same time, Xia Tianxian arrived at the place his master had mentioned. He stood at the gate, frowning slightly as he gazed into the manor. Inside, it seemed as though vast amounts of dark energy were entwined together, swirling above the manor's buildings. The dark energy in the sky didn't appear to have accumulated in just a day or two. It seemed to have been gathering there for a long time. Master, oh master, never thought we'd still fall into this trap. He wonders if it's too late for regrets now. Xia Tianxian stood at the doorstep making a call. Hello, I'm the doctor invited by the Yi family. I'm currently at their front gate. A puzzled female voice came through the phone. I'm sorry, we didn't invite any doctors. Xia Tianxian was just about to explain he was substituting for his master Yi Qianxiu when the call got abruptly disconnected. He gazed at the tightly shut door, his brow slightly furrowed. Since no doctor had been summoned, there was no need for him to enter anymore. Could his master be deceiving him? A wealthy household like this would surely have no need to call for outside physicians. They'd probably employed highly skilled family doctors. Xia Tianxian shook his head and departed from the Yi family estate. In the grand hall of the manor, a woman with exquisite makeup lay on the sofa, admiring her freshly done manicure. The more she looked, the more beautiful it seemed. A man in his 40s, dressed in a high-end suit, descended the staircase. Straightening his sleeves, he picked up the phone from the table. Did anyone just call me? The woman looked up at the man, rose from the sofa, walked over to him, and took his arm. Of course not. The man gazed at the woman before him, a faint smile on his face. Let's go. I'll take you to the Su family's banquet. The woman's smile widened even more. She had long known that the Su family was one of the top aristocratic families in City A, and their banquets naturally drew crowds of wealthy young heirs. When the time came, she'd find Xiang a young and beautiful girl. That would cement her position in the Yi household. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door of Rao Chiyu's residence. Sitting on the sofa and painting with Xia Wanwan, Rao Chiyu raised his head to look toward the door. At this moment, who could be looking for him? Could it be that he had returned? Wanwan, keep painting for now. I'll go see who's here. Xia Wanwan responded softly. Okay. Rao Chiyu stood up and walked towards the Xianmen gate. Without checking who was outside, he opened the door directly. The person standing outside froze momentarily at Rao Chiyu's current appearance, then burst into laughter. Brother Chiyu, what happened to you? This is too funny. Rao Chiyu looked stunned. How had he changed? No, I have to take a picture of this. The girl outside the door pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of Rao Chiyu. Rao Chiyu frowned. What are you doing here? Suyu looked at the photo on her phone and tapped send. Why can't I come? Rao Chiyu's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a photo after opening the message. His hair in the photo was tied into little braids, with the center one sticking straight up toward the sky. His face still had a few strokes drawn on it, making him look like a calico cat. Delete it. Get rid of it for me. Suyu shook her head and said, No, I'm going to treasure it. Whenever I feel unhappy, I'll take a look at it, and my mood will improve a lot. Rao Chiyu was covered in black lines, fuming, staring at the phone in her hand. Suyu immediately understood his intention and pocketed her phone. What are you trying to do? Planning to steal something? TCH, delete those photos from your phone right now, or don't blame me for getting rough with you. This is absolutely an ugly photo. I absolutely cannot let something like this fall into someone else's hands. Suyu raised an eyebrow and said, Oh really? How exactly do you plan to not let me? I've already saved it to cloud storage. Even if you delete the photo from your phone, I still have backups. Rao Chiyu. The plan to snatch it away clearly won't work. Since I can't grab the phone from her, I'll just lock her outside. She must never find out about Wanwan's existence. Suyu seemed to know exactly what he was planning and quickly slipped past him inside. Ha, you were trying to lock me out, weren't you? I knew it. Suyu stuck out her tongue playfully. I've got things to do today. Maybe you should come another time. Whatever it is, I can help you with it. Rao Chiyu reacted as if he just heard a joke. Are you suggesting you can handle company matters for me? Suyu pressed her lips together. Well, no, but I could make lunch for you, Brother Chiyu. With that, Suyu familiarly retrieved slippers from the shoe cabinet and changed into them without hesitation, leaving Rao Chiyu unable to stop her. Chapter 8 The Fiancé. In the living room, Xia Ruanwan absent-mindedly sketched lines back and forth with her paintbrush on paper. Looking up towards the foyer, she saw a long-haired girl cautiously stepping inside. Their eyes met, one pair belonging to a woman, the other to a girl. Brother Chiyu, when did you have a child? How come I didn't know about this? Seeing the child in front of the sofa, Suyu felt her heart shatter into pieces. The brother Chiyu she had been secretly yearning for actually had a child, moreover, a daughter. Rao Chiyu's face darkened with frustration, desperately wanting to shut her mouth. What nonsense was she spouting? Uncle Rao, who is this lady? Auntie? Suyu felt as if an arrow had brutally pierced her heart. Wait, did she just call Brother Chiyu Uncle Rao? Does that mean she's not Brother Chiyu's daughter? Brother Chiyu, why didn't you tell me earlier that this little girl isn't your daughter? You didn't give me a chance to explain. Suyu walked to Rao Chiyu's side and shook his hand gently. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions without understanding the situation. Will you forgive me, Brother Chiyu? Delete those photos, and I'll forgive you. Hearing this, Suyu flung away the hand she had been waving just moments before. No way. I'm keeping that photo carefully preserved. There's absolutely no chance I'm deleting it. Rao Chiyu's face darkened with frustration. This was all Se Tianquan's doing, and he resolved to make sure the man paid dearly for it when he returned. At that very moment, Se Tianqian, standing at a crossroads, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose. Could it be that Ruan was thinking of him? I wonder how Ruan is doing now. He looked up at the surrounding crowd. As the light turned green, he stepped forward. Suddenly, a white sedan seemed to lose control and accelerated rapidly toward the sidewalk. Just as it was about to hit an old man, Se Tianqian dashed forward and pulled the elderly man to safety. Whoosh! A screeching sound pierced the air as the sedan came to a stop right on the crosswalk. Inside the car, the pale-faced man clutched the steering wheel with both hands. Did he almost hit someone just now? Everyone's gaze turned in this direction as Se Tianqian frowned at the person in the car. The elderly man said gratefully, "Young man, thank you. If not for him, these old bones of his would have met their end right here." Se Tianqian took his pulse while holding his hand. "Everything's fine. How do you feel?" Aside from a minor fright, all his bodily functions were beginning to fail. He glanced at his face and lips, as if understanding something. The old man waved his hand. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Old man, I really think you should go to the hospital." Upon hearing about going to the hospital, the old man immediately waved his hand in refusal. Who knows how much money this trip would cost? Se Tianqian didn't insist after all. The decision was the old man's to make. He had already said what needed to be said. After this little episode, traffic returned to normal. The driver of the sedan saw that the old man was unharmed and let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost had to face a huge compensation claim. Se Tianqian stood on the road, looking in the direction the sedan had gone, his nose twitching slightly. When the man got out of the car to check on the old man earlier, he caught the scent of morphine on him. He averted his gaze and walked toward Rao Chiyu's home. Such matters were better left to the police to handle. In his younger, more hot-blooded days, he would have intervened without hesitation. But now, knowing he had a daughter to live for, he'd grown cautious and careful. The doorbell rang again, and Rao Chiyu rose from the sofa where he'd been sitting. Who could that be now? Suyu, who had been drawing with Ruan, lifted her head. A smudge of black clung to her cheek, likely picked up accidentally during their art session. Seeing the person at the door, Rao Chiyu was somewhat surprised. "Weren't you going to see the doctor? Why did you come back so suddenly?" "The Yi family suddenly said they hadn't invited any doctor, so I came back." Se Tianqian handed the freshly bought ingredients to Rao Chiyu at the doorway. Rao Chiyu was utterly confused. Could Elder Yi have recovered? He had heard that Elder Yi was seriously ill and had been seeking renowned doctors from outside, yet none had given him a favorable prognosis. Se Tianqian looked at the shoes by the shoe rack. Had a woman been here? He took out his slippers, put them on, and headed towards the living room. As soon as he went in, he saw Suyu sitting next to Ruan. He recognized this person not because they had met before, but because Rao Chiyu had mentioned him. "Why did you suddenly leave? Where are you planning to put these ingredients?" Se Tianqian turned to look at him, frowned, and said, "Why don't you put it in my room?" Rao Chiyu looked at the ingredients in his hand. Should he really leave them in his room? He shook his head. If he kept them in his room, by tomorrow he'd be carried out lying down. Xia Ruan looked up and saw her father standing nearby. "Dad, you're back?" Se Tianqian crouched down and opened his arms wide. Daddy's back. Did you miss me?" Xia Ruan put down her paintbrush and ran into his embrace. "I did. I missed you so much." Suyu stood up, gazing at the handsome young man before her, momentarily stunned. No wonder Ruan's dad is so handsome, no wonder he could have such an adorable daughter. "Hello, my name is Su Yue. I'm Brother Chiyu's friend, and his fiancée." Xie Tianquan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Rao Chiyu, who was carrying ingredients toward the kitchen. He'd never heard him mention having a fiancée. "Hello, I'm Xie Tianquan, Chiyu's brother and Ruan's father." "I know, Brother Chiyu already told me about it." As expected, handsome men always have handsome brothers. Rao Chiyu came out from the kitchen, wiped his hands, and looked at them chatting so happily. He asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, just a casual chat." Suyu chimed in, "Yeah, we're just having a simple chat." Rao Chiyu frowned slightly. Were these two perhaps talking behind his back? Seeing Suyu's smiling face, Rao Chiyu pulled Se Tianqian aside. "Be careful with Suyu, you won't be able to handle her." Se Tianqian? What is this person talking about? In his arms, Xia Ruan looked up at Rao Chiyu and said angrily, "Daddy can only have mommy, and that sister Suyu likes Uncle Rao." Se Tianqian instantly understood what Rao Chiyu was talking about. "You there, you're not as smart as little Ruan yet." Xia Ruan wholeheartedly agreed Uncle Rao simply wasn't as clever as her, couldn't even see something this obvious. Rao Chiyu rubbed his nose. What had he done this time? "Little Ruan, why don't you go play with your sister first? I'll go make dinner, alright?" Xia Ruan glanced at the living room and then nodded. "Chem, good girl, go play now." Se Tianqian set her down and then looked at Rao Chiyu beside him. "Come with me to cook." "Rao Chiyu? Chapter 9 Buying Clothes. In the kitchen, Xia Tianxian put on an apron while Rao Qiyu assisted nearby. He picked up an onion from the bag and smelled it. There was no particular odor. Why had he heard that onions could make people cry? This wasn't anything special. How could it possibly make anyone cry? Xia Tianxian glanced at him and said, "Help me peel the onions." "How do you peel it?" Xia Tianxian rolled his eyes. "Just peel off the skin." Rao Qiyu curled his lips. So simple, yet they were making him do it. Did they not know how much these hands of his could earn in just 1 hour? At first, he didn't feel much while peeling, but as he went on, his eyes started to sting. What was happening? Tears trickled from his eyes, though none of them were shed by his own will. Why are these onions so damn strong? Xia Tianxian gloated without a care. Can't handle it already? Rao Qiyu snapped back. If you're so tough, why don't you try it yourself? Easy to talk big when you're just standing there. Xia Tianxian said bluntly. Then why don't you do the cooking? Rao Qiyu. He had to admit defeat. If it weren't for wanting to avoid troubling the firefighters, he'd definitely have given it a try. After finishing the cleaning, Rao Qiyu took off his apron and headed out. He couldn't stand staying there another minute. Xia Tianxian watched his retreating figure and smiled helplessly. An hour later, Xia Tianxian brought the last dish to the table. "Alright, dinner's ready." Xia Tianxian placed a bowl of rice in front of Xia Ruanwan. Xia Ruanwan called out sweetly, "Thank you, Daddy." Xia Tianxian felt delighted upon hearing the childish voice. "Do you want Daddy to feed you?" Xia Ruanwan shook her head. "No, I can eat by myself." Suyu was slightly surprised. "Did you make all of these?" Rao Qiyu chimed in. "I contributed to this too." Suyu's eyes lit up. "Oh, which dish did you make then?" Rao Qiyu looked awkward. None of the dishes on the table were his doing. He picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl. "Just eat. Why ask so many questions?" Suyu pouted, but there was still a smile on her face. Brother Qiyu had actually served her food. After dinner, Xia Tianxian took Xia Ruanwan out to buy clothes. Since there weren't many outfits prepared for her here, they needed to shop for some new ones. Suyu didn't stay long either. She had to go back and get ready for the evening banquet. Rao Qiyu sat on the sofa as the house suddenly fell quiet. He wasn't quite used to it. He looked toward the Xianmen gate. Tianxian had taken Wanwan to buy clothes. He wondered if Tianxian even had money left. Well, if he didn't have enough, he could just stay there as a mannequin. He certainly had the looks for it. Meanwhile, at the mall, Xia Tianxian brought Wanwan to a children's clothing store. Staring at the price tags, Xia Tianxian fell into stunned silence. A single piece of children's clothing here costs hundreds of yuan? Such a tiny bit of fabric at such an outrageous price might as well just rob people. It's even more expensive than the medicinal herbs he sells. He works tirelessly for a whole month treating patients to earn just a few $100,000, yet a single piece of clothing costs him several $100. Xia Ruanwan held up a princess dress and asked, "Daddy, is this pretty?" It was an exceptionally beautiful princess dress, the fabric feeling incredibly soft to the touch and of course, carrying an exceptionally hefty price tag. Xia Tianxian looked at the price and frowned slightly. "It looks nice. You look good in anything, Ruanwan." Since his daughter liked it, no matter how expensive it was, he had to buy it for her. After all, she was his beloved daughter. It seemed he needed to make more money, or he wouldn't even be able to afford to provide for his daughter. I wonder if Qiyu has found a good place yet. Xia Ruansoft glanced up at Xia Tianxian and silently put the clothes back where they were. "Why did you put it back?" "I suddenly don't like this one anymore, Daddy. Can we go look somewhere else?" Although Xia Tianxian didn't understand why she had suddenly changed her mind, he still honored her request. As they left, he asked the shop assistant to pack up the dress. He could see how much Ruanwan adored that dress. Holding his hand, Xia Ruanwan led him out of the mall and onto the street. "Ruanwan, where are you taking me?" Xia Ruanwan pouted and said, "Of course we're going somewhere else to buy clothes. The clothes here aren't nice at all." "Then where do you plan to buy clothes?" Xia Ruanwan thought for a moment before replying, "Just follow me and you'll see." Xia Tianxian found himself being dragged along by her as they walked out, eventually arriving at a children's clothing store. "The clothes here are all very cheap." Xia Tianxian looked at Xia Ruanwan walking ahead of him and realized she'd brought him out because the clothes there were expensive. He walked up to Xia Ruanwan and patted her head. A sales assistant approached them, her eyes lighting up when she saw such an adorable little girl. "This baby is such a feast for the eyes." "Hello little one, are you here to buy clothes?" "Big sister, I'm already 4 years old, I'm not a little kid anymore." The sales assistant was utterly charmed by her adorableness. "She's just an adorable little cutie. I really want to pinch her cheeks to see if they're as soft as I imagine." Xia Ruanwan hid behind Xia Tianxian. "Daddy, that sister looks so scary." The shop assistant cleared her throat lightly. What's your name? My name is Wan. What a lovely name, Wan. Have you seen any dress you like? Let me get it for you. Xia Wan looked around and finally spotted a beautiful dress on one of the walls. I want to see that one. The shop assistant followed her gaze and saw the dress she wanted. Wait here, Wan, I'll go get it for you, said her sister. Okay, thank you, sis. The sales assistant took down the dress, a very pretty little blue frock. Need some help changing your clothes, little one? Xia Tianxian stood to the side. There was no way he could help Xia Wan change her clothes, naturally, given the distinction between men and women. His eyes flickered faintly. Raising a daughter was proving far more challenging than he had imagined. Like now, for instance, he couldn't even help her change her clothes. Xia Wan shook her head. It's fine, I can dress myself. She could dress herself by the age of 2 and didn't need anyone to help her. Her mother had told her to take care of her own business and not trouble others. My baby is so amazing. Let me take you to the changing room. Okay. She turned her head to look at Xia Tianxian and said, Dad, I'm going to change first. Yeah, I'm right outside. Xia Tianxian stood outside the changing room as Xia Wan took the clothes and went inside. When she came out again, she was already wearing the dress, looking like a princess straight out of a castle. Daddy, do I look pretty? Wan spun her body lightly. You look beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Our Wan is lovely. Watching her like this, Xia Tianxian felt an extraordinary warmth in his heart. Chapter 10, Too Weak. Xia Tianxian sat on the couch, watching each piece of clothing being tried on by Xia Wan. The little one was having too much fun to think of home, as if she never felt tired. He handed the card in his hand to the sales assistant nearby. Wrap up everything she just tried on. The sales assistant looked slightly shocked. All of them? This whole bundle must cost over 1,000, right? Yes, wrap them all up. The sales assistant looked at the card in her hand, then glanced at the little girl nearby. Her eyes filled with envy. How blissful. Indeed, the watershed of human life is amniotic fluid. After trying on a few more outfits, Wan began to feel slightly tired. She walked over to Xia Tianxian and draped herself over his lap like an octopus. Tired? Xia Wan nodded to show she was exhausted. There are too many beautiful clothes to choose from. She couldn't decide which one to buy anymore. Have you figured out which clothes you want to buy? Xia Wan pursed her lips and picked 3 outfits, all lovely, affordable little dresses, perfect for wearing in winter. She couldn't let her dad spend too much. Her mom had said that dad would even hesitate to buy clothes for himself, wearing the same outfit every day. Xia Tianxian held her in his arms and carried the 3 outfits she had chosen toward the checkout counter. Hello, please pack these 3 items for me. The cashier looked up and saw a handsome young man holding an exquisitely adorable girl in his arms. Standing before her, they looked like a picture-perfect scene. Please help me pack these clothes. Xia Tianxian placed the clothes on the counter and repeated his request. The cashier patted her own face. What had she been doing just now? Sorry about that. I'll pack them for you right away. Xia Wan looked at the cashier in front of her. The girl wasn't much older, just in her early 20s. Glancing back at her father, she had to admit he was indeed handsome, but also dangerously so. No way, absolutely not. Daddy belongs only to mommy, no one else can take him away. She needed to stay by her father's side at all times, never letting those scheming aunties steal him away. The sales assistant from earlier walked over and whispered something in the cashier's ear. The cashier looked at the man in shock, asking repeatedly if he was sure. The sales associate nodded in confirmation. Xia Tianxian slightly furrowed his brows, wondering why it was taking so long. Sorry for the delay, your payment has been processed, said the cashier as she handed the bank card back to Xia Tianxian. The latter softly said to Xia Wan in her arms, Wan, why don't you go with your sister first to see if there are any shoes you'd like to buy? Shoes? Xia Wan glanced at her tiny shoes. It seemed like it was time to buy a new pair. The shop assistant volunteered. I'll accompany her there. Xia Tianxian set her down, and the shopping assistant took her hand to lead her toward the shoe section. Do you offer home delivery service here? The cashier quickly replied, yes, of course we do. With such a big customer, even if they didn't normally offer it, today they definitely would. Then take these things too. Xia Tianxian mentioned the name of a place, and the cashier wrote it down on paper with a pen. After browsing through the options, Xia Wan picked out several beautiful pairs of shoes, then left happily with Xia Tianxian. In the sky, the sun slowly slid westward, nearing the horizon as crimson radiance emanated in all directions. Xia Tianxian glanced at the time and realized it was still early. Wan, are you hungry? Xia Wan patted her little stomach, a little. Then shall daddy take you to eat something delicious? Xia Wan nodded lightly. All right. On the other side, Rao Qiyu sat on the sofa, remote in hand, flipping through channels on the television but finding nothing worth watching in the dull programming. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Rao Qiyu sprang up from the couch. At this late hour, it had to be Wan and the others coming back. He opened the door and found that instead of Wan, there was a man standing outside. Hello, these are the clothes and shoes purchased by Mr. Xia. Are you Mr. Rao? It is. Please sign your name here, and we'll bring in the items. Rao Chiyu looked at what was handed to him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. As the president of a company, do you know where his signature belongs? Yet here he was being made to sign a delivery slip. Though it rankled him, he still signed his name on it. After verifying everything was in order, the man gestured for his associates behind him to bring the items inside. At first, Rao Chiyu didn't think Xie Tianxian had bought much, but as the boxes piled up in the living room, he realized just how many things Xie Tianxian had purchased. Did he buy out the entire store? We've finished moving everything in. Have a pleasant life, Mr. Xie. They came and went in a hurry, leaving Rao Chiyu alone in the living room. Looking at the boxes piled up in the living room, Rao Chiyu let out a sigh. He must have owed them in a past life. Left with no choice, he could only unpack the items inside and place them in the soft room. When she returns and sees so many clothes, she'll surely be delighted. In the Yi household, inside a dimly lit room, a young girl lay on the bed. The setting sun cast its glow through the window, illuminating her fair skin. Ahem! The girl coughed violently, covering her mouth with her hand. When she withdrew it again, a trace of blood stained her palm. She forced a fragile smile as she gazed out the window, wondering whether Ruanruan had managed to find her father yet. She also wondered if Ruanruan would remember her after she departed this world. The sky darkened completely. Xia Ruanruan lay asleep in Xie Tianxuan's arms, clearly exhausted. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Xie Tianxuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he carried her toward home. Rao Chiyu lay on the sofa. The boxes in the living room had all been dealt with, and the clothes had all been placed in the cabinets. When Xie Tianxian returns, I must definitely ask him for some hard-earned compensation. Ding dong! The doorbell rang again. Surely he hasn't bought something else this time? Rao Chiyu dragged his exhausted body towards the door. Upon opening it, he saw Xie Tianxian standing at the threshold holding Xie Ruanruan. You're finally back. Keep your voice down. Seeing the sleeping Xie Ruanruan in Xie Tianxuan's arms, Rao Chiyu immediately fell silent. Xie Tianxian gave him a once-over and remarked bluntly, "Too weak." Chapter 11 The Nightmare. Xie Tianxian carefully placed Xie Ruanruan on the bed and tenderly tucked her in with her little blanket. Watching his daughter smack her lips, Xie Tianxuan's heart completely melted. He sat by the bedside for a while before quietly leaving the room. Has Ruanruan fallen asleep? Yes, she's asleep. What did you bring her to do that made her so tired? Xie Tianxian shot him a glance, and instantly, Rao Chiyu sealed his lips. Can't even joke about it anymore? What a devoted girl, Dad. How's that thing I asked you to handle coming along? Xie Tianxian sat on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water. The clinic matter is settled. As for Ruanruan's birth mother, Rao Chiyu paused briefly. Still haven't found her. Xie Tianxian took a sip of tea. It seemed that to learn who Ruanruan's birth mother was, she would have to speak up herself. I understand. Why don't you go rest for a while? Rao Chiyu froze. After working hard all day, was this how they were going to dismiss him? Even dogs get bones after being used. How come he's just thrown aside after finishing the job? No, he seemed to have just insulted himself. Xie Tianxian took something out of his pocket and threw it to him. Rao Chiyu picked it up and saw that it was a small gourd. What is this? Your reward. There are 5 pills inside in total. After taking them, your exhausted body will instantly recover. It can even make you stronger. Rao Chiyu took out a pill and held it between his fingers. Won't it have any side effects? If you're afraid of side effects, you can give it back. Rao Chiyu hurriedly returned the pill and put the small gourd away. How could I possibly give something back to him after sending it out? Just remembered something. I need to go out for a bit. If anything comes up, don't call me. With that, Rao Chiyu walked straight out the door, his steps so resolute he didn't even glance back. Xie Tianxian set down his teacup and turned toward his room. But before taking more than a few steps, his phone rang from his pocket. He picked up his phone and frowned at the phone number displayed on its screen. Why would the Yi family be looking for him now? Weren't they clear that his presence was no longer required? Xie Tianxian decisively ended the call before powering off his phone completely. If the old man asked later, he'd simply say he'd gone, only to be snubbed by the Yi family. The Yi household. A man nearing 50 flew into a rage and hurled his phone onto the ground. Is this what you call no incoming calls? If I hadn't checked the call log, I'd never have known the miracle-working doctor came to our house. That was the revered physician he'd gone through such pains to invite only to have her delay ruin everything. Now he couldn't even get through to the doctor's phone. How was he supposed to treat his father's illness? A woman was lying on the ground sobbing, with the clear imprint of a handprint on her face. Long Chen, I truly didn't know he was the miracle doctor you invited. Had I known, I would have respectfully welcomed him in. But when I heard his voice sounded like a young man's, I thought he was a fraud, which is why I didn't tell you. Yi Longchen watched her weeping form, her noble woman's dignity completely gone, then flicked his sleeve and sat down on the sofa. The young man who had just entered rushed to his mother's side when he saw her kneeling on the floor. Mom, why are you kneeling on the floor? Lin Xiaowan wiped her tears and stood up. Xiang, why are you back? Didn't I tell you I'd come back here after work today? What's going on with you? Why were you kneeling on the floor? Yi Xiang turned to look at the man sitting on the sofa. His face was darkened, completely unlike the image of his father that usually came to mind. It was the first time he had ever seen his father so angry. Yi Longchen said sternly, Xiang, take your mother back to her room to rest. Mom, let me help you back to your room. Yi Xiang lifted Lin Xiaowan up and supported her as they walked toward the room. After they left, Yi Longchen looked at the phone on the floor, feeling extremely frustrated. He picked up the wine on the table and downed it in one gulp. Click, click, click. The quiet living room echoed with the sound of slippers. Yi Longchen lay on the sofa, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples. Without the help of a miracle doctor, it's uncertain how much longer his father could hold on. As he opened his eyes, he saw a girl in pajamas descending the stairs. Her face was deathly pale, and she appeared extremely frail overall. Didn't I tell you to stay in your room? Yi Longchen said with displeasure. If you need anything, just call for the servants. The girl didn't speak, but walked up to him, poured a glass of water, and then headed up the stairs. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Yi Longchen grew even more irritable. There wasn't a single person in this household that gave him peace of mind. His unmarried daughter getting pregnant and being left with a frail constitution, this was nothing short of his greatest shame. A few days ago, he had nearly attempted suicide after sending that little bastard away. Yi Longchen stood up, walked into the courtyard, gazed at the moon in the sky, and then headed back into the house. Mom, stop it, Mom. The door to the room opened, and Xia Tianxian walked in. He turned on the light and saw Xia Ruanwan lying on the bed, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, her hands grasping at the air as if trying to see something. Seeing her like this, Xia Tianxuan's heart clenched. He came to Xia Ruanwan's side and gently patted her back. Be good, Ruanwan. Daddy's here. Don't be afraid, Ruanwan. Xia Ruanwan grabbed Xia Tianxuan's arm, as if finding a pillar of support, and instantly quieted down. But the tears at the corners of her eyes still flowed uncontrollably. Xia Tianxian reached out to wipe away her tears. Throughout the entire evening, he had kept his lips pressed together in silence. This little one must have been missing her mother. The next day, when the sun rose in the sky, Xia Ruanwan opened her eyes to see Xia Tianxuan's face. She curiously extended her small hand and poked Xia Tianxuan's face. Just as she was about to poke again, Xia Tianxian caught her tiny hand. Now that you're awake, get up and have breakfast. Xia Ruanwan withdrew her hand and hid her face behind the blanket. No, I want to sleep a little longer. Xia Tianxian showed a doting smile. Alright, sleep as long as you want. He had no idea that the smiles he'd been wearing these past few days were more than he'd shown in years. She was like a little sun, warming up his world. Ruanwan, do you know where mommy is? Xia Tianxian suddenly asked. Hiding under the quilt, Xia Ruanwan froze for a moment before peeking out her little head. Mommy said not to tell. Xia Tianxuan's eyes darted cunningly. Then do you miss mommy? Xia Ruanwan nodded her head. She missed mommy very much, missed her dearly. Since mommy won't let you say it, can you write it down for daddy? Xia Ruanwan pursed her lips, remembering what her mother had said, and shook her head again. Mommy said when she gets better, she'll come find me. Chapter 12. Why is it him? Xia Tianxian gently patted her little head and didn't insist on getting her to speak up. Daddy won't ask anymore, sleep well. Xia Ruanwan nodded, revealing only her two eyes. As she drifted back to sleep, Xia Tianxian tiptoed quietly out of the room. Sitting on the sofa, Rao Qiyu was already nowhere to be seen. He took out his phone, only to realize it was still powered off and hadn't been turned back on. As soon as it booted up, dozens of missed calls appeared on the screen. He placed the phone on the table, paying no attention to those unanswered calls. But recalling yesterday's events, he still took out his phone. The Yi family was one of the top families in City. Finding someone should be easy for them. He picked up the phone and dialed that number. At Yi Corporation, Yi Longchen sat expressionlessly in his chair. The other executives wiped sweat from their brows, terrified of displeasing the chairman with even the slightest mistake. Ring ring. Suddenly, a phone rang. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, wondering where the ringing was coming from. The man sitting at the head of the table picked up his phone, his eyes lighting up when he saw the number. Without a word, he walked straight out, leaving the bewildered executives behind. What's going on? Why did the chairman leave so suddenly? Who knows, maybe he received news about some major project? Don't be ridiculous. No matter how big the project is, would the chairman just walk out of a meeting like this? The executives were buzzing with discussion, but the experienced chief assistant kept them calm as they left the meeting room in an orderly fashion. Yi Longchen walked into the office and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Yi? An annoyed voice came through the line, clearly complaining about the delayed answer. Sorry, I was just in a meeting and didn't know the divine doctor had called. I'll have time later. I wonder if Master Yi might be available. Yi Longcheng replied reverently, yes, I'll be waiting at the Yi residence for the divine doctor. If those executives saw him acting like this now, they'd surely be shocked speechless. Alright. After hanging up the phone, Xia Tianxian turned and walked into Xia Ruanruan's room. Looking at the sleeping girl, he gently tucked her in with the blanket. Instead of heading straight to the Yi family, he sat on the sofa, waiting for Xia Ruanruan to wake up. On the other side, Yi Longchen had been waiting at the Yi residence early on. Lin Xiaowan sat quietly beside him, not daring to say or ask anything. The mark of a handprint was still clearly visible on her face. Yi Longchen frowned as he looked at her face and said, "First, go upstairs and cover up that handprint on your face. If the divine doctor sees it, it won't be good." Lin Xiaowan swallowed her anger and could only stand up and head upstairs. As I stepped up, I caught sight of Ye Sihua descending, and the two of us brushed past each other. Lin Xiaowan saw her and gave a disdainful roll of her eyes. "Why did you come down?" Night Dragon Shen asked with displeasure upon seeing Night Sihua. "Am I not grandfather's granddaughter too? Can't I stay by his side while he receives treatment?" Night Dragon Shen frowned slightly. Seeing her sit down on the sofa without waiting for permission, he remained silent. As time passed minute by minute, Night Dragon Shen kept staring at the phone on the table, anxiously awaiting that call, but even after a long wait, the phone still refused to ring. Yi Sihua sat on the sofa like an exquisite statue, her pale complexion couldn't conceal her natural beauty. After what felt like an eternity, the phone on the table rang. "Hello, Miracle Doctor, have you arrived?" "I'm here, at the Yi family's front gate." "Okay, I'll come pick you up right now." Yi Longchen picked up the phone and walked out. Yi Sihua on the sofa lowered her eyes. That voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if she'd heard it somewhere before. Outside the Yi family's gate, Xia Tianxian stood at the entrance, looking at the imposing iron door while slightly raising his eyebrows. A few minutes later, a car drove out from inside and stopped in front of Xia Tianxian. Yi Longchen froze for a moment as he got out of the car, looking around but finding no one else in sight. "So you're the miracle doctor?" Xia Tianxian glanced at his own clothes, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "I'm just a doctor. As for being called a miracle doctor, that's just how people refer to me." After speaking, he took out a jade pendant. "This was given to me by my master. Do you believe me now?" Yi Longchen saw the jade pendant and immediately became respectful. "My apologies. I just thought you seemed too young to be a legendary healer, which is why I doubted you." Xia Tianxian frowned tightly. "Just call me Dr. Xie. As for legendary healer or such titles, don't mention them again." "What's all this nonsense?" Calling him Miracle Doctor feels like in a few days, he'll become a complete charlatan. They boarded the Yi family's car and drove together toward the Yi ancestral home. Observing the black miasma swirling in the sky, thicker than it had been yesterday. Arriving at the Yi ancestral home, the moment Xia Tianxian stepped inside, he raised his eyes to see a figure moving up the staircase. He didn't pay much attention and directly followed Yi Longchen towards the old master's room. Yi Sihua stood at the staircase, watching the departing young man. Why was he back here? Was he the miraculous doctor that Yi Longchen spoke of? She covered her mouth, crouched on the ground as tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Standing at the doorway of the room, Xia Tianxian paused and glanced back, feeling as though someone was watching him. Was it just his imagination? "Dr. Xia, what's wrong?" "It's fine, let's go inside first." As soon as Xia Tianxian entered the room, he saw a frail-looking man past middle age, his arms covered in needle marks. A black gaseous aura hovered around him, draining the vital energy from his body. "Dr. Xia, how is my father doing?" Xia Tianxian walked to the bedside and glanced briefly at old Master Yi's condition. "How long has he been like this?" "About half a year. My father has always been in robust health, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly became like this." Xia Tianxian took old Master Yi's wrist and placed 3 fingers on the radial side to feel his pulse. The pulse feels somewhat slow and weak, requiring significant pressure to detect. The body appears slightly frail, with dark eyelids and purplish lips. "How is he? Can my father still be saved?" Xia Tianxian released his grip and placed the silver needles he brought beside him. "Step out for a moment. I prefer not having anyone around when administering acupuncture." Yi Longchen glanced at the person on the bed, then looked at the young man sitting by the bedside. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left without another word. Xia Tianxian observed the medical equipment by the bed and noticed the most intense black aura gathering around the 4-tube. He swiftly turned off the 4-flow before inserting several silver needles into old Master Yi's body. A moment later, old Master Yi's previously limp fingers suddenly twitched. Xia Tianxian fetched the basin from under the bed and placed it by the bedside. Drop by drop, black blood dripped from old Master Yi's fingers. Chapter 13, Poisoned. Outside the room, Yi Longchen paced anxiously back and forth. A family doctor entered from outside and, noticing Yi Longchen standing at the door, gave him a meaningful glance. "Mr. Yi, what are you doing here?" Yi Longchen glanced at the closed door and ushered the family physician to the other side. "Dr. Han, how is my father's condition?" Han Feng pursed his lips, showing a troubled expression. "I've done my best. I can only manage to control old Master Yi's condition and alleviate some of his suffering." Yi Longchen's heart sank. he hadn't realized his father's illness was this severe. Seeing his expression, Han Feng's face revealed sympathy. Mr. Yi, don't worry. With old Master Ye's constitution, he will surely pull through. Thank you, Dr. Han. This Dr. Han had returned from overseas, rumored to be a private physician for a certain prominent family. It had taken enormous financial resources to recruit him back. Even he had said his father's condition was serious. Who knew if the miracle doctor inside would have any solutions? Han Feng glanced at the time. Old Master Yi needs his dressing changed. I should go attend to him. Yi Longchen stopped him. Hold on for a moment, there's no rush. If we offend the person inside, if he refuses treatment, his father will truly be beyond saving. Han Feng stared at the door, his brows slightly furrowed. Mr. Yi, Elder Yi needs his dressing changed now. If you continue to block me like this, delaying the medication change won't be good. Yi Longchen said, don't worry, it'll only take a few minutes, it won't hold us up for long. I hope Dr. Xia inside can finish soon. Han Feng stood outside the door, holding a bottle of medicine in his hand. A few minutes later, the room door opened, and Xia Tianxian stepped out. Han Feng froze for a moment when he saw the man walking out. He looked at Yi Longchen with a grave expression and said, Mr. Yi, what do you mean by this? Didn't I make it clear that no other doctors are allowed near old Master Yi? If this is how it's going to be, then perhaps you should consider finding someone else for the job. With that, Han Feng picked up the medicine and left. Xia Tianxian sneered, I suppose you're the doctor treating old Master Yi, but you can't just walk away now. Han Feng paused and turned to look at Xia Tianxian, feigning composure. And who are you to say I can't leave? He hid the potion behind his back, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Does he suspect something? Xia Tianxian didn't answer him, instead walking over to Yi Longchen's side. Mr. Yi, please have your people keep a close eye on this doctor. It wouldn't be good if he runs away. Yi Longchen slightly furrowed his brows, somewhat puzzled by his words, but a divine physician must have his reasons. With a wave of his hand, several bodyguards stood beside Han Feng, preventing him from leaving. Han Feng looked at the bodyguards beside him and angrily said, Is this how you treat your guests? What are you doing? A woman's figure emerged from behind them. Han Feng saw the approaching woman as if she were a lifesaver. Madam Yi, I came back from abroad with good intentions, giving up my high-paying job just to treat old Master Yi, and now you're stopping me from leaving. Is this how the Yi family repays gratitude? Lin Xiaowan raised her eyes to look at the man beside Yi Longchen. Her face still ached faintly from that man's actions. Longchen, what happened here? Yi Longchen noticed the slight swelling still lingering on Lin Xiaowan's face, and a ripple of emotion stirred in his heart. I'd have to ask Dr. Xia to explain this one. Xia Tianxian took out the potion from behind and clenched it in his hand. Do you still remember what this is, Mr. Yi? Han Feng's pupils contracted. Could he have noticed something? Impossible. That drug couldn't even be detected by standard instruments. There's no way he would have found out. He forced himself to remain calm, convinced that nothing could possibly be revealed. Yi Longchen stared at the potion bottle, finding it somewhat familiar. Isn't this my father's potion? It must have been prepared by Dr. Han. Then does Mr. Yi know the reason why old Master Yi never woke up from his sleep? Being a man of the world, Yi Longchen immediately began to piece things together. He glared at Han Feng not far away and said sharply, Dr. Han, this medicine was prepared by you. Did you already know what illness my father had? Or, did you poison him yourself? Han Feng panicked instantly, the medicine bottle in his hand dropping to the ground and spilling everywhere. Mr. Yi, you can't make baseless accusations. I treated old Master Yi with good intentions, how can you say I poisoned him? His gaze repeatedly flicked toward Lin Xiaowan, hoping she would come to his rescue, but she deliberately looked away and paid him no attention. What a useless fool, can't even handle such a simple task. Yi Longchen looked at his panicked expression and immediately understood the situation. How foolish he was, to still trust him so much. Take him away. Don't release him without my orders. Mr. Yi, I'm truly innocent, you can take the medicine to test it if you don't believe me. I really didn't poison anything. Two bodyguards dragged him out of the corridor and locked him in an empty room. Dr. Xia, how can you be so sure he poisoned it? Beside them, Lin Xiaowan nervously bit her fingers, completely unprepared for Han Feng's scheme to be exposed. She needed to warn him urgently what to say and what not to say. Longchen, I just remembered I have to pick up Xiang, so I'll take my leave now. Yi Longchen glanced at her indifferently and waved his hand, his mind wholly preoccupied with what poison his father had been afflicted with and how severe it might be. I'm not certain, but what I am sure of is that Elder Yi has indeed been poisoned. There are no signs of illness in his system, instead, it resembles poisoning. As for what kind of poison, only the one who administered it would know. Then, do you have any way to cure my father's poison? Don't worry, since Master has entrusted me with this, I'll naturally see it through to the end. Might I ask if Mr. Yi has a brush at home? Yes, I'll go fetch one right away. Actually, let me come with you, I'm feeling a bit thirsty myself. Alright, Ruiz, go to my study and bring the brush and paper. A 30-year-old man nodded and headed upstairs, while Yilongchen led Xie Tianxian into the living room. Chen Ruizha saw the young mistress standing by the railing as he reached the staircase. "Miss, why have you come out?" Yi Sihua raised an eyebrow, her body frail but her voice brimming with strength. "What? Am I not allowed to come out?" Chen Ruizha certainly wouldn't dare to say no and quickly explained, "Of course not, that's not what I meant." Yi Sihua didn't blame him but instead looked at the man in the living room. Could he really cure grandfather's illness? What were you all talking about just now? Chen Ruizha hesitated. "Well, does your granddaughter not even have the right to hear it?" Chen Ruizha pressed his lips together, weighing his words before speaking. "Old Master Yi may have been poisoned by Dr. Han." Chapter 14 Fear. In the living room, Xie Tianxian raised his eyes toward the direction of the second floor. He always had this illusion that someone was watching him. Yi Sihua hid behind the railing, terrified of being discovered. "What's the matter?" Xie Tianxian shook his head, picked up a pen, and wrote a prescription on the paper. "Take this prescription for a few days, and you'll be fine." Yilongchen looked at the prescription with skepticism and asked, "After taking this medicine, will my father really recover?" "Don't worry, as long as Patriarch Yi stops consuming the poison, he will surely regain his health." "Thank you, Dr. Xie." Night Dragon waved his hand, and butler Chen Ruizha brought over a card. "This is just a small token of our appreciation." Xie Tianxian looked at the card but didn't accept it. "Just charge me normally. I can't accept this card. Regarding the fee, let's stick to what we agreed on previously." "Alright, I'll transfer it to your card later." Yilongchen handed the card and prescription to Steward Chen, who immediately understood what needed to be done. Xie Tianxian picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. "I wonder if Mr. Yi could do me a favor." "Dr. Xie, please feel free to ask whatever I can do to help. I certainly will. I want to look into someone, a woman who got pregnant before marriage." Yilongchen was taken aback for a moment, unsure why he wanted it, but still agreed in the end. As he was leaving, Xie Tianxian looked up at the second floor, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Was it really his illusion? After sending Xie Tianxian away from the Yi family, Yilongchen hurried to Old Master Ye's room. He had no idea that someone had already entered Hanfeng's place over there. Hanfeng saw Lin Xiaowan walking in, as if he had found a lifeline. "Madam Yi, you must save me. I don't want to go in there." Lin Xiaowan glared at him with disdain. "Absolutely useless, you can't accomplish anything but ruin everything." "Don't worry, as long as you meekly take the blame, I'll make arrangements for you in prison so you suffer less." Han Feng's face filled with disbelief. Was she really giving up on him? "Madam Yi, about the poisoning incident, it was actually..." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiaowan slapped him. "You know exactly what to say and what not to say. If you utter the wrong words, your parents can forget about seeing you again. Don't forget who brought you back from abroad. If it weren't for me, you'd have died overseas long ago." Han Feng covered his face, seething with anger but too afraid to speak. "Don't worry, as long as you handle this matter properly, I won't treat you unfairly." Lin Xiaowan wiped her hands and left the room. The bodyguards outside had been dismissed when Lin Xiaowan entered. When they returned later and saw Han Feng still inside, they breathed a sigh of relief. In the sky, the sun slowly passed its zenith and began descending westward. Yi Sihua held a piece of paper, studying the medicinal herbs listed on it with a slight furrow in his brow. They're all medicinal herbs for clearing heat and detoxifying, replenishing qi and promoting fluid production. "Is this the prescription written by that doctor?" Steward Chan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "Yes, this was written by that doctor." "What was that doctor's name?" "It seems the master calls him Dr. Xie." Yi Sihua shuddered slightly. It really was him. "I understand. Go prepare the medicine first." "Alright, I'll go right away." After walking a few steps away, Steward Chen paused and turned back to produce another prescription. "This is the prescription the master obtained for the young lady. Should we show it to her?" He turned around, but Yi Xiao's figure had already vanished from sight. "Never mind. Let's prepare the medicine together and deliver it to the young lady later." Xie Tianxian left the Yi residence and glanced back, noticing the dark aura hadn't completely dissipated. Are there other people who were poisoned? He withdrew his gaze. The task his master entrusted him with was already completed. As for other matters, he had no mind to deal with them. He wondered how Wan was doing after being away for so long. He had originally planned to bring her along, but no matter what he said, she adamantly refused to come, seemingly utterly reluctant to visit the Yi family. After Xie Tianxian left, Yi Sihua stood on the balcony of the Yi family's second floor, gazing in the direction of the main gate. She took out a photograph, a picture of a little girl, smiling joyfully, utterly adorable. I wonder if she's still that happy now. Putting away the photo, she adjusted her appearance and stepped out of the room. After several consecutive days of taking Chinese herbal medicine, Old Master Ye's health visibly recovered at a remarkable pace. At first, he remained drowsy and lethargic, but later he could sit up unaided. Han Feng, who had poisoned Old Master Yi, was sent to prison by Yilongchen. He would never leave those bars for the rest of his life. Lin Xiaowan stood outside the room, her fingers digging into her own flesh. That old man, why isn't he dead yet? She was so close to succeeding, But at this critical moment, some miracle doctor showed up. "Dad, how are you feeling now?" Old Master Yi looks a bit weakened now, but his body has mostly recovered. "I'm fine now, just need a few more days of rest before I can get up and walk around." Yi Longchen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, he hadn't given up and sought out that reclusive divine physician hidden deep in the mountains. "I heard the one who saved me was a young man." Yi Longchen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "When you have time, invite him to our home for a meal. After all, he's my lifesaver." "All right, I'll invite him over when I have the time. Leave me for now, I need some rest." As they were leaving, Old Master Yi called out to Yi Sihua. A trace of jealousy flickered in Lin Xiaowan's eyes. They were all his grandchildren, so why did he favor the eldest granddaughter so much? Yi Sihua froze for a moment, staying rooted in place without moving. Yi Longchen frowned slightly and left the room under Old Master Yi's gaze. Old Master Yi gestured with his hand. "Sihua, come sit closer and let me have a proper look at you." Yi Sihua walked to the bedside and sat down on a chair. Old Master Yi looked at her current state, his eyes growing moist. "You've lost weight. Have you suffered many grievances?" Yi Sihua lowered her gaze and shook her head slightly. "No, I haven't." Old Master Yi sighed deeply. "Ever since your mother passed away and I took you in, how could I not notice those little worries in your heart?" In the past, her side had always been graced with Ruan's presence, but now there was no sign of the little one undoubtedly sent away by his useless son. "You've suffered so much," Old Master Yi said, stroking her hand with heartache. Yi Sihua looked at her grandfather lying on the bed and could no longer hold back her tears. She threw her arms around Old Master Yi. "Grandpa, I'm truly scared you might leave forever." Old Master Yi gently patted her back. "Don't worry, I'm fine now. Grandfather, I want to go out and make my way in the world to establish a career through my own efforts and the skills you've taught me." Chapter 15, The Fight. Old Master Yi wiped the tears from the corner of her eye with his hand. "Go ahead and venture out if you want. As for your father, I'll handle it." Yi Sihua smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." In the Yi family living room, Yi Longchen was seated on the sofa with Lin Xiaowan beside him. "Longchen, now that Xiang has graduated, do you think you could offer him a job?" Yi Longchen closed his eyes as he lay on the sofa, rubbing his temples. "We'll see when the time comes." A flicker of dissatisfaction flashed across Lin Xiaowan's eyes, always with such evasive words. In the end, he still favored his ex-wife's daughter over anything else. They were both his children, yet he could be so unjust. Though anger burned within her, none of it showed on her face. "I recall the general manager of Tianlin is about to be replaced?" Yi Longchen opened his eyes and glanced at her. His gaze was razor-sharp, startling Lin Xiaowan. Just as quickly, he looked away. "Don't worry, I'll find a job for Xiang." Lin Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. His gaze had been terrifying moments ago. She leaned over beside Yi Longchen, her hand wandering across his chest. Yi Sihua descended the stairs only to see them being so intimate, a trace of disgust flashing through her eyes. She carried a suitcase in her hand and stepped outside. Yi Longchen grabbed Lin Xiaowan's hand, looked up at Yi Sihua, and asked, "What did Grandpa say to you?" Yi Sihua replied calmly, "Wouldn't you know if you asked Grandpa yourself?" Yi Longchen stood up angrily. "Is this how you speak to your father?" Yi Sihua's eyes showed no trace of fear. "From the moment you sent my daughter away, you ceased to be my father." With that, Yi Sihua grabbed her suitcase and walked out the door, paying no attention to the expression on Yi Longchen's face. "Outrageous!" Yi Longchen slammed the objects on the table to the ground. Lin Xiaowan felt a twinge of satisfaction. This was perfect. The more their father-daughter relationship deteriorated, the better, and it was worth all the whispers she had planted in his ear to get that little bastard sent away. "Longchen, don't get angry yet, be careful not to harm your health." Lin Xiaowan stood up and patted his chest. Yi Longchen snorted and sat on the sofa. "How dare she defy me like this? If she has the guts to leave, then don't bother coming back." Lin Xiaowan glanced at the door, a faint smile flashing in her eyes. Indeed, if she had the guts, then she shouldn't come back. Now Tianlin belonged to Xiang. Yi Sihua stepped out of the Yi household and gazed at the sun in the sky, feeling as though she were reuniting with an old friend after a long separation. Grandfather was right, life is one's own, and she shouldn't let past events keep her trapped. Pulling her suitcase behind her, the sunlight bathed her figure as her shadow stretched longer and longer beneath her feet. She vanished down the road, and no one knew where she had gone. Dragon Court Apartments. As Xia Tianxian opened the door, he saw Ruan standing at the entrance. Ruan stretched out her arms, asking to be held. "Daddy, you're back." Looking at her, all the weariness melted away from Xia Tianxian as he lifted her into his arms. He had been preoccupied with clinic matters these past few days and hadn't been able to properly look after her. "Did you miss Daddy?" "Of course I did. I miss Daddy every single moment. Then can you tell Daddy what you did today? Xia Ruanran counted on her fingers. Today Uncle Rao took me painting together. Then we went to eat yummy food. Delicious food? What kind of delicious food? There's delicious fruit, and the sisters there are all so beautiful, with colorful light shining all around. Xia Tianxuan's face darkened instantly, realizing exactly what kind of place Rao Qiyu had taken his daughter to. The culprit had already grabbed his phone and feigned nonchalance as he headed for the door when Xia Tianxian carried Xia Ruanwan inside. I've got something to deal with at the company. I'm leaving first. Don't contact me if anything comes up. Before leaving, Rao Qiyu couldn't resist pinching Xia Ruanwan's chubby little cheek. They'd clearly agreed not to tell, yet he was sold out straight away. What a little backstabber. Xia Tianxian smiled without warmth. It's almost 5 p.m. now. What company matters could possibly be so urgent? Ruanwan watched his retreating back and mercilessly remarked, Uncle Rao, are you trying to flee? Rao Qiyu turned around and gave an awkward chuckle. Actually, I can explain. Explain? Or make excuses? Alright. It wasn't deliberate that I took Ruanwan to that place. It was Suyu who called me to pick her up, and I couldn't leave Ruanwan alone at home, so I brought her alone. Don't worry, I didn't let Ruanwan drink a drop of alcohol. We left pretty quickly. Okay? Xia Tianxian looked at Xia Ruanwan in his arms. Is what he said true? Ruanwan nodded. Uncle Rao is amazing. He knocked the bad guy down with one punch. Xia Tianxian glanced at Rao Qiyu, his lips twitching slightly. You fought right in front of Ruanwan? Rao Qiyu scratched his cheek awkwardly. There was just a little unexpected situation. I'll settle the score with you later. Xia Tianxian carried Xia Ruanwan as he walked inside. I was just angry for a moment and couldn't help myself. What exactly happened? Xia Tianxian placed Xia Ruanwan on the sofa and turned to look at Rao Qiyu. With his personality, he would never hit someone first. Something must have happened. Softly, seated on the sofa, raised her hand and said, I know. Xia Tianxian affectionately ruffled her hair and said, then tell us, what happened? Someone tried to poison us, but I caught them. Then that villain wanted to teach me a lesson, but Uncle Rao beat him up. Xia Tianxian slightly furrowed his brows. Are you hurt? Ruanwan shook her head. No, Uncle Rao took care of the bad guys in one swift move. He's really powerful. She stood on the sofa, mimicking how Rao Qiyu hits people. Xia Tianxian smiled helplessly and teased her by lightly tapping her nose. In the future, don't voice such dangerous things directly when neither Uncle Rao nor I are around, understand? Ruanwan nodded and blinked her large eyes. Understood. Good girl. It's so late, you probably haven't eaten yet, have you? Shall we go out for dinner? Softly clapping her hands, Ruanwan said, Great. Actually, I won't join you for dinner outside. There's really something urgent at the company. Then you should go tend to your matters first. I'll take Ruanwan out for a meal. Xie Tianxuan wanted to carry her out, but Xie Ruanwan felt she'd prefer to walk by herself. Xie Tianxuan didn't insist and instead held her hand as they walked outside together. After they left, Rao Qiyu saw the message from Suyu. If she didn't have his embarrassing photos in her possession, he wouldn't have gone to save her. After weighing his options, Rao Qiyu heaved a sigh of resignation, changed his shoes, and walked out the door. Chapter 16. The Familiar Figure. The sky gradually darkened as Xie Tianxian walked hand in hand with Xia Ruanwan down the street, attracting numerous onlookers who stopped to take photos. They uttered sighs of admiration mixed with slight disappointment. Such a handsome man was already married and even had such an adorable daughter, how enviable. Just by looking at the little girl's face, one could tell her mother must be a great beauty too. Soft little hands held Xia Tianxuan's as they walked through the bustling street. Xia Tianxian looked down at Xia Ruanwan beside him. Ruanwan, do you want me to carry you? There are too many people here. Xia Ruanwan thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, Ruanwan's already grown up and can walk by herself. Mom says we must never trouble others with things we can do ourselves. Xia Tianxian crouched down to look at her, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. He was genuinely a bit curious, just who was this mom she kept mentioning, who could raise such an adorable daughter. Xia Ruanwan grew somewhat embarrassed under his gaze. She turned her head and suddenly spotted a figure in the distance, one that looked just like her mother. The figure entered a restaurant and vanished from her sight. Daddy, can we go eat there? Xia Tianxian followed her pointing finger and saw that it was a Hunan cuisine restaurant. The dishes there are extremely spicy. Are you sure you can handle it? Extremely spicy? Xia Ruanwan wore a puzzled expression, as if she didn't quite understand the meaning of extremely spicy. That's right. Do you still want to go eat there now? Xia Ruanwan thought for a moment, recalling the silhouette that looked so much like her mother, and nodded. Xia Tianxian took her hand and led her towards that shop. As soon as they entered the shop, Xia Ruanwan looked around, searching for that familiar figure, but after scanning the entire place, she couldn't find it. Little girl, what are you looking for? Xia Ruanwan withdrew her gaze and replied obediently, I wasn't looking for anything. Xia Tianxian scanned the room but couldn't find an empty seat. Do you still have available seats here? Yes, please follow me. The waiter walked ahead while Xia Tianxian held Xia Ruanwan's hand and followed behind. As they passed the private rooms, she noticed one with its door partly ajar, where a familiar figure sat with their back to the entrance. It really was Mom. She wanted to go over, but remembering her mother's words, she suppressed the urge to approach. Noticing her fixed gaze in one direction, Xia Tianxian said softly, Ruanwan, what are you looking at? Xia Ruanwan snapped out of her thoughts and shook her head. Nothing. Xia Tianxian raised an eyebrow and led her into a private room. Following the waiter's recommendation, he ordered several mild dishes and even requested anti-spicy milk tea to be prepared. During the meal, Xia Ruanwan sat in her chair stealing occasional glances outside. Dad, I need to go to the bathroom. Xia Tianxian put down his chopsticks. Do you want me to go with you? No need, I can go by myself, and it's not very far from here. Then let me walk you to the bathroom. I'll wait right outside the door for you. How could Xia Ruanwan possibly agree to that? If she did, she wouldn't be able to see her mom. No need, I can go by myself. Besides, didn't you buy me a kid's smartwatch, Dad? I won't get lost. Alright then, I'll wait for you here. Xia Ruanwan sweetly exclaimed, Thank you, Daddy. Xia Tianxuan's heart melted at the sound of her voice. Leaving the private room, Xia Ruanwan didn't head straight to the restroom, but instead walked towards another private room. Pushing the door open, the woman inside looked up at the entrance. When she saw it was just a little girl, the woman was momentarily taken aback. Ruanwan, what are you doing here? Yi Sihua quickly put down her chopsticks, walked to Xia Ruanwan's side, and pulled her into a tight embrace. After so long without seeing each other, she seemed to have grown so much. Xia Ruanwan gently patted her back, comforting her like an adult would. I thought I was seeing things, I never expected it to really be you, Mom. Yi Sihua wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, a smile on her face. Why did you come out alone? I came here to eat with my dad, and when I saw you, I came over. Hearing this, Yi Sihua glanced toward the entrance, afraid he might spot her. I came here alone, Dad doesn't know. Yi Sihua gently touched her soft cheek and asked, Do you remember what Mom told you? Xia Ruanwan pursed her lips and nodded slightly. I know. Now that I see you so happy, Mom can rest easy. Xia Ruanwan hesitated and asked, Mom, are you really not going to reconcile with Dad? Yi Sihua shook her head. It's not the right time yet. I'll come see you when the time comes, okay? Although reluctant, Xia Ruanwan nodded in agreement. I'll be waiting for you, Mom. Go back first. If it takes too long, Dad will start to worry. Outside the door, a figure quietly slipped away. Mom, I have a phone now. Here's my number, call me when you have time. Xia Ruanwan opened her smartwatch, revealing her phone number on the screen. While her father was busy, she specifically asked Uncle Rao for a phone that could make calls. This one even had all the phone numbers from her own mobile. She had been longing to tell her mom everything, and now that she had the chance, of course she would take it. Yi Sihua took out her phone and saved the phone number. Alright, your mom will call you. Hurry back now. Xia Ruanwan kept turning back every few steps as she reluctantly walked away. Yi Sihua watched her departing figure, feeling equally heartbroken inside. There were still some unresolved matters at home. How could she possibly bring Ruan Yuan back now? She could only hope the child would grow up happily now. As for those rats hiding in the shadows, she would deal with them herself. In the past, she might have chosen to end it all, but now she understood clearly, even if it meant donating every last family asset, she wouldn't let them fall into those people's hands. As for the poison on her grandfather, she had long known it was someone else who administered it. Yi Sihua withdrew her gaze and walked toward the chair. The dishes on the table were all her favorites, originally bland, but now they tasted especially delicious. On the other side, Xia Tianxian was seated on a chair, his gaze flickering slightly as he watched Xia Ruanwan walk in from outside. Back already? Yeah, I'm back. Xia Tianxian placed a piece of meat in her bowl without asking anything. Xia Ruanwan was in an exceptionally good mood, making everything taste delicious. The moon in the sky hidden behind the clouds, the ground temporarily plunged into darkness. Xia Ruanwan went back home with Xia Tianxian after finishing their meal. In the room, Xia Ruanwan was lying on the bed wearing her cartoon pajamas, staring at her phone. Xia Tianxian stood at the door and knocked. Ruanwan, would you like Daddy to tell you a bedtime story? Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. I don't need bedtime stories. Alright then, go to bed early tonight, understood? Got it. Xia Tianxian walked up to her, kissed her forehead, then turned off the light and closed the door as he left. Chapter 17, Medicinal Herbs. Moonlight streamed in through the window as a small figure sat on the bed, staring intently at the phone in front of them. After what felt like an eternity, the little one sitting on the bed nodded her head up and down, looking as if she was about to fall asleep. When Xia Tianxian came back in again, he found she had already fallen asleep on the bed. Helplessly, he tucked her in and adjusted the air conditioner to a comfortable temperature. Ring ring ring. The phone on the bed rang. Xia Tianxian picked up the phone, frowning slightly as he looked at the phone number displayed. He answered the call and said in a magnetic voice, "Hello?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before the call was abruptly ended. Not speaking? Who could it be calling? He looked at that phone number. Could it be that woman calling? At the restaurant, he'd worried about letting Ruan go to the restroom alone, so he quietly followed her. He discovered she hadn't gone to the restroom at all, but had entered a private dining room instead. Back then he'd only heard voices outside the door. He never saw what she looked like. Who could she be? Why did she say she couldn't take Ruan back now? Xia Tianxian lowered his gaze to Ruan lying on the bed and set aside his phone. No matter who she was, he would find her and demand to know why she had left without a word all those years ago. The next morning, the little one woke up and immediately reached for the phone. Seeing the call logs, the child's face scrunched up in displeasure. How did she fall asleep? If only she hadn't fallen asleep, she could have talked to her mom. She wanted to call back again, but was afraid she might disturb her mother, so she could only suppress the urge to make that call. Xia Tianxian walked in from outside and saw the little one sitting on the bed in a daze. Ruan, I'm going to work today. Do you want to come with me? Xia Ruan's eyes lit up. To work? She had long wanted to go to work with her father, but he had never taken her before. That's right. If you want to go, brush your teeth and wash your face, then come out for breakfast. Xia Ruan got out of bed, slipped on her little slippers, and pattered off to the bathroom. Xia Tianxian watched her with an affectionate smile. Arriving at the dining room, Rao Qiyu put on his suit and finally looked somewhat presentable. Are you taking Ruan to the clinic today? Yeah. Is there a problem? Should I hire 2 bodyguards? Xia Tianxian picked up an egg and raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you think I can't protect Ruan? That's not it. I'm just worried you might get too absorbed in your work and neglect Ruan. Don't worry, the clinic has just opened recently, so there aren't many patients yet. I really don't understand you. You're the apprentice of a miraculous doctor, yet you insist on running this tiny clinic. With just one glance from Xia Tianxian, Rao Qiyu immediately fell silent. He placed the peeled egg in a bowl, poured soy milk into a cup, and when Xia Ruan approached, he set the bowl before her. Perhaps he had considered using his master's reputation to treat patients and earn money before. In the past, he might have wanted to make a name for himself in the martial world, but now, with Ruan's presence, he felt it was better to stay honest and modest. At least this way, he could stay by his daughter's side and spend more time with her. After breakfast, Xia Tianxuan drove Ruan to the clinic in Rao Qiyu's car. Ruan sat in the back seat, tilting her head to look outside. Dad, where are we going now? Of course, we're going to Dad's clinic. A little over 10 minutes later, Xia Tianxian parked the car and led Xia Ruan by the hand toward a clinic by the roadside. The clinic was located in the city center, and in this area, there was only one clinic, his. After all, the rent here was no joke. Rao Qiyu nearly came to blows with the local developers over this piece of land before finally managing to secure it. The clinic spans approximately 250 square meters, and that's just the ground floor. It's equipped with every facility imaginable, surpassing even county-level hospitals in terms of resources. Since the clinic opened, Xia Tianxian has been the sole practitioner working there. Xia Tianxian slipped on his white coat, grabbed the stethoscope hanging on the wall, and taking advantage of the lull in patients, led Ruan up to the second floor. It was a traditional Chinese medicine shop, where most herbs were available, but a few key ingredients were missing. Those herbs were expensive, far beyond what ordinary commoners could afford. How many of these herbs does Ruan recognize? Xia Ruan rested her chin in her hand, staring at the cabinets labeled with herb names, her little face scrunching up in thought. Daddy, I don't know most of these characters. Xia Tianxian smiled. It seemed she was struggling due to lack of literacy. Come to think of it, she would be about 4 years old now, ready to start kindergarten this September. Then shall Daddy teach you about these medicinal herbs? All right. Xia Tianxian held her hand and led her to the nearest medicinal herbs, placing one herb in her palm. Know what these are? This is Coptis chinensis. It tastes very bitter. After speaking, she even stuck out her tongue, clearly having tasted it before. Ruan is so clever. Then does Ruan know what effects this Coptis chinensis has? Xia Ruan pursed her lips and remained silent for a while before answering. It can clear heat, dry dampness, purge fire, and detoxify. Xia Tianxian was slightly surprised. When listing the effects, Ruan pronounced them very accurately, as if she had studied them. Have you studied this directly, Ruan? Mom showed it to me. What other herbs does Ruan know? Many, like cinnamon twigs, ginseng, chrysanthemum, sapochnikovia root, so many. Xia Tianquan's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized Ruan seemed quite knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. He took out a book on traditional Chinese medicine from his cabinet and placed it in front of Ruan. Does Ruan want to learn traditional Chinese medicine with Dad? Traditional Chinese medicine? What's that? It's our Huaxia's traditional medical practice. It heals people and saves lives, makes you a doctor. Just as Xia Tianxian finished speaking, a woman rushed in carrying a child. Doctor, please save my child. Xia Tianxian stood up and approached the child. What's wrong with your child? He told the woman to place the child on the bed while asking her questions and simultaneously placing his hand on the child's wrist. My child suddenly started vomiting and having diarrhea, and seems to be in really bad shape. I don't know what's wrong. Xia Tianxian withdrew his hand and took out several disposable silver needles, inserting them into the child's body. The child let out a sharp gasp as the woman froze in place, her heart aching as she watched her little one. Doctor, what's wrong with my child? It's nothing serious, just an upset stomach. I'll prescribe 3 doses of medicine for the child. Take them home and brew them for him to drink, and he'll be fine. Xia Tianxian observed the child's complexion as he removed the silver needles and tossed them into a small yellow bucket beside him. Brewing soup, not Western medicine? Why do we need to make soup? Xia Tianxian picked up his pen and looked up at her. We only prescribe traditional Chinese medicine here. If you want Western medicine, you'll have to buy it outside. Which would you prefer, Chinese or Western medicine? Chapter 18 Car Accident. With the widespread use of Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine gradually faded from people's view. In the fast-paced life, simple and convenient Western medicine seems to have become people's first choice. Xia Tianxian wrote the name of the Western medicine on a piece of paper and handed it to the woman. These Western medicines are available at the Western pharmacy, and the doctor there will explain how to use them. The child lying on the bed opened their eyes and called out for their mother. The woman took the note and walked up to the child. Sweetheart, how are you feeling now? I feel much better now. My stomach doesn't hurt as much, and I don't feel nauseous anymore. Go back and drink plenty of warm water, and make sure to get enough rest. Thank you, doctor. The woman took several hundred yuan bills from her bag, placed them on the table, then carried her child and left. Softly watched as the woman carrying the child walked away, blinking her eyes. Ruan, what are you looking at? Daddy, why did that aunt react so strongly when she heard about traditional Chinese medicine? Didn't Daddy say traditional Chinese medicine is part of China's traditional heritage? Everyone should be familiar with it, so why did she seem unaware? Xia Tianxian smiled and said, although that's true, but with all the changes over the years, traditional Chinese medicine has gradually faded from people's awareness. As for traditional Chinese medicine, it seems rather unpopular in this fast-paced life. Xia Ruan sat pensively on a chair nearby, gazing at that book on Chinese herbal medicine. All morning, the visitors mostly had minor ailments. Xia Tianxian briefly examined them and prescribed some traditional Chinese remedies. At the mention of Chinese herbs, their expressions changed immediately, requesting Western medicine instead under the pretext of being too pressed for time. Xia Tianxian didn't push the matter upon hearing this. He wrote down the name of the Western medicine on a slip of paper and told them to buy it at the pharmacy. Everything went smoothly at first, until a troublesome patient arrived. Doctor, save me quickly. My leg is about to break. Xia Tianxian set down the pen in his hand and walked over to the patient. He was wheeled in on a wheelchair, his face still smeared with blood, as if he had crashed into something. His leg was bleeding without any first aid applied. How did this happen? A car accident, his foot got run over by a sedan. Are you a family member of his? No, I'm the car owner. He had also noticed there was a clinic here, which was why he brought the person here. The man in the wheelchair had a contorted expression on his face, clearly in severe pain from his foot. Ruan stood to the side, watching fearfully from a distance. This was the first time she had ever encountered such a situation. Did you call an ambulance? The car owner hesitated for a moment. Not yet. Call an ambulance directly. I'll bandage his foot and give him basic first aid. The car owner quickly dialed emergency services upon hearing this. The man who was hit immediately became frantic upon seeing this. Doctor, you have to save me, I don't want to end up disabled. Xia Tianxian frowned slightly and reassured him. Don't worry, you won't be disabled. He glanced briefly, it was a comminuted fracture of the foot with continuous bleeding from the wound, requiring immediate first aid. The man couldn't hear what Xia Tianxian was saying anymore. He only felt like his leg was about to snap. He grabbed Xia Tianquan's hand to prevent him from leaving. No matter how much it costs, you must heal my foot. I'm telling you, money is no object for me. My father is the chairman of Wang Group. The car owner on the phone had his hand tremble slightly. He was actually the son of the Wang Group's chairman. Oh no. If his father finds out, his life would be ruined. Xia Tianxian frowned tightly. Let go of me first. I need to get the dressing change kit and gauze to treat your wound. If you keep holding onto me like this, it'll only hurt more. Wang Jingyang seemed not to hear at all, clutching Xia Tianquan's hand tightly and refusing to let him leave. Come over here and hold his hand. The The car owner swallowed hard, not daring to step forward. He could only try his best to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, so as not to be remembered by the Wang family. Xia Tianxuan said sternly, "If you don't want this matter to escalate, then hold his hand and let me handle him." The commotion caused by Wang Jingyang's shouts drew a large crowd outside. The car owner thought for a moment, then approached Wang Jingyang and secured his hands. Xia Tianxian took out tweezers and scissors, cutting open the pants around Wang Jingyang's feet to reveal the wound beneath. Facing the bloody, mangled injury, Xia Tianxian didn't even frown as he immediately stopped the bleeding and bandaged it. While fixing the splint, immortal Xia Tianxian could hold it himself, but when he turned his head, he saw Ruan Ruan holding a pack of splints in her hands. Such a good girl, Ruan Ruan. He took out the splint, secured it on Wang Jingyang's leg, and then wrapped it with bandages. After completing all this, the medical staff arrived. "Where's the patient?" the lead doctor asked. The car owner raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Here, here." As the doctor approached with the medical kit, they noticed the patient's leg had already been treated. The patient has a comminuted fracture of the foot, sustained about 10 minutes ago. There are varying degrees of fractures on the lower leg that require surgery. Bleeding has been stopped for now, and there's no immediate danger to life. By the way, the patient just consumed alcohol, so certain medications can't be used. The doctor paused. "Has the patient had any imaging done?" Xia Tianxian shook his head. "No, that's why we came to your hospital." Although he had the equipment, turning it on would consume a massive amount of electricity. He avoided using it whenever possible. Moreover, such a simple fracture didn't require CT scanning at all. The doctor was somewhat shocked. To be able to deduce a fracture just by appearance and handle such a situation showed meticulous thinking. Clearly not the kind of doctor you'd find in an ordinary clinic. "What are you all chatting about? Can't you see this patient lying right here?" Wang Jingyang on the bed shouted loudly. Seeing this, the doctor instructed his accompanying staff to carry him onto a stretcher and rush him to the hospital. After Wang Jingyang left, the clinic became quiet again. Xia Tianxian pulled off his gloves and tossed them into the nearby trash bin. Turning his head, he saw the car owner still standing there. "Why are you still here? Doctor, will that person be alright? If anything happens, his entire life would be ruined." The Wang Group owns a massive car rental company, and his current vehicle was rented from them. If they find out he hit someone, they'll surely make him pay for the damages himself. Xia Tianxian said calmly, "Whether anything's wrong, the hospital will tell you." The car owner immediately knelt before Xia Tianxian. "Doctor, you've got to save me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. My whole family depends on me. I can't afford for anything to happen." Xia Tianxian furrowed his brows. There was clearly nothing wrong with him now, aside from a few scrapes on his hands. He hardly looked like someone who should be worried. "Get up first. We can talk properly." Chapter 19, A New Broom Sweeps Clean. The sedan owner left the clinic looking thoroughly dejected. Xia Tianxian watched his retreating figure without uttering a word. In their line of work, empathy was the greatest taboo. "Daddy, what happened to that uncle?" "That uncle did something wrong." "Did something wrong?" "Yes, when you do something wrong, you must take responsibility. Remember that, Ruan Ruan?" Xia Ruan nodded to show she understood. The car owner turned to look back after stepping out, watching the father and daughter inside so happy together. He clenched his fists, raging against the cruelty of fate. Due to the traffic accident, police officers soon came looking for him. After investigation, they found that the car owner was driving while fatigued and collided with Wang Jingyang, who was walking out of the mall with a woman. The news quickly reached the ears of Wang Jingyang's father, Wang Zhihao. He punched the table in anger, saying, "How dare they hit my son? They must have a death wish. This matter won't end so easily. Teach that person a harsh lesson." The CEO's assistant nodded and hurried off to make arrangements. On the other side, Yi Sihua sat in the lobby of a company. She wore a white blouse paired with a long pink skirt that accentuated her figure, complemented by a pair of silver high heels. "Miss Yi, my apologies for keeping you waiting." A gentleman in his 50s approached, dressed in a suit with refined manners. "It's fine, I just arrived myself. Old Master Yi has already spoken to me. Rest assured, I'll cooperate with you fully." Yi Sihua smiled without saying a word. How could she not see through his little schemes? They were all old foxes. Why would they let a newcomer like her take charge? "It's getting late. Let me show you around the company first." Yi Sihua stood up. "Alright, let's go take a look then." Lin Lei walked ahead with Yi Sihua following behind, both heading towards the elevator. Jussi was the company old Master Yi had left for his daughter-in-law, a secret known only to the patriarch himself, kept from the rest of the family. Yet before it could be handed over, the daughter-in-law passed away. Thus old Master Yi entrusted Lin Lei with its management until the time came to pass it to her daughter. That wait ended up lasting over a decade. Lin Lei opened the door and entered the office. "This will be where Miss Yi will be working from now on. What do you think, Miss Yi?" Yi Sihua looked around and found the office quite satisfactory. Alright, good. When would Miss Yi like to start working? Let's make it today then. I'd like to get familiar with Zhou Shi's situation anyway. Lin Lei looked hesitant. Today? I'm afraid today might not work. Yi Sihua frowned in confusion. Why can't it be today? Everyone worked overtime yesterday and is exhausted, so hardly anyone came in today. Yi Sihua snorted coldly. Was he exhausted from overtime work? Or simply unwilling to come? Could she really not know the reason? Lin Lei looked at the young girl before him, sneering inwardly. A mere slip of a girl with barely any experience. Did she really think securing this position would be so effortless? Yi Sihua leaned back in her chair and said impassively, 30 minutes. If the staff isn't assembled by then, they can all prepare to be fired. The company can certainly afford the severance. Lin Lei was taken aback and forced a dry laugh. Miss Yi, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, they've been working overtime with such sweet words and must be exhausted. Calling them back to the office now would cause resentment among the staff. Yi Sihua rapped her knuckles on the table. Starting now, I am the boss of this company. I am responsible for everything. What's the matter, General Manager Lin? Are my words no longer effective? Hearing that address of General Manager Lin, Lin Lei's veins bulged in anger. He had worked at this company for so many years, yet all he got was this position of general manager. Why should some young girl waltz in and take over the company? Why should he hand it over to her? Just why? Though Lin Lei was displeased, he still called his assistant to notify the employees to come to work. Half an hour later, the company's key staff had gathered in the conference room, exchanging glances and curious about what the new CEO looked like. Yi Sihua walked in from outside the conference room, and the room fell silent instantly. As they watched the young woman take her seat, a flicker of astonishment crossed everyone's faces. Hello everyone, starting today, I will be your new CEO. I apologize for making you come all the way here from your homes, and I want to say sorry to each of you. The employees below exchanged glances, all discussing the new CEO. Yi Sihua didn't interrupt them, letting them talk amongst themselves. Such a young CEO, could it be that a new broom sweeps clean? There are just a few things I want to address today. First, from now on, I will be taking over Juicy. Second, everyone should rein in their little schemes, don't let me catch them. As she spoke these words, Yi Sihua scanned the room. Some guilty individuals lowered their heads, while others wore expressions of outright disdain. What trouble could a mere girl possibly stir up? Uncle Lin, please inform those absent executives that as of today, their services are no longer required. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei thought to himself, was this girl actually serious? Uncle Lin? Miss Yi, wouldn't this be somewhat inappropriate? Yi Sihua responded with a faint, enigmatic smile. Oh, does Uncle Lin feel I've gone too far? Lin Lei swallowed hard before replying. That's not exactly it. It's just, dismissing them permanently for missing just one meeting seems excessively harsh. After all, they've been loyal employees at the company for so many years. Such sudden termination might stir discontent among the staff. Yi Sihua sank into her chair and fell silent for a long moment. Just as Lin Lei thought she was about to drop the idea, he heard her determined voice insisting on firing them. Being late even for such matters, doesn't that prove indifference toward work? Juicy has no need for such people. Lin Lei was left speechless, watching helplessly as Yi Sihua walked away. President Lin, are we really going to fire them? Otherwise, do you think I would want to? I had intended to teach her a lesson, but she wasn't the least bit afraid. Yi Sihua returned to the office, sat in the chair, his heart pounding wildly. Most of the company's staff are now Lin Lei's people, so she'd better be careful. She looked at the personnel list beside her and started flipping through it. Once seated, Yi Sihua remained sitting until evening. All the lights outside had turned off. Rubbing her temples, Yi Sihua picked up her bag and walked out. As soon as she stepped out of the company, she felt a sharp pain in her heels. Hiss! She sat on the flower bed and looked down at her feet, noticing the rubbed raw skin. Helplessly eyeing the wound, she pondered how these same heels could be worn all day before without issue, yet today they'd suddenly torn her skin. Must have stayed home too long. She stood up and looked around, wanting to find a supermarket to buy a band-aid. After scanning the area, she didn't spot a supermarket but instead noticed a clinic. Picking up her bag, she walked toward the clinic with an odd gait. Chapter 20, Xianshan Clinic. Xianshan Clinic, what a peculiar name indeed. Supporting herself against the wall, Yi Sihua rubbed her sore heel. After walking just this short distance, the pain had already become nearly unbearable. Inside the clinic, Xia Ruanwan sat on a small stool, poring over the medical texts on the table. Hearing the door open, Xia Ruanwan glanced up to see a familiar figure standing there. She opened her mouth, but remembering her father was here, she glanced around and could see Xie Tianxuan's figure everywhere. Mom, why are you here? Ruanwan? Yi Sihua was somewhat surprised to encounter her here. Are you sick? Why are you in the clinic? Yi Sihua carefully examined her body and sighed in relief upon finding no signs of illness. This is Dad's clinic. I'm here keeping him company. His clinic? Yi Sihua nervously looked around, and upon not seeing Xie Tianxuan's figure, her anxious heart relaxed. I can't stay here any longer, it won't be good if I'm discovered. Xia Ruanwan blinked her eyes. Mom still hadn't answered why she came here. Could it be she came to see Ruanwan? Mom, I've learned about many medicinal herbs here. Softly holding her hand, she was about to lead her to the small table. Tisk! A sharp pain made Yi Sihua cry out. Mommy, what's wrong with you? Yi Sihua waved her hand. I'm fine, Ruanwan. I just remembered I have something else to do, so I can't stay with you. Just as Yi Sihua was about to leave, Xie Tianxian came downstairs. He looked at the woman below and felt an inexplicable familiarity. Strange, had he seen her somewhere before? Yi Sihua rubbed Xia Ruanwan's head, stood up, and looked at her injured foot. She had no choice but to go to the pharmacy for some band-aids. She had intended to leave quickly, but in her haste, her foot twisted, and just as she was about to fall, she suddenly found herself caught in someone's embrace. Looking up, she saw an exceptionally handsome face that perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. Are you okay? Yi Sihua snapped back to reality. What was she thinking? How had she spaced out like that? I'm fine, thank you. Xia Ruanwan stood to the side, watching her dad hold her mom, her heart blooming with joy. Dad actually hugged Mom. Yi Sihua struggled to stand back up, the excruciating pain making it impossible for her to walk. Xia Tianxian finally noticed her injured foot at that moment. Judging by the look of it, she'd probably rubbed her skin raw from wearing high heels, and then twisted her ankle. Must be hurting badly right now. You're injured. Let me help you. Sit down over there. No, it's not serious. I'll just buy a band-aid and it'll be fine. Under normal circumstances, Xia Tianxian might have left her alone, but today, for some inexplicable reason, he simply scooped her up and carried her toward the nearby hospital bed. Yi Sihua, afraid of falling, she grabbed Xia Tianxuan's neck in a panic. Turning her head, she saw Ruanwan's delighted face. This naughty girl didn't even think to help her own mother. Placing her on the bed, Xia Tianxian crouched down and removed her high heels. It's better to wear flat shoes during this period, otherwise these feet might as well be useless. Yi Sihua turned her face away. I know. Seeing such a handsome man in a white lab coat really gives rise to criminal impulses. Ruanwan, help daddy get a band-aid from the cabinet. Yi Sihua watched Ruanwan's retreating figure and snorted inwardly, summoning her daughter so proficiently indeed. Soon, her injured heel was covered with a band-aid. Xia Tianxian held her foot, rotated it gently a few times, then set it down. Move your foot a little, does it still hurt? He asked. Yi Sihua moved her feet and found they didn't hurt as much as before. Had they really healed so quickly? How did he manage that? Xia Tianxian glanced at the high heels with a flicker in his eyes, then walked to the computer and dialed the phone number. Xia Ruanwan approached Yi Sihua and showed her the note she had written. Big sister, look at this, these are the characters I wrote. Yi Sihua looked at the crooked and twisted characters, the corners of her lips curling slightly upward. Writing's really good. Really? My dad taught me. Xia Ruanwan deliberately pointed to neighboring characters as she spoke. Yi Sihua glanced over and saw a row of clean, neat, and forceful strokes. I never expected this man's handwriting to be so beautiful. The moon emerged from behind dark clouds in the sky. Yi Sihua checked her phone and realized how late it had gotten. It's getting late, I should be heading back. Xia Ruanwan heard this with reluctance. Will you come again tomorrow, sister? Yi Sihua pressed her lips together, patted the girl's head, and finally nodded. Xia Tianxian sat nearby, watching them with a calm expression. Ruanwan seemed to really like her. Yi Sihua noticed someone's gaze and turned to see Xia Tianxian looking at them. She averted her eyes and spoke up. I forgot to ask earlier, how much is the medical fee? Xia Tianxian said lightly, no need for money. A band-aid doesn't cost much. That won't do. You should at least name a price. Xia Tianxian leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. How about you buy Ruanwan a candy tomorrow? Consider that the medical fee. Yi Sihua was momentarily stunned. Was that all? Xia Ruanwan chimed in from the side. That works. I want a strawberry-flavored lollipop. Yi Sihua fell silent for a moment before sighing. It seemed this was the only way. She paused, then gently ruffled Ruanwan's soft hair. Then tomorrow, big sister will bring you a strawberry lollipop, okay? Xia Ruanwan nodded vigorously in enthusiastic agreement. Just as she was preparing to leave, Xia Tianxian called out to stop her. Stay a while longer. Your condition still needs monitoring. Yi Sihua glanced down at her foot. She'd only twisted it slightly. Was staying really necessary? Was it truly that serious? Though slightly suspicious, she still sat down on the nearby hospital bed. Xia Tianxian glanced at his phone and frowned slightly. Why was he taking so long? A few minutes later, Rao Qiyu rushed in, panting heavily. What the hell are you up to? You messaged me right after my shift ended, telling me to bring a pair of slippers. Rao Qiyu walked in and only then noticed there were other people in the office. Upon closer look, it turned out to be a beautiful woman. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he smiled. Ah, I see you have a patient here. I won't disturb you then. With that, he handed over what he was holding to him. He just knew that there must be some reason behind him buying a pair of size 36 women's slippers. Yi Sihua watched Rao Qiyu walk away, feeling as if she'd seen him somewhere before. Xia Tianxian looked at the bag in his hand and pulled out a pair of slippers. They were white slippers adorned with adorable little pandas. Put these shoes on first. Xia Tianxian walked over to Yi Sihua and placed the slippers at her feet. Yi Sihua was stunned. Had he prepared these slippers just for her? Chapter 21, Blame. His large hand made contact with her small foot, jolting Yi Sihua back to reality. When she lowered her head, she saw the man's profile. The light illuminated his face as if he had stepped straight out of a painting. She averted her gaze, the back of her ears unconsciously turning red. What was happening to her? Why was her heart pounding so wildly? Xia Tianxian looked at the slippers on her feet and nodded in satisfaction. Alright, be careful not to twist it again on your way back. When you sleep, apply some hot water to it, otherwise it'll swell up tomorrow. Remember not to wear high heels during this time. Xia Tianxian, who was usually taciturn, became a bit more talkative at this moment. Xia Ruanruan stood to the side, covering her smile, feeling that her parents getting back together was just around the corner. I understand, thank you. Yi Sihua picked up her bag and quickly fled the scene. If she stayed any longer, her face would be hot enough to fry an egg. Xia Tianxian stood up and lowered his gaze to the high heels on the floor. She left in such a hurry she even forgot these. But remembering she'd return tomorrow, Xia Tianxian carefully gathered the high heels and set them aside, ready to return them when she came back. He took off his white coat and walked over to Xia Ruanruan. Ruanruan, did you like that auntie just now? Xia Ruanruan tilted her head. Yes, of course she liked her, that was her mother. Xia Tianxian glanced at the time. Let's go eat first. Your Uncle Rao is probably waiting outside. Sure enough, when Xia Tianxian led Xia Ruanruan out, Rao Qiyu was seen standing nearby. With a curious look, he asked, who was that woman earlier? Xia Tianxian shot him a glance. A patient. Patient? Rao Qiyu couldn't believe it. You're this invested in just one patient? Just to get a patient a pair of slippers, make a phone call and have him buy them? He wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. Xia Tianxian shot him a glare and said, believe it or not, I don't care. The night breeze rustled the leaves with whispering sounds. Beneath the streetlights, swarms of insects whirled about, competing for the privilege of that luminous space. Yi Sihua stood on the street, looking at the slippers on her feet, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She touched her face, it wasn't burning hot anymore. Perhaps, that person wasn't so terrible after all. 5 years ago, she had just graduated from university and was preparing to make her mark in a company when someone poisoned her drink. She ended up being carried into a hotel room, an incident that ultimately destroyed her reputation. During that time, she had once considered ending her life, but upon learning she was expecting a child, she was overcome with confusion. That was the darkest time she had ever experienced, when the child in her womb gave her the hope to keep living. Snapping back to reality, Yi Sihua raised her head to gaze at the stars in the sky. Seeing how well Ruanruan was doing now put her mind at ease. Next, she would deal with those who had harmed her. She knew very well that her mother's incident back then wasn't as simple as it seemed. The Yi family might very well be hiding a demon. In the restaurant, Xia Tianxian placed the peeled shrimp into a soft bowl. Xia Ruanruan ate with satisfaction, her smiling face never faltering. Sitting not far away, Rao Qiyu examined the greens before him. Why do they all get meat while I only get vegetables? At my age, I'm still growing too, I need to eat meat as well. Rao Qiyu picked up his chopsticks to grab a piece of meat, but Xia Tianxian coldly swatted his hand away. For your health right now, eating more vegetables is better for you. Rao Qiyu hesitated, suspicion flashing across his face. You're not lying to me, are you? Xia Tianxian raised his eyes to meet his gaze. Do you really think I'd bother lying to you? If you want to die young, go ahead and eat whatever you like. Rao Qiyu shook his head in fear upon hearing this. He definitely didn't want to die young. He still had so many good years ahead of him, how could they vanish so quickly? In the unseen shadows, Xavier Xia's lips curved into a subtle smirk. Xia Ruanruan looked at Rao Qiyu's credulous expression, and the smile on her little face grew even brighter. Uncle Rao is so silly, easily fooled by daddy. Rao Qiyu pursed his lips and picked up a piece of green vegetable to pop into his mouth. Thinking about his future life, he sighed, resigning himself to temporary hardship. When his health improved a bit, he would eat something delicious again. After finishing dinner, Xia Tianxian carried Xia Ruanruan and boarded Rao Qiyu's car. Rao Qiyu sat in the driver's seat, glancing at the two in the back and couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Here he was, the president of a company, somehow reduced to being a chauffeur. Xia Tianxian remarked mercilessly from the back seat, if you'd rather not die, I could always drive instead. Rao Qiyu recalled how he had driven the last time and shook his head, better not. He still wanted to live a few more days. Starting tomorrow, should I arrange a driver for you? Xia Tianxian glanced at Ruinsoft next to him. If she followed him without a car, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. Then get a driver assigned. The one from last time was quite good. Rao Qiyu's lips twitched slightly. Of course he was good, that was a driver he had meticulously chosen and used for years. Alright, I'll talk to him tomorrow and have him drive you to and from work. Xia Ruanwan sat beside Xia Tianxian, letting out a yawn. Drive steadier, the little one's getting sleepy. Up front, Rao Qiyu rubbed his nose and slowed the car down, maintaining a smooth ride. By the time they returned to the apartment, Xia Ruanwan had already fallen asleep in Xia Tianxuan's arms. Xia Tianxian gently laid her on the bed, then closed the door as he headed toward his own room. Over this period, he realized there was still much room for improvement at the clinic. Outside the window, the moon hid behind dark clouds, while the streetlight shone glaringly bright below. In the hospital, belongings from one of the wards were thrown out. Get out, all of you. Several men in suits walked out from inside, lowering their heads in silence. Look at the state you're in. What kind of appearance is this? What, is a disabled son an embarrassment to you now? Wang Jingyang sat on the hospital bed in his patient gown. Fresh out of surgery on his foot, he looked utterly frail. Wang Jihao sized up his younger son, who bore none of the refined elegance of the elder, appearing more like a downright delinquent. Your leg, the doctor has already said it's just a fracture, not a disability. Wang Jingyang countered. Do you actually trust what doctors say? His current demeanor made him seem like a thoroughly unreasonable man. My leg, if it had been any later, it would have been completely gone. Wang Jingyang looked at his leg and suddenly thought of something. It's all that clinic's fault. If they had sent me here earlier, my leg wouldn't have been broken. That's how it is, it's all their fault, all their fault. Wang Jingyang sat on the hospital bed muttering to himself, shifting all the blame onto the clinic without any awareness of his own mistakes. Chapter 22, Tying Hair. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed. When Xia Tianxian pushed open Xia Ruanwan's bedroom door, he discovered she was no longer there. Where could this little one have gone? Ruanwan? Xia Tianxian called out towards the living room. Dad, were you looking for me? Xia Ruanwan emerged from the bathroom, now dressed in an adorable princess-style dress with her hair cascading over her shoulders. What have you been up to? Xia Ruanwan blinked her eyes. I'm going to take a shower. She was meeting her mother today, so of course she needed to dress up nicely, so her mother wouldn't worry. Xia Tianxian walked to her side, touched her cheek, and felt relieved when he found it wasn't too cold. You should tell Dad about things like taking a shower. Otherwise, if you're alone in the bathroom, Dad will worry. Xia Ruanwan nodded with her head lowered. I understand. I'll tell Dad next time, so he won't worry. Come here, let me blow dry your hair for you. Xia Tianxian held her hand and led her to the chair, then took out the hairdryer to dry her hair for her. As he lifted her hair, Xia noticed how long it was reaching all the way down to her waist. Thinking of her bathing alone, washing her hair alone, his heart ached a little. When she was with her mother, did she still have to do these things alone? What could have happened that made a child leave her mother and come to be with him? After drying her hair, Xia Ruanwan's voice reached his ear. Daddy, can you braid my hair for me? Braiding hair? Xia Tianxian looked at the strands of hair in his hands, momentarily stumped. If it were treating an illness, he'd have no problem whatsoever, but when it came to braiding hair, he simply didn't know where to begin. Daddy might not do this very well, so please don't be disappointed, okay? It's okay, Dad can just follow the steps in the video to tie my hair. Xia Ruanwan got down from the chair, picked up her phone from the bed, placed it on the dressing table, and clicked to play a video. After a tough learning process, Xia Tianxian finally managed to tie 2 small braids for her. Xia Ruanwan looked at herself in the mirror and wrinkled her nose. Boo-hoo, this was way too ugly. Xia Tianxian cleared his throat lightly and said, actually, it looks quite good this way. Xia Ruanwan pursed her lips, looking visibly displeased. Xia Tianxian changed the subject. It's getting late, we should go out for dinner. We still need to go to the clinic later. Ruanwan, do you still want to go to the clinic? Xia Ruanwan's eyes lit up. Of course I want to go. She was going to see her mother, of course she had to go. Let's go out for breakfast first, then. He was afraid she might cry if they stayed here any longer. Apparently, tying hair wasn't such a simple task after all. In the restaurant, Rao Qiyu paused while drinking his porridge and scrolling through his phone, noticing Xia Ruanwan's hair. Ruanwan, your hair. A glance from her made him swallow the rest of his words instantly. What's wrong with my hair? Xia Ruanwan touched her own hair and looked at her with innocent curiosity, completely forgetting she had been about to cry. Rao Qiyu forced a laugh. It's very beautiful. Have some porridge first. It won't taste good when it gets cold. Rao Qiyu drank his porridge in silence, using the bowl to hide his face for fear Xia Tianxian might look his way. He definitely didn't want to spend another day in the restroom. Last time he'd merely chuckled at him, and the next day Xia had stayed in the restroom all day, coming out completely drained. After breakfast, Xia Tianxian held Xia Ruanwan's hand as they walked outside. Looking at her hair, he pressed his lips together without a word, thinking he needed more practice next time. Lu Hui had been waiting early in the underground garage. As soon as Xia Tianxian and the others arrived, he opened the car door. Mr. Xia, Ruanwan, we meet again. Little Xia Ruanwan tilted her head and asked, are you the uncle who came to pick us up last time? Lu Hui smiled. I didn't expect Ruan Ruan to still remember me. Xia Ruan Ruan rummaged through her small bag and took out something to hand to him. Lu Hui accepted the object and discovered it was a large date. A date? Giving it to him? Here, have some. Thank you, Ruan Ruan. Xia Tianxian stood nearby, gently patting Xia Ruan Ruan's head. They got into the car, which then headed towards the clinic. Back at the apartment, Rao Chiyu remained in the bathroom, utterly consumed by agony. That Xia Tianxian guy sneaked laxatives into his breakfast again. I just asked him a few questions, was that really necessary? Half an hour later, he staggered out of the bathroom. Ring ring. The phone in his pocket rang. He picked up the call and realized it was his company assistant calling. What's the matter? Boss, the meeting is about to start. Where are you? I'll be late. Delay the meeting by an hour. Hanging up the phone, the assistant stared at his mobile in confusion. Why did the boss's voice sound somewhat weak? Shaking his head, he walked into the meeting room and told the others to return to the office in an hour. At Qianshan Clinic, Xia Ruanruan sat obediently in an office, with fruits and snacks laid out before her. Lu Hui sat beside her, watching her write. From time to time, Xia Ruanruan glanced outside, eagerly awaiting her mother's arrival. It wasn't until afternoon that she finally saw Yi Sihua coming into the clinic from outside. Xia Ruansoft was about to call out Mom, but remembering her father was still present, she quickly changed her address. Sister, you finally arrived? Yi Sihua looked at the little softy before her, gently stroking her hair. Yes, sister came to find you right after finishing work. This is your lollipop. When handing the lollipop to her, Yi Sihua noticed Xia Ruanruan's hair. This messy hairdo probably wasn't done by Ruanruan herself, which could only mean one person. She glanced sideways at Xia Tianxian, who was diligently working, never imagining someone with such remarkable medical skills could make such a terrible job of tying hair. Ruanruan, would you like big sister to fix your hair for you? Okay. Her mother helped tie her hair. Of course she wanted it. I want a beautiful princess hairstyle. Yi Xiao's face was brimming with smile. Alright, Mom, sister will give you a princess hairstyle. Yi Sihua glanced at Xia Tianxian beside her. Seeing no reaction from him, she secretly sighed in relief. That was close. She nearly slipped up. Xia Ruanruan sat on the chair while Yi Sihua stood behind her, helping to tie her hair. Her movements were skillful, as if she had done it many times before. Xia Tianxian stood by the door, watching the two inside, feeling there was an uncanny resemblance between them at this moment. He rested his chin in hand, keeping this thought to himself. It was just speculation, whether it held any truth remained to be seen. A few minutes later, Yi Sihua stepped back a few paces and nodded with satisfaction. Alright, the princess hairstyle is all done. Really? Xia Ruanruan took out a small mirror from her little bag, looked at her reflection, and beamed with joy. Her two little pigtails were tied with bows, making her look like a little princess who had just escaped from a castle. Chapter 23, Doubts. In the hospital, inside a certain ward, fruits were scattered across the floor while a group of men in suits stood by, not daring to utter a word. Worthless idiots. If I weren't injured, I'd beat you all to death. Dr. Chiu Zirong noticed the fruit scattered on the floor as soon as he entered. He adjusted his glasses with a faint smile. What has got Mr. Wang so upset? Wang Jingyang snorted. Dr. Chiu, when exactly will my foot heal? As the saying goes, a bone injury takes 100 days to heal, meaning at least 3 months. Moreover, since you've had foot surgery, you'll need to return a year later for a follow-up operation to remove the implants. Wang Jingyang frowned slightly. Did this mean he'd have to spend 3 months in a wheelchair, living like a disabled person? Dr. Chiu, if I'd come to the hospital earlier, would I have recovered faster? Would my injury have been less severe? Even now, Wang Jingyang believed his leg's condition was due to his delayed arrival at the hospital. A flicker of disdain crossed Chiu Zirong's eyes, though his face maintained a professional smile. Such a situation doesn't exist. If Mr. Wang hadn't been brought to the hospital for timely treatment, his leg wouldn't have been saved. Chiu Zirong wasn't exaggerating. Another hour's delay, an amputation might have been necessary. At the very least, the foot would never fully recover. The wrapping technique reminded him of someone. His gaze darkened with mixed emotions. Unfortunately, that man had long retreated into seclusion in the mountains. Wang Jingyang lowered his gaze to his legs, not really hearing Chiu Zirong's words. He was convinced that if that person had operated on him sooner, his foot wouldn't have ended up like this. Yes, it was all because of him. After being discharged from the hospital, he would definitely settle the score with him and make sure his clinic couldn't stay in business. On the other side, the sky had darkened. Yi Sihua sat beside Xia Ruanruan, watching her write. Xia Tianxian turned off the computer and walked to the adjacent office, where he witnessed the scene of perfect harmony. Yi Sihua looked up to see Xia Tianxian standing at the doorway. When had he arrived there? How had he managed to make not a single sound? It's getting late. Let's go eat. Yi Sihua glanced at the time and said, I should head back too. Thank you for taking care of Ruan Wan today. How about joining us for dinner? Xiao Ruan Wan looked at Yi Sihua expectantly. Would they really have a family meal together? Maybe it's better not to. That would be too much trouble. Xia Tianxian raised an eyebrow and gestured towards Xiao Ruan Wan, signaling her to convince Yi Sihua to stay for dinner. Xiao Ruan Wan quickly picked up on the signal and shook Yi Sihua's hand. Big sister, just have a meal with us, it won't be any trouble. Seeing Ruanwan's pleading eyes, Yi Sihua's heart softened instantly, and she agreed. A slight smile crept onto Xia Tianxuan's lips as he led them toward the nearest restaurant. As they were leaving, several figures appeared at the shop doorway. After a brief inspection, the group exchanged glances and departed. Inside the restaurant, Xiao Ruanwan glanced at Yi Sihua beside her, then looked toward Xia Tianxian on the other side. This was a moment she had been anticipating for a long time, and today it had finally come to pass. I wonder if these dishes suit Messia's taste. Yi Sihua looked at the dishes on the table with a faint smile. All these dishes are delicious, she said. Xia Tianxian smiled and picked up his chopsticks, placing a piece of onion in Ruanwan's bowl. Xiao Ruanwan looked up at her father. Hadn't she told him she didn't like onions? Why was he still serving them to her? Yi Sihua instinctively picked the onions out of Ruanyan's bowl and put them into her own. Only after setting them down did she realize what was she doing. Raising her eyes, she saw Xia Tianxian looking at her. Ruanyan told me she doesn't like onions, so I picked them out for her. The more you explain, the more it sounds like an excuse. Xia Tianxian smiled apologetically. Ruanwan, sorry about that. Daddy didn't know you don't like onions. Ruanwan blinked her eyes, she knew it. Daddy must have done this on purpose. He definitely suspects something, that's why he's acting this way. She pouted. Daddy doesn't even know this basic thing. Ruanwan is very angry. What should Daddy do so Soft won't be angry anymore? Soft rolled his eyes and looked at the table. Otherwise, Dad will pick up a piece of meat for my sister. That plate of chicken is too far away from my sister, and my sisters can't pick it up. Xia Tianxian glanced at Yi Sihua, a smile in his eyes as he picked up the dish and placed it before her. The latter was somewhat flattered and said, "Thank you." Xia Tianxian looked at her. "Shall I pick some for you?" Yi Sihua quickly shook her head. How could she possibly let him do such a thing? No need, I can get it myself. He was supposed to be a profound person, so how did he end up like this? With such a handsome face yet saying things like that, it was truly hard to handle. Ruanwan sat in the middle, her heart blooming with joy. Is Mom feeling shy? Xia Tianxian averted his gaze and continued eating the food in his bowl. When it was time to leave, they stood beneath the streetlights. Ruanwan held Yi Sihua's hand as they walked along the roadside. Yi Sihua glanced at her phone. My car is almost here. Thank you so much for treating me to dinner today. No problem, we should be thanking you for looking after Ruanwan. Xia Ruanwan nodded and gave Yi Sihua's hand a little shake. Big sister, will you come again tomorrow? Yi Sihua crouched down and looked at her little face. Does Ruanwan want me to come? Of course I do. If big sister can come, Ruanwan will be so happy. Yi Sihua thought for a moment, then gently pinched her nose. Alright, sister will come back tomorrow. A black car parked by the roadside. Yes, Sihua stood up. My ride is here, I should be going now. Xia Ruanwan reluctantly let go of her hand and waved her tiny hand. As Ye Sihua was getting into the car, Xia Tianxian walked up to her. In an instant, the distance between the two became incredibly close. Thump thump thump. Yi Sihua could clearly see Xia Tianxuan's face, with the light shining down from above, making her feel dizzy in that moment. Put! The man's laughter rang in her ears as he touched her face with his hand and brushed her hair aside. He moved so fast that by the time Yi Sihua realized what had happened, Xia Tianxian had already withdrawn his hand. Hurry up and get in the car. Yi Sihua boarded the vehicle with a dazed expression. She touched her own cheek. Had he just stroked her face? Xia Tianxian stood outside the car with a perfectly serious expression, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. Yi Sihua curled her lips, her earlobes flushing red without her realizing it. After the car drove away, Xia Tianxuan's gaze darkened as he held two strands of hair in his hand. Xia Ruanwan stood to the side, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze. Dad, let's go back too. Yeah, it's time we headed back. The light cast their elongated shadows that slowly vanished into the darkness. Chapter 24. Something happened. The night was quiet, with the moon lounging lazily among the clouds. A dark figure stirred, standing at the entrance of Qianxian Clinic. After glancing left and right to ensure no one was watching, they used red paint to scrawl large words across the doorway. The bustling street remained lively even at night, with people still milling about. News of the clinic incident quickly spread online. The next morning, as soon as Xia Tianxian opened his door, he saw Rao Qiyu standing outside. Something wrong? What, any results? Rao Qiyu said anxiously. It's not about that matter. Something happened at your clinic. Xia Tianxian remained expressionless as he turned and walked toward the inner room. He had thought the results were finally out, but it turned out to be nothing at all. Aren't you concerned at all? Concerned about what? Isn't it normal for a clinic to have incidents? Rao Qiyu scoffed. I forgot, you can divine fortunes. You probably foresaw this would happen. Xia Tianxian shot him a glance and leisurely walked out of the room. He opened Xia Ruanwan's door, saw she was still asleep, and closed it again. What exactly happened? Rao Qiyu placed the tablet in front of him. Take a look for yourself. Xia Tianxian took the tablet and skimmed through it, nothing but rumors questioning his medical competence and claiming he lacked a practicing certificate. However, as he read the text about the clinic, Xia Tianxian furrowed his brows. Should I help you handle this? He was quite skilled at dealing with this sort of thing. No need, let it be. I actually want to take a few days off. Ran Qiyu said in surprise, you're just letting them run wild and frame you like this? This is getting out of hand. Should we still tolerate it? Xia Tianxian thought for a moment and said, go check on someone named Wang Jingyang. He should be at People's Hospital right now. Did he do this? Xia Tianxian turned to look at him, annoyed by the unnecessary questions. Alright, I'll go check now. With that, Rao Qiyu walked straight out without hesitation. Xia Tianxian sat on the sofa, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he scanned the report on his tablet. How amusing, it was clearly his own damn fault, yet he's blaming the clinic entirely. Even claiming his foot wouldn't have required surgery if he'd come to the hospital sooner. What's ridiculous is that many people below are speaking up for him. It seems that during his years of seclusion in the mountains, society has undergone significant changes. Before he retreated to the mountains, people still held doctors in high esteem, but now they take medical treatment for granted. As events unfolded, negative comments grew increasingly numerous. Some uninformed people started following the crowd, not knowing what was going on, but cursing with particular enthusiasm. In Joshir's office, Yi Sihua also noticed that report. She frowned slightly, wondering how such a thing could suddenly happen. If this matter escalates, Ruan will definitely be affected. She set her phone down, her slender fingers tapping on the table, producing a crisp sound. This matter must not affect Ruan, yet she couldn't intervene directly. She wasn't sure if that person could resolve this issue. If he failed, she would take Ruan in herself. Even in her current situation, she was still capable of caring for the child properly. In the hospital, Wang Jingyang sat on the sickbed, the corners of his lips curling upwards as he browsed his phone. Right now, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Who told him not to settle it himself? This is the consequence. He wanted to make it clear to him that Wang Jingyang was not someone to be trifled with. A few minutes later, a man walked in, nervously rubbing his hands together, with two men in suits following behind him. President Wang, you wanted to see me? Wang Jingyang recognized him at a glance. This was the man who had hit him with his car. Unfortunately, he had only ended up paying a small compensation fee. I heard you've lost your job, and your family is relying on you to put food on the table? The man hung his head in silence, knowing his current predicament was entirely of his own making. He had been driving perfectly fine when the other man suddenly darted onto the road, leaving him no choice but to hit him. Because of this incident, he lost his job and was left drowning in debt. Mortgages and car loans pressed down on him like the five-finger mountain, crushing him until he could barely breathe. Wang Jingyang's lips curled slightly upward. Don't worry, I'm broad-minded. Since the traffic police have already mediated, what comes next is purely between the two of us. A man in a suit approached him slowly, holding a wooden stick. The man's eyes filled with terror as he backed away step by step. What does this guy want? This is a hospital. Sitting on the hospital bed, Wang Jingyang grew more excited the more terrified the man became. He wanted to let him know the consequences of offending him. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted the activity inside the hospital room. Excuse me, Mr. Wang, it's time for your medicine change. Wang Jingyang immediately lost interest and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Xiao Zirong pushed the small cart into the ward, his peripheral gaze following the man being carried out. This was a hospital, after all, yet he dared to do such things. Wang Jingyang leaned back on the hospital bed, scrolling through news reports. Xiao Zirong put on his gloves and began changing Wang Jingyang's dressing. Holding the scissors, he looked at Wang Jingyang's foot, the blood-soaked bandages with fresh red still seeping through. Wang Jingyang slightly furrowed his brows, as if sensing pain. Sir Wang, there will be a bit of pain when we unwrap it. Please bear with it for a moment. Wang Jingyang sneered. How bad can it hurt? Go all out, I'm not afraid of pain. The next moment, Wang Jingyang hissed in pain as an intense ache shot through his foot. Xiao Zirong didn't stop, continuing to unwrap the bandage to reveal the surgical wound beneath. He pressed the tweezers against the incision, squeezing out the congealed blood, making Wang Jingyang cry out in pain. Xiao Zirong shot him a look, and he immediately shut his mouth, pretending nothing was wrong. Is it done yet? Almost there. Please bear with it a little longer, Mr. Wang. What should have taken just a few minutes ended up lasting 10 before Xiao Zirong finally wheeled the cart away. Wang Jingyang looked at his freshly dressed wound, feeling excruciating pain. On the other side, Xia Tianxian sat on the sofa with a tablet beside him, leisurely sipping his tea. Xia Ruanwan, still drowsy, rubbed her eyes and walked out of her room. Hearing the noise, Xia Tianxian turned to look at the approaching Xia Ruanwan. Awake? Why didn't Daddy wake me up? Xia Tianxian wiped her face. I thought you were sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you. Are you hungry? Should daddy make you something tasty? Xia Ruanwan rubbed her belly and nodded. Then sit here, and daddy will bring breakfast over. Xia Ruanwan watched his retreating figure, then turned her gaze to the desk and picked up the tablet lying there. Upon opening it, she immediately saw the news article on the screen. Though she couldn't understand the text, the accompanying images spoke clearly enough. Dad. Chapter 25. Twisting right and wrong. Xia Tianxian hurried out from the kitchen, his face wearing a trace of panic. What's wrong? Xia Ruanwan picked up the tablet. Daddy, look at this. Xia Tianxian looked at the tablet in her hand and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought something had happened, but it was just this matter. It's nothing. Daddy will handle it. It's just that we might not be able to go to the clinic today. Ruanwan looked slightly disappointed. This way, she wouldn't be able to see her mother. Xia Tianxian patted her head gently. Don't worry, he reassured her. Daddy will handle everything soon. After setting breakfast in front of Xia Ruanwan, Xia Tianxian stepped aside and picked up his phone to dial a number. The call was answered promptly on the other end. How's the investigation going? We've got the information. What should we do next? Have there been any economic projects between Wang Group and Xuanyu? Rao Qiyu said while sitting in his chair. Hardly any, and Wang Group is a relatively new player. Wang Jihao, sitting across from him, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. After all, you're already part of the Wang family. Holy shit, how did you know? Xia Tianxian didn't respond and simply hung up the phone. Rao Qiyu pursed his lips. TSK, who else would dare hang up on him? He pocketed his phone and smiled at Wang Jihao across from him. President Wang, my apologies, I just had to take a call. No problem at all, President Rao, you're too kind. To what do we owe the honor of your visit today? Rao Qiyu reclined on the sofa, casting his gaze around the room. How many years has President Wang's company been established? Wang Jihao's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. What did he mean by that? And what was the implication of his earlier remark about Wang Corporation being newly established? His intuition told him something must have happened, something he wasn't aware of. Approximately 20 years. Rao Qiyu said indifferently, 20 years? If Chairman Wang wants the company frozen at its current state, I wouldn't mind helping you with that. Wang Jihao's pupils contracted. May I ask how our Wang Corporation has offended Chairman Rao? Perhaps Chairman Wang should ask his youngest son. If you don't know how to discipline your own child, I wouldn't mind teaching him some manners for you. Rao Qiyu stood up. It's getting late, no need to see me out. Just remember what I said. After Rao Qiyu left, Wang Jihao immediately summoned his assistant. Upon hearing the news, he hastily picked up his phone. Damn it. Staying put at the hospital would have been fine, instead, you keep causing trouble day after day. He sat on the chair, rubbing his temples as veins bulged from his rage. Prepare the car. We're going to the hospital. Meanwhile, Wang Jingyang scrolled through his phone, grinning ear to ear at the avalanche of comments overwhelmingly condemning the clinic. Now you know the consequences of provoking him? What's the situation at the clinic? Nothing for now. But the clinic didn't open today. Guess they don't dare to. Oof, if they dare open, smash everything inside. Even if the police find out, it's just a matter of paying compensation. Wang Jingyang picked up a banana from nearby and ate it, feeling quite cheerful, unaware that danger was approaching. Outside the window, yellow leaves detached themselves, dancing gracefully as they fell to the ground before being swept into the trash bin by a sanitation worker. Xiao Zirong sat in his office chair, staring at the medical records on his computer, his hand resting on the keyboard without pressing any keys. I wonder how that person is doing after being taken out. He sighed softly and continued typing on the keyboard. Have you heard? A clinic downtown went viral online. What? How come I didn't know about this? The two nurses sat in their chairs, discussing the trending topic. What a pity. That clinic seems to primarily specialize in traditional Chinese medicine. It would really be a shame if it went bankrupt like this. Traditional Chinese medicine? Xiao Zirong's fingers paused over the keyboard as he looked up toward the nurses at the station. He stood up and walked over to them. The two nurses blushed instantly as they saw Xiao Zirong approaching. In their department, Dr. Qiu was the youngest and most handsome physician, and crucially, still single. What were you two saying about a clinic just now? One nurse snapped out of her daze and pulled out her phone. This clinic right here. Someone wrote those glaring words on it this morning, clearly a malicious setup. Xiao Zirong took the phone, his gaze growing increasingly profound as he scanned its contents. Xian Clinic. Was it just a coincidence? Do you know where this clinic is located? It's right in the city center, you can't miss it. Rao Zirong handed the phone back to her and said thank you. The nurse watched his retreating figure with infatuation, thinking Dr. Qiu was really too handsome. Approaching noon, the sun lingered lazily at the zenith of the sky, stretching indolently. Xiao Zirong took off his white coat and walked outside, immediately encountering the aggressive-looking Wang Jihao upon stepping out the door. What was he doing here? Xiao Zirong watched the departing figure with slight confusion. In the hospital room, Wang Jingyang lay comfortably on the bed, fingers gliding across his phone screen. Bang! The door was kicked open, startling Wang Jingyang so badly that his phone fell onto the hospital bed. Who's there? Don't you know this young master is trying to rest? Wang Zhihao sneered. Your damn father, that's who. Wang Jingyang jumped in fright. Dad, what are you doing here? In the past when hospitalized, he never came to see me. Why did he suddenly show up today? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known what my precious son has been up to. Wang Jingyang replied guiltily. What could I have done? I've been in the ward the whole time. Ask them if you don't believe me. The bodyguards in the ward nodded, confirming the young master hadn't left the room. Wang Zhihao walked up to his son and slapped him without hesitation. Slap! A crisp sound echoed through the hospital room. The bodyguards exchanged glances and quietly filed out of the room. Wang Jingyang's face turned to the side, his cheek burning with the sting of the blow. Did he hit him? Seems you won't tell me the truth. I'm asking you, was it you who did those things online? Wang Jingyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. So what if I did? Wang Zhihao raised his hand, wanting to slap him again, but seeing the red mark on his face, lowered his arm. Today, you need to have those people delete the posts and apologize to others. Why? If it weren't for that clinic, would my leg have ended up like this? If it weren't for that person, your foot would have been crippled long ago, and yet here you are twisting right and wrong. A voice came from outside. Wang Zhihao turned around and saw Qiu Zirong standing at the door. Hearing Wang Jing's words, he laughed in anger. It was his first time encountering someone who repaid kindness with ingratitude. If they had arrived any later, he could have qualified for a disability certificate. Chapter 26, Allergic Reaction. At Longting Apartments, Xia Ruanwan sat on the sofa, laughing heartily at the cartoon playing on TV. Xia Tianxian sat beside her, watching the smile on her face, feeling exceptionally happy himself. Rao Qiyu walked in from outside, takeout in hand, and rolled his eyes at Xia Tianxian in the living room. While he was out working himself to death, this guy was perfectly at ease at home. Has Uncle Rao come back? Hearing the soft voice, Rao Qiyu felt the exhaustion on his body instantly melt away. Yes, Uncle Rao is back. Go wash your hands quickly, we're ready for lunch. Xia Ruanawan's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. She could finally eat lunch now. She slipped on her little slippers and headed toward the kitchen. Xia Tianxian rose from the sofa and followed her, his face wearing a doting smile. What a little foodie. Rao Qiyu set the takeout on the dining table and lifted the lids. After washing her hands, Xia Ruanwan took a seat and swallowed hard as she gazed at the spread of all her favorite dishes. Are you really not going to the clinic anymore? Xia Tianxian sat down quietly, lifting his eyes slightly. Starting from these past few days, I've realized that running a clinic alone is beyond my capability. So, I'm taking this opportunity to hire some staff. Do you want me to help you? Xia Tianxian shook his head. No need, I can handle it myself. Alright then, if you need anything, just let me know anytime. You've already helped more than enough. Rao Qiyu looked at him with relief. This kid finally recognized his good intentions. It hadn't been easy. You shouldn't say that, we're brothers. Helping out is what we should do. Xia Tianxian remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Rao Qiyu's words. Online, all articles about the clinic abruptly vanished, and the clinic's signage disappeared overnight. The incident came swiftly and left just as quickly. The next day, Xia Tianxian stood at the doorway with Ruan Yuan, looking at the clean entrance without seeming too surprised. The Wang family's efficiency is decent. Xia Tianxian opened the clinic door, and no sooner had he stepped inside than someone entered from outside. Excuse me, is this the Qianxian clinic? Xia Tianxian turned his back and picked up the white coat hanging on the wall. Yes, please wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes. I'm not here for a consultation. I came to see you. Ruan stood nearby, watching the unfamiliar person before her. How strange, coming to a clinic not for treatment. Xia Tianxian turned to look at him, puzzled. Looking for me? The man's eyes widened upon seeing Xia Tianxian's face. It was really him. Master Uncle. Xia Tianxian? What generation gap are you talking about? Is he really that old? The man walked over excitedly and grasped Xia Tianxian's hand. Martial Uncle, I can't believe it's really you. At first I didn't believe it, but seeing you now, I'm completely astonished. Qiu Zirong's eyes were filled with shock. He had actually come out of seclusion. Wait, who are you? Xia Tianxian pulled his hand away and took a step back. Wasn't this their first meeting? Why did he seem so familiar with her? Me? I'm Chen Xiaoxing's disciple. Xia Tianxian suddenly understood. Ah, so you're my senior brother's disciple. Yi Qianqiu had 5 disciples in total, and he was the youngest, the master's final student. He had studied medicine under Yi Qianqiu since childhood. One could say the master was like a father to him, and his senior brothers had always treated him as their youngest sibling. When he retreated to live in seclusion among the mountains and forests, he rarely kept in touch with his brothers. Just like that, 5 years had passed. Never did he expect that here, of all places, he would encounter a disciple of his senior brother. What an unforeseen coincidence. It's me. I've always heard about you from our master, and now that we've met, I see you're truly a man of striking appearance, elegant and noble. How is our senior brother doing now? Xiao Zirong sighed. Last year, our master went south to practice medicine, and I haven't heard any news from him since. Xia Tianxian patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, that's just how senior brother is. When he practices medicine, it's always for years. He'll seek you out soon enough. Xia Ruanwan hid behind Xia Tianxian, peering curiously at Xiao Zirong with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Who is this strange uncle? Is this disciple uncle's daughter? Xia Tianxian nodded, glancing at Xia Ruanwan beside him. Yes, she's a bit shy around strangers. Xia Ruanwan pursed her lips. She wasn't shy, she just didn't feel like talking. Doctor? Doctor? Outside, a woman's voice called out. Xia Tianxian quickly put on his white coat and hurried outside. Seeing this, Xiao Zirong followed suit. In the clinic lobby, a woman stood holding an 8-year-old boy by the hand, her face filled with anxiety. Xia Tianxian walked out. What's wrong? Doctor, please take a look at my child. He suddenly broke out in red rashes all over his body for no apparent reason, and there are many of them. As she spoke, the woman pulled open the boy's clothes. Xia Tianxian squatted down, took out a disposable glove from his pocket, and put it on. He touched those red rashes and turned to ask the child, "Does it hurt?" The child shook his head, his face flushed red. Xia Tianxian stood up. Come inside with me. The woman led the little boy into the office, and Xia Tianxian had him lie down on the examination bed. Xia Ruanwan sat on a nearby chair, swinging her legs, appearing very well behaved. Xiao Zirong walked up to her. Little one, what's your name? Xia Ruanwan blinked her eyes. My name is Xia Ruanwan. Xiao Zirong looked at her adorable appearance and really wanted to pinch her little cheeks. As a grown man, he couldn't believe he had such an impulse. Senior uncle is truly blessed. Not only is his medical skills so excellent, but he also has such a lovely daughter. It's really enviable. What did the child eat this morning? The woman thought for a moment. Since this morning, he's only had a bowl of congee and some fruit. Xia Tianxian furrowed his brow and asked, a bowl of congee? What kind of congee? Seafood congee, it seems. Your child is most likely having an allergic reaction. The woman turned to look at her child. He was indeed having an allergic reaction, and she hadn't even noticed. But my child had no issues when eating seafood porridge before. Why is there an allergy today? Then we need to identify the allergen. Do you recall what types of seafood were in the pour bowl? Were they different from before? Or has your child eaten anything else? The woman was momentarily stunned by this barrage of questions. Well, I'm not sure either. Xiao Bao, do you remember what else you ate? Little Bao lay in bed feeling miserable, as if he was about to throw up everything in his stomach. It doesn't seem like he's allergic to seafood, but rather to fruit, Xia Ruanwan said, wrinkling her nose. Then does Ruanwan know which fruit caused his allergic reaction? Xia Ruanwan thought for a moment. I think it might have been pineapple. You're so clever, Ruanwan. Chapter 27. Provoking the Wrong Person. Xia Tianxian wrote down some herbs on paper that could disperse wind and relieve itching, clear heat and eliminate dampness and phlegm, as well as regulate qi and activate blood circulation. Based on the child's condition, he made some adjustments to the prescription. He had intended to ask the woman to wait here while he went to fetch the medicine, but Xiao Zirong stopped him. Uncle Master, leave this to me, I'll get the medicine for you. With that said, Xiao Zirong took the note he had written and walked outside. Before he had gone far, Xiao Zirong turned back. Senior uncle, where is the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy? Xia Ruanwan, who was sitting in a chair, raised her small hand slightly. I know, I'll take you there. The woman sat on the chair, her lips twitching slightly at the corners. Is this clinic really a proper clinic? It looks more like a temporary setup. Soon, Xiao Zirong returned with the medicine and handed it to the woman. Take 1 dose of this herbal medicine daily. Cover the herbs with water, boil them for a while, and you can reuse the herbs once more. Xia Tianxian also wrote down some Western medicine on the paper. You can buy this medication at any pharmacy outside, the staff will explain how to use it. After the woman left with her child, Xia Tianxian set down the pen in his hand. Ruanwan, how did you know he ate the fruit? By smelling it. When he came in, I caught a whiff of pineapple on him. Plus, those little red spots on his skin made me think it was caused by eating pineapple. Ruanwan smacked her lips. Pineapple is so delicious, it's such a shame he can't eat it. Ruanwan is brilliant to notice it right away. Xiao Zirong wanted to pat her head, but she dodged away, leaving his hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Humph, I'm daddy's daughter after all, of course I'm smart. Xia Ruanwan snorted proudly. Xia Tianxian gently stroked her little head and had her rest in the adjacent office. Xiao Zirong checked the time and left as well. There were still some patients at the hospital who needed their dressings changed. The summer breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing, rustling sound that was utterly delightful. In the Yi household, Lin Xiaowan paced anxiously through the living room. As Yi Longchen descended the stairs, she hurried over to him. Longchen, have you already heard that Dad handed Juicy over to Yi Sihua? Yi Longchen's expression remained indifferent, this was originally hers. It's simply returning what rightfully belongs to its owner. It's getting late, I should head to the company now. Lin Xiaowan watched his aloof demeanor as she slowly walked away, her fingers digging into her palms. Why should her son only be an employee at the company while his daughter gets to be the CEO? It's not fair. Not fair at all. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Mrs. Yimei, may I ask what the matter is? Lin Xiaowan gritted her teeth and said, I want you to drive Yi Sihua out of Juicy within 3 days. The voice on the other end sounded hesitant. I'm afraid that might be a bit difficult. I don't care what method you use, get Yi Sihua out of the company, or else you'll be arrested. The other party still wanted to say something, but the call was abruptly hung up. Lin Xiaowan stood in the living room, feeling that she couldn't just wait for disaster to strike. She had to take action, so she walked out in her high heels. Upstairs, a figure quietly slipped away. At dusk, Yi Sihua sat on her chair, put down the pen in her hand, and picked up her phone from the side. She scrolled through yesterday's online news with a few swipes, but saw nothing at all. Did the news disappear? Grabbing her bag, she headed outside. Mr. Yi, where are you going? At the entrance, Lin Lei approached, holding documents in his hand with an honest smile on his face. I'm heading out. Do you need something? Of course I do. This is the Old City District project in City A. It's been delayed for over a year. I came to ask for your opinion, should we continue or abandon it? Yi Sihua slightly furrowed his brows, took the documents from his hands, and skimmed through them briefly. Due to certain reasons, the project had been delayed. She glanced at Lin Lei, wondering what on earth he planned to do by bringing this document over now. Just handle this matter yourself, or are you saying you can't handle it? Lin Lei wore a slightly troubled expression as he said, I wanted to handle it, but the other party insisted on having you, night boss, personally negotiate with them. There was nothing I could do. Yi Sihua raised her eyes to look at him and remained silent for a moment. I understand. Leave the documents on my desk, and I'll see if I have time in the afternoon. With that, Yi Sihua walked toward the staircase. Lin Lei stood still, holding the documents in his hand, watching her departing figure. The corners of his lips curled slightly upward. Yi Sihua, oh Yi Sihua, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for being targeted by others, for provoking someone you shouldn't have. He withdrew his gaze, placed the documents on the office desk, and then sent a message to the other party. At Qianqian Clinic, Xia Tianqian stood at the entrance, affixing a notice to the door. He took a few steps back, folded his arms, and examined the notice at the entrance. I wonder if anyone will come for the interview this way. Yi Sihua quietly walked up behind him, curious about what he was doing. Why was he standing at the door without going in? A leaf fell from the tree branch, and Xia Tianqian turned around to see Yi Sihua standing behind him. The distance between them was only 20 centimeters, and it seemed like they were about to bump into each other. Thud thud thud. Yi Sihua's heart raced in her chest as she looked up at the man standing so close to her, clearly catching the faint fragrance emanating from him. As soon as Xia Ruanwan stepped out, she saw her parents standing unusually close together. Covering her mouth, her face lit up with joy. Leaves waltzed gracefully through the air before gently settling on the ground. Xia Tianqian snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze shifting elsewhere. How come you're here? Yi Sihua took a step back. I came to see Ruanwan. I heard you didn't come yesterday, so I came again today to check. Big sister. Xia Ruanwan called out from the doorway. Yi Sihua's face was radiant with a smile as she walked up to Ruan Yuan and crouched down before her. Ruan Yuan, did you miss me? Ruan Yuan replied sweetly, I did. Super missed you. Yi Sihua stood up and took her hand. Shall I take you to eat something delicious? Xia Ruanwan nodded. Okay, let's go eat something tasty. Yi Sihua turned to look at Xia Tianqian. I'm taking her out for some good food. Would that be alright? Xia Tianqian looked at Ruanwan's delighted little expression and nodded. That's fine. Just remember not to let her eat too much or she might get indigestion. I understand. I'll make sure she returns safely. Yi Sihua took her hand and led her down another street. Xia Ruanwan turned back and waved in Xia Tianquan's direction, then left briskly with Yi Sihua without a shred of hesitation. Xia Tianqian chuckled ruefully. The little rascal really didn't spare a single backward glance, did she? He lifted his foot and walked toward the clinic's interior. At the entrance, a hand rested on the notice as he scrutinized its contents. His eyes lit up, and he adjusted his glasses. Senior uncle, are you hiring here? Chapter 28, Cooperation. In the hospital director's office, a balding man sat on a chair, leisurely sipping tea. Smack! The office door swung open, causing the department head to nearly drop his teacup. Looking up, he saw Qiu Zirong standing in the doorway. The department head set his cup on the table. Zirong, what brings you here? This guy doesn't even know how to knock. Luckily he's quick on his feet, or this teacup would have been shattered. Director, I want to resign. Cough cough cough. Hearing this, the department director burst into violent coughing. What did you say? You want to resign? Is it because the benefits at our hospital aren't good enough? Or do you feel uncomfortable working here? Xiao Zirong shook his head. No, I just want to work in a different environment. Besides, when I signed the contract, the hospital said I could leave anytime I wanted. The department head stood up with a troubled expression. Zirong, you know our hospital offers you the best benefits in the city. Are you really willing to give that up? I really think you should reconsider before making your final decision. Director, I've already made up my mind. And you know very well that compensation wasn't why I came here in the first place. The department head sighed and rubbed his nearly bald head. Alright then, since you've made up your mind, I won't insist. Qiu Zirong handed him the resignation letter to sign. The department head looked at the words on the resignation letter, his lips twitching slightly, and his pen hovered without touching the paper. He raised his head and looked at Qiu Zirong. Doesn't your resignation letter state a reason? A resignation letter with just the 3 words resignation letter, couldn't you even bother to write anything else? Qiu Zirong replied earnestly, no. The department director pressed his lips together and signed his name on it. He stood up, walked over to Qiu Zirong, patted him on the shoulder, and handed him the resignation letter. Could you tell me where you're planning to work next? There must have been some reason for his resignation today. People don't quit without cause. He was curious to know which hospital could possibly offer better conditions than theirs. After a brief silence, Qiu Zirong replied, Shenshen Clinic. I'll go get the other signatures first. With that, Qiu Zirong took the resignation letter and walked straight out the door without even looking back. The department head stood at the doorway, utterly baffled. Shenshen Clinic? He actually gave up his hospital benefits for a small clinic? Could a tiny clinic really offer better conditions than a hospital? The department head picked up his phone and dialed a number. He was determined to find out what magic this clinic held that made Zirong leave without hesitation. News of Qiu Zirong's resignation quickly spread throughout the department. The nurses at the station all thought it was a pity. Losing such a handsome colleague meant their workdays would lose some spark. A tall doctor standing at the door looked at the nurses at the station with a face full of frustration. Was it really that exaggerated? It's just resigning, not like life and death parting. He took out his phone, opened the camera, and checked his reflection. He was handsome too. A bunch of people with no taste. Yet, none of the nurses paid him any attention. At Xianxian Clinic, Xia Tianxian handed a bag of herbs to the patient. The patient took the herbs, thanked him, and left the office. Xia Tianxian picked up the phone from the desk and glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. He wondered if Ruan had returned yet. Ever since she left with that woman, she hadn't even sent him a single message. He picked up the water cup nearby, opened it, and took a sip. Dad! A soft voice came from behind. Xia Tianxian turned around to see Ruan standing at the door, wearing a little white rabbit headband on her head. Back already? Mei Chum, look at the little rabbit I drew myself. Isn't it cute? Xia Ruan held up the object in her hand, a small plaster rabbit with painted colors on its surface. Xia Tianxian patted her head and said, yes, it's very beautiful. He looked behind him but didn't see Knight Siwa's figure. Why did you come back alone? Where's sister? Sister said she still had things to attend to, so I came back early. As she said this, there was a hint of disappointment in her voice. She could have played for much longer, but because of a phone call, she had to watch her mother send her back before leaving. She looked up at Xia Tianxian, thinking how wonderful it would have been if her father and mother had recognized each other sooner. Then she could have stayed with her mother forever. But, Xia Ruan's gaze darkened slightly. Her mother had told her they couldn't reveal to her father yet that she was her mother. Xia Tianxian noticed her low spirits and playfully booped her little nose. Put the little rabbit down first, Daddy will be off work soon. Xia Ruan nodded and happily carried the little rabbit away. Xia Tianxian withdrew his gaze, tapping his fingers on the desk. His brow twitched slightly as if something unpleasant was about to happen. The sun in the sky sank behind the mountains, and the crimson clouds vanished from people's sight. The old district of City A, where streetlights flickered in the darkness, with insects swirling heedlessly beneath them. Yi Sihua frowned slightly as she looked at the club before her. She glanced at the address Lin Lei had given her. This was definitely the place. Why does it feel like a bar? Shaking her head, she tucked her phone into her bag. No point overthinking it now, she just needed to get the documents signed quickly. As she stepped into the club, she caught a whiff of something almost moldy that made her slightly nauseous. Outside, a figure paused at the doorway before disappearing from view. Locating the private room, Yi Sihua knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, revealing a man's face. He looked at Yi Sihua standing at the door, a flicker of greed flashing through his eyes. As expected, the eldest daughter of the Yi family was truly as beautiful as a celestial maiden. What a pity she'd settled down to raise children at home so early. You must be Zhou Juncheng, the person in charge of this project's coordination? The man's gaze made Yi Sihua feel nauseated. She couldn't stand to stay another moment. If it weren't for the company's progress, she would have refused this project long ago. But after reviewing it, she felt it would bring great benefits to the company, which is why she came here. Yes, you must be Chairman Yi. Indeed, you live up to your reputation as a beauty. Cut the small talk. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. The previous project fell through due to some issues, so I came to continue our partnership. Easy does it. Why don't we step inside to talk first? Jo Juncheng turned sideways to let her in. Looking at the interior, she realized there wasn't just one man inside but other women as well. The women wore very little clothing, so revealing it evoked a sense of temptation. Yi Sihua suppressed her disgust and stepped inside. The men inside exchanged glances, sizing up Yi Sihua from the corners of their eyes. Chapter 29, Chinese Medicine. In the club, liquor bottles were scattered haphazardly across the table, Yi Sihua sitting on the sofa looking distinctly out of place. Zhou Juancheng's lips curled slightly as he swirled the glass in his hand. Yi Sihua took the documents out of her bag and placed them on the table. These are the project documents. Take a look. Zhou Juncheng closed the file and raised his wineglass toward Yi Sihua. No need to review. If Director Yi just shares a drink with me, I'll sign the papers right away. Yi Sihua furrowed her brows, watching Zhou Juncheng approach closer, and shifted her body slightly to the side. A woman walked over, picked up a glass, placed it in front of Yi Sihua, and bent down to pour her a drink. The view of her décolletage was entirely exposed, yet she didn't seem to mind in the slightest. If President Zhou isn't keen on signing today, we can always discuss it another time. With that, Yi Sihua rose to her feet and started walking toward the exit. But before she could take more than a few steps, two men blocked her path. Zhou Juncheng lounged on the sofa, watching her with lazy indifference. Boss Yi, this is my only request. Can't you even grant me that small favor? Yi Sihua kept one hand inside her purse, eyeing them with wary caution. What are you trying to do? Zhou Juncheng stood up, his hand brushing past the wine on the table. I just want to invite President Yi for a drink. If you honor me by drinking one cup, I'll sign the document immediately and let you leave. It's that simple. Surely President Yi doesn't want to complicate matters? Yi Sihua responded with skepticism, just one drink, and you'll really sign the project agreement, President Zhou? Of course, trust is paramount in business. Yi Sihua glanced at the man standing by the door. Unless she drank, there was no way they'd let her leave. Damn it, she'd underestimated the situation. Zhou Juncheng sat in his chair, pushing the glass of alcohol toward her with a silent promise, drink this, and he'd sign. Yi Sihua withdrew her hand from her purse and picked up the glass of wine on the table. President Zhou must keep his word. She brought the glass to her lips and downed it in one gulp. The wine burned sharply, making Yi Sihua's delicate face scrunch slightly as her tongue tingled from the alcohol's bite. This wine really wasn't pleasant, not nearly as good as what they had at home. Zhou Juncheng watched as she drank the wine, his eyes flickering slightly before erupting into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Director Yi is truly decisive. I'll sign the documents right away. With that, he ordered an underling to bring the pen over, but the man moved sluggishly, taking forever to produce the writing instrument. Yi Sihua, noticing the delay, reached into her purse and handed Zhou her own pen. Let us trust that Zhou will honor his promise, she said. Of course I'll keep my promise. Zhou Juancheng's lips curled upwards as he opened the file and signed his name. Yi Sihua stood still, suddenly feeling dizzy as the surroundings seemed to sway before her eyes, her cheeks burning hot. The wine was drugged? Those damned bastards actually spiked the wine. Having been drugged once before, Yi Sihua recognized this sensation all too well. No, she needed to leave this place quickly. Pretending to remain composed, she fixed her gaze on the door and walked toward it step by step. Ms. Yi, the signature is done. Don't you want it? Zhou Juncheng called out to her from behind. Yi Sihua didn't turn around. I recalled I still have something to attend to. Mr. Zhou can just courier it to the company later. With that, she hurried toward the exit, but the man at the door wouldn't let her leave so easily. He immediately blocked her path. What do you want? Her face was slightly flushed from the drug, evoking a tender pity. Her breathing grew heavier as the effects gradually intensified. Zhou Juncheng walked over. Though the woman beside him seemed somewhat displeased, she said nothing. Inside the private room, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Sihua standing at the door. The young lady of the Yi family truly inspired sympathy. Mr. Yi, I don't know how to handle packages. It wouldn't be good if it got lost. His hand slowly approached Yi Sihua. The sound of men's laughter echoed around them. Yi Sihua's eyes flashed with disgust as her hand slipped into her purse. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knocking at the door. Zhou Juncheng frowned slightly. Who could be knocking at this hour? He glanced at his subordinate, signaling him to check who had the audacity to pound on the door. Seeing this, Yi Sihua tried to escape, but Zhou Juncheng grabbed her firmly. Help! Before she could utter a word, he clamped his hand over her mouth. Zhou Juncheng's voice whispered in her ear, Yi Zong, be quiet, it's better for both of us. His hand against her face carried a chilling coolness she hadn't expected. Yi Sihua tried to push him away, but how could a woman like her possibly overpower him now? The private room's door swung open, revealing a man standing at the threshold. Who are you? The man at the door raised an eyebrow and said, I'm here to see someone. The younger brother waved his hand dismissively, urging him to leave. Go on, get out of here. The person you're looking for isn't here. In the private room, Yi Sihua heard noises at the door and sensed a vague familiarity. She opened her mouth and took a bite of Zhou Juncheng's hand. Zhou Juncheng winced in pain and shoved her away. Yi Sihua fell to the ground, lying motionless without a sound. The drug's effects flooded her mind, leaving her dizzy and groggy. TCH, damned bitch, how dare you bite me? He grabbed a liquor bottle, ready to hurl it at Yi Sihua. In his territory, beating up a woman was nothing out of the ordinary. Hearing the noise, the person at the door kicked the younger brother and pushed open the private room's door. Bang! Zhou Juncheng turned toward the sound and saw a man standing at the entrance, dusting off the dirt from his trousers. Who are you? Do you even know where this place is? The man remained silent and instead quickly walked over to Yi Sihua, checking on her condition. Seeing her drugged, flames ignited in the man's eyes. Did these bastards have a death wish? He scooped the woman from the floor into his arms, preparing to carry her outside. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf or something? The man had suddenly walked in, ruined his plans, and now was blatantly ignoring him. It made him absolutely furious. Xie Tianxian turned his head to look at Zhou Juncheng, his face instantly darkening with a piercing cold glare. Zhou Juncheng was startled by his gaze and shouted to his underlings, "What are you guys standing around for? Get him out of here." With so many of them, how could they possibly be afraid of him? The underlings snapped back to attention and moved towards Xie Tianxian, reaching out to grab him, but before they could make contact, their bodies froze, and they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, all the underlings who had been standing lay motionless on the floor. Zhou Juncheng froze in an instant. What on earth was happening? What the hell are you doing? Get up now! The woman in the private booth shrank back, avoiding involvement. Seeing none of his underlings rise, Zhou Juncheng cursed them as useless and hurled a liquor bottle straight at Xie Tianxian. As soon as he waved his hand, he suddenly felt a tightness below. The wine bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering with a loud crash as the liquor spilled out onto the ground. Chapter 30, Restless Heat. In the sky above, the moon pushed aside the clouds, appearing alone amidst the starry expanse. A gentle breeze swept by, and Yi Sihua nestled in Xie Tianxuan's arms nuzzled against his chest. The drug's influence made her crave physical closeness, yet reason compelled her to restrain herself. Two conflicting thoughts wrestled in her mind, neither yielding to the other. Placing Yi Sihua in the car's back seat, Xie Tianxian inserted silver needles into her body, bringing her slight relief. In a dazed state, Yi Sihua barely managed to open her eyes only to see Xie Tianxuan's face before her. How could he be here? Was she getting confused, starting to dream about him? How are you feeling now? The man's magnetic voice sounded by her ear. Not a dream. Yi Sihua suddenly became more alert. What's wrong with me? Xie Tianxian withdrew his gaze. You've been drugged. I've temporarily stopped it for you, but to fully counteract it, we'll need to return to the clinic. Yi Sihua looked down at her purse only to find it missing. She panicked instantly. Could she have left it in the private room? Were you looking for this? Xie Tianxian handed her a purse containing a document, presumably the very reason she had come here tonight. Yi Sihua looked at the contents inside and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed tonight's efforts weren't in vain. Xie Tianxian frowned and said, "Is this thing really that important? We almost got trapped inside for its sake. Had he not appeared when he did, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Ever since that afternoon, he'd had a feeling something was about to happen. After calculating it out, he realized she would face danger this time. Of course it's important. This project determines whether Jussi can completely return to my control. If she succeeds with this project, she can replace all those outsiders who've infiltrated Jussi. Xie Tianxian watched the faint smile on her face, her cheeks flushed pink, and involuntarily averted his gaze. Damn it, he was actually getting aroused. He closed the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. Inside the private room, the women saw Zhou Juncheng lying on the floor and quickly helped him up. Zhou Juncheng sat on the sofa, pulling his hand away from his crotch. A thin silver needle appeared in his grasp, still dripping with blood. Damn it! That little bastard actually dared to stab me with a silver needle. If I don't get my revenge today, I won't be called Zhou anymore. Zhou Juncheng had no idea that this silver needle would completely rob him of his manhood. The car glided smoothly along the road as Yi Sihua sat in the back seat, gazing at the passing scenery. She turned her head to look at the man in front. Whether it was the drug's effect or not, she felt an inexplicable urge to throw herself at him. Calm down, she told herself. They were driving right now, she couldn't possibly act on that impulse. This man is practically breaking the rules. What right does he have to be this good-looking? Is there something on my face? The man's voice rang out, and Yi Sihua withdrew her gaze, the back of her ears instantly turning red. Nothing, I just wanted to see how far we've come. As long as she refused to admit it, he wouldn't be able to claim she had been looking at him. Xie Tianxian chuckled softly and pulled the car over to the side of the road. Yi Sihua, why did we suddenly stop? Click. Xia Tianxian unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and stepped out. The next second, the car door beside Yi Sihua opened, startling her into shifting away. What do you want? Xia Tianxian looked at her reaction, his smile never fading. We've arrived. Yi Sihua pressed her lips together. What on earth was she thinking? She looked outside, where the four bold characters of Jinshan Clinic suddenly came into view. Need me to carry you down? Xia Tianxian stood outside the car door, watching her with amused interest. Yi Sihua remained seated in the car. Though the medication had suppressed her urges, she felt completely drained of strength. She turned her face away and gave a slight nod. Xia Tianxian chuckled and carried her out of the car. When they touched, Yi Sihua felt his hands were so warm, and she wanted to get closer. But her remaining rationality made her snap back to reality, and she withdrew her hand. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xia Tianxuan's lips as he pushed open the door and carried her inside. Hearing the commotion, Xia Ruanwan came out of the office. Dad, you're back. As soon as Xia Ruanwan stepped out, she saw Xia Tianxian holding Yi Sihua, his eyes sparkling. Did Dad suddenly go out to look for Mom? She felt the family of three had grown closer together. Yi Sihua turned her head at the sound and saw Xia Ruanwan not far away. Her mind went completely blank. Why was Ruanwan here? Being caught like this was honestly a little embarrassing. Xia Tianxian glanced down at the woman in his arms and strode toward the office. As soon as he entered, he saw Rao Qiyu slumped in a chair, fast asleep, his face doodled with cat whiskers and a table littered with colorful markers. Xia Ruanwan followed behind, peering curiously at the woman in his arms. Daddy, what's wrong with this big sister? She twitched her nose and caught a faint fragrance, reminiscent of the substances stored in jars and bottles in Uncle Rao's study. Sister is sick and needs treatment. Xia Tianxian placed Yi Sihua on the bed, and the latter let out a delicate moan. Xia Ruanwan approached her, tiny hands grasping hers. Is sister feeling really sick? Xia Tianxian examined Yi Sihua's condition. The drug effects had been temporarily suppressed, but they couldn't keep suppressing it forever. It needed to be expelled quickly. Ruanwan, come with me later, understand? Xia Ruanwan nodded hesitantly. Though unsure of what was coming, she chose to comply. Xia Tianxian gazed at Yi Sihua as she lay on the bed with her eyes closed. The light spilled over her figure, making her resemble a fairy maiden stepping out of a painting. He walked to her bedside and carefully removed the silver needles from her body. Mum! Yi Sihua let out a faint groan, her little face slightly scrunched up. Wait a moment, I'll carry you upstairs. There's a bathroom there, but the medicine on your body might start taking effect. Try to endure it, okay? Yi Sihua nodded, enduring the sudden wave of heat washing over her. Xia Tianxian picked her up and quickly walked towards the second floor, with Xia Ruanwan running after them. After they left, Rao Qiyu opened his eyes. He looked around and touched his neck. Had he really heard Xia Tianxuan's voice, or was it just his imagination? He wondered when they would return. Waiting had made him a bit sleepy. In the Yi household, in a certain room, Lin Xiaowan listened in disbelief to the voice on the other end of the phone. What do you mean? She got away. What the hell are you all doing? The voice on the phone protested. A man took her away. Those guys were no match for him. There was nothing they could do. But one thing's certain, Yi Sihua has already been drugged. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Xiaowan's eyes. Then let's ruin her reputation, make sure the whole country knows what she did tonight. Don't worry, I've already arranged for major media outlets to cover this. Everyone will know about Miss Ye's little incident tonight. Chapter 31, The Second Accident. On the second floor of Qianshan Clinic, there was a restroom specially prepared by Rao Qiyu. After all, someone like Xia Tianxian could easily work non-stop for days. When exhausted, he could at least rest here. This so-called restroom came equipped with a bathroom and gym, even including a television and sofa. Calling it a room was an understatement. It was practically a house. At that moment, Xia Tianxian sat on the sofa outside the bathroom, his peripheral vision occasionally flickering toward the bathroom door. On the floor, a puddle of water steadily grew from the droplets falling off his clothes. He touched his lips thoughtfully, then lowered his hand and stood up to walk outside. In the bathroom, Yi Sihua opened her eyes and found herself submerged in the bathtub. The scorching heat on her body had vanished, and she no longer felt so miserable. Mom, you're awake? Yi Sihua turned her head and saw Xia Ruanwan waiting by her side. Soft, where am I? You're in the bathroom now. Daddy carried you in here. Yi Sihua rubbed his head, feeling it throbbing. Where's your daddy? Why haven't I seen him? He's outside. Shall I call him in? Yi Sihua glanced at herself, soaked in water with her clothes completely drenched. Today she was wearing a white top with a body-hugging skirt below. Her clothes were now drenched, the outline of her undergarments faintly visible beneath. Her face instantly flushed scarlet. No need, don't let him come in. Yi Sihua silently lowered her head slightly, wishing she could bury her entire face. Had he seen it? What Yi Sihua didn't know was that she'd done something even more inappropriate. He just wasn't aware of it yet. Xia Ruanwan stood to the side, watching her with curiosity, her little head filled with confusion. What is mommy doing? Is she sick? Does her body feel unwell? She rummaged through her pocket and took out a piece of candy. Mommy, eat this candy, and your head won't hurt anymore. Yi Si-hwa looked at his daughter with a hint of a smile on his face. Thank you, Ruan-Wan. Xia Ruan-Wan unwrapped the candy and placed it in Yi Si-hwa's mouth. Mommy, is it sweet? Yi Si-hwa nodded. Sweet, very sweet, just like Ruan-Wan. Xia Ruan-Wan's little hands paddled in the bathtub, her face beaming with a smile. Mommy, when will you and Daddy recognize each other? Yi Si-hwa froze for a moment, then pursed her lips and said, It's not that Mommy doesn't want to recognize Daddy, it's just that they were originally two completely unrelated individuals, only brought together by one unexpected incident. He had thought they would never see each other again after that incident, yet unexpectedly, she had welcomed a new life. Recalling that incident, Yi Si-hwa's gaze darkened. This time, someone was undoubtedly trying to harm her, likely the same person who had framed her before. Who on earth wants to ruin her reputation? A figure flashed through her mind. Tap tap tap. The bathroom door was knocked, and Xia Tianxuan's voice came from outside. Ruan-Wan, has that older sister woken up yet? Xia Ruan-Wan turned to look at Yi Si-hwa and saw her shake her head before closing her eyes. No, Dad, are you coming in? Upon hearing this, Yi Si-hwa lowered her head slightly further until the bathwater submerged her chin. Outside the door, the man hesitated before speaking in a subdued voice. Come out for a moment. Daddy has something for you. Xia Ruan-Wan withdrew her small hand and walked out of the bathroom. Yi Si-hwa's gaze followed Xia Ruan-Wan's retreating figure, lingering in the corner of his vision. Xia Ruan-Wan went out briefly and soon returned. In her hands, she carried a bag nearly as big as herself. She placed the bag beside the bathtub and blinked at Yi Si-hwa sitting inside it. Xia Ruan-Wan whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, Mom, this is from Dad. Yi Si-hwa opened her eyes and looked at the bag beside her. A gift from him? What could it be? She reached out her arm and sat up from the bathtub. Water cascaded from her clothes onto the tub's surface, sending ripples across the water. Did your dad say anything else to you? No, Daddy just gave me this and didn't say anything else. Yi Si-hwa opened the bag and found a towel and some clothes inside. As she dug further down, she suddenly withdrew her hand. Had she just seen it wrong? Xia Ruan-Wan leaned closer. What's wrong? Are there biting monsters inside? She wasn't afraid of biting monsters. Yi Si-hwa forced a laugh. No, these are Mommy's clothes inside. See, Mommy's clothes are all wet now. Don't you think she needs to change? Xia Ruan-Wan looked at Yi Si-hwa's wet clothes and nodded solemnly, as if agreeing they indeed needed changing. Now Mommy needs to change clothes. Can Ruan-Wan wait outside for Mommy? Okay, I'll wait outside for Mommy then. The bathroom door closed again, and Yi Si-hwa let out a relieved sigh as she stepped out of the bathtub and removed her wet clothes. Her fair skin was revealed in the mirror. She stood under the shower, turned on the faucet, and took the opportunity to wash herself. On the first floor, Rao Chiyu stared fixedly at Xia Tianxian. When did you get back, kid? Xia Tianxian took a sip of tea from the table. Just now, didn't you see me? Rao Chiyu narrowed his eyes, utterly skeptical of his words. This kid must have secretly pulled off something big behind his back, and didn't even want him to know about it. He had rushed over here straight after work without even taking a sip of tea, just to abandon ship and leave him alone to care for Ruan-Wan. Outside the clinic, the bustling crowd came and went, lively as could be. In the bathroom, Yi Si-hwa turned off the shower, dried herself, and took out the clothes from the bag. When she saw the underwear at the very bottom, her face instantly flushed red. Did he prepare all these things? Every garment in the bag fit perfectly, which made Yi Si-hwa somewhat curious. How did he know her exact size? A few minutes later, as the bathroom door opened, Yi Si-hwa scanned the room but couldn't spot Xia Tianxian anywhere. Instead, her gaze fell upon Xia Ruan-Wan, fast asleep on the bed. The little girl smacked her lips softly, as if savoring something delicious in her dreams. Watching this tender scene, Yi Si-hwa smiled gently. She carefully tucked the blankets around the child and adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Kneeling beside the bed, Yi Si-hwa gazed at her slumbering daughter. Her hand reached out, fingertips lightly brushing against the child's soft cheek. She seemed a bit plumper and much happier than before. Perhaps she was even happier with him, completely carefree, no longer having to abandon what she wanted just to please others. But soon, she would bring her back. Ruan-Wan, wait for Mommy. Mommy will be able to watch you grow up very soon. Click. The door to the room opened. Chapter 32, Trending Topic. On the first floor of Qianshan Clinic, Xia Tianxian set down his teacup and stood up. Help me recruit a few people. I need them by next Monday. With that, Xia Tianxian turned and left without another glance, leaving Rao Chiyu alone in the office, utterly bewildered. What on earth had he just said? He wanted him to hire someone by next Monday? Damn it, today's already Friday. Tomorrow's the weekend, where the hell am I supposed to find someone? Though he complained, Rao Chiyu still picked up his phone and dialed HR, who was comfortably watching TV dramas at home. Xia Tianxian stood at the doorway and opened the door. As soon as he entered, he saw Xia Ruan-Wan lying on the bed. Is she asleep? Yes, she must have been too tired, so she fell asleep. It's getting late outside. why don't you stay here for the night? If Ruan sees you here tomorrow morning, she'd probably be thrilled. Yi Sihua turned to look at Ruan, her heart softening as she agreed. Then you should get some rest early. I'll be right next door, just knock if you need anything. Your bag is already on the table, please check if anything's missing. Hearing this, Yi Sihua walked to the table and picked up the bag, rummaging until she found her phone. Seeing nothing was missing, she let out a relieved sigh. Xia Tianchuan's eyes flickered with scrutiny before he turned and left the room. Yi Sihua sat on the sofa, pulling documents from her bag. As she scanned the contents on the final page, a faint smile lifted the corners of her mouth. Whoever's trying to scheme against her will soon learn who's truly playing whom. She set down her phone, walked to the bed, lifted the blanket, and slipped beneath its warmth. After many days apart, she could finally hold Ruan to sleep again. Ruan stirred in her arms, murmuring contentedly. The moon lounged lazily atop the clouds in the sky, while nearby stars blinked before hiding within the clouds, plunging City A into momentary darkness. Amidst this dark night, fragments of breaking news spread across the internet, instantly catching fire. The next day, the little one opened her eyes to see an exquisitely beautiful face before her. It was Mommy. Mommy was actually here. Had she stayed with her all night? She reached out a tiny hand and lightly tapped Yesihua's cheek. This was real, not a dream at all. Mommy had truly slept beside her. She glanced around the room. All that was missing now was Daddy. Yi Siawa's eyelids fluttered open, yesterday's throbbing pain completely gone. Awake so soon? Would you like to sleep a little more? She reached out and playfully tapped Xia Ruan's nose. Xia Ruan nodded, hugging Yi Sihua tightly as she closed her eyes again. They spent over 10 minutes like this on the bed, holding hands while brushing their teeth and washing their faces in the bathroom. Downstairs, Rao Chiyu got up from the hospital bed and stretched lazily. After the huge favor he'd done for him last night, making him sleep on a hospital bed was downright inconsiderate. He turned his head towards Xia Tianxian dozing in the chair and curled his lip. With only one room available, how dare he claim you could find him next door if needed? TSK, men. Go buy breakfast once you're awake, the man on the chair said. Rao Chiyu. Sending a company CEO to buy breakfast, wouldn't that be laughable if word got out? Rao Chiyu curled his lip disdainfully, then stood up and walked outside. A city's bustling streets were crowded with people even in the morning. Rao Chiyu rubbed his wrists and stepped onto the street. Did you see the news? What news? While waiting for breakfast, Rao Chiyu overheard the girls talking at the next table. At first, he wasn't interested and idly picked up his phone to scroll through it. But the next second, he heard a familiar name. Last night, the eldest daughter of the Yi family was seen entering a pleasure club. Rumor has it she was taken away by a man, allegedly to some clinic called Qianxian Clinic. There are photos as proof. One of the girls took out her phone and passed it around for the others to see. I never expected those rich kids to play around so wildly. This is just the tip of the iceberg. But I've heard the eldest daughter of the Yi family is as beautiful as a fairy, though who knows if that's really true. In the photo, the girl's face was blurry, but one could vaguely tell she had exceptionally fine features. Why do I feel the man in this photo isn't bad either? He looks so handsome. If it were me, I'd agree to leave with him too. One of the girls was swooning over him. The man in the photo was practically her dream guy. Rao Chiyu choked on his water the moment he heard the name Qianxian Clinic. Had he misheard? There was no way that man could be Xia Tianxian. Wiping his mouth, Rao Chiyu approached the group of girls. Mind telling me what interesting topic you were just discussing? The group of girls spotted Rao Chiyu, their eyes lighting up. What a handsome guy. Around the same age as Xia Tianxian, though not quite as tall, Rao Chiyu was still undeniably a first-rate looker. With short cropped hair and his white shirt slightly unbuttoned at the collar, sleeves rolled up midway to his forearms, he had deep, expressive eyes, a tall nose bridge, and lips curled in a faint, captivating smile. The girl at the front swallowed slightly. Had he just been speaking to them? Rao Chiyu tilted her head. Had they not heard what she just said? The girl snapped out of it and thrust her phone in front of him. We were discussing this juicy gossip that just broke out. Miss Yi was allegedly spotted entering a shady pleasure club with a man. Rao Chiyu's eyes flickered across the screen as she swiped through the obviously surreptitiously taken photos. He was a bit shocked inside, but outwardly remained calm without the slightest change. All right, thank you. You're welcome. The girls shook their heads. Some wanted to add him on WeChat, but Rao Chiyu refused, saying his significant other at home wouldn't allow it. The girls looked disappointed. Such a handsome man was already married. Rao Chiyu sighed in relief at their reaction. Indeed, being attractive could be a burden. Sir, your breakfast has been packed and is ready. Thank you. He picked up the takeout bag and walked outside. He needed to tell Tianxian the news. After he left, a young woman in the corner took off her sunglasses, pouting as she watched Rao Chiyu's retreating figure. How dare he publicly claim to have a wife already? She was supposed to be his only wife. She couldn't wait to find out who this so-called wife was. During the weekend, Qianxian Clinic remained closed, yet a crowd had gathered outside, not for medical treatment, but to gawk at the spectacle. They'd all seen today's trending headlines. The eldest daughter of the Yi family was inside, rumored to have stayed overnight at the clinic. Rao Chiyu frowned at the crowd gathered at the entrance. There weren't even this many people when seeing a doctor. Just one piece of household news brought out such a crowd. This story must have quite the impact. Make way. I'm feeling unwell and need to see the doctor urgently. Chapter 33, What's Wrong with Her? Rao Chiyu clutched his stomach and barged through the crowd, rushing into the clinic. Only then did the slow-witted onlookers realize the man had been faking it. Could that man possibly be the one who was with Miss Yi? The bystanders outside quickly caught on and tried to seize the man. But how could they possibly catch Rao Chiyu? With a nimble sidestep, he slipped right into the clinic. Xia Tianxian inside the clinic saw the situation and closed the clinic, taking Rao Chiyu inside with him, leaving a crowd of people gazing after them outside. Phew, that was way too thrilling, even more exciting than giving a speech on stage. Rao Chiyu sat on the chair. No matter how perilous the situation had just been, he hadn't dropped the breakfast in his hands. This is breakfast. I went through quite some trouble to get it. Xia Tianxian gave her a brief glance, picked up the breakfast, and silently headed upstairs without saying a word. Rao Chiyu curled her lips. What an aloof man. Ring ring ring. The phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Suyu calling. She called to see what was going on. Had she seen the news? But that's impossible. They had just arrived. How could they have been discovered so quickly? After a few moments of hesitation, Rao Chiyu hung up the phone. Feeling that this still wasn't enough, he simply turned off his phone. With no ringing to disturb him, Rao Chiyu felt a wave of relief. Outside the clinic, a woman repeatedly called, only to be met with the abrupt notification that the phone was switched off. She clutched her phone tightly, her gaze fixed on Qianxian Clinic. Those things mentioned online, could they be referring to brother Chiyu and the eldest daughter of the Yi family? In what way was she lacking? She took out her mirror and examined her face and figure. Compared to the Yi family's eldest daughter, she did seem somewhat inferior, but after all, she was still. This comparison made her realize she was inferior to the young miss of the Yi family in every way. She crouched on the ground, wailing loudly. Passers-by glanced curiously. What grievance could have made the child cry so bitterly? Inside the clinic, Xia Tianxian stood before the room holding breakfast and gently knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Yi Sihua stood at the doorway. She was wearing the clothes he had bought for her, and they seemed to fit quite well. I brought you breakfast. Thank you. Yi Sihua took the breakfast tray, then moved to close the door, but Xia Tianxian stopped it with his hand. Is there something else? Xia Tianxuan's profound gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. I haven't had breakfast yet either. She seemed unaware of what had happened last night, but perhaps it was for the best, less trouble this way. Yi Sihua froze momentarily, glanced at the breakfast in her hands, and flushed crimson in an instant. She wondered why there was so much breakfast. Turns out she had brought it all over at once. Yi Sihua was about to hand him the extra breakfast when he brushed past her and walked inside. Where's Ruan Ruan? Hasn't she woken up yet? Xia Ruan Ruan, perched on the bed, lifted her little head drowsily, appearing as if she had just woken from sleep. Daddy! Xia Ruan Ruan stood up from the bed, calling out sweetly. Yi Sihua closed the door and followed Xia Tianxian with breakfast in hand. Xia Tianxian embraced Xia Ruan Ruan, who was standing on the bed, his eyes carrying a faint smile. The little one looked even happier than before. Yi Sihua placed breakfast on the table and felt a slight happiness in her heart as she watched their joy. Xia Tianxian set her down on the bed and let her slip into her little slippers before going to wash up. Xia Ruan Ruan sat on the bed and looked at Yi Sihua, saying, I want sister to take me to wash up. Xia Tianxian turned back to glance at Yi Sihua, who then approached, took the little girl's hand, and walked toward the bathroom. Her soft little face was radiant with joy, brimming with happiness in every way. She could finally have breakfast with her mommy and daddy together. Even though they didn't know each other yet, she felt completely content already. Emerging from the bathroom, Ruan Ruan pattered excitedly to the table where Xia Tianxian had already laid out breakfast for them. Xia Tianxian watched Xia Ruan Ruan's hurried movements and sighed helplessly. Slow down now. Be careful not to fall. Xia Ruan Ruan smiled faintly, picked up a steamed bun from the table, and handed it to Yi Sihua. Big sister, try this, it's really delicious. Yi Sihua watched as her chubby little hands clutched a steamed bun bigger than her palms, and couldn't help smiling before lowering his head to take a bite. Thank you, Ruan Yen, no need to thank me. Xia Ruan Ruan also picked up a steamed bun and began eating. She was right, it was the scent of that shop. During breakfast, Yi Sihua glanced up at Xia Tianxian, but after just a few moments lowered her gaze again. The corners of the latter's mouth lifted slightly as he silently took a sip of porridge. Is the clinic closed today? She suddenly remembered that it was the weekend, perhaps he would be resting too. Xia Tianxian said, I won't open the door. Now even if he wanted to, he couldn't open it. Xia Ruanruan's eyes lit up. Then can we go to the amusement park? She had heard that mommies and daddies take their children to amusement parks, and she also wanted mommy and daddy to take her to one. Xia Tianxian was silent for a moment before saying, How about Dad takes you there again tomorrow? The reporters are still outside. If they find out I have another child, they'll definitely be relentless. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Xia Ruanwan's eyes. Alright. Seeing this, Yi Sihua softened. How about I take you instead? Xia Ruanwan looked up, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Really? Really? I happen to have nothing on today and can take you to the amusement park. The documents are already signed. Once I take over the company, it'll be settled. Xia Ruanwan cheered excitedly. Yay, we're going to the amusement park. Not today, I'm afraid. Yi Sihua looked at him in confusion. Why? She's at the age where she needs to go out and play. Taking her out would be fine. Xia Tianxian said firmly. She has treatment scheduled for today. Yi Sihua's gaze flickered, and her tone instantly softened. We'll have to go play next time. Xia Ruanwan pressed her lips together, her eyes brimming with tears on the verge of falling. Xia Tianxian patted her head affectionately. In a few days, Daddy will take you to the amusement park, and we'll invite your night sister too, okay? Really? Of course, your night sister can vouch for that. Xia Tianxian turned his gaze towards Yi Sihua, who hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sis is coming too. Xia Ruanwan's mood instantly shifted from cloudy to sunny. After finishing breakfast, Yi Sihua stood up and thoroughly checked the contents of her bag. She tried to turn on her phone but found it was out of battery. Strange, she distinctly remembered seeing it still had half its charge last night. So why was it dead this morning? She reached into her bag searching, but the charger that was always kept inside had disappeared. Chapter 34, Alluring Club. Discussions online grew increasingly heated, and Tianlin Group's stock prices began to decline. At the head of the conference table, Yulongchen tapped his fingers against the surface. Let's end the meeting here for today. The executives gathered their belongings and filed out of the room. Yulongchen sat in his chair, gazing at the scenery outside while rubbing his temples wearily. He picked up his phone to dial a number, but the call wouldn't go through no matter how many times he tried. That girl, why is her phone switched off? She's really giving me no peace of mind at all. Meanwhile at the Yi residence, Lin Xiaowan watched as the internet flooded with insults directed at Yi Sihua, her smile growing more radiant by the minute. Now that her reputation is ruined, let's see what ability he has left to compete with Xiong for Tianlin. It won't be long before both Tianlin and Juicy are hers. Xu Jingyi, just wait for your biological daughter to meet you, along with that little bastard. Ha ha. The Yi family will be hers sooner or later. At Qianxian Clinic, Rao Qiyu leaned against the wall, looking outside. Those reporters still hadn't left, truly relentless. He turned to look at the staircase, wondering what on earth that guy was doing upstairs that kept him from coming down for so long. A few minutes later, Xia Tianxian came downstairs and froze for a moment upon seeing Rao Qiyu. Why are you still here? Why am I still here? What's that supposed to mean? Am I not allowed to be here? You don't have to work today? By the way, remember to hire a few people for me, don't forget. With that, Xia Tianxian headed toward the office. Rao Qiyu. He smashed his fist against the wall. Damn bastard didn't even treat him like a human. With so many media outlets outside now, how is he supposed to leave? If he goes out at this moment, wouldn't that just confirm the online rumors that the man in question is him? How could he possibly admit to such a thing, especially since it wasn't even his doing in the first place? Meanwhile, the person at the center of this storm was sitting casually on the office sofa, sipping tea without a trace of urgency. Beneath the table, a white charger lay exposed. Upstairs, Yi Sihua searched everywhere but couldn't find where her charger was. That's strange, she clearly remembered having the charger in her bag last night. How could it suddenly be gone? Mom, what are you looking for? I'm looking for my charger. Have you seen Mom's charger? It was right in the bag. Xia Ruanwan shook her head. No, but yesterday I saw Dad take something out of Mom's bag when he brought stuff upstairs. Last night? What would he need my charger for? Yeah, does Mom need the charger? Should I go look for it? She remembered there was a charger in Dad's office. Yi Sihua crouched down in front of Xia Ruanwan and touched her face. No need, Mom still has to go to the company. You behave here, understand? Xia Ruanwan murmured, I understand. Yi Sihua kissed her little cheek before grabbing her bag and heading out. As the door closed, Xia Ruanwan sat on the sofa, swinging her legs in the air. She wondered when she'd see her mother again after this departure. Dad was really useless, he hadn't even known to see such a perfect opportunity last night. Achoo! Xia Tianxian rubbed his nose. Who was cursing him at this hour? In the clinic's waiting room, just as Rao Qiyu picked up his phone, he spotted Yi Sihua descending the stairs. Why did she come downstairs? If she gets photographed, there'll be trouble. Miss Yi, why have you come down? Yi Sihua looked up, sizing up the man before her. If she wasn't mistaken, he must be Xia Tianquan's brother. It's almost time for work. Don't you need to go? She glanced around but didn't spot Xia Tianqian. Had he already left? Of course I want her. It's just not the right time to go out now. Yi Sihua tilted her head and looked at him with confusion. Just what was he trying to say? What exactly? Rao Qiyu glanced behind him, standing in front of Yi Sihua, just about to speak when Xia Tianqian walked over from the other side. Xia Tianqian walked over to her and said, "But you'll need to wait for me to come along." Yi Sihua was completely baffled. Were the two of them speaking in riddles here? Why would she need him to accompany her to the company? Xia Tianqian walked ahead and turned to look at her. Weren't we heading to the company? Why have you stopped? Yi Sihua lifted her phoenix-like eyes slightly and followed. Perhaps she was just overthinking it. Xia Tianqian opened the door and stepped outside with Yi Sihua. After just a few steps, reporters lurking in the shadows instantly emerged, surrounding them completely. Yi Sihua was startled by this commotion. What on earth had happened? Why were there so many media personnel? Xia Tianqian frowned and shielded Yi Sihua in his embrace. "Miss Yi, may I ask who the gentleman beside you is? Miss Yi, did you visit the Fenglu Club yesterday? Please tell us, you've been inside the clinic all this time without coming out. What exactly were you doing?" The reporters fired question after question, pounding at her head like hammers. Yi Sihua hid in Xia Tianquan's arms, watching the cameras with a trace of fear in her eyes. "Sorry, we have no comment." Some powder scattered across his hand before drifting away with the wind. A reporter who had gotten too close inhaled it and immediately felt sick to his stomach. Xia Tianqian, seeing the situation, guided Yi Sihua towards the car. The reporters, noticing their departure, hurried to give chase but felt their strength failing, forced to watch helplessly as they drove away. Xia Tianqian started the car and drove off. Rao Qiyu stood at the entrance, shaking his head at the reporters. TSK, these people really have no fear of death. He picked up his phone, about to make a call, only to find it was still powered off. After turning it on, he dialed a number. Rao Qiyu's expression darkened as he stared outside, his gaze sharp. "Did you see the trending topic online? Find out who reported it." Outside, a young girl leaned against a large tree, having witnessed the entire scene outside the clinic. "That man doesn't seem to be Brother Qiyu. Does this mean Brother Qiyu never actually liked the eldest Missy?" She jumped excitedly in place. Brother Qiyu was still hers. Meanwhile, Yi Sihua sat in the passenger seat, massaging her temples. "What's going on here? Why are there so many reporters outside the clinic?" Xia Tianqian said solemnly, "Don't worry about this matter too much. I'll handle it." Yi Sihua turned to look at him. "Do you know something? Why did those reporters appear outside the clinic? And why did he take her charger? He must know something." Xia Tianqian remained calm. "What could I possibly know? It's probably related to that incident at the clinic last time. I accidentally got you involved." Yi Sihua was half convinced and half doubting, feeling that something wasn't quite right, as if those people had mentioned something about the romantic club. Wait, the romantic club. Chapter 35, The Chase. The car came to a smooth stop not far from the company, but Xia Tianqian didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he handed her something from the back. Yi Sihua took the items from his hands and curiously opened them for a glance. Inside were a hat, a mask, and an overcoat. "Did you buy all these? When did you get them?" "Last night, I picked it up while shopping for clothes." Yi Sihua was a bit surprised. How did he know about what had happened today? The missing charger was definitely no coincidence. Perhaps he had anticipated these events all along. TSK felt like there was no privacy at all in front of him. Xia Tianquan's eyes flickered slightly at the faint rustling sounds coming from behind. A few minutes later, Yi Sihua swept her hair up and let it fall loose down her back. "Ready." Xia Tianqian started the car and drove towards the company entrance. Before the car had even come to a full stop at the company entrance, he spotted several people holding microphones and cameras, apparently reporters lying in wait. "Why don't we drive to the underground garage?" Xia Tianqian turned the steering wheel, directing the car toward the company's underground parking. No sooner had the car moved than someone recognized it as identical to the vehicle seen leaving Qianxian Clinic. "Hurry, catch up with that car." A reporter tapped his colleague on the shoulder. One person moved quickly, and soon the rest followed suit, hastily getting into their own cars to drive off. Yi Sihua sat in the car, staring at his phone which wouldn't turn on no matter how many times he pressed the power button. She lifted her gaze to look at the culprit before her. It was all his fault. Even now, she wore a dazed expression, utterly unaware of what had just happened. Swish! The car suddenly accelerated, and Yi Sihua, caught off guard, slammed right into the seat in front of her. Rubbing her forehead, she asked, "Why the sudden speed?" "Someone's chasing us. Buckle up first." Yi Sihua turned his gaze backward and saw several cars following them. It seemed getting to the company was out of the question now. She hurriedly fastened the seatbelt beside her, terrified of a repeat of what had just happened. "The reporters just won't let up. Do I need to ask you that? You must have pissed someone off. How else would so many people find out overnight that you were drugged?" Yi Sihua's eyes flickered slightly. her mind recalling someone. She leaned back in her chair, glanced out the window, and scoffed coldly, "She'll stop at nothing to ruin me." Xia Tianxian gripped the steering wheel while glancing sideways at the rearview mirror. The pursuing car was closing in fast. No matter how he tried to shake it off, it wouldn't relent. Clearly, they wouldn't give up until they caught them. He tossed his phone to Yi Sihua in the back seat. "Open it, no passcode. Make a call for me." Who to call? Yi Sihua opened his phone and discovered the screensaver was a photo of Ruan Yuan, smiling brightly with the pure joy only a child possesses. "Call He Lishuan." Upon hearing this, Yi Sihua searched through his contacts for He Lishuan's name. With so few names listed, he quickly found He Lishuan's contact and dialed without hesitation. A few seconds later, the call connected, carrying an extremely punchable voice. Well, old pal, finally remembered to call me? I heard from Rao Chiyu that you're back, calling me today to treat me to dinner, aren't you?" Yi Sihua frowned deeply. Why was he calling this person of all times? Yet there was something vaguely familiar about that voice. Xia Tianxuan's voice said coldly, "If you want to spend the next day stuck in the bathroom, I wouldn't recommend treating you to a meal." There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. All right. Did you call because there's something you need me to handle? If I remember correctly, you're supposed to be with the Yi family's young lady, aren't you?" Yi Sihua was surprised. How did he know? Xia Tianxian kept his eyes fixed on the traffic light ahead, deliberately slowing down his speed. The car behind thought they were about to stop, and the driver's face broke into an excited grin. They were about to get the scoop on the Yi family's eldest daughter. Planning to keep watching the show? Ji Qiuyu just called me. My people have already suppressed the trending topic for you. It won't be long before no one remembers this incident. Don't worry, the internet's memory is awfully short. Yi Sihua suppressed the shock in his heart. He had suppressed their scandal from trending. Just who was this man? Xia Tianxian stepped on the accelerator, speeding through the intersection in the last few seconds of the green light. Only one or two pursuing cars managed to follow. "Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal later." He Lishuan chuckled lightly. "This time, you won't make us squat in a toilet stall all day, will you?" Put. Yi Sihua couldn't help but laugh. Just how many times had he done this before to make the other person so terrified? "Oh, I believe I heard a woman's voice. Could it be the young lady of the Yi family?" He Lishuan adjusted his tone and greeted. "Hello, I'm He Lishuan, Tianxuan's good friend." Yi Sihua glanced up at the man before her and replied politely, "Hello. What a pity, I can't see Miss Yi in person." Yi Sihua chuckled. "There will be chances to meet. You've promised now, no going back on your word." Afraid Yi Sihua might change her mind, He Lishuan directly ended the call in advance. Yi Sihua? What kind of move is this? Why did he just hang up the phone directly? He hung up the phone? Yeah, he hung up before I could even say anything. That's just how he is. Don't take it to heart. You don't have to meet him if you don't want to. I actually think your friend here is quite interesting. Xia Tianxuan's profound gaze darkened slightly as he pulled the car over to the side of the road. Why have you stopped? We've already shaken them off. Yi Sihua looked behind but didn't see their pursuer's car. She exhaled sharply, finally shaken them off. Turning her head to survey the surroundings, she realized they'd arrived by the riverside. In front of them, Xia Tianxuan unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door and stepped out. Above them, a cloud floated beside the ascending sun like a faithful companion climbing skyward. Yi Sihua unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out together. Feeling the cool breeze against her skin, she found her body somewhat comforted. Xia Tianxian leaned against the railing, watching Yi Sihua beside him. Her sideburns fluttered in the wind as she stood by the river like a painting. Yi Sihua tucked her windblown hair behind her ear and turned back, their gazes meeting before both simultaneously looked away. Why did you bring me here? You seemed upset, so I brought you here. Also, the car was running out of gas. Yi Sihua felt a fleeting sense of romance just a second ago until he heard the following words, which instantly made him break out in a cold sweat. This was undoubtedly the real reason. Look quickly, they're here. Chapter 36 Awkward Handwriting. The wind is always capricious, yet it has the power to bring two people closer and convey their deepest thoughts. Xia Tianxian grasped Yesihua's hand as they raced along the riverside, pursued by a crowd of journalists. The scene resembled a dramatic bridal abduction, captured in snapshots by bystanders. As Yesihua watched Xia Tianxian running ahead of her, her heartbeat accelerated wildly. All external sounds faded away, leaving their two souls alone in their own world. Meanwhile, Rao Chiyu sat stiffly on a chair, engaged in an awkward staring contest with Xia Ruanwan. He kept glancing outside. It had been so long. Why hadn't he returned yet? Uncle Rao, if you have something urgent, you can go ahead. I'll be fine here alone. No way. If I left you here by yourself, your dad would kill me. Are you really that afraid of my dad? Who's afraid of your dad? I just go easy on him. Xia Ruanwan blinked her eyes, clearly disbelieving. Rao Chiyu looked at her little expression, wanting to explain, but unsure where to even begin. Outside the clinic, the reporters had all vanished. A figure glanced around, then walked toward the clinic entrance wearing sunglasses. She tugged her sunglasses down slightly with her hand, revealing a pair of lively, large eyes, and noticed the clinic door was already closed. A slight frown crossed her brows, she was certain he hadn't left. How had the door closed? As she lingered at the clinic entrance, someone stood behind her, silently observing her every move. Could this person be here for medical treatment? The clinic is closed already. There's no use staying here. If you need medical attention, you should go to a hospital. The sudden voice startled the woman. She turned around to see a rather good-looking man standing behind her, though in her eyes, he still couldn't quite measure up to Brother Chiyu. Who are you? You scared me to death. My name is Cho Zirong. I'm the new doctor at this clinic. Suyu's eyes lit up. Do you have the clinic key? Cho Zirong took out a key from his pocket, the very one his martial uncle had entrusted to him. Seeing this, Suyu snatched the key from his hand and hastily opened the door. Cho Zirong? Could she be a new doctor too? He couldn't detect even the slightest trace of a doctor's demeanor in her. Brother Chiyu, I'm here. Opening the door, Suyu tossed the keys back to Cho Zirong, then strode toward the office in her high heels. Inside the office at this moment, Rao Chiyu lay restlessly in his chair, weighed down by worry. Could something have happened to your dad? It's so late already, and he hasn't returned or sent any messages. Xia Ruanwan insisted with conviction. Dad will be just fine. All right, he'll be fine. Click, click, click. The sudden sound of high heels made Rao Chiyu sit up straight. Oh no! He knew that rhythm all too well, she was coming. He glanced around frantically before finally ducking behind his desk. Ruanwan, if anyone comes, tell them I'm not here, understand? After saying that, Rao Chiyu decided his desk wasn't safe enough and ducked into the restroom instead. He'd barely entered when Suyu and Xiao Zirong appeared at the office doorway. Ruanwan, what are you doing here? Suyu walked up to Ruanwan and pinched her chubby little cheek. Xia Ruanwan swatted her hand away. Sister Su, what brings you here? Suyu glanced around, searching for Rao Chiyu's whereabouts, but after looking everywhere, she couldn't find any trace of him. I came to find Brother Chiyu. Do you know where he is? Xia Ruanwan instinctively glanced toward the bathroom, where Rao Chiyu inside was covering his mouth, afraid Suyu might discover him. Suyu noticed Xia Ruanwan's slight movement and, brushing aside her hair, took a seat on the sofa. Where's your dad? He went out with sister and hasn't come back yet. Sister? Suyu pondered for a moment. Could it be that young mistress from the Yi family who went out this morning? She grew increasingly certain that it wasn't Rao Chiyu who went to pick up the eldest daughter of the Yi family last night, but rather Ruanwan's father. Looking at the adorable little girl before her, Suyu felt a surge of pity. She wondered whether the child would be heartbroken if she knew the eldest daughter of the Yi family was becoming her stepmother. Xia Ruanwan blinked her eyes in confusion. What was going on with Sister Su? Why was she looking at her with such a strange expression? Brother Chiyu is being too much, leaving you all alone like this. When your dad gets back, I'll definitely tell him about this. Suyu glanced toward the bathroom and deliberately raised her voice a little. A shadow flitted past the bathroom door, but it never opened. Xiao Zirong stood by, staring blankly at them. Though he roughly understood his martial uncle wasn't currently in the clinic, he placed the prepared items in his office but paused when he noticed the notebook on the desk. Flipping through a few pages, his interest sparked immediately. It documented most common ailments in a way that was instantly understandable. Looking at this handwriting, it's somewhat reminiscent of a beginner's script. Could it be that Uncle himself wrote it? Never imagined that despite Uncle's vast knowledge, his handwriting resembles that of a novice. If one were to be blunt, it was a character painstakingly pieced together stroke by stroke. At first glance, he became completely engrossed, gaining even clearer understanding of what he had previously learned, along with many new insights. Xia Ruanwan got down from the chair, walked to the desk, rested her hand on the table, and watched Xiao Zirong, who was intently reading. Do you like reading this too? Xiao Zirong snapped back to reality and scratched his head sheepishly. Right, did your dad write this? Sorry, I read it without asking for his permission first. Xia Ruanran tilted her head and said casually, it's fine. I wrote this myself, feel free to read it. Lu Zirong froze, his eyes widening in shock. She wrote this book? Not her father? Did you write all this? Yeah, but Dad watched me write it. He told me to jot down my own thoughts here, and he would add a little bit from time to time. Xia Ruanwan brought out the book Xia Tianxian had shown her. She struggled a bit to lift it, needing Xiao Zirong's help to hold it up properly. This is the book Dad showed me. I think it's pretty good. Xiao Zirong looked at the book that was thicker than a Xinhua dictionary. Only his martial uncle would give such a thick book to a 4-year-old child. But he had to admit, the fact that his martial uncle's daughter had written this notebook did surprise him a little. Then, can Ruanwan lend this notebook to Big Brother to read? Xia Ruanwan thought for a while. I haven't finished writing yet. Can I give it to you after I'm done? She still had so much left unwritten. Dad always said you mustn't abandon halfway through a task. You must finish writing it properly. Of course you can. If he could see the complete version, it might be quite helpful for his medical practice. Chapter 37. A slight resemblance in appearance. Swish! A leaf fell to the ground, gently lifted by the wind, and soared into the sky once more. Yi Sihua sat on the bench, wiping the sweat from her forehead. A bottle of water appeared before her. Raising her eyes, Yi Sihua saw Xie Tianxian standing in front of her. Have some water. Why isn't it cold? Xie Tianxian sat beside her. You shouldn't drink cold beverages after exercise. Yi Sihua pouted her lips. Are all medical students like this? There are just too many restrictions. They probably won't catch up to us now, right? This morning has been nothing but being chased by reporters. Talk about excitement. Xie Tianxian set the water aside. Logically speaking, they probably won't come anymore. Logically speaking? What does this mean? I reckon they've got other business to attend to now and won't make it. Yi Sihua was completely baffled, not understanding what he was talking about. Staring at the distant scenery, she realized she couldn't return to the company now. With what had happened, her father had probably already started looking for her. She picked up her phone only to remember it had run out of battery. Is there anywhere around here to charge it? Xie Tianxian glanced toward a nearby convenience store. They probably have charging stations there. But with your current trending status and public recognition, you'd likely get photographed if you went. Why won't you get caught on camera if you go? Xie Tianxian shrugged. No one could clearly see my face in those photos anyway. Yi Sihua, though it was true, she suddenly felt the urge to punch him. Damn it, why can he be so relaxed when we both made it to the trending list? Xie Tianxian glanced at the time and stood up. Let's go, it's time to head back. Yi Sihua looked at him with curiosity. Where to? Of course we're going back to the clinic. Unless you'd rather keep being chased? Yi Sihua shook her head. She definitely didn't want that. What absolute torment. To think her first experience of being pursued would turn out to be literal running. After they left, a shadowy figure retrieved a camera and photographed their retreating backs. At the Yi residence, Lin Xiaowan gazed at the indoor flower pots, her mood unusually bright. Such a major event happened today that poor little girl must have suffered terribly. When she can't hold on any longer and takes that leap from the building, justice will be hers. Sir, you're back? Yelongchen walked in from outside, his entire face darkened with gloom. Lin Xiaowan put down what she was holding and walked over to take the items from Yi Longchen's hands. Longchen, why are you back so early? Yi Longchen looked toward the second floor. Has Sihua returned? That girl hasn't been back since taking over Juicy. Has something happened? Yi Longchen turned his head to look at her, his profound gaze as if trying to peer through her thoughts. Lin Xiaowan took half a step back and forced a dry laugh. Has something happened? Without saying a word, Yi Longchen headed straight for the second floor. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Xiaowan tossed the item in her hand onto the sofa. He must be overwhelmed by the Yi Sihua situation right now. If only he had entrusted Zhoushi to Xiang, none of this would have happened. She sat on the sofa, leisurely holding a teacup from the table. Steam curled upward as she blew gently on it before taking a sip. Online, the buzz about the Yi family's eldest daughter appearing at the scandalous club quickly died down. Many speculated the Yi family had intervened. At Xianxian Clinic, Suyu and Xia Ruanwan were watching cartoons together outside. When the show ended, Suyu stood up and headed to the restroom. I've drunk so much tea, I really need to use the bathroom. Hiding in the restroom, Rao Chiyu quickly locked the door upon hearing those words. It would be disastrous if she discovered him here. Suyu walked to the door, pressed the handle, but couldn't push it open. This door seems to be broken. Xia Ruanwan turned back. Broken? It was working fine yesterday. The cartoon on the tablet was so captivating that she forgot Rao Chiyu was inside. Suyu took a few steps back. That's broken? What a pity. Rao Chiyu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her leave, thinking she was finally gone. But years of experience told him she wouldn't depart this easily. The posted notice on the door suddenly retreated a few steps away as Rao Chiyu moved back abruptly. Ruanwan, cover your ears. Xia Ruanwan looked at her in confusion but obediently covered her ears. The next second, a foot kicked against the bathroom door. Snap! The door finally gave way with a pitiful crunch. The loud noise startled Xiao Zirong, who had been absorbed in his notes. He jerked his head up, scanning the surroundings. What happened? Where did that explosion come from? Outside the door, Xie Tianxian, who had just stepped out of the taxi, also heard the commotion coming from inside the clinic. Passers-by outside the clinic were startled. Had something exploded inside? Remembering that Ruanwan was still inside, Xie Tianxian quickly told Yi Sihua he had something urgent to attend to and hurried toward the clinic. Pushing open the office door, Xie Tianxian saw Suyu pulling Rao Chiyu out of the restroom, while Xia Ruanwan sat obediently on a chair watching cartoons. Uncle, you're back? What just happened? Why was there such a loud noise? Well, Xiao Zirong glanced at Rao Chiyu and Suyu standing not far away. Suyu smirked slightly. Brother Chiyu, why aren't you answering my calls? Rao Chiyu forced a dry laugh. My phone died. The woman still had that incredible strength. She kicked the door open without a word. Is that so? Then let's step out and have a proper chat. Suyu wore a positively sunny smile as she dragged him outside. The 6-foot-tall man was effortlessly pulled along like a rag doll. Rao Chiyu looked at Xie Tianxian, silently pleading for him to intercede on his behalf. But Xia Tianxian averted his gaze. This was clearly something he wanted no part of. When Yi Sihua entered, she saw a woman pulling Rao Qiyu outside. The two of them exchanged a polite smile as their eyes met. "Is your brother all right? Don't mind him. That guy's hide is thick as leather, he'll be bouncing back on his feet in no time." He had long grown accustomed to people like them. "Big sis, you're back?" Xia Ruanwan walked over to Yi Sihua and hugged her thigh. Did Ruan Yuan miss me?" "Yes, I've missed you all the time." Xia Tianxian looked at their faces and suddenly felt they looked strikingly similar, almost like mother and daughter. Mother and daughter? Xia Tianxian withdrew his gaze. Could she really be the woman from that year? "Uncle?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. "Come with me, I'll show you around the clinic." As he left, Xia Tianxian cast a meaningful glance at Yi Sihua before leading Qiu Zirong outside. The only way to know if it was Ruanwan's mother would be to wait for the test results. If it really was her, he wanted to know why she hadn't told him, why she just disappeared without a word. Chapter 38, Paternity Test. The scandal of the Knight family's eldest daughter frequenting high-end clubs soon faded from public memory over time. Above in the sky, the sun lazily shifted its position, slowly moving toward the celestial zenith. Yi Sihua sat in her company office, placing the signed documents on her desk. "The project contracts have been signed." Lin Lei looked at Yi Sihua with a smile in his eyes. "I didn't expect President Yi to get it so quickly." Yi Sihua sneered. "Indeed. Thanks to President Lin's introduction. Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten the signature so fast." Lin Lei's expression changed slightly. Did she know he was the one behind this? Impossible. There was no way she could have found out it was his doing. She was most likely trying to bluff him. "You must have been tired these past few days, Mr. Yi. Would you like to take a break? Just leave the project to me, I promise you'll be satisfied." Yi Sihua picked up the documents. "There's no need to trouble yourself, Mr. Lin. I just came to inform you. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work." As she left, Yi Sihua smirked coldly. Her suspicions had been right all along. Someone like Zhou Juncheng didn't have the guts to pull this off. Lin Lei wiped the smile off his face, took out his phone, and dialed a number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Lin Lei berated the person on the other end. "Are you useless? You can't even handle such a simple matter." "Boss Lin, it's not my fault. Someone suddenly barged in and took her away. That person was really strong, we were no match for him." Lin Lei said in exasperation, "You're all just a bunch of good-for-nothings. What's the point of having you around?" If they had succeeded, would he still need to grovel and talk to some wet behind-the-ears kid like this? "President Lin, surely you're not planning to go back on what you promised us." Lin Lei grew even angrier. "You didn't even handle things properly, and now you want to negotiate terms with me? President Lin, you wouldn't want this matter to reach young Master Yi, would you?" Lin Lei's eyes darkened slightly. How dare this man threaten him? "You dare threaten me?" "President Lin, we're all grasshoppers on the same boat. If you don't want Night Owl to discover your embezzlement and corruption, you'd better fulfill your promises." "Understood. If you dare breathe a word of this, I'll make your life a living hell." After hanging up the phone, Lin Lei slammed his office desk with force. Zhou Juancheng's audacity had grown increasingly bold, daring to threaten him outright. It seemed this man couldn't be kept around any longer. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. At the Flowing Breeze Club, Zhou Juncheng stared blankly at the lineup of women before him, devoid of any interest. For some reason, ever since that night, he'd completely lost interest in women. Even at the final stage, there wasn't the slightest reaction down there. Was he too exhausted, or were those women simply not enticing? He waved his hand dismissively, sending them away. "Boss, this was the last group already. You seriously still feel nothing at all?" The mere thought of it made Zhou Juncheng immensely agitated. "Damn it. Keep searching for me. If you find something that catches my interest, I'll give you 100,000. The younger brothers in the private room all lit up with excitement, rising one after another to search for a way to restore their boss's manly vigor. Zhou Juncheng sat on the sofa with a dark expression. It was all that woman's fault. If not for her, how could he have ended up like this? Well then, she would just have to be the cure for his illness. On the first day of the week at Xinshin Clinic, Rao Qiyu finally assembled the people Xia Tianxian needed. Xia Tianxian nodded approvingly as he looked at the person he had found, quite satisfactory indeed. With fresh hands at the clinic, Xia Tianxian felt considerably lighter in workload. Now he could clock out on time every day and return home to spend time with Ruanwan. "Daddy, when are we going to the amusement park?" As soon as he returned, Xia Ruanwan, who was sitting on the sofa, threw her arms around Xia Tianxian and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Do you want to go to the amusement park, Ruanwan?" "That's right. Didn't Daddy promise that we'd go to the amusement park in a few days? It's been such a long time already." Xia Tianxian pondered for a moment. "Then how about we go to the amusement park tomorrow?" Xia Ruanwan waved her little hands excitedly. "Yay! Let's invite Big Sister to come with us." Xia Tianxian looked at her delighted expression and said helplessly, "But Daddy doesn't have Big Sister's contact information." Xia Ruanwan pouted her little mouth. Daddy didn't even manage to get sister's phone number. Xia Tianxian rubbed his nose. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he hadn't found the right moment to ask. After that incident, they never contacted each other again, nor did they exchange contact information. Xia Ruanwan raised her little hand. Luckily I have big sister's phone number. I'll call her right now. She swiped her smartwatch and walked toward the room. Xia Tianxian watched her retreating figure and smiled helplessly before heading to the sofa. Click. The apartment door opened as Rao Qiyu walked in from outside. In his hand was a document, which he tossed to Xia Tianxian as he approached him. Xia Tianxian looked at the documents in his hand, then raised his gaze to the person before him. Have you looked at it yet? How could I dare look? Open it quickly and see what's the result. Rao Qiyu was brimming with anticipation. His curiosity piqued about the outcome. Xia Tianxian opened the file folder and pulled out the paternity test inside. As his eyes scanned the final report, his pupils contracted slightly, and subtle shifts rippled across his expression. Well, Rao Qiyu snatched the paternity test from his hands. What was the result? He was practically dying from the suspense. He fixed his gaze on the paternity test, staring at the final result with disbelief in his eyes. Ruan is truly her daughter, which means that woman from back then was her. After searching for so long, had he really found her just like this? Xia Tianxuan's expression turned solemn. Though he'd harbored suspicions earlier, learning the truth still left him with complicated emotions. Rao Qiyu sat beside him, somewhat incredulous, and said, "This is just too much of a coincidence. After 5 years, who would have thought you two would meet again?" Xia Tianxian looked at the paternity test in his hand, then tucked it away. He couldn't help but wonder why had that woman kept this from him, raising their daughter alone before suddenly returning her to him now? Help me look into what's been happening with the Yi family lately. The more details, the better. Rao Qiyu curled his lip. You should ask Li Xian for that kind of thing. He specializes in matters like this. Xia Tianxuan's eyes flashed with a stern glint, and Rao Qiyu immediately rose from the sofa. He hurriedly picked up his phone and headed outside. I'm on my way, he said. Meanwhile, Yi Sihua was unaware that Xia Tianxian had discovered the truth about her connection with Ruan. At the moment, she was discussing with Ruan what time they should go to the amusement park the next morning. Chapter 39 Becoming Friends. The first rays of morning sunlight lazily filtered through the window, bathing the room in a golden glow, warm and full of vitality. Outside, birds chirped among the trees, while dewdrops still clung to the leaves, sparkling under the sunlight. At the entrance of the playground, Xia Tianxian stood aside checking his phone, while little Xia Ruan beside him curiously craned her neck to look around. This scene attracted admiring gazes and cameras from many onlookers. Wow, that man is so handsome, and the little kid is adorable too. I just want to pinch her chubby little cheeks. Yeah, I wonder what her mother looks like. She must be quite beautiful too. Xia Tianxian listened to the passers-by's compliments, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He turned to look at Xia Ruan beside him. Her mother was indeed very beautiful. A moment later, a car pulled up beside the roadside, and Yi Sihua stepped out of it. Sorry for the delay, there was some traffic. You haven't been waiting too long, have you? As soon as Yi Sihua appeared, some people who had intended to approach for photos instantly halted in their tracks. No wonder the daughter is so beautiful, her mother must be quite the stunner as well. No, just got here a moment ago. Xia Tianxian looked at her with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Ruan immediately hugged Yi Sihua's thigh. Sister, let's go inside first. Yi Sihua tucked her hair behind her ear and led the little girl inside by the hand. Alright, what ride would you like to play? Xia Ruan looked around the amusement park and thought for a moment. I want to ride the merry-go-round. Sure, big sister will take you to the merry-go-round. Xie Tianxuan followed behind them, the smile on his face never fading. In the office of Xuanyu Company, Rao Qiyu sat at his desk, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the desktop. The folder on the table remained unopened, untouched for over 10 minutes. He picked up his nearby phone, glanced at the time, then turned it off again. Seconds later, he took up the phone once more and dialed a number. Hey, got time to call me now? Well, I've got some juicy gossip. Wanna hear it? $1,000 and I'll tell you. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Not interested. If that's all, I'm hanging up. Wait. It's about Tianxian. You really don't want to know? Even just 500 would do. I don't want to hear it. Rao Qiyu was taken aback to hear that he didn't even want to know. After all, this was Tianxuan's juicy gossip. Are you really not going to listen? He had been holding it in for so long, and it weighed heavily on him. Listening is fine too. Give me $1,000. Rao Qiyu, how did this guy turn the tables? If you don't speak up, I'm hanging up now. Rao Qiyu gnashed his teeth and said, $500. A cheerful voice came from the other end. Transfer the money first. With no other choice, Rao Qiyu could only transfer 500 yuan to him. Now can you listen to what I have to say? Instead of earning 500 yuan, he ended up losing 500 instead. This was truly an unparalleled move. Lu Xian took the money and casually said, go ahead. Rao Qiyu teased, Do you know who that woman Tianxian was looking for 5 years ago? The eldest daughter of the Yi family? Rao Qiyu widened his eyes. How did you know? He hadn't even said anything yet, so how did he know? I guessed right, it seems. Rao Qi's lips twitched slightly. He had intended to leverage this information to blackmail him, but instead ended up blackmailing himself. Since you already know, I'll get straight to the point. Tianxian wants to find out what's been happening with the Yi family recently. I don't know much about it myself, but after some thought, I realized you must be well informed, so I'm hoping you can help investigate. Oh, I already knew about this. Tianxian called me this morning. Rao Qiyu, so you've known all along? He Lingxian said in an absolutely punchable tone. That's right. I've known all along. Give me back that 500 yuan. He Lishuan held the phone a little further from his ear and rubbed it. Is 500 yuan really worth this fuss? You're the boss of a big company, can't even spare 500? It all depends on who it's given to. If it's meant for a dog, I wouldn't bat an eye, but for you, I feel every bit of it. Alright, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. That should make up for it, right? With my money, obviously? Ha ha ha. The next second, just as Rao Qiyu was about to curse out loud, the call got disconnected. That brat actually dared to hang up on me. Rao Qiyu turned off his phone and tossed it aside. This really pissed him off. When evening comes, he's definitely going to make him pay for it. He Lishuan looked at his phone, feeling particularly pleased. He glanced at the documents on the table, set them aside, and turned to look out the window at the scenery. From here, most parts of the city were visible, including the largest amusement park in town. He tapped his fingers against the desk, then dialed a number. Investigate for me everything that has happened to the Yi family in the past 5 years, the more details, the better. After hanging up the phone, He Lishuan rubbed his neck, wondering how Tianxian was doing over there and whether he was getting along well with his sister-in-law. In the amusement park, Yi Sihua sat on a bench, watching Xia Wanwan happily playing not far away, with a faint smile on his face. Xia Tianxian handed her a bottle of water. Yi Sihua looked up and took it, saying thank you. What do you think of Wanwan? Yi Sihua's hand, which was filling water, paused. Why was he suddenly asking this? Very adorable, like a little sun that can bring warmth to others. Xia Tianxian nodded in agreement. To be honest, when I first met Wanwan, I was quite surprised. I never imagined I had a daughter in this world. Yi Sihua turned to look at him, puzzled by his sudden remark. The moment I saw her, I knew I wanted to give her a good life and ensure she grew up happy. But the more time we spent together, I started feeling like I was getting it all wrong. Yi Sihua pressed her lips together, unsure how to respond. Xia Ruanwan turned her head and saw her mother and father sitting on chairs, seemingly deep in conversation. Just then, a little boy approached, holding a piece of candy in his hand. Would you like some candy? Xia Ruanwan turned back, seeing the boy who appeared to be about her age, wearing a white top and matching shorts. Daddy said we shouldn't take food from strangers, but thank you for your kindness anyway. The little boy turned to look at his mother. She didn't seem to like sweets. His mother walked over and ruffled his hair. My son would like to be friends with you, if that's all right? The little boy nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Can we be friends? Chapter 40 Turning the Tables Against Others. Xia Ruanwan looked at the little boy and the woman before her, feeling an instinctive dislike. Sorry, but I don't want to be friends with you. Hearing this, the little boy immediately burst into tears. Mommy, she won't be friends with me. The woman comforted her son. Fine if we're not friends, we didn't want to be friends with her anyway. She shot Xia Ruanwan a venomous glare before pulling the little boy's hand and walking away toward another area. Suddenly, the boy yanked free from his mother's grip and rushed towards Xia Ruanwan. Caught off guard, she was shoved to the ground, sharp pain flooding her eyes with tears. Seeing her cry, the little boy played victim first, immediately running back to his mother and bursting into loud sobs. Mom, that little girl tried to push me, and then, she fell down by herself. Some unsuspecting adults glanced over. My goodness, how could such a well-behaved looking girl do such a thing? Don't her parents discipline her? Little girls these days can be so mischievous. The woman sneered. Could it be that this child has no parents? Listening to their words, Xia Ruanwan, who had initially held back her tears, suddenly burst into crying. I'm not a child without parents. I have a mom and dad. Noticing the situation, Xia Tianxian and Yi Sihua began walking toward them. The woman shielded her son and retorted, Oh, you have parents? Then where are they now? She couldn't bear to cause any more trouble for her mom and dad. A figure approached from behind and scooped her up in their arms. Xia Ruanwan looked up and saw Xia Tianxuan's face. Xia Tianxian wiped the tears from the corner of her eye. What happened? Xia Ruanwan saw Xia Tianxian, along with Yi Sihua beside him, and began to sob. Yi Sihua's heart ached unbearably as he looked at her current state. Tell us, what happened? Xia Ruanwan pointed at the little boy beside the woman. That person said I pushed him, but actually he pushed me. Yet he accused me of pushing him, and his mom even said I'm a child without parents. The little boy looked at Xia Tianxian and hid fearfully behind the woman. Mommy. The woman patted him on the back, her expression spiteful as she sneered. Don't think I'm afraid just because there are more of you. Everyone here saw it, your child pushed mine. A flash of severity flickered in Xia Tianxuan's eyes, and the woman actually felt a pang of fear. If everyone here saw it, then I'd like to ask, who exactly saw it? The crowd exchanged glances, not daring to make a sound. They hadn't actually seen the little girl push the boy, they were just watching the spectacle. Seeing that no one spoke up for her, the woman grew frantic. Don't tell me none of you saw it? That little girl pushed my son, and I've been more than lenient by not demanding accountability from her yet. Xia Tianxian scoffed coldly. Is that so? In that case, let's just call the police. There are surveillance cameras here anyway. And when we check the footage, we'll see once and for all whether my daughter pushed your son or whether it was your son who pushed my child. The woman was startled, completely unaware there were surveillance cameras here. Her expression changed slightly. Let's forget about today's incident. Son, let's go. Yi Sihua couldn't possibly let them leave so easily. He stood in their way, blocking their path. What do you want? With a cold laugh, Yi Sihua said, what do I want? Of course, an apology to my daughter. Throughout Wanwan's life, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Even during their most difficult times, she had never let her experience such injustice. Xia Tianxuan's eyes flickered slightly at her words. Was she actually admitting that Wanwan was her daughter? On what grounds? What proof do you have that my son pushed your daughter? I can testify to it. A childlike voice spoke up. All eyes turned to see a 5 or 6-year-old boy raising his hand. His father patted his head, urging him to continue. I saw it with my own eyes. It was that little boy who pushed the sister down. So that's what happened. We almost got misled by that woman. I can't believe that woman could be so vicious, framing a little girl like that. Ha! Now she's turning the tables, claiming that little girl pushed her son. What a fantastic fabrication. The crowd erupted with condemnations against the woman, completely reversing the earlier situation. The little boy burst into loud sobs. The woman, flustered by the surrounding accusations, cried out, "Don't you dare smear me with false charges. Now that everything is cleared up. What? Do you still expect me to teach you how to apologize?" The woman glared at Yi Sihua before her, fists clenched tight. When had she ever endured such humiliation? What's going on here that's causing such a commotion? A booming voice rang out, and the woman felt as if she had spotted a lifeline upon hearing it. Husband, you're finally here. These people are claiming our son pushed their daughter and demanding we apologize. Who dares? Which blind fool would dare make my Zhu Hai son apologize? The people around took a step back in fear upon hearing the name Zhu Hai. Everyone in the old district of City A knew about Zhu Hai, a notorious troublemaker who had gained quite a reputation, though an infamous one. He was a regular visitor to the police station, known for bullying and harassing people, striking terror among the residents of the old district. The woman pointed at Xia Tianxian and the others, saying, "It's them." Zhu Hai sneered. You dare make my son apologize? I wonder if you have the guts for that. Xia Tianxuan slightly furrowed his brows, his face betraying not a trace of fear. Because his view was obstructed, Zhu Hai hadn't been able to see clearly who had made his son apologize. He was already irritated enough today. Having just finished a call from Zhou Juncheng about tracking down the whereabouts of the Yi family's young miss, where could he possibly find the Yi family's young miss at a time like this? What's the matter? Is Zhu Hai's son so precious that he can't offer an apology? Zhu Hai was stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? He turned to look and saw a young girl come into view. Aren't you the eldest young miss of the Yi family? He blurted out. What was she doing here? He had been wondering how to find her, but never expected her to come knocking on his door herself. Xia Tianxian smirked and said, since you're so precious, you shouldn't go out at all. Staying at home would be much better for you. Who are you? Don't you know? Zhu Hai's scolding cut off abruptly midway. Why was he here? And holding a little girl in his arms, it couldn't possibly be what he suspected, could it? No what? Zhu Hai forced an awkward laugh. Nothing at all. He turned to the woman beside him, muttering something indistinct. Her pupils contracted sharply. She had no idea she'd stirred up such a storm. I'm sorry, it was our fault. We apologize to you here. The woman's sudden apology took the onlookers by surprise. What on earth had happened? The situation was becoming increasingly baffling. Chapter 41 The Bad Kid. After Zhu Hai made his wife and child apologize, Xia Tianxian didn't force them to stay either. After warning them not to distort the truth next time, he let them leave. After the woman left with the little boy, she felt extremely wronged. When had she ever suffered such humiliation before? Seeing that they hadn't followed, Zhu Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, stop crying now. My son has suffered such indignity, and you're not even angry. That man is not someone we can afford to provoke. Last time, he was the one who took the Yi family's eldest daughter from the boss. So we're just going to let it go? Of course not. I'll inform the boss that the Yi family's eldest daughter is here, and their good days will soon be over. The little boy walked up to Zhu Hai and tugged at his sleeve, Dad, can you make that little girl serve me tea and water? Zhu Hai patted his head. Of course, my son. Whatever you want, Daddy will give it to you. A radiant smile spread across the little boy's face. He'd already thought of ways to torment that little girl. As for all this, Xia Tianxian and the others remained completely unaware. Xia Tianxian set Xia Ruanwan down and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Seeing her aggrieved expression, his heart ached terribly. If anyone bullies you in the future, you fight back, understand? Xia Ruanwan nodded, understood. Yi Sihua walked over. Let big sister check if you're hurt. She picked up Xia Ruanwan's small hand to examine it and found the palm was scraped. Xia Ruanwan tried to pull her hand back, but was held firmly by Yi Sihua. Does it hurt? Xia Ruanwan shook her little head. It doesn't hurt. Your tears are falling like little pearls, yet you say it doesn't hurt. Xia Tianxian crouched down, took out a band-aid from his pocket, cleaned her wound, and carefully applied it. Looking at the rabbit-patterned band-aid, Xia Ruanwan broke into a smile. What an adorable bunny. Yi Sihua sat on a nearby chair, relieved to see Xia Ruanwan had stopped crying. Her good mood had been completely ruined by that family. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling she'd seen that man somewhere before. Was it just days ago? Daddy, I want ice cream. Will you go buy me some? Xia Tianxian gently tapped her tiny nose. Okay, Daddy will go get you some. He stood up and walked towards the nearby convenience store. Seeing Xia Tianxian leave, Xia Ruanwan walked over to Yi Sihua and laid her head on her lap. Mom, you were really amazing just now. I love you the most, Mom. Just moments ago when Dad was here, she couldn't bring herself to say any of these words. Now, at last, she had the chance. You, silly thing, don't be so naive next time. Why did that little boy push you anyway? He wanted to be friends with me. I refused. So he pushed me. From the moment she saw that little boy, she didn't like him. She absolutely refused to be friends with someone she disliked. He was just a bad kid, and now she disliked him even more. Xia Tianxian walked into the convenience store holding 2 ice creams in his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice. His eyes narrowed slightly as he walked over holding an ice cream. Boss, I've already located the eldest miss of the Yi family. She's at the amusement park right now, and that man is here too. Hurry and bring people here. I'll keep an eye on them. Whatever was said on the other end of the call, Zhu Hai kept nodding and saying yes. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Hai couldn't wait any longer. Once Boss and the others arrived, it would be that man's death sentence. Xia Tianxian looked at him with a cold smile. Truly incorrigible, if they insisted on this path, then he'd make them abandon all hope completely. A silver needle shot from his hand, and Zhu Hai felt a sharp pain in his buttock. He rubbed his backside, peered around, then walked off in another direction. The fallen leaves on the branches dropped to the ground, destined only to turn into dust, consuming the nutrients of the soil. Xia Ruanwan sat on Yi Sihua's lap, watching the swans nearby. They chatted and laughed, painting a particularly heartwarming scene. Xia Tianxian stood not far away, the corners of his lips slightly upturned, as if such days weren't so bad after all. The darkness in his heart gradually warmed and began to take on color. Xia Ruanwan climbed off Yi Sihua's back. Daddy, you're back? Here's the ice cream you wanted. Just this one, or your stomach will hurt if you eat too much. Xia Ruanwan solemnly accepted the ice cream and said, I know. Ice cream is cold and bad for the stomach. Xia Tianxian chuckled. Good that you know. He looked up at Yi Sihua and handed her the other ice cream. Is this for me? Yeah, I didn't know what flavor you'd like, so I got the same one as Ruanwan. Thank you. Yi Sihua looked at the ice cream in his hand, feeling a pang in his nose. Xia Ruanwan unwrapped her ice cream, glancing at her mom on the left and her dad on the right. She felt like the happiest child in the world, with both parents by her side. On the nearby lake, a white swan emerged from the water, stretching its pristine wings and scattering droplets around. Under the sunlight, they formed a dazzling rainbow of colors. Birds flitted across the sky, alighting on tree branches and singing cheerful melodies. Not far from them, a pair of watchful eyes followed their every move, unblinkingly observing them, afraid they might slip away. Xia Tianxian leaned back in his chair, lowering his gaze to gaze at Ruanwan devouring her ice cream. Noticing ice cream smeared at the corner of her mouth, he pulled a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped it away. Yi Sihua said, I didn't expect you'd prepared so many things. Xia Tianxian withdrew his hand after cleaning up. When going out for fun, of course, you need to be well prepared. Yi Sihua nodded thoughtfully. What he said seemed quite reasonable. Turning her head, she met Xia Tianxuan's gaze. Yi Sihua hurriedly looked away, her heart pounding rapidly in her chest. Xia Tianxian took out a clean tissue and handed it to her. Yi Sihua looked at the tissue in confusion, seemingly unsure what he intended to do. If you want me to help wipe it for you, I don't mind either. Hearing this, Yi Sihua immediately understood his meaning. She took the tissue from his hand and dabbed the corner of her mouth. Big sister, why is your face red? Yi Sihua froze for a moment and touched his face. It felt a bit warm. Maybe the weather's too hot. How about we go inside instead? What else would Ruanwan like to play? Due to age restrictions, there were some rides she couldn't go on. Xia Ruanwan looked behind her and suddenly saw a very, very tall structure. I want to play on that. Xia Tianxian followed the direction she was pointing and saw a Ferris wheel. Let's go there now, okay? Xia Ruanwan nodded and turned to look at Yi Sihua, her eyes filled with anticipation. She wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with both her mom and dad. Chapter 42, The Setup. Even on weekdays, the amusement park was bustling with excitement. Zhou Juncheng watched the revolving Ferris wheel, a trace of frost flickering in his eyes. Once they came down, he'd let them know exactly what happens when you mess with Zhou Juncheng. Are they really in there? Shu Hai hunched over with a nod. Of course, I saw them go in with my own eyes. Zhou Juncheng directed his men to scatter around the vicinity, waiting for them to come out so they could teach them a lesson. Inside the Ferris wheel, Xia Ruanwan sat on the seat, gazing at the scenery outside with wide, amazed eyes. Big sis, look, you can see the whole city from here, and I think even the place where Dad works. Is that so? Then tell me, Ruanwan, where does your daddy work? Xia Ruanwan thought for a moment, then pointed somewhere and said, right there, isn't it? Yi Sihua praised. Ruanwan is so clever to point it out immediately. The space they were in slowly rose, gradually reaching the best spot of the Ferris wheel. From here, they could see most of the city, as well as the distant mountains and rivers. Xia Tianxian sat to the side, tapped a few times on his phone, then put it away as he watched the mother and daughter before him. When the ride ended, Xia Ruanwan felt she hadn't had enough and wanted another round. Then why don't you and your sister go for another round while Daddy waits for you down here? Xia Ruanwan's eyes lit up. Could this mean she'd get to spend time with her mother all by herself? She took Yi Sihua's hand and boarded the Ferris wheel once again. Xia Tianxian rubbed his neck and shook his head helplessly. She really did leave without a backward glance. He walked to the exit and scanned the surroundings, a slight frown flickering across his brow. They'd arrived swiftly enough. Now the question was whether they had the guts to pull the trigger. The bird on the branch hopped among the twigs, watching the people walking below. Boss, that man just came out. Should we follow him? Zhou Juncheng smacked him on the head. What's the hurry? That woman and child haven't come out yet. Don't forget our target. Shu Hai rubbed his head. It really hurt. Xia Tianxian walked along the path, directly leaving under Zhou Juncheng and the others' watchful gaze. Unbeknownst to them, mere seconds later, he appeared right behind them. He leaned against the tree, examining his nails, then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it straight at Shu Hai's head. Shu Hai looked at the stone that had fallen to the ground, then turned back to see a man standing behind him, waving at him. That smile gave him an urge to flee the place immediately. Boss, Dad. Shu Hai frantically patted Zhou Juncheng's shoulder, who impatiently swatted away his hand and turned to look ahead. Boss, he's behind us. What's behind us? Our target is the young mistress of the Yi family. Before Zhou Juncheng could finish speaking, a familiar face appeared right in front of him. He's here. Why didn't you tell me? Shu Hailong hung his head. I did tell you. He was genuinely aggrieved. He had actually said something from the start. So why was he suddenly being blamed for it? Zhou Juncheng looked around and noticed there was only him left, immediately feeling less afraid. Now there were over a dozen of them against just one man, and in such an open space, there was no way he dared try anything. Kid, we don't know how you found us, but hand over the Yi family's young mistress and we'll let you go. As Zhou Juncheng finished speaking, more than a dozen men approached from all directions. Xia Tianxian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the people surrounding him. What if I say no? Are you planning to beat me up right here? The situation was quickly noticed by passers-by, who all craned their necks to see what was happening. Quite a few clueless onlookers also gathered to watch from the sidelines. Zhou Juncheng was immediately rendered speechless by this response. Causing a scene here really wasn't the best approach. Then do you dare come with us to a place? Xia Tianxian glanced at the time and said lazily, fine, let's go. I'm in a hurry anyway. Zhou Juncheng was overjoyed. This guy clearly didn't know his limits. He'd been wondering how to lure him into following, but who knew the idiot would agree outright. Just wait till I beat him so hard he'll be crying for mom and dad. Xia Tianxian walked ahead, while Zhou Juncheng and Zhu Hai followed close behind, keeping a constant watch on him to prevent any chance of escape. Since they didn't see the young lady of the Yi family, giving him a good beating first wouldn't be a bad idea. In the crowd, some people recognized Zhou Juncheng and Zhu Hai. Looking at the man standing before them, they all shook their heads. That man actually dared to provoke Zhou Juncheng. He's done for. He'll definitely get beaten up by those two. Some uninformed onlookers asked. So who is that guy anyway? He's a notorious punk in the old district. Even the cops steer clear of him. That man who got targeted wouldn't escape a brutal beating. The man trembled at those words, his eyes brimming with terror. There's actually someone like this who isn't even afraid of the police. That man is probably in grave danger. Zhou Juncheng thought the same way. They took Xie Tianxian to a rather secluded spot where hardly anyone ever came. Let me tell you, if you get on your knees right now and beg this young master to spare you, then crawl between my legs, maybe I'll let you off. Xia Tianxian sneered, enough with the nonsense, just come at me together. Zhou Juncheng found him so arrogant that he waved his hand, signaling his men to go up and teach him a lesson. Xia Tianxian stood in place, watching as the man swung a fist towards him. With a quick sidestep, he dodged the attack and raised his foot, delivering a swift kick straight to his opponent's chest. Crack, the sound of ribs breaking. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. Zhou Juncheng's eyes widened as he instinctively took a step back. He yelled at his gang members nearby, "What the hell are you standing around for? Get him!" The underlings quickly reacted, throwing their fists towards Xia Tianxian's direction. Xia Tianxian sneered, his coat fluttering in the wind. A few minutes later, he rubbed his wrist and glared sharply at Zhou Juncheng. On the ground, some of the underlings had broken ribs, while others suffered fractures, a few even had dislocated limbs. Zhou Juncheng gulped, completely unprepared for his prowess. All dozen or so men he had brought lay defeated. Xia Tianxian stepped toward Zhou Juncheng, staring him into backing away until he finally tripped and fell flat on his back. "Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I won't hold back." Xia Tianxian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and just how do you plan not to hold back?" In a flash, he lunged right up to Zhou Juncheng, but before he could even touch him, Zhou Juncheng's vision went dark, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Xia Tianxian. He fainted before I could even touch him. This is practically a scam. Chapter 43, Group Fight. The Ferris wheel door slowly opened, and Xia Ruanwan stepped out with Yi Sihua leading the way. Xia Tianxian stood not far away, waiting for them to approach. Yi Sihua led Ruanwan to his side. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not too long. Are you hungry, Ruanwan? Shall we go eat?" Xia Ruanwan clapped her hands. Okay. Her stomach felt empty now, and she couldn't wait to eat. "Daddy will take you to get something to eat, okay? Fine." Xia Tianxian picked up Xia Ruanwan and walked outside. Yi Sihua stood where she was, watching his retreating figure, suddenly reminded of scenes from her childhood when her father would carry her out to play. A flicker of sadness passed through her eyes. Those were just memories of the past now. "Big sister, aren't you coming with me?" "Coming." Yi Sihua steadied his emotions and followed. Now, all she needed to do was live her life well and take good care of Ruanwan. That was enough. On the other side of the amusement park, as staff were preparing to get off work, they stumbled upon a clearing devoid of visitors, only to find a large group of people collapsed on the ground. Immediately grabbing his phone, he dialed emergency services. "What on earth is going on? Why are so many people lying here?" Though Zhou Juncheng had been carried to the hospital, he could only suffer in silence, not daring at all to say that Xia Tianxian had beaten him. All he could mutter was that he had accidentally tripped and fallen. The others also hemmed and hawed, unable to offer any clear explanation for what had happened. The doctor looked at the little brothers lying in bed with dark lines all over his forehead. Getting a rib broken from wrestling, how hard did they have to fall? But since the patient wasn't talking, he couldn't bring himself to press further. He'd probably have to scribble a few big words in the medical record. Injury from gang fight, possible head trauma, slightly disoriented. The sun slid past the west, its reflection in the lake merging with the sun in the sky as it sank behind the mountains, then slowly shrinking. Xia Tianxian held Ruanwan in his arms, watching Yi Sihua get into the car. Xia Ruanwan's eyes were filled with reluctance, glistening with unshed tears. After the car drove away, Xia Tianxian led her into another vehicle. "Daddy, will we have another chance to go out and play together next time?" "Of course we will. Whenever Ruanwan wants to go out and play, Daddy will accompany you." Xia Ruanwan drooped her little head. "But I want to come out and play with sister." Xia Tianxian looked at her and said softly, "Do you really like Sister Yi, Ruanwan?" Xia Ruanwan nodded. "I really like her." "How much do you like her?" "I like you as much as I like Daddy." "Then do you want Sister Yi to be your mommy?" Xia Ruanwan tilted her head, not understanding what he meant. "Sister Yi is mommy. Why would I need to want Sister Yi to be mommy?" Xia Tianxian gently patted her head. It was better to take this slowly, she might not have processed it fully yet. The moon lay lazily upon the clouds in the sky, while the wind gently rustled the leaves, creating a soft shushing sound. In the Yi household, a young boy lay on the bed, racked by violent coughs. A man in a white coat sat beside him, pressing a stethoscope against the boy's chest. Lin Xiaowan paced back and forth anxiously, her eyes fixed on the doctor. The doctor removed the stethoscope, and Lin Xiaowan leaned in, gripping the doctor's hand. "Doctor, what's wrong with my Xiang? Why did he develop such a high fever as soon as we got back? The temperature difference between day and night is significant now. He might have caught a chill. To confirm whether it's a mycoplasma infection, we'll need lab tests. I'll prescribe some medication to relieve phlegm and coughing. If there's no improvement, it's best to visit the hospital." "Thank you, doctor." The doctor waved his hand dismissively and walked out carrying his medical kit. Lin Xiaowan walked over to Yi Xiang and patted him on the back. "Xiang, how are you feeling?" "Mom, I'm fine. Didn't the doctor say it's just a common cold? I'll be better after a few days rest." "I told you to rest properly. but you wouldn't listen. Now you see what happened. Yi Xiong looked helpless. I just wanted to achieve something and make Dad proud of me. Lin Xiaowan gazed at her sensible son, her heart aching with compassion. Alright, get some good rest now. I won't disturb you anymore, sweetheart. Lin Xiaowan glanced at her son and quietly stepped out of the room. Yi Xiong's eyes flickered slightly as he lay on the bed, staring at the pristine white ceiling. The dizziness in his head soon lulled him into slumber. The fever persisted for days, not subsiding but instead climbing higher and higher. Lin Xiaowan summoned several doctors in succession, but none of them could do anything. Yi Longchen stood by the bedside, looking at his frail son without a shred of pity in his eyes. I told you to take care of your health, but you refused to listen. Now even a minor fever has left you like this. If you're going to take over the company in the future, does that mean you'll skip work every time you get sick? Yi Xiong pressed his lips together tightly, not daring to speak. Lin Xiaowan walked up to Yi Longchen and took his hand. Longchen, why don't you seek out that miracle doctor? Perhaps only he can save Xiong. Yi Longchen frowned deeply. Do you think the miracle doctor is so easy to summon? If he were that easy to reach, I wouldn't have had to swallow my pride and beg him in the first place. Then give me his number. I'll go find him. For our son, I'd do anything. Seeing Lin Xiaowan's tear-streaked face, Yi Longchen felt an inexplicable irritation rise within him. Alright, I'll send you the phone number in a bit. Whether he agrees or not, I can't say for sure. As he left, he cast a meaningful glance at the unconscious Yatsiang on the bed. The latter had grown accustomed to the father's attitude. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Xiong started coughing violently again. Lin Xiaowan walked over to him and patted his back. In Longting apartment, the kettle on the table emitted boiling sounds, its steam drifting into the air and spreading in all directions. Xie Tianxian sat on the sofa, frowning as he read through the documents in his hand, his brows never relaxing from start to finish. The records detailed Yi Xiao's circumstances within the Yi family, including some accounts of Wanwan's upbringing. Yi Longchen considered Yi Xiao's drunken loss of virtue as a disgrace to the family, locking her in a room where she repeatedly attempted suicide only to be rescued each time. It wasn't until discovering Wanwan's existence that she abandoned this destructive path. During Wanwan's childhood, they lived in hardship. Without work, Yi Longchen paid little attention to his daughter, and only old Master Ye's silent assistance behind the scenes ensured Wanwan grew up healthy. Rao Qiyu nudged He Lishuan and asked, how long has he been staring at that? About 2 hours now. What's written there that he's been reading for so long, and why does he look so pale? He Lishuan raised an eyebrow. You could go ask him. He might just tell you. Rao Qiyu shook his head. This was a suicide mission, and he'd be damned if he was going to do it. In his current state, anyone who asks will die. He had no desire to be that person. Dad! A soft voice sounded in the room. Chapter 44 The Little Rich Woman. Two little birds perched close together on the branch. At the sound from the room, they took flight directly from their perch. Xia Tianxian put down what he was holding and hurried into the room. What's wrong? A trace of fear flickered in his eyes. This was the first time he'd ever felt such terror. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan quickly followed behind him. Xia Ruanwan sat on the bed, pouting pitifully as she said, my hair got tangled. Xia Tianxian let out a relieved sigh when he heard this. He walked over to her side, carefully untangled the knots in her hair, and then tied it into a pretty little braid for her. He Lishuan leaned against the doorway, his eyes lighting up when he saw Xia Ruanwan on the bed. He had never seen such a beautiful little girl before. Her skin was fair and delicate, and she exuded a demeanor far beyond her years. Xia Ruanwan stood up from the bed, slipped on her little slippers, and walked to the mirror. Nodding in satisfaction at her hairstyle, she began preening. Xia Tianxian smiled helplessly, then raised his eyes to the doorway, his gaze turning sharp and piercing. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan rubbed their noses awkwardly and averted their eyes before heading toward the living room. Is Softy hungry? Do you want to go out for lunch? The little one slept very late last night and didn't wake up until nearly noon today. Xia Ruanwan patted her little belly and nodded like a pecking chick. Xia Tianxian walked over to her, took her hand, and led her outside. In the living room, Rao Qiyu gathered up the documents on the table, while He Lishuan sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping his tea. Rue's awake? Good morning, Uncle Rao. It's already noon, the sun's high enough to fry your backside. Xia Ruanwan touched her bottom, realizing it hadn't been warmed by the sun. Uncle Rao just knows how to trick people. He Lishuan set down the teacup and stood up. You must be Ruanwan. I'm a friend of your father's, you can call me Uncle He. Xia Ruanwan looked at him curiously, then turned to glance at her father for confirmation. Xia Tianxian nodded slightly, and only then did Wanwan obediently greet, hello, Uncle He. Such a good girl, Wanwan. He Lishuan took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Xia Ruanwan. This is a little meeting gift from your uncle. Rao Qiyu stared dumbfounded at the red envelope. Well played, He Lishuan. So you're pulling this move. He Lishuan shrugged. What? It's perfectly normal to give a meeting gift when seeing someone for the first time. Don't tell me you didn't prepare one? Rao Chiyu was instantly rendered speechless. It seemed he genuinely hadn't given one. I just haven't seen the right one yet. When I do, I'll definitely give it. He Lixuan walked over to Rao Chiyu's side and patted his shoulder. If you can't find a suitable one, you don't need to force yourself. Xia Ruanwan looked at the red envelope in her hand and blinked. Can I open it? The envelope wasn't very big, and felt rigid to the touch. Of course you can. Rao Chiyu turned his gaze towards them, genuinely curious to see what gift He Lixuan had prepared. Xia Ruanwan opened the red envelope and found a black card inside, with words written on it that she couldn't recognize at all. Rao Chiyu leaned over for a look, narrowing his eyes slightly. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. This doesn't look like any black card either. This is our company's proprietary black card. Just present this card at any of our affiliated businesses, and you can buy whatever you want. Take photos with whichever female celebrity you choose. Rao Chiyu curled his lips. Just so. Your company only owns those few brands. He Lixuan raised an eyebrow. Oh? If I recall correctly, our company operates considerably more stores than yours. Rao Chiyu. Fine. Though he was reluctant to admit it, that was the reality. Jixuan Entertainment indeed owned far more stores than their Xuanyu technology. Xia Ruanwan looked at the card in her hand, her face beaming with joy. Does this mean Ruanwan is a little rich girl now? He Lixuan chuckled. Where did you hear that nonsense? Sister Su told me. She said a girl needs to earn lots of money to become a well-fed little rich woman. He Lixuan rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Sister Su? Who was this Sister Su? He'd never heard of her before. Se Tianxian reminded him, the young miss of the Su family who keeps pestering Chiyu all day. He Lixuan suddenly understood. So it's her. No wonder it sounded a bit familiar. You're not still being hounded by her every day, are you? He looked so smug that Rao Chiyu couldn't help but want to punch him. This guy was just so damn punchable. Gurgle gurgle. Xia Ruanwan rubbed her belly sheepishly. Dad, I'm hungry. Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. It was the weekend, and since he happened to be free, he could take her out for a meal. Rao Chiyu thought for a moment and said, we haven't had lunch either, why don't we all go together? With such a great opportunity today, how could we miss it? Since we've finally gathered together, of course we should have a proper feast. He Lixuan took out his phone. Shall I book the place then? Make sure to pick the biggest and most luxurious one. He Lixuan rolled his eyes at him and walked outside with his phone in hand. Xia Tianxian glanced at the time and crouched beside Ruanwan. Ruanwan, do you miss Sister Yi? Xia Ruanwan nodded firmly. Of course she missed her mother, it's just that mommy had said she couldn't visit casually. When she finished being busy, she'd come find her. Then shall we invite Sister Yi out for lunch? Fine. Xia Tianxian patted her head, stood up, and pulled out his phone to dial Yi Xihua's number. At this moment, in the Jiushi Company office, Yi Xihua reclined in her chair, rubbing her temples. The old district project had stalled completely. Zhou Junchang had no intention of cooperating with Jiushi and had even taken active measures to obstruct them. Even confined to a hospital bed, he was still scheming ways to block her path. She truly didn't know whether to praise his tenacity or curse his stubbornness. Ring ring ring. The phone on the table rang. She picked it up and froze for a moment at the name displayed. Why was he calling her? Hello? What brings the sudden call? What's the matter? Can't we call Miss Yi right now? Or is Miss Yi busy with work? Yi Xihua closed the files on her desk and said, No, I was just about to get off work. Let's put that Old Town project on hold for now. After all, Zhou Juncheng isn't someone easy to deal with. Then would Miss Yi do me the honor of having a meal together? Ruanwan says she misses you. Xia Tianxian looked down at Xia Ruanwan as he said those words. The latter raised her head, toying with the black card in her hand. Yi Xihua's pupils flickered before he spoke. The address. The corners of Xia Tianxuan's lips lifted slightly as he recited an address. All right, I'm heading there now. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xihua picked up her bag and walked outside. Chapter 45, Restless Stirrings. At a 5-star restaurant in City A, Xia Ruanwan gazed at the opulent decorations, her eyes gradually drawn in. The walls here were adorned with exquisite paintings, and delicate statues lined the corridors. The waiter walked ahead and led them into a private room. As everyone took their seats, He Lixuan and Rao Chiyu exchanged a glance when they saw Xia Ruanwan sit down, then immediately vied for the remaining spot beside her. Ruanwan, can Uncle He sit next to you? Ruanwan, surely you'd prefer Uncle Rao to sit beside you, right? Xia Ruanwan looked at them both, hands on her hips. I've already decided who this seat is for. Rao Chiyu and He Lixuan's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Who are you planning to give that soft one to? Xia Ruanwan's eyes gleamed mischievously. I'll tell you later. Rao Chiyu and He Lixuan exchanged glances, neither able to stand the other. He was determined to claim the seat beside Ruanwan. Xia Ruanwan looked at the two of them and shook her head helplessly. They were really like children. Daddy, will sister be here this quickly? Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan pricked up their ears. Was someone else coming too? Xia Tianxian glanced at the time. She's here. The next moment, the private room door opened, and Yi Sihua walked in from outside. Seeing Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan standing inside, she froze momentarily. Wasn't this supposed to be a dinner? Why were there other people here? Am I late? Xia Ruanwan quickly replied, No, you came at just the right time, sis. She got down from her chair and walked to Yi Sihua's side, then took her hand and led her to the seat next to her. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan glanced at each other and instantly realized who that seat beside Wanwan was reserved for. They tactfully took seats near Xia Tianxuan's side instead. Why didn't you tell us she was coming? Xia Tianxian raised an eyebrow. You're free to leave right now if you want. He actually thought the two of them were a bit redundant. Rao Qiyu, He Li Yuan, a fair weather friend. Yi Sihua forced a chuckle. I hope I'm not interrupting anything by coming? He Lishuan waved his hand dismissively. No, I'm He Lishuan Tianxuan's sworn brother. Yi Sihua nodded in greeting. Hello. She glanced at Xia Tianxian beside her. What in the world was going on? Lishuan said he's treating today. Great news indeed. Plus, Ruan Yuan really wanted to see you, so we decided to invite you along. Xia Ruanwan raised her little head and nodded in agreement. Yi Sihua pressed her lips together inside. She glanced at Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan, sensing something odd in the way they were looking at her. Xia Tianxian pushed the menu toward her across the table. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Should I order? Would that be inappropriate? It's fine. They'll eat anything. Just order whatever you want. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan secretly rolled their eyes. Did he think they were pigs who'd eat anything? Hearing this, Yi Sihua didn't hesitate any longer and proceeded to order several signature dishes from the menu, along with some of Ruanwan's favorites. While ordering, Xia Tianxuan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out and saw an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen. Rao Qiyu asked curiously, Who is it? Calling at this hour. Might be a patient. I'll take this outside, he said, picking up the phone and heading out. Leaving the private room, Xia Tianxian answered the phone. A woman's voice came through the line. Is this Mr. Xie? Xia Tianxian detected a faint familiarity in that voice. It's me. Is something wrong? Not many people knew his phone number, except for some patients who needed follow-up consultations. My name is Lin Xiaowan, wife of Yi Longchen. My son has been suffering from a persistent high fever. I wonder if Dr. Xia might have time to come take a look. Xia Tianxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, the surrounding temperature seeming to drop several degrees. My apologies, I'm currently unavailable. Might I suggest Madam Yi seek assistance elsewhere? He hung up the phone directly, not giving Lin Xiaowan a chance to speak further. Putting away his phone, Xia Tianxian adjusted his mood and returned to the private room. At the Yi residence, Lin Xiaowan, seeing the call had been disconnected, angrily threw her phone to the ground. He's just a rural doctor. What's there to be so proud about? The surrounding servants, seeing this, quickly retreated, afraid that the anger might be directed at them. When Yi Longchen stepped in from outside, he saw the phone lying shattered on the floor. He frowned. What happened here? Who provoked such rage? It was that doctor again. I kindly asked him to come to the Yi family's house to check on Zion's condition, but he actually said he didn't have time and couldn't make it. Isn't it normal for a miracle doctor to be unavailable? Besides, that illness can be cured with just a few days of medicine. Yi Longchen said a few more words before leaving Lin Xiaowan sitting alone on the living room sofa. Lin Xiaowan was furious with worry, if only it were a simple illness. But Xiang had been running a high fever for several days straight now. How could she possibly rest easy? A glint of ruthlessness flashed through her eyes. Since they couldn't be bothered to come, then they shouldn't blame her for what she was about to do. Inside the private room, Xia Tianxian returned to his seat while Yi Sihua and Xia Ruanwan chatted and laughed together. Though Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan held their phones, their peripheral glances kept drifting toward Yi Sihua. Soon, the waiters arrived with the dishes. Since they needed to drive later, no alcohol was served. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan exchanged a knowing glance, silently acknowledging each other's thoughts. Under the dining table, two pairs of hands were fidgeting restlessly. From the corner of his eye, Xia Tianxian noticed they were playing rock-paper-scissors. In the end, Rao Qiyu's stone defeated He Lishuan's scissors. He Lishuan's mouth twitched slightly as he cleared his throat twice. Miss Yi, may I ask where you're currently working? Of course, you don't have to answer if you're not comfortable. Yi Sihua smiled lightly. There's nothing secret about it. I'm currently employed at Juicy Funds. I heard that's quite an old company. In this fast-evolving era, being able to persist for so long is truly a testament to the company's remarkable strength. Yeah, it's been over 20 years already. It was left to her mother by her grandfather, but her mother passed away before she could inherit it. Xia Tianxian slightly furrowed his brows, looking at them in confusion. Hadn't they already known all this? Why were they still asking? He Lishuan averted his gaze, not daring to meet Xia Tianxuan's eyes. Daddy, I want to eat those shrimp. Xia Tianxian looked away. and the two of them let out a sigh of relief. Okay, shall daddy peel it for you? Xia Ruanwan sweetly replied, okay, thank you, daddy. Yi Sihua gazed at her daughter, the corners of her mouth lifting in a faint smile. She picked up a tissue and gently wiped Xia Ruanwan's lips. Eat slowly, you've got oil all over your mouth. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan sat across from each other, such an unbearable sight it might as well have been a dog slaughtering scene. Chapter 46, thanks to him. Above in the sky, a small bird perched on an electric wire turned its head toward the ground, then dove down in one swift motion to snatch a worm from a leaf. In the hospital ward, Zhou Junqing touched his own face, his teeth gritted against the pain. The hospital room door opened as Zhu Hai entered with his hands bandaged, leaning on a crutch. Boss, Madam Yi just called, says there's something she needs to discuss with you. Zhou Junqing glanced at his phone beside him. She's looking for me? What business could she possibly have with him? Yes, I understand. You can leave now. Zhu Hai hobbled out on his crutches, thoughtfully shutting the door behind him. Zhou Junqing picked up his phone and dialed a number for Lady Night. The phone was answered quickly, and without wasting words, she directly stated her request. Go kidnap someone for me, and remember, I want them alive. Zhou Junqing sat on the sofa, rubbing his fingers together. This might be a bit pricey. Price isn't an issue. Just focus on bringing the person here. I've got it. Lady Night, you can count on good news. Zhou Junqing had no idea whom Lady Night intended to kidnap. He assumed it would be another helpless pretty boy, since this definitely wasn't his first rodeo. His head rotated with a crack, then froze completely. Egg, hiss. He hurriedly pressed the call button beside him. Once he was discharged from the hospital, he would surely teach that brat a lesson, making him suffer 100 times worse than what he endured today. The ward door opened again. Zhou Junqing, his body stiff, tumbled straight off the bed under the doctor's gaze, his backside facing the approaching physician. The doctor struggled quite a bit before finally managing to haul him back onto the bed. Try to stay in bed as much as possible during this time, and keep your diet light, understood? Zhou Junqing sat obediently on the bed. Then what should I do when I need to use the bathroom? Handle it in bed. How do I handle it in bed? Could she seriously be asking him to do it in bed? The doctor pulled out a container from under the bed. Use this. It was a specialized urine collection container designed for bedridden patients. Zhou Junqing's face twisted with disgust. How could he possibly use something like that? I don't want it. Hold it in or you'll wet the bed. The doctor quickly checked her over and left after confirming there was nothing seriously wrong. Zhou Junqing looked at that container with utter disdain in his eyes. He'd rather wet the bed or jump from here than use the damn thing. An hour later, Zhou Junqing felt his bladder was about to burst. He tried shifting his body to get off the bed, but no matter how he moved, he couldn't manage it. His gaze drifted slowly toward the container by the bed. After checking that no one was watching, he reached for it, pulled down his pants, and positioned the container between his legs. A surge of warmth made Zhou Junqing feel incredibly comfortable. Boss! Zhou Junqing's hand trembled, nearly spilling the liquid inside the container. Why are you shouting? Don't you know to knock before entering? He took out the container, placed it aside, wiped his thigh with a tissue, and pulled on his pants. The little brother stepped out of the ward and knocked on the door a few times. Come in. The lackey walked in, glancing at Zhou Junqing on the bed and then at the container beside him, instantly realizing what the boss was up to. Zhou Junqing noticed the lackey's gaze and barked. What are you doing barging in here? Spit it out if you've got something to say. Boss, that Miss Yi is looking for you, she says it's urgent. Zhou Junqing's brow furrowed slightly. Miss Yi? What does she want with me? Yes, she's right outside. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Yi Xiao's figure appeared in the doorway. Her gaze fell on the paper in his hand and the half-concealed trousers, letting out a derisive snort. Zhou Junqing. He hurriedly tossed away the paper in his hand, then had his subordinate remove that container. I wonder what business the nightclub manager has with me. I came to find you because I have good news, of course. Yi Sihua walked in from outside the hospital room, her brow furrowing slightly at the antiseptic smell in the air. Zhou Junqing smirked coldly. Good news? I wonder what kind of good news Chairman Yi is referring to. That previous project, I wonder if President Zhou still remembers it. Sprawled lazily on the hospital bed, Zhou Junqing replied, What project? I don't know anything about any project. Watching him play the fool, Yi Sihua remained unruffled, leisurely walking to the bedside. In that case, I'll have to choose someone else to handle it. After all, many people are vying for this project. Zhou Junqing looked utterly indifferent. Perhaps President Yi isn't aware that I still hold some influence in the old district. As long as I don't give the word, no one would dare take your project. Yi Sihua smiled faintly. Oh, President Zhou, you're lying in a hospital bed right now. Are you really so sure no one would take this job? Zhou Junqing sat up, his eyes narrowing slightly. What do you mean by that? Someone dared to defy his orders and take on that project privately? My message has been delivered. I hope President Zhou will carefully consider whether to continue cooperating with Juicy. With that, Yi Sihua walked out, leaving Zhou Junsheng deep in thought. Could someone really be defying his orders? Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had already found the right candidate. Before Zhou Junsheng could ponder further, a figure walked in from outside the hospital room. Clang! The young brother who had just come out of the bathroom dropped what he was holding when he saw the figure entering the doorway. What the hell are you doing? Can't even hold onto something properly? The young brother stammered, boss, doorway. Zhou Junsheng looked toward the door as a man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt walked in. Startled, he clutched his blanket. What are you doing here? Xia Tianxian smirked faintly. Oh, can't I come? I didn't bully Miss Yi, you can't hit me for this, can you? Zhou Junsheng hid under the covers, terrified that Xia Tianxian would hit him. Xia Tianxian strode casually to the bedside. Relax, this is a hospital. I wouldn't hit you here. Then why are you here? He didn't believe Xia had come out of kindness. After all, his injuries were entirely thanks to him. I just wanted to hear what you guys were talking about. Zhou Junsheng immediately recounted their entire conversation, concluding with an emphatic assurance that he truly hadn't bullied the other party. Xia Tianxian countered, preventing her from succeeding with the old district project isn't considered bullying? Zhou Junsheng replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I had no choice in this matter, it wasn't something I alone could decide. It was clearly someone else who gave the order, yet he was the only one who got hurt. Xia Tianxian rested his chin on his hand. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. If you can't do it, I can't guarantee your injuries will heal properly. Seeing Xia Tianxuan's expression, Zhou Junsheng swallowed hard and hurriedly nodded, promising to follow every instruction. Chapter 47, Blind Date. Half an hour later, Yi Sihua received a call from Zhou Junsheng, agreeing to take on the Old Town District project. Yi Sihua looked at her phone, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Strange, he had been adamantly refusing earlier, yet now he agreed without hesitation. Whatever, best not overthink it. She'd hand the project over to someone trustworthy soon enough. She had no desire to see him again. After walking a few steps, she stopped and turned to look behind her, catching a glimpse of a figure darting past the flower bed in the hospital. Her brow furrowed slightly as she withdrew her gaze. Why did it feel like someone was following her? From behind the flower bed, Xia Tianxian chuckled lightly. It seemed she had indeed noticed someone trailing her. Only after she had left did he emerge from the flower bed. Walking along the hospital path, the phone in his pocket rang again. He pulled it out to check. It was another call from the Yi family. He raised an eyebrow and directly hung up the call, stepping out of the hospital. At Longting Apartments, Xia Ruanwan sat on the sofa, holding rubber bands as she tied one tiny braid after another on Rao Qiyu, who was absorbed in his phone. Rao Qiyu didn't mind either, calmly scrolling through his phone. If his co-workers saw him like this, they'd probably be shocked speechless. The dignified company president actually had so many tiny braids in his hair, yet he wasn't even angry. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, stirring Rao Chiyu's curiosity as he lifted his gaze toward the entrance. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Xia Ruanwan stopped her small hands and looked curiously towards the door. After the incident with Suyu last time, Rao Qiyu cautiously glanced at the surveillance monitor. Brother Qiyu, I know you're home. If you don't open the door, I'm coming in. Startled, Rao Qiyu immediately removed the hair tie from his head, then checked his face in his phone to ensure nothing was amiss before daring to open the door. How did you get here? What's wrong? Can't I come here? Or are you hiding another woman in there? Rao Qiyu leaned against the wall. That's right, I've got a woman hidden away, so you'd better not come. Suyu was stunned. She hadn't expected him to admit it outright. Fine, you actually dared to hide another woman. Tell me quickly, where is she? I want to see for myself what she has that I don't. Rao Qiyu burst out laughing at her reaction. This person truly couldn't take a joke at all. Xia Ruanwan walked out from the living room. Sister Su, what brings you here? Suyu's lips twitched as realization dawned. So this is the woman you were talking about? Rao Qiyu shrugged his shoulders. What else did you think it was? Suyu's face flushed instantly. She had been played for a fool. She punched Rao Qiyu in the chest, then walked up to Xia Ruanwan. I came to see you, Ruanwan. Did you miss Sister Su? Xia Ruanwan tilted her head to look at Rao Qiyu, who was rubbing his chest at the doorway, then nodded. Want to? So good. Big sister brought delicious cake. Do you want some? Xia Ruanwan's eyes lit up. Delicious cake? Of course she wanted some. Come on, let's go eat in the living room. Suyu stood up and led her toward the living room, leaving Rao Qiyu standing alone at the door. He rubbed his neck. This was his own home. So why did it feel like he was the guest? Suyu placed a bag on the table, and when her gaze fell on the rubber bands scattered across the surface, she instinctively looked at Rao Qiyu. His disheveled hair looked exactly like the aftermath of someone hastily undoing a small ponytail. Rao Qiyu wore a puzzled expression. Why was she looking at him like that? Don't you have to go to work today? Rao Qiyu said softly. It's the weekend today. I remember someone saying they'd go to the company regardless of whether it's the weekend or not. Rao Chiyu looked away, he did seem to recall saying that. So, what brings you here? Of course I came to see Ruanwan, I missed her so much. After speaking, Suyu pinched Xia Ruanwan's chubby little cheek. Xia Ruanwan's eyes were fixed on the small cake on the table, the exact flavor she liked best. Ever since her father discovered her toothache last time, she hadn't eaten any small cakes for ages. Noticing Xia Ruanwan's longing expression, Suyu handed her the little cake from the table. Rao Chiyu sat on the other side. When strangers are overly kind, they either want to cheat or steal. There was no way she came here just to see Ruanwan. Sure enough, the next moment, she voiced her request. I need your help with something tomorrow morning. Rao Chiyu raised an eyebrow, he'd guessed right. She definitely had come to him for a favor. Borrowing money's out of the question. Anything else is negotiable. Suyu let out an exasperated laugh at this. You're the CEO of a company, do you really have to be this stingy? Rao Chiyu shrugged. No choice. The company's in a tight spot right now, so no loans, that's final. Suyu rolled her eyes at him. I'm not here to borrow money. I just need you to have a meal with me tomorrow at noon. That's all. A meal? That's simple? Yeah. That's simple. So, are you going to agree or not? Rao Chiyu thought about it, just a simple meal, and he had nothing else going on tomorrow. Accompanying her for one meal really wasn't a big deal. Okay, don't forget to send me the address tomorrow. Suyu's lips curled into a faint smile, she'd known he would agree. Great, then I'll see you at the restaurant tomorrow. She picked up her bag and waved at Ruanwan. Goodbye, Ruanwan, I'll come see you again next time, sweetheart. The next second, she grabbed her bag and left in a hurry, afraid that Rao Chiyu might change his mind. It wasn't until the next day that Rao Chiyu realized how rash his agreement had been. In the restaurant, Rao Chiyu walked in wearing casual clothes, looking completely different from his usual work attire. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes landed on Suyu sitting by the window. However, there was also a man sitting across from her. Suppressing his bewilderment, Rao Chiyu walked over to Suyu's side. Sweetheart, you finally came? Rao Chiyu was so startled by her words that he nearly bolted on the spot. She wore a white gown with delicate makeup, looking like an entirely different person from yesterday. The man sitting on the chair stood up, his expression darkening as he glared at Rao Chiyu. Miss Su, don't tell me you brought a man along to sabotage this blind date? The man's scrutinizing gaze swept over Rao Chiyu, making him distinctly uncomfortable. He just mentioned a blind date, so this meal was actually a setup all along. No wonder Suyu suddenly invited him to dinner. She was just using him as a prop. Mr. Zhang, I made it very clear the moment I stepped in, I already have a boyfriend. The only reason I'm here is to placate my parents. Zhang Qi sneered and glanced at Rao Chiyu knowingly. Oh really? I wonder what this gentleman has that I don't, to make such a beautiful lady choose him. Chapter 48, The Engagement. When it came to family background and wealth, he refused to believe he couldn't measure up to this man dressed in cheap clothes. Rao Chiyu raised an eyebrow. Apparently in this man's eyes, he'd been reduced to a pretty boy plaything. This was the first time he'd ever received such an evaluation from someone else's mouth, and he had to admit it was rather novel. Suyu's expression cooled as she said flatly, the only reason we're sitting here today is because of our parents' arrangements. My presence alone is more courtesy than you deserve. If you insist on being disrespectful again, don't blame me for not holding back. Had her parents not suddenly agreed to this meeting with the Zhang family's eldest son, she would never have come here under any circumstances. Rao Chiyu looked at the woman before him, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Was she speaking up for him? For some reason, he felt a faint stir of joy within him. Suyu finished speaking and was about to leave with Rao Chiyu. Very well, if that's how it is, then Miss Su shouldn't blame me for being impolite. You probably don't realize yet that the Su family's capital chain is already stretched to its limit? Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to the Zhang family's proposal. After all, they intend our two families' marriage alliance to help the Su family through this crisis. If our Zhang family doesn't step in to help, the Su family might face bankruptcy. Suyu halted in her tracks, looking at him with utter astonishment. Are you telling the truth about all this? Whether it's true or not, Miss Su can simply call and verify with your parents. Just stay and have a meal with me. The Zhang family guarantees your family will overcome this crisis. Rao Chiyu frowned deeply. Since when had the Su family been caught in such troubles? He hadn't the slightest clue. Suyu immediately took out her phone and called her father, but unfortunately, he didn't answer. Zhang Qi wasn't in a hurry either. He sat calmly in his chair and took a sip of tea from the table. For the sake of the Su family, she would definitely obediently sit back down. As for the so-called boyfriend she mentioned, he could stay wherever it was cooler. Suyu tried calling several numbers, but no one answered. Could it really be as he said? Has the Su family truly encountered difficulties? Rao Chiyu grasped her hand. Don't worry, let's go back and check now. Maybe uncle was just too busy and didn't see his phone. Suyu nodded and walked out with Rao Chiyu. Zhang Qi was dumbfounded watching them leave. This wasn't at all how he'd imagined the scenario would unfold. Rao Chiyu was driving while Suyu nervously stared ahead. They were still able to have a proper conversation this morning, so nothing major should happen, right? Arriving at the Su residence, Rao Chiyu parked the car directly at the entrance and hurried inside with Su Yu. Mom, Dad. The moment they stepped inside, they saw Su Buotao sitting on the living room sofa. Su Buotao turned his back to them, making such a racket, totally unbecoming of a girl. Dad, why didn't you answer my calls? Su Buotao turned and saw his daughter standing there with a man. He quickly stood up and walked over to Rao Chiyu's side, sizing him up from head to toe. Is this that Zhang family kid? Weren't they just going out for a meal? How did he end up coming home with her? Qin Han descended the stairs, having heard her precious daughter's excited shouts from afar. Why are you back so soon? And you brought someone home already? Their daughter worked so fast, it was just their first meeting, and after a single meal she'd already brought him home. But this person looks somewhat familiar, not like that Zhang family lad. Su Buotao frowned deeply. Xiao Yu, a young lady should be more reserved. How could you bring someone home after just meeting him once? Rao Chiyu rubbed his nose awkwardly. Though these words were directed at Su Yu, they somehow felt like they were criticizing him instead. Su Yu pursed her lips and said, Dad, I already know about the company's situation. Su Buotao froze momentarily. You already know about it? Su Yu nodded and said, Dad, I've grown up now and can take care of myself. Even if the Su family goes bankrupt, as long as we're alive and healthy, that's the greatest blessing. Su Buotao was completely baffled, wondering what this silly girl was talking about. He turned to Qin Han, his eyes silently asking her what their daughter meant. Qin Han shook her head. She didn't know what had gotten into their daughter either. Uncle, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. I'll do everything I can to help. Su Buotao rested his chin on his hand, his eyes glinting faintly. He sighed. Actually, I've always had one wish, to see Xiaoye find someone to spend the rest of her life with someday. Su Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Dad. Rao Chiyu seemed to steel himself inwardly before speaking. If the two of you wouldn't mind, I'd like to be the one who spends his life with Xiaoye. Qin Han walked over to Su Buotao, pinched his waist lightly with a smirk that didn't reach her eyes, and asked, What are you doing? Su Buotao winced in pain and whispered a few words into her ear. A flicker of surprise flashed in Qin Han's eyes, followed by a faint, knowing smile. Su Buotao cleared his throat softly and said, Well then, I think today is a good day. Why don't we go get our marriage certificate now? Qin Han nudged him. Wasn't today moving a bit too fast? Su Yu's little face flushed red. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Can you not discuss such things in front of her? She's not that thick-skinned. Rao Chiyu pressed his lips together and said, Getting the marriage license is too fast. What about getting engaged first? That works too. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? How about staying for a meal? Rao Chiyu found himself sitting in the restaurant in a daze, having lunch with the Su family. It wasn't until later that he realized he'd been tricked. At the dining table, Qin Han enthusiastically kept putting food on Rao Chiyu's plate, leaving him overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Su Yu watched her parents at the table and momentarily forgot what she wanted to say. It wasn't until after the meal, when Rao Chiyu had already left, that she finally remembered. Dad, is the company facing financial difficulties? Su Buotao sat calmly on the sofa and said, Did you hear that from that Zhang family boy? Su Yu sat beside him, shaking his arm. Just tell me, is it true or not? Su Buotao sighed. He's not entirely wrong. The Su family is indeed facing some difficulties, but not financial ones, other kinds of difficulties. But don't worry, your father can handle these matters. Qin Han brought over some fruit and sat down beside Su Yu. Your dad's handling things at the company. Speaking of which, when are you two planning the engagement banquet? Su Yu was stunned. Ha, you silly child, have you forgotten so soon? Weren't you two about to get engaged? When will you let us meet the in-laws so we can discuss the engagement arrangements together? This daughter of hers is so slow to react. Not a single bit of her mother's good genes in her. Chapter 49. Does she have someone she likes? Rao Chiyu returned to his residence and plopped down on the sofa. He reclined with his eyes closed, massaging the space between his brows. The door opened, and Xie Tianxian emerged to see him looking utterly exhausted, as if he had been through some major ordeal. What happened to you? You look like you've been through the ringer. Don't even ask. I don't even know what I did today. He closed his eyes like a salted fish. Xie Tianxian shrugged and didn't bother with him anymore, walking outside instead. What are you going to do? Surely he wasn't planning to dump Ruanwan on him to look after again. Why did it feel like Ruanwan was his daughter? Xie Tianxian said calmly, Ruanwan is with her mom. I'm going to pick her up. Rao Chiyu stood up from the sofa. So you two have recognized each other? What are you thinking? This isn't something we can rush. Hearing this, Rao Chiyu flopped back onto the sofa, returning to his previous state of being a couch potato. At the same time, Su Yu also felt like she was dreaming. Lying on her bed, she was brimming with excitement. Was she really about to get engaged to brother Chiyu, just like that, out of the blue? Although she didn't know what had happened at the company, since her father hadn't said anything, it probably wasn't a big deal. She buried her head in the blanket. Something she wouldn't even dare to dream of was actually happening to her. Ah, am I really not dreaming? Yusu waved excitedly on the bed, still unable to believe it was real. Downstairs in the living room, Wataosu sat on the sofa while Chin Han sat opposite, leisurely eating fruit. Little you must be over the moon by now, right? Wataosu chuckled helplessly. Judging by her reaction, she's definitely overjoyed. The young man noticed how she stood at the doorway, watching him leave until he was out of sight. Chin Han pondered and said, the Su family's financial troubles, could it be you who leaked that to the Zhang family? Su Buatao snorted coldly. The Zhangs have always eyed the Su family covetously. I just fed them some false information, never expecting to reel in so many fish. Chin Han felt thoughtful. Those fish wouldn't stir up much of a wave anyway. Su Buatao walked over to Chin Han, wrapped his arm around her waist, and took a bite of the fruit she was holding. Chin Han rolled her eyes in exasperation. If you wanted some, why didn't you just grab your own? Always stealing from my hand. Su Buatao flashed a cheeky grin. Yours just tastes better. Once that young man marries Xiaoya, let's travel across the country together. What do you say? So that's the game you're playing. Chin Han's hands wandered over Su Buatao's chest, but he caught them in his grasp, his gaze burning as he looked at her. Xiaoyu has grown up. It's time for her to take over the company herself. With that young man by her side, he'll help solve any problems the company might face. Su Buatao stood up, picked up Chin Han who was sitting on the bed, and carried her upstairs. Night fell, though the sky hadn't completely darkened yet. The streetlights along the road had already flickered on. Xia Ruanwan held Xia Tianxuan's hand with her left and held Yi Sihua's with her right, her little face brimming with smiles. Yi Sihua stopped and crouched beside Xia Ruanwan. Ruanwan, it's getting late. I need to go home now. Xia Ruanwan's eyes darted playfully. Sister, can I stay at your place for the night? Stay at my place for the night? Yi Sihua instinctively glanced at Xia Tianxian. Would he agree? I have work tomorrow. If you have time, you could take Ruanwan to the clinic tomorrow. Xia Ruanwan blinked her eyes, seemingly hoping she'd agree. Yi Sihua's heart softened, and she immediately consented. Don't worry, I'll make sure she gets to the clinic safely tomorrow. She held Ruoro's hand and walked toward the other side of the road, while Xia Tianxian stood in place, watching their retreating figures gradually fade into the distance. Ring ring ring. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted his train of thought. Frowning, he picked up his phone. Seeing the unfamiliar phone number displayed on the screen, he let out a cold laugh. She really was relentless. At the Yi residence, Lin Xiaowan sat on the sofa, her phone ringing incessantly in her hand, yet showing no intention of answering it. She couldn't help but throw her phone to the ground, barely suppressing her rage. As Xiang's condition worsened day by day, despite visiting numerous doctors to no avail, her anxiety grew more intense by the hour. Xiang was her only child, she absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. Cough cough. Not far away came the sound of Yi Xiang's cough. Lin Xiaowan quickly picked up her phone from the ground and composed herself. Xiang, what are you doing down here? Yi Xiang looked at the woman before him, his complexion slightly pale from illness. I came down to get a glass of water. You could have just called the servants for something like this. Why bother coming down yourself? Mom, I'm fine now, you don't need to worry about me anymore. Yi Xiang finished speaking and was immediately seized by a violent coughing fit, stirring Lin Xiaowan's heart with distress. She poured him a glass of water and handed it over. From now on, leave such matters to the servants, understand? I understand. As he headed upstairs to rest, Yi Xiang turned back to say, Mom, I'm really just coughing badly, nothing else is wrong. You truly don't need to worry. Mom understands. Go on now and get some rest. When Yi Xiang's figure had vanished from sight, she glanced at her phone and dialed a number. Outside the window, the moon was perfectly round, hanging high in the sky. Warm gusts of wind roamed the city like restless wanderers. In a certain apartment, a small figure sat in the bathtub. Before her floated a little yellow duck, which unfortunately submerged beneath the water under the guidance of tiny hands, transforming into a diving duck. Yi Sihua sat on a small stool nearby, dressed in a white bathrobe. Watching her daughter play happily, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Softy, the water's cooled off now, come on out. Mommy will rub you with sweet cream. Xia Ruanwan, hearing this, stood up from the bathtub and walked to Yi Sihua's side, placing her dripping little hand on her. Yi Sihua reluctantly picked her up and dried her wet body with a towel. Mom, what's wrong? Can we take a bath together like this next time? Yi Sihua looked into her grape-like big eyes. Of course we can, as long as Ruanwan wants to. Mommy will always bathe with you. I just hope you won't mind me when you grow up. Xia Ruanwan turned around and hugged her tightly. I'll never mind Mommy. I want to be with Mommy forever. Yi Sihua gently pinched her little nose. When you grow up and meet someone you love, you won't say that anymore. Xia Ruanwan tilted her little head and asked, does Mama have someone she likes? If Mama finds someone she likes, will she stop wanting Ruanwan anymore? Yi Sihua heard her words and froze for a moment. Does she have someone she likes? Chapter 50, a special bedtime story. Yi Sihua gazed at his daughter before him, She didn't seem to have ever considered this question. She didn't even know if there was someone she liked. Right now, she had just one thought in mind: to manage Juicy well and ensure Ruan grew up happy. Ruan lowered her head and continued, Daddy says Ruan will start kindergarten in a few months. I don't know if kindergarten will be fun or have tasty snacks. Snapping back to reality, Yi Si-hwa took her hand and walked outside. When Ruan starts kindergarten, she'll understand. When I go to kindergarten, will mommy come see me? Of course she will. Ruan is mommy's precious daughter. She'll definitely come visit you. Hearing these words, Xia Ruan felt truly happy. Yi Si-hwa brushed aside her damp hair, took out a phone from the cabinet, and helped her blow-dry her hair. Xia Ruan lowered her head, playing with her fingers, thoroughly enjoying having Yi Si-hwa dry her hair. The only sound in the entire room was the faint hum of the hairdryer, very soft, very quiet. Xia Ruan lifted her head to look at her mother, revealing a blissful smile. After her hair was dried, Xia Ruan lay down on the bed and rolled around several times. After drying your hair, it's time to get ready for bed. Xia Ruan lay down on the bed and conscientiously tucked herself under the little blanket. Mommy, will you tell me a bedtime story? Of course. What bedtime story would you like to hear? Yi Si-hwa picked up the phone from the table, searching for what bedtime story to tell. Xia Ruan said very seriously, I want mommy to tell me the Yellow Emperor's inner canon. Yi Si-hwa almost dropped the phone in her hand. She looked at Ruan on the bed and forced a laugh. He used to tell you this story at bedtime? This was so like him, even bedtime stories had to be this unconventional. Ruan found it so interesting that she asked Daddy to tell it, and Daddy told it really well. Whenever there was something she didn't understand, Daddy could explain it to her. Yi Si-hwa, seeing her growing more and more animated, reluctantly said, Then lie down properly, Ruan, and let Mama tell it to you, okay? Ruan shifted her body to make some room for her. I want to lean on Mama while I listen. Yi Si-hwa pulled back the quilt upon hearing this and lay down beside her. Xia Ruan nestled into her embrace, her face full of contentment. This is due to their natural longevity, the constant flow of qi in blood, plus an abundance of kidney qi. Although offspring can be conceived, men cannot surpass the 8th cycle of 8 years, and women not beyond the 7th cycle of 7 years, after which the essence qi of heaven and earth will be exhausted. Yi Si-hwa read off the contents on her phone one by one, her hand gently patting Ruan's back. In the room, the sound of Yi Si-hwa reading aloud mingled with the faint whir of the air conditioner. Outside, the moon hid behind the clouds, revealing only half of its figure. Several figures moved through the city streets, as if searching for something. The next day, as the sun rose in the east, Xie Tianxian arrived early at the clinic. Just as he opened the door, he spotted Qiu Zirong walking toward him. Good morning, Uncle Master. Xie Tianxian had grown accustomed to Qiu Zirong's way of addressing him and responded with just a slight nod as his greeting. Uncle, have you had breakfast yet? Would you like me to get you something? No thanks, I already ate. Xie Tianxian stepped inside. Qiu Zirong wasn't angered by his indifference and simply followed his footsteps. In this clinic, the moment the door opened, someone rushed in. Doctor! Doctor! Xie Tianxian emerged from his office wearing a white coat to behold a flustered man hurrying inside. Qiu Zirong walked out of the office upon hearing the voice, one hand still halfway in his sleeve as he finished putting on his white coat. What's wrong? The man who entered looked at the two people before him, his gaze shifting back and forth between them. May I ask which one of you is Dr. Xie? Xie Tianxian replied in a calm tone. What do you need from me? His body seemed fine, so why did he suddenly rush in shouting for a doctor? Dr. Xie, I've finally found you. The man wanted to shake Xie Tianxuan's hand, but he dodged it. Is there anything? It's like this, my buddy accidentally fell from a height of 3 meters. I heard there's a Dr. Xie here who's quite skilled, so I came hoping Dr. Xie could take a look at him. Xie Tianxian slightly raised his brows. It was rather odd for them to come to him instead of going to the hospital at this moment. In that case, hurry up and take me to see her. The man's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to lead the way. Uncle Master, should I come along too? No need, you stay at the clinic. I'll be back soon. Xie Tianxian picked up the medical kit and followed the man outside. No sooner had they left than Yi Si-hwa walked in with Xie Ruan. Ruan, what brings you here? Where is my dad? I don't see him. Xia Ruan looked around but couldn't spot Xie Tianxian anywhere. He just stepped out and probably won't be back for a while. Yi Si-hwa crouched beside Xia Ruan and patted the little one's head gently. Ruan, big sister has to go to work now. You be good while staying here, okay? Xia Ruan nodded obediently. I understand. Goodbye, sister. Yi Si-hwa exchanged greetings with Qiu Zirong before leaving. Meanwhile, Xie Tianxian surveyed his surroundings with a cold smirk. Can't these guys come up with a new trick? So utterly predictable. They had already left the bustling city center and entered a narrow alley. The man walking ahead kept glancing back, muttering that they were almost there. Just up ahead, we'll be there soon. They arrived at a secluded shop where the air was thick with the smell of alcohol. There was no one inside, the lighting somewhat dim, with only a single lamp hanging from the ceiling, maintaining a faint glow. The moment they stepped in, the shop door closed directly behind them. Boss, I've brought them. Excellent. Once this matter is settled, I'll definitely involve you in bigger things. Xia Tianxian listened to this and felt a strange sense of familiarity, as though he'd heard it somewhere before. Several people emerged from the surroundings, weapons in hand. Xia Tianxian stood his ground, not a trace of panic on his face. A man limped forward with a cane, and his underling considerately prepared a wheelchair for him. Kid, someone paid big money to have us take you to a certain place. If you know what's good for you, come with us, otherwise, you'll be in for some pain. Xia Tianxian chuckled at their words, having roughly figured out who was behind this. Oh really? Then I'd like to see if you actually have what it takes. The underling who brought him sneered, there are so many of us, do we honestly need to deal with just you alone? Before he could finish his sentence, something smacked the back of his fool head. How dare you talk to my brother like that? Chapter 51, Poison. Zhou Juncheng never expected to run into Xia Tianxian here. Damn it, I should have asked for a photo earlier. The younger brother rubbed his head aggrievely, hadn't he just done a great deed? Why was he still getting hit? Zhou Juncheng approached Xia Tianxian with an ingratiating smile. Big brother, let's just pretend today never happened, alright? Xia Tianchuan's sidelong glance fell on the other man's bandaged foot as his brow arched slightly. Who's afraid of you coming here? Zhou Juncheng's face showed hesitation. Well, we have professional ethics and can't casually disclose buyer information. Xia Tianxian took a step forward, causing the already unsteady Zhou Juncheng to fall directly to the ground. He raised his arms to shield his face. He really didn't want to get bruised again. Even if you don't tell me, I already know who sent you. Zhou Juncheng sat on the ground, looking at him with a mixture of doubt and belief. Did Madame Yi send you? A flash of surprise crossed Zhou Juncheng's face. How did Xia Tianxian know? He hadn't mentioned anything about it from start to finish. Seeing the change in Zhou's expression, Xia Tianxian knew he had guessed correctly. Madame Yi had hired people to kidnap him, no doubt wanting him to return to the Yi family to save her son. Recalling Wan Ruan's suffering at the Yi household, Xia Tianxian clenched his fist and suddenly slammed it against the nearby pillar. If Madame Yi wants treatment, tell her to come directly to the clinic, but her sincerity is mandatory. With that, Xia Tianxian walked away without hesitation, and none of the underlings dared to stop him. Zhou Juncheng finally exhaled in relief watching him leave. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help me stand. The stunned underling quickly rushed to his side and helped him up. Boss, are we really just letting him go like this? Zhou Juncheng smacked him on the head. If we don't let him go, do you want to end up like me? The younger brother felt wronged again. What had he said wrong this time? They had over a dozen people now, while the other side was just one. Could they really still lose like this? Zhou Juncheng didn't answer him. Instead, he turned his gaze toward where Xia Tianxian had smashed. The spot was already dented, Fisher's spiderwebbing outward. He swallowed hard, quickly pulling out his phone to call Madame Yi. On the ground, a gust of wind blew past, lifting a single leaf from the earth. Spurred on by the breeze, it drifted before landing on a patch of grass not far away. Xia Tianxian pushed open the clinic door and had barely taken a few steps when he spotted Wan Wan sitting in the waiting area. His pupils flickered slightly before he began walking toward her. Dad, you're back? Why are you waiting here for Dad? Because I wanted to see you come back sooner. Xia Wan reached out her little arms to wrap around his neck. Xia Tianxian picked her up. Did you have fun playing last night? Happy? Big sister told me a bedtime story. Xia Tianxian reached out to brush away the stray hairs by her temple. Oh, what bedtime story did Big Sister tell you then? Every time before going to sleep, Wan would listen to bedtime stories, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of stories Yi Sihua would tell her. Daddy used to read me books before, so I asked Mommy to tell me the same ones. But after a while, Mommy fell asleep while reading. Xia Tianxian chuckled in amusement. How typical of her to get drowsy from telling bedtime stories herself. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Zirong emerged from his office. Uncle, you're back? I'm taking Wan upstairs first to check the medicinal herbs. If anyone comes looking for me, come find me directly. Xiao Zirong nodded. No problem. Xia Tianxian carried Xia Wan toward the second floor traditional medicine room, while Xiao Zirong watched from behind, his face full of longing. An hour later, a luxury car appeared outside the clinic, drawing the attention of passers-by. The car door opened, and a woman wearing sunglasses stepped out. After glancing at the signboard by the entrance, she hurriedly signaled for someone to help her son out of the vehicle. Mom, I'm really fine. There's nothing wrong with me. Stop talking nonsense. We'll find out if you're sick or not after the doctor checks you. She pulled the young boy inside as two bodyguards carrying suitcases followed behind. Some curious onlookers stood by, their gazes turning toward the interior. Tap tap tap. The office door was knocked upon, and a woman entered with a boy in tow, trailed by two men in suits. Xiao Zirong, who was in the midst of an examination, paused briefly and asked the patient to wait aside. What's this? Could this be the person looking for Master Shu? They seem to belong to a wealthy family. Lin Xiaowan took off her sunglasses and said, I'm here to see Dr. Xia. May I ask where Dr. Xia is? Please wait a moment. I'll go find Dr. Xia right away. Lin Xiaowan glanced around the office furnishings with disdain on her face. If it weren't for her son, she would never have come to such a place. A few minutes later, Xia Tianxian and Xiao Zirong descended from the second floor. Gazing at the flawlessly made-up Lady Yi, Xia Tianxian wore an indifferent expression as he took a seat in the office chair. Who needs medical attention? Lin Xiaowan tugged at the sleeve of Yi Ziong beside her, urging him to sit in the chair. Xia Tianxian lifted his gaze to look at Yi Ziong, whose face was pale and occasionally coughed. What's the discomfort? Lin Xiaowan quickly interjected, sore throat, occasional coughing. The high fever hasn't subsided for days. Xia Tianxian glanced coldly at her. I'm asking the patient, not you. Lin Xiaowan couldn't stand this insult, but the thought of Ziong's illness made her forcefully suppress her inner rage. Xia Tianxuan's lips curled slightly as he lifted his gaze to examine Yi Ziong before him. From appearance alone, one could indeed see traces of Yi Sihua. Place your hands on the table and don't say anything. Hearing this, Yi Ziong placed his hands on the table. Xia Tianxuan's fingers rested on his wrist, sensing the pulse through the three regions inch, bar, and cubit. The cubit pulse felt somewhat weak, while the inch pulse raced rapidly. Raising his gaze to observe the man's lips, he noted a hint of purple, congested blood stagnation accompanied by recurrent high fever and persistent thirst. Do you have any blood test results from the past day or two? At this request, Lin Xiaowan retrieved the lab reports from her handbag. Xia Tianxian glanced briefly. It was roughly what he had imagined. He picked up the pen on the desk and swiftly filled out the blank test forms one by one. Wait a moment to get the tests done, then bring the reports back to me. Lin Xiaowan frowned deeply at the stack of test forms in her hands, but recalling that the other party was a renowned healer, she took her son for the examinations. Xiao Zirong walked over and asked, Uncle Master, can you tell what illness he's suffering from? Xia Tianxian replied indifferently, it's not an illness, he's been poisoned. Poisoned? No wonder he felt so strange. Despite running a high fever, it was nearly impossible to determine what kind of fever it was. Xia Tianxian picked up the blood test report and studied the data on it. This poison was likely self-administered by him. Chapter 52, Faking Illness. Over an hour later, Lin Xiaowan entered with Yi Ziong in tow. Xia Tianxian and Xiao Zirong sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping their tea. Lin Xiaowan clenched her fists. She had been running around outside with her son while they sat here drinking tea, so carefree. When had she ever endured such humiliation? After all, she was still the wife of the Yi family, a prominent figure in a city's high society. Xia Tianxian stood up. Back already? A flash of malice crossed Lin Xiaowan's eyes. One day, she would make him kneel and kowtow to her in apology. If other doctors saw her, they'd be eager to curry favor with her, but he acted as if he wasn't aware of her status at all. Lin Xiaowan thought to herself, but dared not show it. You're back. Here's the examination report. Xia Tianxian didn't take it, instead glancing at his watch. It's mealtime now, let's grab dinner first. Xiao Zirong, sitting on the couch, glanced at Xia Tianxian in confusion upon seeing Lin Xiaowan's distorted expression. What's wrong with him? Normally, whenever a patient comes at this time, he would always see them first before eating. Why is he so punctual about meals today? Lin Xiaowan stopped him. Dr. Xia, could you examine me first? It'll only take a little of your time. I'm sorry, but our cafeteria has very limited serving hours. If I'm late, there won't be any good dishes left. Xiao Zirong froze for a moment. Since when did their clinic have a cafeteria? Weren't they always ordering takeout? Lin Xiaowan's expression darkened. He was clearly toying with her. Her arms trembled slightly, and it wasn't until Yi Ziong called her name from beside her that she snapped out of her daze. If you can't wait, you could take the test results to the hospital instead. They might be able to spot something there. With that, Xia Tianxian walked out. Xiao Zirong hurried after him, passing by Lin Xiaowan and the others. He mentioned what time they'd be working in the afternoon before catching up to Xia Tianxuan's stride. The bodyguard behind Lin Xiaowan, never having encountered such a situation before, asked, Madam, what should we do now? Gritting her teeth, Lin Xiaowan hissed, First, we'll go back for lunch. Then we'll return this afternoon. She strode out in her high heels, as if intent on stomping holes into the ground with each step. Yi Ziong followed behind, his hand resting on his chest, glancing back at the stairwell as he left. Someone was watching them? Who could it be? Lin Xiaowan stormed ahead angrily, completely oblivious to the figure outside. At the stairwell, Xia Tianxian withdrew his gaze and headed upstairs to the second floor. Xiao Zirong followed behind in confusion. Master Uncle, why did you suddenly let them go back? Xia Tianxian turned to look at him. If he's recovered, why shouldn't he go back? Xiao Zirong was utterly confused. Recovered? To put it bluntly, he was faking illness using trace toxins in his body to induce a persistent high fever. Faking illness? Why would he do that? Xia Tianxian shrugged. I'm not too sure about that. That person seemed to be deliberately feigning illness. His internal pulse was remarkably calm, yet the outward manifestation of his pulse was chaotic, as if deliberately misleading others. How interesting. Things are getting more and more intriguing. Xiao Zirong, utterly bewildered, followed behind Xia Tianxian. The moment he took a step forward, a gust of wind swept across his face. The bedroom door opened again, and Xia Tianxian casually remarked, "Lunch is your responsibility now." Xiao Zirong. Before he could even speak, the door clicked shut again. Fine. If it's his task now, then it's his task. Xiao Zirong picked up his phone and dialed a number. Half an hour later, he reached out and knocked on the door. Xia Tianxian opened the door and took the takeout from his hands. If they come looking for me this afternoon, just hand this to her and keep the medical fees. All right. As soon as Xiao Zirong finished speaking, the door closed again. He rubbed his nose and headed downstairs. In the afternoon, as soon as office hours began, the clinic door swung open. Xiao Zirong had just put on his white coat and settled into his chair when Lin Xiaowan entered with Yi Ziang, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. "Where's Dr. Xie? Dr. Xie asked me to give this to you, along with these herbal medicines." Lin Xiaowan frowned as she took the note, letting the bodyguard behind her receive the herbs. Upon opening it, she found instructions for brewing the traditional medicine. She looked doubtfully at the herbs. Will drinking these really cure the illness overnight? A heart ailment needs heart medicine. Ms. Lin, it would be better if you spent more time with your child first. Standing behind Lin Xiaowan, Yi Ziang's gaze fell on Xiao Zirong sitting in the chair. How did he know? What do you mean by that? What does it mean that the cure for a heart illness lies in the heart? Are they saying her son has a heart condition? My message has been delivered. Please honor the agreement, Ms. Lin. Lin Xiaowan stared at Xiao Zirong and waved her hand. The bodyguard behind her placed something on the table. Thank Dr. Xie for me. With that, Lin Xiaowan led her people out. Xiao Zirong breathed a sigh of relief. The tension had been absolutely terrifying. He had feared she might lose her temper and order the bodyguard behind her to knock him to the ground. The luxury car had barely driven away when Xia Tianxian came downstairs. Have they left? Yes, these are what they left behind. On the table lay 2 cases, the kind that holds money in TV dramas. Xia Tianxian sat on the sofa nearby, pouring tea into a cup. The case shouldn't have a password, just open it directly. Xiao Zirong touched his neck, wondering why his uncle seemed completely indifferent about what was inside. Could it be that he was overthinking it, and there wasn't actually cash inside? He opened the case and was dumbstruck by the sight of stacks of bright red banknotes inside. The next second, he closed the box, walked to the door, and shut the office door behind him. Still uneasy, he locked it securely. Xia Tianxian, seated on the sofa, took a measured sip of tea with an air of indifference. Xiao Zirong reopened the box, staring at the genuine stacks of cash inside as his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Master Uncle, are all these real? He pinched his own thigh, feeling a sharp pain that made him hiss through his teeth. It's real. Keep half for the clinic expenses, and donate the other half. Donate it? That case held $1 million, $2 million in total. That wasn't small change. He'd never seen such an astronomical sum in his entire life. Xia Tianxian set down his teacup. Yes, in the clinic's name, donate it to the children in mountain areas. This ledger was just beginning. He would make sure those who had harmed his wife and daughter knew that Xie Tianxuan's family wasn't to be trifled with. In Zhou office, Yi Sihua sat in a chair, carefully reviewing documents on the desk. Shortly after, the office door opened as Lin Lei walked in from outside. President Lin, what brings you here? President Ji, I heard you've handed over the old city district project to someone else? Chapter 53 Noble Kindergarten. A beam of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating Lin Lei's polished leather shoes. Yi Sihua set down his pen and lightly tapped the desk. What? Can't I hand this project over to someone else? Lin Lei forced a smile. Of course not. It's just this project involves complicated matters, we can't trust others with it. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Sihua asked, so you're saying if I hand it to you, I can rest easy? Lin Lei quickly waved his hands. Of course not, I just think I'm more familiar with the old town area, so it's better if I handle it. Yi Sihua leaned back in her chair, watching Lin Lei brimming with such confidence. Clearly, someone must be aiding him in the old district, and as for who it could be, she already had an inkling. I've already handed this over to someone else. I can't very well ask them to give it back to you, Mr. Lin. Otherwise, the whole company would start saying you're taking projects from junior employees. How would that sound? Lin Lei's face broke into an awkward smile. He'd never expected Yi Sihua to say such a thing. Seeing his silence, Yi Sihua stood up. May I ask for Director Lin's perspective? Director Yi is right. This project should indeed be given to junior staff as a training opportunity. If the argument continued, the entire company would learn he'd been competing with an entry-level employee over a project. Yi Sihua watched with an ambiguous smile as he left the office unwillingly. She walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the scenery outside. It seemed not only was someone in her family trying to sabotage her, but even within the company there were people attempting to block her path. Rubbing her temples, she moved to the sofa and sat down. It was probably that person at home who couldn't stand her and wanted to stir up trouble again. Well, she'd just see how much longer they could keep this up. Outside the window, the wind gently swayed the curtains, coming quietly, leaving silently. In the following days, the city remained calm, and Yi Zion's condition in the Yi household gradually stabilized. Lin Xiaowan felt the weight lifting from her heart the moment she saw her precious son unharmed. At Qianxian Clinic, Xia Tianxian sees patients in his office every day, earning enough for his beloved baby's formula. During these days, Xia Ruanwan has been staying in the Chinese medicine pharmacy. No one knows what she's doing there, and the pharmacists don't disturb her, occasionally even answering the questions she murmurs to herself. At first, they thought Ruanwan was confused by all the medicinal herbs, but later they realized she was trying to memorize each and every one. Gradually, little Ruanwan became familiar with various common medicinal herbs, even knowing when to use them and when not to. The remarkable thing was, she was only 4 years old yet already possessed such knowledge. Xia Tianxian also noticed her deep fascination with traditional Chinese medicine. Whenever he had time, he would teach her how to diagnose and treat common ailments. Unaware patients who witnessed this would jokingly question whether such a young child could possibly understand. Xia Tianxian would simply smile without responding, while little Xia Ruanwan would puff up her cheeks and insist she understood perfectly, eliciting bursts of laughter from the patients. As time passed, summer faded from sight, yet the lingering heat it left behind remained, clinging stubbornly to the air. Xia Ruanwan sat at the dining table, eating breakfast with eyes that showed no trace of sleepiness, appearing quite refreshed instead. Rao Qiyu moved closer and asked, "Ruanwan, are you happy about starting kindergarten today? Are there a lot of fun things at kindergarten? Of course, there are many children your age inside, you might even have shared interests or make new friends." Ruanwan took a sip of soy milk, somewhat curious about the friend he had mentioned. "Can she make good friends at kindergarten too? Mom also used to say that once I started kindergarten, I could make good friends." The thought of this filled her with anticipation for kindergarten. "Dad, I'm already full. When can we go to kindergarten?" "Wait a moment. After Daddy finishes eating, I'll take you to kindergarten." Xia Ruanwan got down from the chair, "Then I'll go prepare. Dad, remember to call me when you finish eating." With that, she ran toward the room. Xia Tianxian watched her retreating figure and smiled helplessly. As soon as he turned his head, he met Rao Qiyu's gaze, filled with a hint of sympathy which puzzled him. "What's up with this guy again? Go ahead and cry if you want to." Xia Tianxian was utterly speechless. What the hell was up with this guy today, acting so strangely out of nowhere? "I know you're upset about Ruanwan starting kindergarten. She's not here now, so cry if you need to. I won't laugh at you." Rao Qiyu pulled out his phone, flipped on the camera, and pointed it straight at him. Xia Tianxian rolled his eyes. "If you're sick, I don't recommend treating you. Why should he be sad about Ruanwan going to kindergarten?" Rao Qiyu raised an eyebrow and smiled without speaking. A few minutes later, Xia Ruanwan came out of the room carrying an adorable little bunny backpack. Xia Tianxian turned around to see his daughter dressed impeccably in her kindergarten uniform, looking utterly adorable from head to toe. His brows furrowed slightly as a sudden reluctance about sending Ruanwan to kindergarten gripped him. "Daddy, I'm ready. Did you finish eating? Daddy will be ready soon." Xia Tianxian said it would be soon, but his movements remained sluggish. Rao Qiyu glanced at the time. He'd been eating this breakfast for nearly half an hour, yet over half the porridge still remained in his bowl. Claiming Ruanwan wouldn't cry at kindergarten, what utter hypocrisy. A few minutes later, Xia Tianxian picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth and walked up to Xia Ruanwan. "Daddy, let's hurry up and go, or we'll be late. If we're late, we just won't go." Xia Ruanwan shook her head. "We can't do that. If we don't go on the first day of school, we'll make a bad impression on the teacher and classmates." Xia Tianxian patted her head and held her hand as they walked outside. Rao Qiyu sat in the chair, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He hoped Ruanwan wouldn't cry too loudly when she went to kindergarten. He averted his gaze, picked up the egg on the table, peeled off the shell, and ate it. Outside the kindergarten gate, Xia Tianxian stepped out of the car holding Xia Ruanwan's hand. This kindergarten gathered the children of many high-ranking officials and wealthy families from the city. One could say this was truly an elite kindergarten. Xia Tianxian crouched down to Xia Ruanwan's eye level. "If anyone bullies you inside, remember to tell Daddy, understand?" Xia Ruanwan nodded. "Mom said if someone bullies me, I should fight back. I didn't come to kindergarten to be bullied, but to study." Xia Tianxian chuckled upon hearing such words spoken in her innocent child's voice. Just like her mother, saying whatever comes to mind. Chapter 54, Brain Full of Water. Xia Tianxian stood where he was, watching Xia Ruanwan walk into the kindergarten. As she walked away, he felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. Only after Ruanwan disappeared from sight did he turn back to his car and drive toward the clinic. Throughout the day, he was somewhat absent-minded. Xiao Zirong called him several times, but he didn't hear a thing. At the same time, Yi Sihua was also absent-minded. She sat in her chair, picturing Ruan at kindergarten, without touching the documents on her desk even once. She wondered how Ruan was doing on her first day at kindergarten, whether she was being bullied, or if she had enough to eat during lunch. Tap, tap, tap. A knock at the door pulled her thoughts back. Lin Lei walked in from outside, holding several documents in his hand. President Yi, these are the documents requiring your signature over the past few days. Put them aside. I'll look at them in a moment. Lin Lei glanced at the desktop while putting away the files, wanting to see which document she was looking at. Yi Sihua didn't block his view either, letting him look freely. Any other questions? Lin Lei averted his gaze and laughed awkwardly. No more questions. After he left, Yi Sihua turned his gaze to the documents on the table. She picked up the first document and began flipping through it. She frowned at the contents inside before setting it aside. The corruption in this company was worse than she had imagined. It seemed they truly didn't take her seriously enough to need a warning. She picked up her phone, dialed a number, exchanged a few words with the other end, and then hung up. The sky outside was overcast with dark clouds, as if rain was imminent. Boom! A thunderclap rolled down from the heavens, lightning exploding amidst the clouds. Yi Sihua was startled by the thunder and silently took a sip of water from the glass on the table. It's raining so heavily outside, I wonder if Ruan is afraid. She glanced at the time, her face filled with worry as she stared at the storm. Boom! Another clap of thunder rang out. Yi Sihua stood up, grabbed her bag, and headed out the door. After she left, a figure quietly slipped into her office. At Qianxian Clinic, Xia Tianxian leaned against the desk, leisurely sipping his tea. Xiao Zirong held a medical record in his hand, speaking earnestly to the patient about their current condition. You're still in good health, and fortunately this was detected early. Take this document directly to the hospital, they'll provide full support to treat this condition. The patient held the medical records with grateful expression. Thank you, doctor. I'm so grateful. Without you, I wouldn't even have known about this illness. Don't mention it. You should go now. It's best to bring a family member along. Xiao Zirong helped the patient walk toward the exit. Xia Tianxian set down his teacup and gazed at the scenery outside the window. It looked like rain was coming soon. Xiao Zirong returned and finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind for so long. Uncle Master, how did you know he was showing signs of thyroid cancer? Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to detect without careful examination. There are many ways to see that you still have much to learn. Xia Tianxian untied his white lab coat and draped it over the chair. Uncle Master, where are you going? To pick up my daughter from school, of course. I leave this place to you. If any problems arise, call me, though I can't promise I'll answer. Xiao Zirong, knowing his master uncle's temperament, quickly nodded to show he would take good care of the clinic. Stepping out of the clinic, Xia Tianxian looked up at the rain falling from the sky. He stretched out his hand and caught one drop from the countless millions cascading from the heavens. The rain grew heavier, sending increasingly larger waves rippling across the ground. Xia Tianxian raised a black umbrella and stepped into the rain, striding toward his car. At Xuanyu Company, Rao Qiyu sat in his chair, leisurely watching the rain outside. It had been a long time since it last rained. This was likely the heaviest rainfall in the past 3 days. He vaguely recalled that the last time it rained was the last time it rained. Just as he was enjoying the rainy weather, the office door suddenly swung open. Sitting in his chair, Rao Qiyu was so startled that he nearly dropped his phone. He fumbled several times before finally catching it. He looked up to see who had entered without knocking, but the fiery anger that surged instantly died down upon recognizing the visitor. What brings you here? What, if I don't come looking for you, you won't come looking for me? The person who arrived was none other than Suyu, casting a resentful glance at Rao Qiyu. Ever since their engagement last time, he had been avoiding her like the plague. Every time she came to the hospital, it was as if he knew in advance either he had already left work or was away on business, making it impossible for her to see him. Rao Qiyu awkwardly scratched his neck. No, I was actually planning to visit you in a few days. I've just been really busy lately. Suyu looked at him with skepticism. Really? Rao Qiyu said with complete seriousness, of course it's true, truer than pearls. Well then, surely you can spare time to have dinner with me tonight? Upon hearing this, Rao Qiyu realized there was no avoiding this meal. Of course I have time. How could I not have time to have a meal with you? Rao Qiyu walked over to her side, leading her to the sofa and having her sit down. Would you like coffee or a drink? I'll have my assistant bring it in. Suyu waved her hand dismissively. No need, I just came to see you. Rao Qiyu placed his hands on her shoulders and gave them a proper squeeze. Suyu lay on the sofa with a look of pure contentment, savoring his technique. Rao Qiyu gazed at Suyu with her eyes closed, his lips parting briefly before sealing shut again. If he voiced his thoughts, The hurt it would cause Suyu would be immense, yet staying silent wasn't fair to her either. Though it was his own decision, the one who got hurt was her. Rao Chiyu cursed himself inwardly, he really was heartless. Suyu opened her eyes and looked at Rao Chiyu beside her. He was frowning, his complexion slightly off. What's wrong with you? Was work exhausting? No. Rao Chiyu glanced out the window and changed the subject. How about we go have dinner now? It's getting late anyway. Great, I've already booked the restaurant. Let's go now. Rao Chiyu's lips twitched slightly. She must have been counting on him agreeing to her request. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone ahead and reserved the restaurant directly. Having figured it out, Rao Chiyu now realized he had willingly walked into the other party's trap. He slapped his own head. What a blockhead he was. How could he have not seen it coming? What's wrong with you? Nothing. Just feel like there's water in my brain. Seeing if I can slap it out. Suyu held his arm and asked, did you catch it on camera? No, it looks like we didn't get it this time. Chapter 55, Am I Going to Die? Outside the kindergarten, Xia Ruansoft carried her little backpack and spotted Yi Sihua not far away as soon as she stepped out. Just as Xia Ruanwan was about to call out loudly for her mother, a figure appeared beside Yi Sihua. She closed her little mouth and stood under the eaves, watching as the other children were picked up by their parents. Why are you here? Hearing the voice, Yi Sihua turned to see a handsome face appearing before her. I got off work early today and wanted to see how Ruanwan was adjusting to her first day of kindergarten. Xia Tianxian stood to one side, not saying much, and remained beside her. The raindrops fell onto the umbrella, sliding down its surface before finally dropping to the ground. Not far away, Xia Ruanwan watched her mom and dad curiously, wondering what they were doing over there and why they hadn't come over yet. She pouted her little lips. Had they forgotten about their precious little one? A nearby teacher noticed her and walked over. Ruanwan, are you waiting for mommy and daddy? Xia Ruanwan nodded obediently. The teacher looked at her smile, as if instantly healed, feeling a soft warmth in his heart. Her smile was just like her name, sweetly melting. Xia Tianxian and Yi Sihua stepped forward, while Xia Ruanwan waved her hand excitedly. Dad, Sister Yi. Following the direction of her waves, the teacher saw a strikingly handsome man and beautiful woman walking through the rain. The two of them looked like they had stepped straight out of a painting, an especially pleasing sight to behold. This is way too handsome. Xia Tianxian laughed and said, Ruanwan, have you missed daddy? Xia Ruanwan rested her chin in her hands, her face brimming with smiles. Nope. Xia Tianxian helplessly stroked her hair. Yi Sihua stood nearby and suddenly let out a chuckle. Xia Ruanwan ignored Xia Tianxuan's melancholy and turned to look at Yi Sihua. Sister, why are you here? I heard today was your first day at kindergarten, so I came to see you. How was your first day? Did you have fun? Happy? The teachers and classmates at kindergarten are all very nice. Xia Tianxian stood to the side, his face etched with resignation. The kindergarten teacher glanced at Xia Tianxian in front of her, then looked at Yi Sihua standing nearby, her mind already conjuring up an entire romance novel. Could this be some kind of classic scenario where two people don't recognize each other? Or perhaps it was some quirky marital habit between the couple, preferring their child to call them sister. Yi Sihua held Xia Ruanwan's hand as the little girl turned back to wave goodbye to her teacher. The three of them stepped into the rain together, walking toward the car. Since both adults had driven there, Ruanwan immediately chose to ride in Yi Sihua's car without hesitation. Xia Tianxian rubbed his neck and got into his car alone. Yi Sihua opened the car's rear door, and Xia Ruanwan obediently climbed inside. The rain fell on the ground as the wheels rolled slowly, carrying the car outward. Behind it, another car's windshield wipers sprang to life, following in its tracks. Inside the kindergarten, a pair of eyes watched the two vehicles drive away before withdrawing their gaze and turning back inside. Raindrops pattered against the car window as Xia Ruanwan pressed her face against the glass, watching the scenery outside. Ruanwan, how was your first day at kindergarten? Xia Ruanwan said mercilessly. All the kids inside seemed so stupid. Why does Ruanwan think that? Some of them don't even know how to eat properly, teachers have to show them how. But there are other kids who always keep a straight face, just like dad does when he's working. Not fun at all. Did Ruanwan make any good friends today? Ruanwan withdrew her gaze. No. Yi Sihua adjusted the steering wheel and comforted her. It's okay. It's normal not to make friends on the first day of kindergarten. Xia Ruanwan remained silent, gazing out the window instead. On the city's main road, a car was driving along when, for some unknown reason, it suddenly skidded. The driver struggled with the steering wheel, trying to steady the vehicle, but on the rain-soaked road, he lost control, slamming straight into the roadside guardrail. This scene caused the cars behind to slow down. A large truck, its driver lost in the music playing inside, failed to notice what had happened ahead. By the time he realized, his vehicle had already crashed into the car in front. Bang! One car after another, the large truck had overturned right in the middle of the road. In an instant, rain mixed with engine oil from the vehicles and blood streaming from the cars, staining the rainwater on the ground crimson. Yi Sihua pulled over to the side of the road, turning on the hazard lights and signaling to the vehicles behind. Those with minor injuries crawled out of their cars, gazing at the accident before them with the overwhelming relief of survivors. Se Tianxian sat inside his car, observing the crash ahead, and dialed Xiao Zirong's number. At this moment, Xiao Zirong was taking off his white coat to get off work. Upon receiving the phone call, he wasted no time and immediately grabbed his things to rush outside with his team. Xia Ruanwan, sitting in the car, noticed the vehicle wasn't moving and asked curiously, "Mom, why aren't we moving? There's been a car accident ahead, and it looks pretty serious." Xia Tianxian walked up to Yi Xihua's car window and knocked on it. Yi Xihua rolled the window down just a crack, clearly hearing the shouts and the sound of rain outside. "You stay in the car with Ruanwan. No matter what happens, don't come out." With that, Xia Tianxian walked forward, holding an umbrella. Yi Xihua watched his retreating figure and pursed her lips. He made it sound like she was some coward afraid of death. The driver inside the car regained consciousness, rubbing his head as he looked around. Had he been in a car accident? A sharp pain shot through his abdomen. He hadn't noticed when a rock had struck him there. Blood seeped from the wound, dripping onto the car seat. He glanced down at his stomach. The bleeding wouldn't stop. The front hood of the car was already smashed to pieces from the collision, and the rear had been crushed by other vehicles. The car was like the filling in a Chinese hamburger, sandwiched tightly in between. He stared at the protective amulet hanging in the car, a gift from his daughter. Surely today wouldn't be the day he'd meet his end here. Just as he felt he was about to die here, a voice rang out. "There's still one person here." All eyes turned to the car at the very front, the most severely damaged one. "He seems injured." Seeing the man's wounds, the person gasped. The injuries were shockingly severe. With the help of the crowd, the car wedged into the guardrail was pulled free. Someone opened the car door and saw the man sitting inside. "Are you all right?" A faint smile appeared on the man's lips. "It hurts a little. I'm a doctor. Let me take a look." Chapter 56, Business Trip. The man's vision grew increasingly blurry. In the end, he saw a youth approaching, his face displaying an unusual calm. Others would probably be frightened by such a severe injury, but he showed no fear at all. Instead, he studied the wound intently. Xia Tianxian set the umbrella aside, letting the raindrops fall onto his clothes, soaking them through. After a glance at the man's wound, he placed the medical kit nearby, opened it, and took out the scissors inside. Others, seeing this, raised their umbrellas one after another, shielding him from the rain. Xia Tianxian cut open the man's clothes, revealing the wound beneath. Some onlookers silently averted their gaze. The wound was covered in blood, with a 5-centimeter-long gash clearly visible. Seeing that the intestines and other organs weren't exposed, Xia Tianxuan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He lifted his gaze to the man, whose brows were tightly furrowed in pain. Xia Tianxian picked up gauze to stop the bleeding, then wiped the blood from the man's wound, disinfected it with iodine, and finally wrapped it in bandages. He took out several silver needles and inserted them into the man's body to temporarily stabilize his breathing, preventing his vital energy from diminishing due to blood loss. After completing these procedures, Xia Tianxian gripped the man's wrist, confirming there was no immediate danger to his life, then picked up the medical kit and left. Some people simply stood there in the distance, watching him leave. They looked at the man in the car, exchanging bewildered glances. Is it cured, or is it beyond cure? A curious person stepped forward, placed a hand near the man's nostrils, and upon feeling breath, swiftly withdrew it. The man said he should be back soon. Xiao Zirong quickly brought someone over, arriving even quicker than the hospital staff. "Uncle Master, are you all right?" Xiao Zirong led the person to Xia Tianxuan's side. "I'm fine. There are probably others injured here. Take some people and help bandage their wounds. When others arrive, tell them you treated all these people." With that said, Xia Tianxian picked up the medical kit and walked toward the car. Xiao Zirong rubbed his head and led the others to check on the remaining wounded. The rain in the sky seemed to exhaust itself, the downpour growing lighter until finally it ceased entirely. Yi Xihua sat in the car, watching Xia Tianxian approach, and she silently breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. "Have you settled everything up ahead?" If we want to get through, we'll probably have to wait a while longer." The road was blocked by the crashed vehicles. The only way through would be to wait for traffic police to arrive and clear them away. Soon, the traffic police arrived, and their first action was to determine how the accident occurred and whether there were any casualties. Upon noticing the medical staff at the scene, the traffic officer quickly stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Hearing that there were no fatalities and the injured had already received treatment, they breathed a sigh of relief. Under the direction of the traffic police, the road was swiftly cleared. Xia Tianxian sat in the car, his gaze drifting to the roadside outside the window before pulling it back to follow the vehicle ahead. On the path by the roadside, a figure clenched their fists tightly, their face concealed beneath a cap, yet one could clearly sense the darkness within. This time, she managed to slip away again. Next time, she won't be so lucky. The car stopped at the entrance of the apartment, and Yi Sihua opened the door to carry Xia Ruanwan out. Xia Ruanwan pouted her little mouth. She was reluctant to come back so soon. Big sister, can you sleep with me tonight? Xia Tianxian turned his gaze beside them, his eyes holding a trace of anticipation. Yi Sihua gently patted her little head. Afraid not today, darling. I have a business trip tomorrow and need to leave tonight. Xia Tianxian quickly followed up. A business trip? How many days until you're back? Xia Ruanwan blinked her eyes as she looked at her father. 3 days at the earliest, probably will be back within this week. Xia Ruanwan pouted her lips, her face full of disappointment. When sister comes back, she'll buy you yummy treats. Xia Ruanwan's eyes lit up. Really? Yi Sihua chuckled. Of course it's true. Be good every day until sister returns, understand? I know, I'll be good. It's getting late, I should head back now. Yi Sihua looked at her, feeling somewhat reluctant. He stood by the car door, turned his head to glance at her one last time, then got into the car. Xia Ruanwan held Xia Tianxuan's hand as they stood in place, waving goodbye to Yi Sihua. After the car drove away, Xia Tianxian averted his gaze and led Ruanwan by the hand toward his own vehicle. The traffic accident in the city center was soon reported. Rao Qiyu sat on the chair, staring at the location reported on the news, feeling a vague familiarity as if he'd heard of the place somewhere before. He glanced at the time and realized Xia Tianxian and the others still hadn't returned. Strange, it's so late, why haven't they come back yet? Snap! The door opened, and Xia Tianxian walked in holding Xia Ruanwan's hand. Why did it take you so long to get back? Xia Tianxian replied calmly, there was a car accident on the road, which delayed us a bit. That wouldn't happen to be the car accident in the city, would it? Xia Tianxian stood up and looked at him as if he were seeing an idiot. Which other one could it be? Rao Qiyu smiled awkwardly and put away his phone. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? Should I order takeout? Xia Ruanwan immediately chimed in. I want to eat crayfish. Alright, I'll order crayfish for you, the uncle replied. You order first, I'm going to take a shower. The damp clothes clung to him, making him feel thoroughly uncomfortable. At the accident scene, Xiao Zirong wiped the sweat from his brow after confirming all the injured had been treated. Dr. Qiao? A voice came from behind him? Xiao Zirong turned his head and saw a man in a white coat approaching. It really is you. I thought I'd mistaken someone else. Unsurely, Xiao Zirong said. Wei Yuxian? Wearing a mask, he could barely recognize the other person. You actually still remember me. Judging by how you look, you're probably still practicing medicine. Where do you work now? When he resigned back then, the news spread throughout the entire hospital. The nurses and young female doctors in their emergency department felt it was such a shame when they heard about it. Such a good doctor actually resigned and left. I happened to pass by the small clinic when I saw the car accident, so I came. If that's the case, then you were the one who treated that man's wound? If it hadn't been treated in time, he could have bled excessively. Xiao Zirong was completely confused. Which one? He recalled there weren't many patients with heavy bleeding, mostly just surface wounds. That man in the sedan, the abdominal wound and the silver needles on his body, wasn't that your doing? Xiao Zirong suddenly understood everything. Would you say it was my doing? Is that so? What does that mean? Chapter 57 The Truth from Back Then. Wei Yuxian's other colleague called him over before he could continue questioning. Xiao Zirong wiped the sweat from his forehead as he watched his retreating figure. He had nearly forgotten what his uncle had told him, almost exposing himself in the process. What puzzled him was why they needed to keep it a secret. Wouldn't going public bring fame to the clinic? Xiao Zirong shook his head. Perhaps his uncle had his own reasons for handling it this way. After the more seriously injured patients were taken away by the hospital staff, Xiao Zirong led those with less severe injuries toward the clinic. He glanced at the cars following behind him. Another loss-making deal today. If Shirshu keeps going like this, won't the clinic be running at a loss? But remembering the lady of the night from last time, he shook his head. There shouldn't be any loss. After all, there would always be people fooled by their martial uncle into paying up. At that moment, Xia Tianxian, sitting in his apartment sipping tea, rubbed his nose. He couldn't shake the feeling someone was cursing him. Outside the window, the briefly paused rain began falling again, pattering against the glass. Xia Tianxian lifted his gaze to the window, eyes flickering with a trace of contemplation. Xia Ruanwan walked out of the room holding a small rabbit plush toy. Why did you come out? I want water. Xia Tianxian picked up the cup, poured some water, and handed it to her. Xia Ruanwan took the cup and gulped down the water in a few big swallows. Slow down, no one's competing with you. After finishing the water, Xia Ruanwan wiped her mouth with her hand and continued walking toward the room with her stuffed toy. Xia Tianxian watched her retreating back and smiled helplessly. He lay on the couch, feeling like his current life wasn't so bad after all. Though busier than before, it was also much happier now. At the city's municipal people's hospital, doctors and nurses in the emergency room were scrambling tirelessly. Due to a traffic accident, they had no choice choice but to extend their shifts. Wei Yuxiang held a stethoscope while lifting the injured from the car and pushing them toward the hospital. A man in a white lab coat stepped out, his hair slightly thinning, his brow furrowed. "What's wrong with this guy?" Wei Yuxiang explained, "Abdominal injury, but it's already been bandaged up. We found several silver needles on his body." All this information came from Qiu Zirong, who also warned not to remove the silver needles before administering anesthesia. Su Lang, the bald-headed chief of the emergency department, picked up a flashlight from his pocket to examine the patient. "Send him for tests first, then prep the ore." Without further questions, Wei Yuxiang motioned for other nurses to accompany him as they took the patient downstairs to the second basement level for examination. Su Lang didn't pause either, heading straight to his workstation to alert the surgical team. Had the person arrived any later, the patient would have likely gone into shock, best case scenario becoming vegetative, worst case leaving this world entirely. Thanks to those silver needles, they trapped the energy within him, essentially keeping that person barely clinging to life. Dark clouds hovered persistently over the city sky, refusing to disperse. The next day, Xia Tianxian rose early and roused Xia Ruanwan, who was still lazing in bed. "Ruanwan, time for school." Xia Ruanwan rubbed her eyes and sat up drowsily from the bed. Xia Tianxian opened the wardrobe and took out her school uniform. What kind of hairstyle would Ruanwan like today? Xia Ruanwan nodded her little head, clearly not fully awake yet. "Ruanwan, if you're really sleepy, shall I ask for leave on your behalf?" If they didn't feel like attending class, they simply wouldn't go. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruanwan shook her little head. "No, I promised the teacher I'd go to school." She patted her little cheeks and forced open her drowsy eyes. Xia Tianxian sat beside her, helping her put on the school uniform before leading her to the dressing table where he tied her hair into two little buns. Xia Ruanwan let out a small yawn while looking at her reflection in the mirror, then handed her favorite little hair clip to Xia Tianxian. He took the clip and fastened it beside one of her tiny buns. With her hair now nicely tied, Xia Ruanwan slipped into her adorable little slippers and headed to the bathroom, while Xia Tianxian waited outside on the sofa, hands tucked in his pockets. Rao Qiyu went out early due to company matters. In Jiangcheng, Yi Sihua rubbed his temples and pulled open the hotel curtains. Outside, the sun had already risen, its harsh rays piercing through the trees. Knock, knock, knock. The hotel room door was knocked, and Yi Sihua turned to walk outside, opening the door to find a young man in a suit standing at the entrance. His face bore youthful shyness, and as the door opened, he timidly lowered his head. "President Yi, here's your breakfast." Yi Sihua glanced down at the breakfast in his hands and casually took it. "Thank you. Mr. Yi, should we head straight to the venue next? Or should we go somewhere else first?" "Let's go to the venue first. Compile a list of companies attending this event and send it to me." "Alright, I'll get organized." The young man left with his head lowered. Yi Sihua chuckled lightly, closed the door, and sat down to turn on the computer. This trip to Jiangcheng served two purposes. First, to attend the conference, and second, to find the maid who once worked for the Yi family, the only person who knew the truth about her mother's death. After extensive investigation, she finally tracked down that person, but where exactly they were located or how they were living remained a mystery. It was as if that person had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the faintest trace in this world. Her father rarely spoke of her mother's passing, while her grandfather outright refused to discuss it, always insisting that the Yi family owed her a debt. When she was very young, her mother passed away. By the next year, her father, who had appeared deeply devoted to his late wife in others' eyes, brought another woman into their home. This led to a fierce argument between Grandpa Yi and Yelong Chen, though in the end, for reasons unknown, the old man actually agreed to it. Now, that woman has given birth to a son. Yi Sihua gazed at the message on the computer screen before shutting the laptop and leaning back in her chair. The only proof that could clear her mother's name was now in that person's hands. She had to obtain the evidence before they did, to restore her mother's truth. Outside the window, a small bird perched on the air conditioning unit, tilting its head as it gazed outward. After resting briefly, it spread its wings and flew away. As the sun gradually rose, the sunlight streaming into the room grew increasingly harsh. Meanwhile, at the hotel door, the knocking sounded once again. Yi Sihua packed up his belongings and headed toward the door. At the Yi residence, Lin Xiaowan, seated on the couch, widened her eyes in disbelief. "What did you say? Yi Sihua went to Jiangcheng?" The person on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment before replying that Yi Sihua had already left for Jiangcheng yesterday evening. Lin Xiaowan said solemnly, "I understand." She hung up the call and stared at her phone with a grim expression. Yi Sihua went to Jiangcheng, could she have discovered something? Chapter 58 The Human Trafficker. Lin Xiaowan shifted restlessly, now sitting on the sofa, now standing up abruptly. She clutched her phone tightly, her nails having already left several scratch marks on its surface. That person from back then, she'd sent them far away long ago. She couldn't possibly be found. She absolutely couldn't be found. "Mom!" A voice rang out, causing Lin Xiaowan's phone to slip from her hand and clatter onto the floor as she hastily scrambled to pick it up. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Yi Xiang descended from the second floor, no longer coughing now. Lin Xiaowan tucked her phone behind her back and forced a laugh. I was just feeling a bit bored, sitting in the living room to get some fresh air. Yi Xiang glanced at the table, a flicker of scrutiny flashing in his eyes. I'm heading to the office. Call me if there's anything. Got it. Make sure you put your best foot forward when you get to the office, alright? I'm not a child anymore. It's getting late. I should go now. Yi Xiang straightened his suit and walked out. Lin Xiaowan let out a long breath as she watched him leave. Yi Sihua, since you're in Jiangcheng, you might as well stay there forever. Don't ever come back. In the following days, City A's weather changed unpredictably, swinging between rain and sunshine in an instant. No sooner had the sun appeared than rain poured down before we could take more than a few steps. Despite not a single dark cloud in the sky, the rain cascaded down like a surging river's torrent. Outside Xianxian Clinic, Xia Ruanwan held up a little yellow duck-patterned umbrella, her feet stomping in a shallow puddle, splashing water all around. She wore tiny pink boots and blue denim overalls on her small feet. Sa Tianxian stood not far away, gazing at her with adoration. Rao Qiyu walked up beside him and asked, "Aren't you afraid she'll catch a cold? Running out to splash in puddles on a rainy day, didn't you worry about catching a chill?" Xia Tianxian cast a faint glance at him and said in a disdainful tone, "Ruan Ruan's constitution is far better than yours. It's you who should be worried." Under the influence of that warm jade and combined with medication, Ruan Ruan's congenital heart condition had completely healed, and her physical constitution now surpassed that of most children. Rao Qiyu pursed his lips. No matter what, he was an adult, how could his physical condition possibly be worse than a child's? He had just finished grumbling when he sneezed. Someone must have been thinking about him, there was no way he'd caught a cold. Xia Tianxian took a step to the side, leaving Rao Qiyu puzzled. What was the deal with him moving away all of a sudden? "Don't pass it on to me." His casually uttered words shattered Rao Qiyu's defenses. What does this sentence mean? Why tell him not to infect him, as if he's some kind of germ carrier? He rubbed his nose and looked away. Not far away, a gaze was fixed in their direction, more precisely, on Xia Ruanwan, who was splashing in the puddle. He glanced around, confirming the absence of surveillance cameras. If he moved swiftly, he could snatch the little girl away unnoticed. Pulling on a black mask, he gripped a handkerchief in his hand and began edging closer to Xia Ruanwan. Oblivious to the approaching danger, Xia Ruanwan continued playing happily in her watery delight. The man slowly approached Xia Ruanwan, and Xia Tianxian standing under the eaves quickly noticed something amiss. "Tianxian, don't you think hot pot would be perfect for driving away the cold on a day like this?" Rao Qiyu turned his head, only to find Xia Tianxian had already vanished. Behind Xia Ruanwan, a figure emerged, pulling out a handkerchief soaked with anesthetic, poised to knock her unconscious. Before he could act, his hand was seized, the sharp pain making him cry out as the handkerchief fell to the ground. Water crept along the edges of the handkerchief, merging with the rain from the sky, invading the last dry patches until the cloth was soaked through. Xia Ruanwan turned her head and saw her father clutching a man's wrist. The man's face twisted in agony. Never had he imagined he'd be caught like this. He wanted to break free, but the other person's strength was overwhelming, making escape impossible. "Talk, who sent you?" The man winced in pain. "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I was just passing by. If you don't let go, I'm going to call the police." Rao Qiyu walked over, utterly bewildered as he looked at the man Xia Tianxian had seized. What happened? This man tried to drug Ruanwan to unconsciousness and take him away. Looks like a human trafficker. The trafficker's face changed. How did he know? Upon hearing this, Rao Qiyu couldn't tolerate it. He immediately punched the human trafficker square in the face. Xia Tianxian turned his face away and withdrew his hand, leaving Rao Qiyu to handle the matter as he led Xia Ruanwan toward the shelter of the eaves. "Make sure to clean up properly, he's definitely trafficked children before." Rao Qiyu rubbed his wrist, staring at the human trafficker lying motionless on the ground. "Just leave him to me, I'll make sure he's comfortable in there. So comfortable he'll never dare pull something like this again." Daring to kidnap Ruanwan right under their noses, that took some serious guts. The human trafficker lay on the ground, desperate to escape, but was caught. Every punch landed with brutal precision, yet left no visible marks on the surface. Considerately, he avoided striking the man's face entirely, directing his blows squarely at the chest instead. How could you just hit someone like that? Soon, brave onlookers stepped forward to intervene. The human trafficker's eyes lit up as if seeing a savior. This man was terrifying. He felt his body was about to fall apart. Rao Qiyu sneered. "What? Are you going to interfere even if I beat up a human trafficker?" "What, a human trafficker?" The man immediately retracted his intention to call the police, stepped forward and kicked the human trafficker twice, spitting on him for good measure. "Scumbag, there are 1,000 honest jobs, yet you chose to traffic humans." His words seemed to have reached the ears of people nearby, as they came forward one after another to deliver their own kicks. The light in the trafficker's eyes instantly died out. The crowd grew larger and larger, forcing Rao Qiyu out by sheer pressure. Outside the human throng, several small dogs wagged their tails, seemingly eager to take a few kicks at the trafficker too. Minutes later, a police car pulled up at the intersection as several uniformed officers approached. We received a call about this incident. May we ask who reported it? A 70-year-old man emerged, leaning on a cane with several missing teeth in his mouth. I called the police. The policeman looked puzzled. You called us? They received a call from someone reporting himself to the police, admitting he had assaulted a person. Could it really be this old man standing right in front of them? To get beaten up by a 70-something old man, you must be seriously pathetic. Rao Chiyu stood by, playing the role of an onlooker. Xia Tianxian held Xia Ruanwan's hand as they stood under the eaves, watching the crowd in the distance. That's right, I called the police, and I was the one who did the hitting. If you're going to arrest anyone, arrest me. Then where is the person who got beaten up? He really wanted to see what kind of person could get beaten by a 70-year-old man. The crowd parted to reveal a man lying on the ground, trembling as he weakly raised his hand. I'm here. Chapter 59, A Step Too Late. The man's back was already soaked through, with several shoe prints stamped across it. His face was so swollen and bruised you could barely recognize who he was. The corner of the policeman's mouth twitched. Believing that an old man could beat up someone in their 30s like this would take some convincing, and he wasn't buying it. Comrade, I'm the one who hit him, but he's a human trafficker. If you're taking me in, you'd better take him away too. The human trafficker climbed up from the ground and walked over to the police officer, placing his hands in front of him. Comrade officer, please arrest me quickly. If they keep hitting me, I feel like I'm about to be beaten to death. The lead police officer rubbed his ears and shifted his gaze elsewhere. My ears seem a bit unclear. Did any of you hear someone speaking just now? The two police officers behind him shook their heads, indicating they hadn't heard anything. Human trafficker. What kind of situation is this? The 70-something-year-old man raised his walking stick and struck the human trafficker's head. The other two policemen silently averted their gazes. Only when the human trafficker had been sufficiently beaten did they haul him up and drag him toward the police car. Seeing the human trafficker arrested, the gathered crowd erupted in cheers and jubilation. Rao Chiyu wiped the rainwater from his body and stepped into the clinic. Xia Tianxian sat in his office, raising his gaze to meet his. Solved? Of course. Don't you trust my efficiency? Xia Tianxian remained silent, merely pushing the steaming cup of tea across the desk toward him. Rao Chiyu noticed the steaming tea on the table and couldn't help but smile slightly. This guy always had to pretend otherwise, but wasn't this his way of showing concern? As if reading Rao Chiyu's thoughts, Xia Tianxian said bluntly, catching a cold just wastes my medicine. Not worth it. Rao Chiyu's face darkened. Would it kill him to say one caring sentence? He downed the tea in one gulp and headed outside, uncomfortable in his soaked clothes. A shower on the second floor was in order first. Outside, the rain had stopped, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling across the ground. At this moment, a young boy walked in from outside, looking around for someone in a white coat. Xiao Zirong, who was just bringing down some medicinal herbs, called out to him, "Little brother, who are you looking for?" The boy froze, turned to look at him, and pressed his lips together without speaking. Xiao Zirong studied his appearance. He seemed about 12 or 13 years old. The boy looked neat and clean overall, and though his clothes were old, they were spotlessly laundered. Xiao Zirong took a step toward him. "Are you sick?" The boy stepped back at the sight. Xiao Zirong raised an eyebrow slightly. The kid was quite shy. The office door opened, and Xia Tianxian stepped out. The young boy moved quickly, approaching Xia Tianxian at once. "Are you Dr. Xia?" Xia Tianxian looked at the boy before him and lowered his gaze. "Do you need something from me?" The boy's eyes held a trace of determination. "I want to apprentice under you. Learn from a master? But I have nothing to teach you. I know your medical skills are extraordinary. I want to study medicine under you. Is that so? But you should think carefully. Medicine is difficult to master. This path won't be easy. I'll persevere. You seem like a student too. Better to focus on your studies for now." The young man pressed his lips together. "I come here on time after school every day for a month, and I'll agree to take you as my apprentice." With that, Xia Tianxian took Xia Ruanwan's hand and walked out of the clinic. Xia Ruanwan turned to look at the boy before glancing away. A faint medicinal scent wafted from his body. It smelled oddly comforting. The boy's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly knelt to kowtow, but Xia Tianxian stopped him before he could. "You can save the bow for when you've lasted through it." The boy replied with unwavering confidence, "I will definitely last through it." Xia Tianxian chuckled. "It's getting late. You should head back and rest now. Be here tomorrow at 6 sharp. The boy nodded, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Xiao Zirong walked over to Xia Tianxian with a puzzled expression. "Uncle Master, aren't we supposed to get off work at 5:30? Asking him to come at 6 o'clock meant he would arrive after everyone had already left work. You all can clock out as usual." Just now, he'd noticed a faint golden mist swirling above the young man's head. He seemed genuinely passionate about medicine. But the path of medicine is far more complex than mere interest. He couldn't help but wonder how long that young man would persist. Rao Chiyu stepped out upon hearing the commotion. "What's going on?" "Wait a moment. check on your childhood circumstances. Xia Tianxian dropped these words and left with Xia Ruanruan in tow. Rao Qiyu was stunned. What did he mean by investigating some teenager? What teenager was there to investigate here? What was that youth saying just now? A young man came earlier wanting to become Master's disciple, but Master didn't agree immediately. Instead, he told him to persist for 1 month. Xiao Zirong recounted what had just happened to him. Rao Qiyu stroked his chin, somewhat surprised he was actually willing to take on a disciple now. Several years ago, many people wanted to apprentice under him, but he remained indifferent. Especially when wealthy heirs offered generous conditions, he wouldn't even glance their way. Yet now he suddenly took on a disciple, which made him quite curious just what kind of person could catch his eye. And that youngster? He's gone. Rao Qiyu's voice rose an octave. She's left. That's right, she just left not long ago. If you hurry out, you might still catch her. Hearing this, Rao Qiyu immediately rushed out in pursuit. Xiao Zirong stood rooted to the spot, rubbed his nose thoughtfully, then headed towards his own office. The stars in the night sky stretched out their bodies and blinked at the earth below. Xia Tianxian held little Xia Ruanruan's hand as they walked along the path in the neighborhood. Having just eaten her fill, Ruanruan rubbed her little belly. Xia Tianxian took some digestion-aiding hawthorns from his pocket and handed them to her. Xia Ruanruan looked at the hawthorn in his hand, revealing her little canine teeth as she happily took it. Munching on the hawthorn, Xia Ruanruan cheerfully hummed a nursery rhyme she had learned in kindergarten. 2 tigers, run fast, run fast. The corners of Xia Tianxuan's lips lifted slightly as he listened to his daughter's singing. Though off-key, Xia Tianxian found it exceptionally sweet-sounding. Yellow leaves fell from the branches, hiding themselves as the wind carried them along. Jiang Chang. Yi Sihua stared at the locked apartment before him, his brow furrowed deeply. President Yi, this is the apartment where that person used to live. However, the owner moved out 2 years ago. Any idea where she relocated? No one knows. All we know is she left in a hurry, leaving most of her belongings behind inside. Yi Sihua gazed at the closed door with a somber expression in his eyes. They had arrived one step too late. Chapter 60, Stealing. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window and flooded the room. Xia Tianxian woke up early. Just as he stepped out of his room, he saw Xia Ruanruan walk out barefoot from hers. Tear streaks marked her face, clearly from recent crying. Xia Tianxian picked her up, his heart aching with unusual tenderness. What's the matter? Why are you crying? Xia Ruanruan clung to Xia Tianxuan's neck and said, Daddy, I miss Mommy. Xia Tianxian wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Tell Daddy where Mommy is, and I'll take you to find her, okay? Xia Ruanruan was about to speak, but remembering what her mother had told her, she shook her little head. Without another word, Xia Tianxian carried her toward the room. By the time they stepped out of the room again, Ruanruan was in much better spirits. Rao Qiyu sat in the restaurant chair, watching an unusually sullen Wan Yuan, then turned a questioning glance towards Xia Tianxian. What had gotten into her this time? Xia Tianxian didn't say anything, just placed breakfast in front of Ruanruan and let her eat first. Outside the window, the rain had stopped, leaving behind faint traces of its nighttime visit on the ground. When dropping Ruanruan off at kindergarten, Xia Tianxian picked up his phone and dialed Yi Sihua's number. Just off the plane and feeling somewhat exhausted, Yi Sihua picked up her phone. She was a bit surprised to see the call. What could he possibly want from her? Hello, is there something you need? I wonder, Miss Yi, where you might be at the moment. I just got off the plane. I'm already back. I wonder if Miss Yi has time for dinner tonight? Yi Sihua frowned slightly, unsure why he was asking her out for dinner. Yet in the next breath, she agreed outright. Ruanruan misses you a little. Yi Sihua's heart trembled. Pressing her lips together, she replied, all right, I'll come tonight. She rubbed her temples after hanging up the phone. Assistant Lu Zhenshu approached with the luggage in hand, asking, Director Yi, are we heading straight back to the company? No rush. Take the documents back to the office first, then you can clock out and rest. Thank you for all your hard work these past few days. Lu Zhenshu shook his head. It's nothing more than my duty. Yi Sihua offered a faint smile. After this project wraps up, you'll get a bonus. With that, she lifted her suitcase and walked toward the airport exit. Lu Zhenshu stood rooted in place, his gaze lingering in the direction she'd gone, the corners of his mouth curling slightly before he picked up his documents and followed. I didn't steal this. If you didn't steal it, then who did? Xia Ruanruan's gaze was sharp, making the little boy in front of her take a fearful step back. Hearing this, the teacher walked over, and the boy quickly moved to stand by the teacher's side. Teacher, the jade pendant I was carrying is missing. She must have stolen it. The little boy pointed at Xia Ruanruan and declared with certainty. Xia Ruanruan's face flushed red, her eyes brimming with tears. It wasn't me. It clearly wasn't her. Why wouldn't they believe her? The teacher looked at the boy before her, recognizing him as the grandson of a certain listed company's chairman, and quickly reassured him, don't worry, I'll make sure you get your things back. He stood up and walked over to Xia Ruanruan, speaking sternly, if you stole it, just admit it. Hurry up and hand it over. Xia Ruanruan took a step back. I didn't steal, she insisted. The little boy hid behind the male teacher, The things she stole are inside her bag. Xia Ruanwan covered her little rabbit with both hands upon hearing this. These were all her own belongings, she hadn't stolen anything from him at all. So why didn't the teacher believe her? She missed Daddy so much, missed Mommy so much, missed Uncle Rao. They would never have doubted her. The male teacher stepped forward to grab the little bunny in her hands. He had learned about each child's family background at the beginning of the semester in this classroom. The little boy's family was someone he couldn't afford to offend, but the little girl before him, her father was just a doctor. Xia Ruanwan wanted to protect her little bunny bag, but how could she match the teacher's strength? Soon, the little bunny bag was taken away. This is mine. Give it back to me. Xia Ruanwan tried to snatch it back but was immediately pushed down by the male teacher. The other children didn't dare step forward at all, standing silently to the side. At this moment, a young girl outside heard the commotion. Upon entering, she saw Xia Ruanwan sitting on the floor, her eyes reddened, glaring angrily at the male teacher. Ruanwan, what's wrong? The girl walked over to Xia Ruanwan's side and helped her up. He said I stole his jade pendant. But I don't even know what his pendant looks like, how could I possibly have taken it? Yet they took my little rabbit doll from me. The girl turned her gaze toward the male teacher standing before her. Mr. Dragonfruit, what's going on here? At their school, all teachers were named after fruits to help the children recognize them more easily. The male teacher named Mr. Pitaya frowned slightly as he looked at the young girl before him. Miss Putao, this is a matter concerning our class. It shouldn't have anything to do with you, should it? What? I saw a child being bullied, how could I just stand by and do nothing? The teacher, Ms. Han Longguo, smiled and replied, this little boy claims she stole something from him. I just wanted to check her bag to see if his belongings were really inside. The little boy hid behind him with a smug expression, clearly spoiled by his parents. But you still shouldn't take other kids' things, right? If we don't take things, how would we know if she took anything? Besides, this is our class's business. Teacher Putao, maybe you should mind your own business. With that, he opened the bag. Inside were just some snacks. He rummaged around and pulled out something hard, a jade pendant emitting a soft green glow that felt warm to the touch. The little boy's eyes lit up as he insisted it was his jade pendant, claiming the little girl had stolen it. Xia Ruanwan grew anxious upon hearing this. This was her jade pendant. How could it suddenly become his? It's mine, not his at all. She wanted to snatch it back, but there was no way the other side would let her. The little boy immediately stepped forward and pushed Xia Ruanwan down. Xia Ruanwan fell to the ground, her hands aching from the impact, as tears welled up in her eyes. This is mine. Someone as poor as you couldn't possibly have something like this. Teacher Grape quickly helped Xia Ruanwan up. She stared at the little boy in disbelief. How could a 4-year-old say such things? Teacher Grape, the matter has already been settled. Do you still want to defend this little thief? Xia Ruanwan shook her head, murmuring that she hadn't stolen anything. Teacher Grape watched her, heart aching unbearably. The red light dot on her wristwatch flickered, pulsing faster the harder she cried. Teacher Pitaya took off the jade pendant and handed it to the little boy beside her. Turning to Xia Ruanwan, she said coldly, I'll let you off with a warning this time. Next time, remember, don't steal. Chapter 61, The Wu Family. Xia Ruanwan was left speechless, unable to defend herself as the little boy triumphantly took away her jade pendant. That jade pendant was given to her by Grandpa, she definitely didn't steal his pendant. Teacher Putao crouched beside her, wiping away her tears as he comforted her. With insufficient evidence, she couldn't directly snatch the jade pendant back from the other party's hands. Moreover, since the child wasn't from her own class, it wasn't appropriate for her to intervene. Teacher Dragonfruit's lips curled slightly at the corners. Helping the little boy retrieve his jade pendant might just earn her some benefits in return. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as rain began to fall drop by drop. A car pulled up at the kindergarten gate, and a pair of slender ankles stepped out from the vehicle. His gaze, deep and intense, fixed on the kindergarten beyond. Ruanwan's smartwatch sounded an alarm. She was crying in the kindergarten. He was determined to find out who had made her cry. I'm sorry, but classes are in session. Parents and guardians must wait outside. 2 security guards stood at the entrance, blocking Xia Tianchuan's way. Rao Qiyu got out from the other side and hurried over to Xia Tianchuan's side. Why are you walking so fast? He had just pulled over when he received the call and came straight without a word. Ruanwan is in trouble. How could I not come quickly? Rao Qiyu froze for a moment. Why didn't you say so sooner? Damn it, who dared bully his little niece? He'd skin the bastard alive. He strode up to the 2 security guards and barked, Don't you recognize me? Call your captain here immediately. The 2 guards exchanged uneasy glances before hastily summoning their supervisor. A moment later, the security captain approached and, seeing Rao Qiyu at the entrance, greeted him with a smile. President Rao, what brings you here? What? Am I not allowed to come? No, of course you can. If you're coming, just give me a call beforehand. Rao Qiyu waved his hand. All right, open the door. Upon hearing this, the security captain quickly opened the door. After entering, Xia Tianxian and Rao Qiyu headed straight for the classroom. Seeing this, the security captain made a phone call and then ordered 2 men to follow them. Something big must be happening, otherwise Director Rao wouldn't be in such a hurry. Which class is Ruan in? Xia Tianxian responded gravely, Junior Class 2. They quickly located Junior Class 2. It was currently playtime inside the classroom. A little boy was holding up a jade pendant while a group of children clustered around him. The little boy looked quite pleased with himself, his sidelong glances repeatedly drifting towards Xia Ruan. If this young master wants something, how could he possibly not get it? Ruan. A familiar voice rang out from outside the classroom. Xia Ruan, who had been crying with her head on the desk, raised her small face toward the doorway, tears instantly streaming down from her eyes. Daddy! Teacher Dragonfruit, sitting in the classroom, looked up towards the door and saw 2 men standing at the entrance. He frowned slightly. Why had the little girl's father come here? Xia Tianxian looked at Xia Ruan's tear-streaked face, feeling his heart wrenched in pain. Tell Daddy, who bullied you? Rao Qiyu stood to the side, casting a sweeping gaze across the classroom. An overwhelming pressure made the children in the classroom feel terrified. The little boy who had been showing off his jade pendant quickly hid it in his hand. Teacher Grape ran back panting heavily and froze for a moment upon seeing the 2 men at the doorway. Xia Ruan sobbed as she spoke. That little boy said I stole his jade pendant, but I really don't know where his pendant is. Yet he wouldn't believe me, and even snatched the pendant Grandpa gave me. Each sob from her felt like a needle piercing Xia Tianxuan's heart. Rao Qiyu strode right in, yanking the little boy who was hiding behind a table to his feet. Was it you who bullied my Ruan? The little boy squirmed, trying to break free. But how could Rao Qiyu possibly let him escape? Ms. Dragonfruit walked over and said, This parent, you should have evidence before making claims. How could this little boy possibly bully a little girl? It was clearly her who stole my things. You're all bad people. I'll call my grandpa over to teach you a lesson. Rao Qiyu sneered, Evidence? Then show me proof that our Ruan stole anything. Teacher Pitaya was momentarily at a loss for words. He seemed to have no proof that she had stolen the jade pendant either. The little boy bared his teeth and said fiercely, She's so poor, how could she possibly afford a jade pendant? She must have stolen it. Rao Qiyu's temper flared up instantly. You little rascal, asking for a beating? Just see if I won't thrash you good. He raised his big hand and gave the boy a firm smack on the bottom. The boy let out a squeal like a stuck pig from the pain. The other children hid to the side, having never witnessed such a scene before, and were crying pitifully. Xia Ruan clung to Xia Tianxian and said pitifully, Daddy, I really didn't steal his jade pendant. Daddy believes you. You didn't steal it. Teacher Dragonfruit tried to snatch the child back, but Rao Qiyu wouldn't let him succeed. As he dodged, he gave the little boy another smack on the bottom. Teacher Grape standing at the door turned her face away, not daring to look inside. Seeing this, the other children cried even louder. Parents should listen carefully now. If his grandfather from the Wu family finds out about this, neither of us will be able to handle the consequences. Rao Qiyu froze for a moment. The Wu family? Teacher Dragonfruit snatched the little boy while he was lost in thought. I'll definitely have my grandfather seek revenge for this. Just you wait and see. Rao Qiyu clicked his tongue in annoyance. He actually couldn't remember which company the Wu Corporation was. Though he knew most companies in City A by heart, the Wu Corporation had slipped his mind. Could it be some hidden influential family? But I've never heard of such a thing. Seeing his silence, the little boy thought he was frightened and said smugly, Afraid now, aren't you? If you apologize to me now, this young master might let you off, but only if you let me smack your butt twice. His own bottom still ached from earlier. He had to return the favor. Rao Qiyu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation at those words. This child really had the audacity to speak to him like that. Fine then, let's see just who your grandfather is, that he dare speak to me this way. Out of the corner of her eye, the Pitaya teaching instructor noticed 2 security guards standing at the doorway. Security, there's a troublemaker here. Come quickly and throw him out. The 2 security guards exchanged glances but neither made a move. Didn't you hear? Escort the troublemaker out. Teacher Dragonfruit smirked coldly. He clearly didn't realize he was the troublemaker in question. The more triumphant he felt now, the more humiliated he'd be later. 2 security guards entered the classroom. Under the expectant gaze of the Dragonfruit teacher, his hands were restrained by the guards as they escorted him out of the room. What's the meaning of this? You're supposed to arrest him, not me. The grape teacher hurried in and ushered the other children out of the classroom. Chapter 62, False Accusation. At this moment, only a few people remained in the classroom, and the little boy looked at them fearfully. Rao Qiyu didn't bully him either, just told him to call his parents over. Xia Tianxian sat on the chair, holding the sobbing Xia Ruan in his arms, occasionally wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingers. The little boy sat not far away, too scared to even lift his head. Wu Yuanshan of the Wu family, the little boy's grandfather, flew into a rage the moment he heard his grandson had been bullied. He wanted to see just who had the audacity to bully his grandson. Moving quickly, he didn't keep Xie Tianxian and the others waiting long. The moment he entered, his face was cold as he demanded, "Who bullied my grandson?" Hearing his grandfather's voice, the little boy seemed to instantly gain confidence. He ran to Wu Yuanxin's side and pointed in Rao Chiyu's direction. "Grandpa, it's them. They stole my things and even spanked me." The pampered little boy, whom even Wu Yuanxin dared not strike, had actually been spanked by someone else. Wasn't this a slap to his own face? Turning to look at the man seated on the chair, he suddenly felt there was something vaguely familiar about him. Wu Yuanxin approached Rao Chiyu and said in a low voice, "So, you're the ones who bullied my grandson?" Rao Chiyu raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly, "This little brat of yours is quite something, accusing my niece of stealing from him, then accusing me of hitting him. A child this young yet brimming with lies. I can't even imagine how your family raised him, or perhaps the adults are no better." Wu Yuanxin's face flushed crimson in an instant. Never had a junior dared to point fingers and speak to him like that. The little boy hid fearfully behind Wu Yuanxin, terrified that Rao Chiyu might grab him again to spank his bottom. Any accusation must be backed by solid evidence. Wu Yuanxin hadn't finished speaking when a voice at the door interrupted. Director Wu was right, everything requires evidence. A tall, lean figure walked in, his demeanor carrying an air of scholarly gentleness. Seeing the newcomer, Wu Yuanxin's face broke into a smile. "Principal Ouyang, you've come at the perfect time. Someone here is accusing my grandson of framing them for theft. I'd like you to settle this matter for me." Ouyang Long adjusted his glasses, seemingly not having recognized who was standing across from him yet. The Wu family was nothing more than an insignificant clan in City A. To put it kindly, they were an up-and-coming family. To put it bluntly, they were nouveau riche. With some skills that earned them a bit of money, they sent their grandson here, truly believing they descended into high society? Ouyang Long stepped in as a mediator. "There might be some misunderstanding here. Why don't we sit down and talk this through properly?" Rao Chiyu shrugged and said, "Fine, I'd love to have a proper talk with the other party, but they don't seem willing to do the same." Wu Yuanxin was momentarily speechless. If he kept harping on this issue, it would make him seem like he was just making trouble for no reason. "This isn't the place to talk, and it's too hot outside. Why don't we go to my office for a proper discussion?" Xia Tianxian lifted Ruanwan into his arms and stood up, upon which Rao Chiyu also rose to his feet. "Let's go then." Staying here any longer would disrupt the other children's lessons since curious kids were already gathering outside, wondering what was happening. Wu Yuanxin snorted and followed after him. Seeing this, Ouyang Long let out a sigh of relief and walked ahead, leading them to the principal's office. Teacher Grape stood to the side, watching their retreating figures from a distance. A little child stood beside her and tugged at her sleeve. Teacher Grape turned to look at him. "Teacher, I believe Ruan would never steal anything." Teacher Putao chuckled and patted his little head. "I also believe Ruan wouldn't steal anything." Unfortunately, the classroom surveillance cameras happened to be under maintenance at that moment, making her feel things looked grim for Ruan this time. She knew quite a bit about the Wu family, that grandson of theirs frequently bullied other children, and the teachers usually turned a blind eye. Sitting in the principal's office, Ouyang Long thoughtfully poured tea for them. Xia Tianxian and Rao Chiyu sat to the side without picking up their teacups, while Wu Yuanxin snorted disdainfully before lifting his own. Ouyang Long gazed at the little boy with a gentle tone. "Sweetheart, you said she stole something from you. Can you tell us what she took?" The little boy glanced at Wu Yuanxin beside him and instantly grew bolder. "She stole my jade pendant." Wu Yuanxin frowned slightly upon hearing this and glanced at his grandson in confusion. Since when did the boy own a jade pendant? The little boy seemed to read Wu Yuanxin's thoughts and hastily explained, "Dad gave it to me." Xia Tianxian sneered and produced a jade pendant. "I wonder if this is the jade pendant the little girl was talking about." The little boy's eyes lit up. This jade pendant was so beautiful, it could only belong to him. "Yes, it's mine." Xia Tianxuan's lips curled slightly. "Then, does the little one remember if there were any characters engraved on the jade pendant?" Rao Chiyu sat quietly by, perfectly at ease. The little boy was instantly tongue-tied. How would he know if there were characters on the jade pendant? Wu Yuanxin spoke up then. "The child's just started kindergarten, how could he possibly recognize any characters? Is that so? When his father gave it to him, did he not tell him about the characters on the pendant? Or perhaps Elder Wu has seen him wearing this jade pendant before?" Meeting Xie Tianxuan's gaze, Wu Yuanxin actually felt fear. He hadn't seen his grandson wearing this jade pendant at home. The little boy, seeing he couldn't get the jade pendant, shook Wu Yuanxin's arm. "Grandpa, that jade pendant is mine. Get it back for me." Faced with his grandson's wheedling, Wu Yuanxin looked at Xie Tianxian and said solemnly, "Since the jade pendant is in your hands, whatever you say goes." "Isn't this bullying my grandson? Really? I just asked the child what was inside the jade pendant. How does that make me a bully?" Wu Yuanxin seemed to have a realization. "Since your daughter likes it so much, consider it a gift from our Wu family." "Grandpa, shut up." At this point, How could he not know whether the jade pendant belonged to his grandson? Spoiled rotten as usual, she's grown increasingly reckless. If she'd just bullied another child, he might have turned a blind eye. Kids at that age are naturally restless. But framing someone for theft? Clearly, her discipline has been severely lacking. Still, such matters should only be spoken of at home. In public, he'd outright deny it. Rao Chiyu couldn't help but laugh at what he was trying to say. I never expected that despite CEO was eloquently worded explanation, he still believes it was my niece who stole his grandson's jade pendant. Wu Yuanxin frowned. He'd already given them a way out. Were they really going to force this confrontation? That wouldn't end well for anyone. Seeing the situation threatening to spiral out of control, Ouyang Long quickly stepped in to mediate. Chapter 63 Begging for Mercy. Rao Chiyu leaned back on the sofa, legs casually crossed, showing not the slightest regard for the Wu family. I only have one demand: an apology. Wu Yuanxin spat through gritted teeth. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Well, it's been so long since I've tasted punishment wine. How exactly does President Wu want me to drink it? Rao Chiyu's irritatingly provocative demeanor made Wu Yuanxin absolutely furious. President Ouyang, I believe this matter is of great importance. Would you be willing to mediate and judge who's in the right? Ouyang Long wore a conflicted expression, momentarily at a loss for words. The classroom surveillance system was under maintenance, so trying to retrieve any footage wouldn't yield any useful images. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a sip of tea from the cup on the table. The most important thing now was to calm both sides' emotions. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. The children must be startled. Maybe you should take them home to rest first? The little boy persisted. Grandpa, the jade pendant. Xia Ruanwan snuggled up close to Xia Tianxian, hiccuping occasionally, while Xia Tianxian shot a cold, unfriendly glare at the little boy. Rao Chiyu was well aware that Ouyang Long was just passing the buck here. Did they really think he was some pushover they could bully at will? In that case, I don't see any point in continuing this discussion. Our cooperation ends here. My niece wouldn't stoop to attending such a kindergarten anyway. Ouyang Long was shocked. This was supposed to be just childish squabbles, but if Rao Chiyu withdrew his cooperation, the kindergarten's funding chain would completely collapse. This was definitely not good news. President Rao, we'll handle this matter as soon as possible. Wouldn't ending our cooperation be too severe of a measure? Rao Chiyu sneered as if he'd heard something hilarious. This is too much to handle? And this is me being patient. I'm giving you 1 hour to clean this mess up. Otherwise, consider your kindergarten shut down for good. With that, Rao Chiyu turned and strode out the door. Xia Tianxian stood up, and as he passed by Ouyang Long, he said a few words behind his back. Ouyang Long's expression changed dramatically. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He couldn't believe he actually knew about that. Rao Chiyu stood at the door, angrily stomping his feet several times. If Ruanwan weren't beside him, he would have already stepped forward to throw punches. How dare they bully his niece? They must have a death wish. He picked up his phone and called his assistant, instructing him to investigate the Wu family. Xia Tianxian stood to the side, carrying Xia Ruanwan as he walked outside. Rao Chiyu put away his phone and, seeing him heading outside, quickly called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Xia Tianxian replied indifferently, "Just going for a walk." In the principal's office, Ouyang Long slumped on the sofa. Wu Yuanxin asked solemnly, "Who exactly are those two people?" He always felt those two people had an unusual aura about them. Anyone who could study here must have considerable assets to their name. Ouyang Long massaged his temples. "Uncle, you've really messed up this time. That man just now was none other than Mr. Rao of Xuanyu Group. If he withdraws his investment, it could jeopardize the entire kindergarten's operations." Wu Yuanxin was utterly shocked, never imagining that young man could be Xuanyu's CEO Mr. Rao. In his recollection, although Xuanyu hadn't been established for long, the forces backing it were anything but insignificant. Last time a company offended their boss, and the next day it was shut down and auctioned off. The little boy mumbled about wanting the jade pendant, his hands flailing around and knocking the teacup off the table. Wu Yuanxin grew irritated by the child's noise, and hearing what Ouyang Long said only deepened his frustration. He grabbed the little boy, glaring at him sharply. "Xiaozhe, tell me, did she steal that thing?" Wu Zhu was so frightened by Wu Yuanxin's roar that he dared not speak, his whole body trembling. It was the first time his grandfather had ever yelled at him like this. Wu Yuanxin knew he had frightened the boy, so he composed himself and asked again. Wu Zhu's gaze drifted elsewhere. He wanted to insist it was the other boy who stole from him, but meeting his grandfather's piercing stare instantly robbed him of such audacity. "I saw she had a beautiful jade pendant in her hand, so I accused her of stealing mine." Wu Yuanxin furrowed his brow. Even though he had already guessed what was coming, hearing it directly from his grandson still made his head ache. Seeing that Grandpa remained silent, Wu Zhu raised his head. In the past, Grandpa would always give him whatever he asked for, but now, Grandpa couldn't even promise him anything. Grandpa, I just want the jade pendant in her hand. I want it. I must have it. Wu Zhi immediately threw himself on the floor and started throwing a tantrum. His hands hit the table, causing the water on it to spill and drip across the surface. Wu Yuanxin looked at his grandson's behavior, his expression filled with frustration at the boy's spoiled antics. Offending Xian Yu would make it even harder for them to advance in the future. Ring ring ring. Wu Yuanxin's phone chose this most inopportune moment to ring. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Answering the call, the voice on the other end made his pupils dilate in shock. He could barely believe what he was hearing. Odiang Long looked at the expression on his face and asked, "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" Wu Yuanxin slumped on the sofa in frustration. The company's in trouble. Xian Yu moved so quickly, leaving no room for preparation. Listening to Wu Chase tantrum, Wu Yuanxin grew increasingly irritated. Keep yelling and you won't be allowed back to the Wu residence. Wu Zhi froze at this outburst, looking up at Wu Yuanxin with frightened eyes. It was the first time his grandfather had ever raised his voice like this. Odiang Long quickly helped Wu Zhi up. "Uncle, they probably haven't gone far yet. If you apologize to them now, we might still resolve this." Wu Yuanxin's eyes lit up, thinking this suggestion made perfect sense. He quickly stood up and walked outside, but after a few steps, he turned back and pulled Wu Zhi along with him as they headed out together. Outside the kindergarten, classes had just ended, and many children were streaming out. Xia Tianxian held Xia Ruanwan in his arms. A blue butterfly rested in her palm, bringing a long-lost smile to her face. Rao Qiyu walked over with his hands in his pockets, his expression cheerful. "All settled? You should know who I am. I don't even consider the Wu family worth my attention." In the past, he wouldn't have spared a glance at companies run by such minor players, but since they'd bullied his niece, he personally made sure they got what was coming to them. Families like the Wu clan have too much dirty evidence in their hands. Just a quick investigation was enough to dig up plenty. That evidence is enough to give them a hard time. "Mr. Rao!" Behind him, an elderly voice rang out. Rao Qiyu turned around to see Wu Yuanxin rushing over with Wu Zhi in tow. He slightly raised his eyebrows. The old man had gotten the news surprisingly fast. "Mr. Rao, I'm sorry, we were mistaken earlier. Your niece did not steal anything from my grandson." Rao Qiyu sneered. "It's already too late. The Wu family had better watch their step." Chapter 64, Locked In. A yellow leaf fell from the branch and landed on Wu Yuanxin's head. A cool breeze swept by, yet failed to dislodge it. Rao Qiyu and Xie Tianxian walked away without looking back. Xia Ruanwan perched on Xie Tianxuan's shoulder, gazing at the two figures not far away. Wu Yuanxin had fainted from the shock, while Wu Zhi stood beside him, shouting loudly. Soon, people noticed the commotion. Some called for emergency services while others checked on the situation. Hearing the noise behind them, Rao Qiyu turned his head and let out a dismissive tisk. "You can't even take a little excitement like this. Don't worry, he's just faking it." Rao Qiyu's eyes flickered with a trace of disgust. Like father, like daughter, their mannerisms were one and the same. Someone shouted snake, and Wu Yuanxin, who had been lying on the ground, quickly stood up to check his body. This startled the people nearby, and an embarrassed look crossed Wu Yuanxin's face. Holding his head, he said, "Oh dear, I feel so dizzy." His body swayed a few times before he sank onto the flower bed. Xia Tianxian carried Ruanwan into the car, while Rao Qiyu settled into the driver's seat. "Where are we going now?" Xia Tianxian gently stroked her soft hair, his face filled with adoration. "Back to the clinic. There's something to do tonight." Rao Qiyu didn't ask anything and drove straight to the clinic, knowing full well that even if he asked, he wouldn't be told what they were going to do. Inside the clinic, Xiao Zirong sat in his office chair, tapping away at the keyboard. "Doctor, will I be fine after taking this medicine?" "Don't worry, Auntie. As long as you take your medicine on time, you'll be fine." An 80-year-old grandmother looked at the traditional Chinese medicine in her hand, her face tangled with conflict. "Doctor, I'm too old to brew traditional medicine. Could you prescribe Western medicine for me instead?" Xiao Zirong paused. He'd forgotten this detail, that elderly patients might have difficulty with mobility, making the preparation of herbal medicine quite troublesome. "Is there anyone else at home who could help?" The elderly woman chuckled dryly. "There's no one else at home. The old man passed early, the children work far away, and I don't want to trouble others." As she spoke, a shadow of sadness flickered in her eyes. Though blessed with both son and daughter, she still faced old age alone. Perhaps this was simply her fate. Xiao Zirong fell silent for a moment, then finally adjusted her Western medication for her. "The prescription is ready. You can pay and collect the medicine now." The elderly woman stood up, expressed her thanks, and walked out. Xiao Zirong sat in his chair, staring at the computer screen. Xia Tianxian walked in carrying Ruan, and upon hearing the commotion behind them, Xiao Zirong immediately shifted into work mode. "Please sit here, where does it hurt?" He pressed the disinfectant dispenser, wiped his hands, and turned to see Xia Tianxian seated in the chair, holding Xia Ruanruan in his arms. Brother Zirong. Ruanruan, Uncle Master, you're back? What just happened? He stood at the back for a while and overheard some of it. An elderly woman just insisted on switching from traditional Chinese medicine to Western medicine. Her condition responds better to Chinese herbs, but she chose Western drugs because boiling the herbal decoction was too inconvenient. Nowadays, the clinic has both Western medicines and traditional Chinese medicines, but mostly the latter. They only prescribe Western medicines when patients specifically request them. This situation is quite common. Xiao Zirong simply believes that some conditions would respond better to Chinese herbal remedies, yet patients often opt for prolonged Western medicine treatments due to time constraints. As Xia Tianxian listened to his questions, an idea flashed through his mind. I get it now. These are things we can't decide immediately. Let's try to take it easier. Xiao Zirong nodded, rubbed his wrist, and went back to work. Xia Tianxian carried Ruan Yuan outside and returned to his office. It wasn't that Xiao Zirong hadn't considered the earlier question. In most people's perception today, Western medicine works faster than traditional Chinese medicine, being more convenient and suitable for this fast-paced era. This is precisely the area where traditional Chinese medicine needs improvement. Outside the window, the sun dipped into the west as the moon quietly rose. Xia Ruanruan sat on a chair, holding a peculiar medicinal herb in her hand. As Yi Sihua walked in from outside the clinic, he spotted her standing not far away, heading cheerfully toward the office. Ruanruan. A long unheard voice sounded, and as Ruanruan turned around, she saw Yi Sihua walking in through the door. Her eyes lit up instantly as she hurried toward her. Yi Sihua crouched down and opened her arms, pulling the child into her embrace. Big sister, where have you been these past few days? I missed you so much. Yi Sihua gently stroked her hair, gazing at the tears glistening in her eyes, feeling her heart clench with emotion. Sorry to make Ruanruan worry. Next time big sister goes on a business trip, I'll call you, okay? Ruanruan nodded and wrapped her little arms around Yi Sihua's neck. Xia Tianxian walked out and saw this scene, a faint smile appearing on his face. Yi Sihua looked up to see a figure approaching them. You're here so early? I thought I'd have dinner with Ruanruan, so I came quickly. Yi Sihua picked up Ruanruan and turned to look at him. Are you off work yet? Almost done. You two go sit over there for a while. I'll finish up soon. Yi Sihua nodded and walked away with Ruanruan. They didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, Xia Tianxian took off his white lab coat and walked out with them. In the office, Rao Qiyu looked up from his phone but didn't see Xia Tianxian. Assuming he'd gone out on business, he didn't pay it much mind. Only when the office darkened and his stomach began to growl did Rao Qiyu finally stand up. The moment he rose, his vision went black for a second, he nearly fainted. After swaying unsteadily for a while, he finally began to feel better. He looked at the dark office and turned on the light with a puzzled expression. Strange, how could Tianxian be working this late? He stepped outside only to find complete darkness. What's going on? He turned on his phone's flashlight and headed toward Xiao Zirong's office, the darkness enveloping everything. When he reached the clinic entrance, he found it already locked. Wait, was he locked inside? Everyone had left work, and no one had called him? They even locked him inside the clinic? He picked up his phone and called Xia Tianxian. A few dozen seconds later, the call connected. Where are you right now? Xia Tianxian placed the vegetables beside Ruanruan and uttered calmly, we ate at a restaurant. Rao Qiyu doubled his volume. Why didn't you tell me when you went out? Xia Tianxian held the phone slightly away from his ear, his brow furrowing slightly. I already went inside to take off my white coat, didn't you see? I even spoke to you for a moment. Really? Xia Tianxian said seriously. You already returned it to me. Rao Qiyu was dumbfounded. Was that really the case? The key's in my drawer, help yourself. With that, Xia Tianxian hung up the phone. Chapter 65, Locked Eyes. Rao Qiyu stood at the door, replaying the events of that afternoon in his mind. Why couldn't he recall any of it? Had Xia Tianxian really called for him? He shook his head and walked into the office, deciding it was better to get out first. In the restaurant, Xia Ruanruan looked up and asked, Dad, was that Uncle Rao calling? I heard his voice. Yes, he's locked inside the clinic. Hearing this, Yi Sihua asked curiously, how did he end up locked inside the clinic? How come he got locked inside just like that? Xia Tianxian said indifferently, don't mind him, he can get out by himself. I forgot to tell him when leaving. Yi Sihua didn't ask further as she picked up a tissue to wipe the oil stains from Xia Ruanruan's soft lips. Xia Ruanruan broke into a smile, thoroughly enjoying having her mouth wiped by Yi Sihua. Xia Tianxuan's eyes flickered slightly as he quietly watched the two of them. Ruanruan seemed aware of her identity, otherwise she wouldn't have taken such a liking, but for some reason, she kept restraining herself. What was the real reason behind sending Ruanruan to him while keeping her identity a secret, preventing her from acknowledging her true relation? Yi Sihua looked up to find Xia Tianxuan staring intently at her. She touched her cheek, was there something on her face? Xia Tianxian averted his gaze, wondering what was wrong with him for staring at them so long. A peculiar atmosphere quietly arose. Xia Ruanruan happily ate her dinner, finishing an extra bowl of rice, perhaps because of Yi Sihwa's presence. She patted her round little belly and leaned back in her chair. "I'm so full," she sighed. Yi Sihwa chuckled. "You should take a walk after eating. It helps with digestion," she advised. "I understand." Xia Ruanwan got down from the chair. "I'll go walk around now. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let's finish eating first. Then we can take a walk together." Xia Ruanwan sat back down on the chair and blinked her eyes obediently. Not far from the restaurant was a park, perfect for a stroll after dinner. Xia Ruanwan walked ahead holding Yi Sihwa's hand, while Se Tianxian trailed behind with his hands in his pockets. No one broke this formation, one leading, one following. A bug circled beneath the street lamp, its shadow flickering intermittently on the ground. Walking through the park, they unknowingly arrived at the lakeside, where a food festival seemed to be underway. The broad plaza was lined with numerous stalls. Xia Ruanwan looked at the food stalls, their delicious aromas wafting through the air. Her little nose twitched as she tried to move forward, but was stopped by Yi Sihwa. "We just finished eating, do you really have room for more?" Xia Ruanwan rubbed her small belly. "Actually, I think I can manage just a little more." She blinked pleadingly, begging to be taken over. Helpless, Yi Sihwa had no choice but to lead her toward the stalls. This little girl absolutely loses all self-control when it comes to food. With Xia Tianxian around, she doesn't even worry about indigestion. Xia Tianxian walked behind them, completely oblivious to what they were thinking. The delicious aroma wafted from the food stall. As Yi Sihwa passed by, her throat moved slightly, even she couldn't quite resist the enticing smell. "Miss, would you like some takoyaki?" Yi Sihwa was about to shake her head when Xia Ruanwan beside her tugged at her sleeve. "Sister, I want some." She looked at the takoyaki stall, she was craving some too. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her and chuckled softly. "If you want some, go ahead, my treat." Yi Sihwa turned around and saw Xie Tianxuan's handsome face, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She turned her face away, averting her gaze. If there was something to say, why did he have to stand so close to her? Xia Tianxian chuckled as he handed over the money. The vendor, understanding the unspoken request, prepared 2 servings of takoyaki. "It's fine to eat a little. We use only the cleanest ingredients. Having fun is what matters most when you're out." Yi Sihwa forced a hollow laugh, unsure how to respond to her. Xia Ruanwan craned her little neck, already eager to have one. Xia Tianxian stood behind them like a bodyguard. Minutes later, the stall owner handed them 2 servings of takoyaki, and Xia Ruanwan couldn't wait to reach out and try them. Watching her excitement, Xia Tianxian crouched down before picking her up. Xia Ruanwan looked at him in confusion. She could walk on her own and didn't need to be carried. "It's crowded here. It's safer if I carry you." Yi Sihwa glanced at the bustling square and had to admit he had a point. She picked up a takoyaki from the box in her hand, blew on it lightly, then held it out to Ruanwan, who opened her little mouth and took a delicate bite. The vendor watched their heartwarming scene with a smile spreading across his face. "What a happy family you are, unlike the man in my house." Not far away, the man chopping octopus looked up, as if he'd heard someone talking about him. Yi Sihwa was about to retort that they weren't a family when she saw Se Tianxian carrying Xia Ruanwan walking ahead. Seeing this, she could only smile and follow after them. Se Tianxian strode ahead with his long legs, forcing Yi Sihwa to take 2 steps for every one of his. Eventually, they stopped at a vendor's stall. Yi Sihwa failed to brake in time and bumped directly into Xia Tianxuan's back. The little girl in his arms peeked her head out, looking over his shoulder at her mother behind them. "Why did you suddenly stop?" Xia Tianxian didn't answer but walked over to a stall selling bracelets instead. Yi Sihwa rubbed his forehead, watching his retreating figure until his gaze landed on the stall before him. "Aren't those all bracelets for girls? What's he doing standing there? Could he actually be thinking of buying one for Ruanwan?" Xia Ruanwan turned her head and looked at the stall before her. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the sparkling items displayed. They were all so beautiful. "Little mister, are you planning to buy a bracelet for the young lady beside you?" Xia Tianxian remained silent as he picked up one of the bracelets. The stall owner didn't mind the silence, waiting patiently while he made his selection. Xia Tianxian chose 3 bracelets. Studying them closely, they seemed somewhat similar in design. "How much for these 3? 30 yuan. Xia Tianxian picked up his phone and transferred the money. "Would you like me to pack it for you?" "No need." Xia Tianxian held the bracelet and slipped one onto Ruanwan's wrist. Turning around, he spotted Yi Sihwa standing not far away, nibbling on takoyaki. Whether it was because the takoyaki was too hot or because Xia Tianxian was looking her way, she lifted her head and began fanning her mouth with her hand. Xia Tianxian walked up to her and extended the remaining bracelet toward her. Staring at the bracelet in his hand, she froze for a moment. Yi Sihwa raised an eyebrow. "You rushed off so quickly just to buy this?" It was rather unexpected. He'd hurried off just to buy a bracelet. She'd thought something urgent had come up. Chapter 66, The Ancient Tribe. In the Dragon Court apartments, Rao Chiyu sat on the sofa, lifting his head to stare at the blank white ceiling. It was so late, why hadn't they returned yet? Ring ring. The phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Suyu calling. What could she want this late at night? Are you free this weekend? Rao Chiyu raised an eyebrow. Was she trying to ask him out? He considered saying he didn't have time, but then remembered he was technically her fiancé now. Going on a date with her was practically his duty. You can't say you don't have the time. Meet me at 8 tomorrow morning to hike Tianyun Mountain, and don't forget to eat breakfast. Rao Chiyu hadn't even gotten a chance to speak before the call was abruptly ended, leaving him no time to react. He stared at his phone, utterly baffled. She really hadn't given him the slightest opportunity to refuse. Ding dong. A notification popped up on his phone. When he opened it, it was a message from Suyu. Suyu, by the way, the eldest daughter of the Yi family will be coming tomorrow. You can invite your brothers along too. Rao Chiyu stared at the message. Could the eldest daughter of the Yi family really be the person he was thinking of? How did they even know each other? Click. The door opened, and Xia Tianxian walked in carrying Ruanruan. Rao Chiyu put away his phone. You're finally back. I thought you weren't coming. Xia Tianxian glanced at him coolly, then set Xia Ruanruan down on the floor and slipped little pink slippers onto her feet. Uncle Rao, look, Daddy bought me this bracelet. Xia Ruanruan ran up to Rao Chiyu, wobbling her tiny wrist back and forth. Rao Chiyu stood up from the sofa and walked over to him, exclaiming with admiration, wow, what a beautiful bracelet, it's as lovely as Ruanruan. Xia Ruanruan's nose tilted up slightly, her face brimming with delight at his praise. She had this bracelet, Mama had one, and Papa did too. The whole family owned matching ones. As Xia Tianxian entered the room, Rao Chiyu asked, do you have time tomorrow? Xia Tianxian poured himself a cup of tea and thought for a moment. Tomorrow was the weekend, the clinic would be closed, so he still had time. What is it? Needs something? Nothing much. Suyu invited me to climb Tianyun Mountain. Xia Tianxian took a sip of tea, his eyes flickering slightly. That place, it seemed to be where the ancient physicians were active. Although textbooks document it this way, with the passage of time, genuine practitioners of ancient medicine have become increasingly rare. He was somewhat intrigued by the medical texts of ancient physicians. Rumor had it that their healing arts were remarkably potent in ancient times, capable of curing any ailment, even reviving those on the brink of death. Without modern equipment, these healers could diagnose illnesses at a glance using a set of mystical instruments. Even Yi Qianxiu felt curiosity about this ancient lineage. She invited you to Tianyun Mountain. Why would I tag along? Would he go along just to be a third wheel? After what happened to Ruanruan today, that kindergarten is definitely out of the question. He'd have to find another one, somewhere where no one would bully her. I heard Miss Yi will be there too. If you don't want to go, I'll take Ruanruan instead. Xia Ruanruan lifted her head in puzzlement upon hearing Miss Yi. At home, she often heard her grandmother mention that name, but always in unflattering terms. Since you're inviting us, I suppose there's no harm in going. It'll be a good chance to take Ruanruan hiking and get some exercise. Hiking? Xia Ruanruan raised her small hand eagerly. I want to go hiking. She'd heard other children talk about this word, they'd all been hiking before, and now she wanted to go too. Rao Chiyu gently patted her little head. Then Ruanruan should rest early so we can get up tomorrow morning to hike the mountain. Okay. Xia Ruanruan skipped toward her room, eager to wash up sweetly and then go night-night. Xie Tianxuan walked up beside him. The Wu family probably came looking for you, didn't they? Rao Chiyu scoffed at the remark. People like them only learn to admit their mistakes when faced with someone more powerful than themselves. Xia Tianxian said nonchalantly, that kindergarten appears to be quite to Ruanruan's liking. Rao Chiyu raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you're thinking of buying that kindergarten? The cost of kindergarten isn't cheap, and this is a prestigious one at that. The fees are really steep. Xia Tianxian handed him a black card. Let me know if it's not enough. With that, he stepped towards the room. Rao Chiyu stared at the card in his hand and drew a sharp breath. This was a card even he didn't possess, yet the other had casually produced it. His brother was even wealthier than him, able to buy a kindergarten without a second thought. On the big tree, a crow stood on a branch, watching the house not far away, its eyes darting, then it flew away. At the Wu household, Wu Yuanxin sat dejectedly on the sofa. He never imagined that within just a few hours, the company's funding chain would collapse, and tomorrow's stock price might plunge to the limit down. Standing not far away, Wu Jia had large teardrops streaming from the corners of his eyes, falling to the ground. In the past, Wu Yuanxin might have gone to comfort him, but now he felt nothing but extreme irritation. Crying, all you know is crying. If it weren't for this mess today, would the company be in this situation? Wu Jia's father Wu Jiahao comforted his son. Dad, just say less. He didn't mean to do it. Now we should think about what to do with the company? What can we do? We can only see if other companies are willing to help. If they stand by and do nothing, the company can only go bankrupt. Wu Jiahao frowned and said, "It shouldn't be that serious, should it?" Wu Yuanxin sneered, "It's not that serious. Do you think I'd be afraid of Xuanyu, a company that's only been around for a few years? What I fear is the power behind them. This capital chain rupture is just their warning." Wu Jiahao was shocked, never expecting things to be this severe. Just how formidable is the force behind Xuanyu that even numerous companies in City dare not cooperate with them, even canceling existing partnerships? Irritated, Wu Yuanxin scratched his head and glanced at his grandson nearby. Fuming, he flicked his sleeve angrily and stormed out of the living room toward his study. Wu Zhi sobbed, completely unaware why his grandfather was being so distant with him. It must be that little girl who made grandfather stop liking him. The next morning, Xia Ruanwan got up early. She climbed out of bed, opened the wardrobe, looked through the clothes inside, and picked out her favorite outfit. It was a blue princess dress with tiny bells tied around the waist, each step producing joyful chimes. She looked at herself in the mirror, picked up a red hair clip and put it on, struck a few poses before the mirror, then walked outside with satisfaction. In the sky, the sun slowly rose, and dewdrops fell from the leaves onto the ground. Chapter 67, The Scent. At the foot of Tianyun Mountain, shortly after sunrise, many people had already gathered below and were making their way up the mountain. Suyu stood not far from the entrance, gazing toward the door. Going by the time, they should be arriving soon. A few minutes later, a woman in athletic wear approached. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her fair, swan-like neck. Suyu pursed her lips and took out a mirror from her bag to check her reflection. With her head covered by a hat and her face obscured by sunglasses and a veil, her features were completely indiscernible. "Ms. Su?" Yi Sihua cautiously addressed the veiled figure before her. "Suyu." Judging by appearance alone, it was impossible to tell who this was. With an awkward laugh, Suyu replied, "Ms. Yi, long time no see." Yi Sihua nodded. Her visit to Tianyun Mountain was prompted by a joint project between Jusi Corporation and the Su family. When she'd contacted Su Buatao earlier, he'd agreed to sign the contract on one condition, and that condition had led to this very moment. She was very curious about why Su Buatao wanted her to accompany Suyu on this hike up Tianyun Mountain, but for the sake of the project, climbing a mountain wasn't a big deal. "You must have been waiting for a long time?" Suyu waved her hand dismissively. No, I haven't been waiting long at all." She had no idea where her father had heard that she had something to do with the Su family's young lady, but he insisted she befriend her. From childhood to adulthood, few people befriended her due to her parents' corporate and family background. Even those who did approach her were mostly motivated by the benefits behind her connections, with genuinely sincere friendships being exceedingly rare. After that incident occurred, no one was willing to befriend her anymore. As a result, she could now truly say she had not a single friend. Her mood suddenly plummeted, sparking curiosity in Yi Sihua, who stood beside her. "Time is of the essence. Why don't we head up first?" Mount Tianyun isn't particularly high. It normally takes about 2.5 hours to climb up and come back down, just in time for lunch. "Wait a minute, is someone still missing? Someone else?" Suyu waved towards the direction behind her. When Yi Sihua turned around, she saw a familiar figure. Xia Ruanwan waved in response, then seeing Yi Sihua turn around, her eyes lit up as she ran toward her. "Big sister, I missed you so much," she said, wrapping her arms around Yi Sihua's legs. Yi Sihua crouched down and patted her head. "We just saw each other yesterday, and you already miss me?" "Of course, I think about you every single moment." Yi Sihua felt a warmth in his heart and picked her up. Xia Tianxian and Rao Qiyu walked over, nodding to Suyu in greeting. "Now that everyone's here, let's head up the mountain first." Xia Ruanwan turned to look at Yi Sihua and said, "Sister, I want to walk by myself. Are you okay going alone? We're about to climb a mountain." "No problem. I can do it." Yi Sihua smiled, set her down, and then took her hand. Rao Qiyu rubbed his nose and walked over to Suyu's side, deciding not to intrude on their family time. Step by step, the stairs stretched down from the mountaintop, yet standing at the foot of the hill, one couldn't glimpse the summit at all. In the woods, birds perched on branches, cheerfully humming their songs. Leading the way with Yi Sihua's hand in hers, Xia Ruanwan sang nursery rhymes she'd learned at kindergarten. Bringing up the rear, Xia Tianxuan listened as the two took turns singing line by line. Before they knew it, they had already climbed halfway up the mountain, reaching the pavilion on the slopes of Tianyun Mountain. Suyu sat on the chair and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Let's take a break first." Rao Qiyu raised an eyebrow and said, "Giving up so soon?" Suyu glanced at him without speaking. "Ruanwan, are you tired? Do you need to take a break?" Xia Ruanwan looked at the path ahead, then glanced at Suyu sitting on the chair. Suddenly, a fragrance drifted over. Xia Ruanwan twitched her nose and was quickly drawn to that enticing scent. "Sister, there's something nice smelling ahead. Shall we go take a look?" "Nice smelling thing?" Yi Sihua looked toward where she was pointing. It was a mountain temple that appeared to be a Taoist shrine. "Yeah, shall we go inside and check it out?" "Alright then, let's go in and take a look first." Xia Tianxian rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the temple with a distinct feeling that what he sought lay within. Rao Chiyu gave him a push from behind. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and follow them." The temple wasn't particularly large, but it drew larger crowds than most, its incense smoke flourishing more abundantly than ordinary temples. Xia Ruanwan held Yi Sihua's hand and walked into the temple. She sniffed the air slightly before heading toward the rear of the temple. Amidst the bustling crowd, Xia Tianxian quickened his steps to follow them, his gaze fixed intently, afraid to lose sight. In the temple's backyard, a man clad in Taoist robes sat cross-legged on the ground, a cauldron placed before him. He chanted incantations under his breath as wisps of mysterious smoke rose from the cauldron. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, staring intently at the vessel. The man muttered to himself, "Still not working yet? Sister, that sweet-smelling thing is right ahead, let's go take a look quickly." "Ruanwan, that's where the Taoist priest rests, we can't just barge in." Xia Ruanwan stood still, tilting her small head. "We can't go in directly?" She peered inside, though that pleasant fragrance had already faded. Only traces still lingered in the air. The nearly 50-year-old Taoist priest stood up and walked out, whisk in hand. Yi Sihua gently picked Xia Ruanwan up in his arms. "Of course, we can't enter without the Taoist priest's permission. Ruanwan is a good child who listens to grown-ups, isn't she?" Xia Ruanwan nodded her head. Ruanwan is a good child. Seeing that they hadn't disturbed anyone inside, Yi Sihua let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, a Taoist priest stepped out, stroking his beard with a smile on his face. "Kind benefactor, please stay a moment." Yi Sihua turned around and looked at him in puzzlement. At that moment, Xia Tianxian walked over. Xia Tianxian stood before them and asked, "Reverend priest, is there something you need?" "It's nothing serious. I just heard this little benefactor mention noticing a certain fragrance, and I was wondering what kind of fragrance it might be." Xia Tianxian slightly furrowed his brows. When he entered, he too had caught the scent, a medicinal aroma, yet unlike the usual odor of brewed herbs. In Yi Sihua's arms, Xia Ruanwan popped out her little head. "It's the smell of medicinal herbs." The Taoist priest smiled. "It seems the little benefactor has quite the keen nose to be able to distinguish that. The herbs aren't very fresh, the heat control was off, and they're difficult to blend together when mixed." The Taoist priest's smile froze. How did she know these things? Xia Tianxian stood still, looking at Xia Ruanwan with some surprise. He hadn't expected her to know such things. Not only was her nose keen, but she could actually detect the problems through smell. The little one kept giving him more and more surprises. Chapter 68. Give it a try. The Taoist priest scratched his nose and suddenly laughed. "This little benefactor is truly quite surprising, knowing so much. Why not come in and have a seat?" Xia Ruanwan lifted her gaze to look at Yi Sihua, seemingly wanting to go inside and take a look. "Then let's go in and have a seat." What could possibly be inside that made her so eager to go in and see? The Taoist priest walked ahead while Xia Tianxian and the others followed behind. After just a few steps, they saw a massive cauldron placed in the courtyard, steam rising from it. Clearly, medicinal ingredients had just been refined there. Yi Sihua gazed at the enormous cauldron and murmured, "Refining medicine in a cauldron, I've only read about it in books. I never thought I'd see it here in person." The Taoist priest led the way and ushered them to sit in a nearby pavilion. "Please have some tea." "Thank you." Xia Ruanwan sat on Yi Sihua's lap, her gaze fixed on the incense burner on the ground, the source of that tantalizing fragrance. "Might I ask what brings the three of you to our temple?" Yi Sihua replied, "The child wanted to come in, so she came in." "Is that so?" The Taoist priest glanced at Xia Ruanwan in her arms, flicking the horsetail whisk in his hand. "Little benefactor, you seem quite interested in this alchemy cauldron?" Xia Ruanwan nodded. "It looks like so much fun to play with." The priest gave a dry laugh. "So much fun? This isn't for play, it's an instrument for refining medicines." In ancient times, elixirs were refined from alchemical furnaces, but in modern times, they gradually faded from people's sight, leading many to mistakenly believe that elixirs only exist in the virtual world. Xia Ruanwan pressed her index finger to her lips, a puzzled expression on her face. "Things for refining medicine?" "Yes, it's about placing medicinal herbs into the furnace, controlling the fire precisely until the fragrance of the elixir emerges from the furnace, then the elixir is complete." Xia Ruanwan wore an expression of partial understanding, seemingly struggling to fully comprehend his words. The Taoist priest smiled. Why would he say such things to a child barely a few years old? Xia Tianxian took a sip of tea and glanced at the alchemy furnace on the ground. Though the medicinal aroma wasn't particularly strong, the scent of elixirs still lingered inside. In other words, there were indeed elixirs within the furnace. Using an alchemy furnace to refine elixirs, he had only heard of the Dan clan employing such a method. Could it be that the Taoist before me was from the Dan clan? After a moment, he dismissed the thought. The Dan clan had withdrawn from the world many years ago. How could they appear here now? The Taoist seemed to notice Xia Tianxuan's gaze and offered a faint smile. "Would you like a tour to see how the alchemical furnace refines medicine?" Xia Tianxian hesitated before speaking. "Wouldn't that be rather inappropriate?" The Taoist priest waved his hand. "It's nothing," he said. "Actually, I have a selfish request to ask of you. From the very beginning, I noticed this young benefactor has an exceptionally sharp sense of smell and a remarkable familiarity with medicinal herbs. I was wondering if she could help me identify which herbs might have gone bad. Lately, for some reason, the quality of his elixirs hasn't been up to par, which gives him a real headache. Great. I'd love to see. Since Wanwan had already agreed, Xia Tianqian didn't say anything else and followed the Taoist priest to the open space. At this moment, several people from the temple took out the elixir from the alchemical furnace. The entire pill had a bluish tint, emitting pale vapor and a faint fragrance. Beside the alchemical furnace were placed over 10 portions of medicinal herbs, while flames began burning at the furnace's base. Xia Ruanwan had Yi Sihua put her down as she watched with rapt attention. Xia Tianqian stood to the side, filled with curiosity about this pill refining process. Outside the temple, Rao Qiyu rose from his chair and stretched his legs. He glanced toward the temple, his brows slightly furrowed. It had been so long, why hadn't they come out yet? Stop pacing around in front of me, you're making me dizzy. Rao Qiyu stopped in his tracks. What do you think they're doing in there? Suyu rolled her eyes at him. What else would people do at a temple besides burn incense? What did you think they'd be doing? But burning incense shouldn't take this long. Something feels off, I need to go check. Seeing his back as he tried to leave, Suyu clutched her stomach. Ow, my stomach hurts so bad. Rao Qiyu immediately walked over upon hearing this. What's wrong with you? Suyu opened her eyes, glanced at him, then hunched over. Maybe I ate something bad yesterday, my stomach hurts a bit. Rao Qiyu sat beside her and said angrily, I told you not to eat that junk food outside, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know you were wrong, don't you? Suyu leaned against him, and Rao Qiyu immediately felt the touch on his arm. He looked down, then averted his gaze. Shall I take you to the hospital? Rao Qiyu looked at her condition, genuinely concerned. I can check the temple first, they might have some medicine. Suyu grabbed his arm. No need, I'll be fine after resting a while. Rao Qiyu said half doubtfully, Are you sure you'll be fine after just resting? Where he couldn't see, Suyu rolled her eyes. What a blockhead, completely clueless. In the temple, the alchemical furnace opened, steam rising as several medicinal pellets appeared within. Wow! Are these the legendary elixirs? They look absolutely magnificent. This batch of pellets had a deeper hue than the last. The Taoist priest shook his head, still dissatisfied. Xia Ruanwan blinked at the glowing pellets with curious eyes. It smells kind of nice, but there are too many impurities inside. The Taoist priest's eyes lit up. Could it be that you've noticed something? Xia Ruanwan pressed her lips together, unsure how to put it into words. May I try it myself? The young Taoist nearby immediately protested, Master, we're running low on medicinal herbs. The Taoist priest waved his hand and said, It's alright, let her give it a try. Xia Tianqian walked over. Let daddy help you, okay? Xia Ruanwan thought for a moment, then nodded her little head. She definitely couldn't manage alone, but with daddy here, she was sure she could finish everything. Yi Sihua stood to the side with a worried expression. Xia Tianqian turned his head and gave her a reassuring look. Placing her hand on her chest, she felt slightly comforted. With him here, Wanwan would be fine. She didn't know why she felt this way inside, but with him present, she felt an extraordinary sense of security. The herbs are here. If you can't remember which ones to add, I can tell you. Xia Ruanwan shook her head and said, No need, I remember. The Taoist priest was somewhat surprised. He had only demonstrated once without mentioning the names of the herbs, yet this 4-year-old child had memorized them. This little girl kept exceeding his expectations, and he wondered if she could surprise him even more. Xia Ruanwan opened her arms, and Xia Tianqian walked over to her, lifting her up. She leaned close to his ear and whispered the name of a medicinal herb. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianqian approached the herbs and grabbed a handful directly, placing them into the alchemy furnace. Seeing this, the young Taoist priest thought it was nothing short of a waste of herbs. Chapter 69, An Unexpected Joy. The Taoist priest stopped him, shaking his head to indicate he shouldn't interfere. He was rather curious to see whether the little girl would surprise him. In the sky, the sun rose slowly while Yi Sihua stood nearby, watching them with worried eyes. Xia Ruanwan leaned close to Xia Tianquan's ear, whispering words meant only for the two of them. Yi Sihua was a bit curious and leaned over, wanting to hear what they were talking about. Daddy, just grab a little bit of licorice root, not too much. Xia Tianqian walked over to the herbs and picked up a small amount. Is this enough? That's enough. Just these will do. For the cinnamon twigs, grab a little more than before, take from the side, not the middle ones. The middle ones don't look good. Yi Sihua was dumbfounded, since when did harvesting medicinal herbs involve picking the pretty ones? She shifted her gaze toward the Taoist priest's side, where there wasn't the slightest movement or reaction. The young acolyte was surprised they actually knew the formula for the priest's medicinal brew. Stroking his beard, the priest smiled faintly. This little one sure had given him quite the unexpected turn. After adding the herbs, Xia Ruanwan stared at the alchemy furnace, then glanced once more at the remaining ingredients. Somehow, she felt like something was missing. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out some hawthorns before tossing them into the furnace. A hint of reluctance flashed across her small face. These were what she'd brought for today, and now she had to sacrifice them all. Whoa, I'm afraid I can't eat too many delicious treats today, or I won't have any hawthorn to aid digestion. Xia Tianxian looked at her worried little face and immediately knew what she was thinking. She truly was a greedy little thing. The young Taoist priest shook his head seeing her toss hawthorn into the mixture. These medicinal herbs were likely to be wasted. How could someone add hawthorn to this prescription? It would disrupt the original medicinal properties and completely fail to achieve the intended effect. The Taoist master, however, didn't share this view. Instead, he was somewhat curious why she wanted to add hawthorn. The medicinal properties of hawthorn differed from the other herbs, adding it might prevent the elixir from congealing at all. After placing the medicinal herbs, Xia Ruanwan climbed off Xia Tianxuan's back and tossed the gathered firewood into the flames. As the fire consumed the new fuel, it surged even brighter, making Xia Ruanwan jump with excitement. This was the first time she'd ever seen flames dance so vividly among the logs. She'd only heard descriptions of this phenomenon from her mother's lips, always tucked within bedtime stories. Yi Sihua approached with a headache, pulling her back from the fire's edge. Ruanwan, if you play with fire, you'll wet the bed at night. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruanwan immediately dropped the firewood in her hand. She absolutely didn't want to wet the bed at night. What if Daddy stopped liking her? She refused to be a bedwetting child. Xia Tianxuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he watched the shifting expressions on her little face. Clearly, she'd taken the warning to heart. He stepped forward and crouched beside Xia Ruanwan. Ruanwan, let Daddy help you, okay? Daddy, aren't you afraid of wetting the bed? Put. Xia Tianxian looked up to see Yi Sihua bursting into laughter. Their eyes met briefly before Yi Sihua averted her gaze. Daddy isn't afraid of wetting the bed, and Daddy doesn't wet the bed either. You and Sister Yi just stand aside, leave the rest to me. Xia Ruanwan nodded her little head and took Yi Sihua's hand to walk aside, while Xia Tianxian fixed his gaze on the alchemy furnace before him, adding firewood piece by piece. The fire grew increasingly fierce, leaving less and less space beneath the alchemical furnace. Seeing the rapid rate of consumption, the young Taoist's eyes burned with indignation. One never realizes the value of firewood until forced to gather it at this rate. No amount would ever suffice. Several minutes later, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted from the furnace. The Taoist narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the cauldron before him, not daring to relax in the slightest. As time passed minute by minute, Xia Tianxian and the other two chatted and laughed, but only the Taoist and his companions looked increasingly astonished. The sun hung directly overhead, the firewood beneath the cauldron burned out, and the fragrance of the elixir grew increasingly potent. Unlike the previous concoctions, this one carried an additional layer of aromatic richness. The Taoist clapped his hands lightly. I didn't expect you to know how to refine elixirs. Could they be his clansmen? But judging by their attire, it didn't seem so. Who could they possibly be? Xia Tianxian replied with a calm expression, this is my first time practicing, so the results might not be ideal. The Taoist priest smiled and said, for a first attempt to emit such an aura, this is already quite impressive. Suppressing his inner astonishment, he thought to himself, this person must be won over. Their strength was extraordinary. His gaze shifted towards Xia Ruanwan beside them. The entire family's performance had exceeded his expectations. As for the female cultivator who hadn't made a move, he wondered if she might be even more formidable than the rest. Even if he couldn't win them over, he must at least avoid offending them. After all, in their clan, medical skills represented power and were also proof of status. His eyes flickered slightly, and as the alchemy furnace opened, his hand gripping the whisk grew tighter. The other junior Taoists craned their necks to peer inside the furnace. Xia Ruanwan curiously leaned in, twitching her nose as she found the fragrance of the elixir inside particularly delightful. A streak of golden light flashed, revealing 5 deep blue pills lying quietly within. Before Xia Tianxian could reach for them, a hand stretched out. This color, this aroma, it's absolutely top grade. The Taoist's eyes were brimming with disbelief. Ahem, my apologies for this crude display. How could this be? Could you tell me how it was prepared? He had attempted this preparation so many times, yet never once had the quality turned out like this. It completely defied his expectations. Xia Tianxian looked towards Xia Ruanwan beside him. This wasn't prepared by me. Her olfactory senses and knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine far surpassed what he had imagined. The Taoist priest instantly understood. Approaching Xia Ruanwan, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. Young benefactor, can you tell me how you refine such excellent elixirs? Hawthorn can dissolve turbidity and reduce lipids. This is... Xia Ruanwan momentarily forgot what the thing was called. Seeing its appearance, it resembled the small medicinal pills from her childhood. Small medicinal pills. When combined with the herbs inside, they produce a very, very fragrant scent. Xia Ruanwan's little face scrunched up in frustration. She'd forgotten how to say so many words. Xia Tianxian walked over to her side, gently touched her hair, and told her not to be nervous, encouraging encouraging her to say whatever she wanted. After a moment of silence, Xia Ruanwan said, I can write it down for you, but I can't say it out loud. Speaking about these things was still something she struggled with, it was too difficult. The Taoist priest was overjoyed and quickly instructed the young disciple to bring out some paper, placing it in front of her. When Xia Ruanwan was learning to recognize characters, Yi Sihua had taught her how to write the basic strokes: horizontal, vertical, left falling, and right falling. Now she could already write some simple characters, and when encountering those she didn't know, she would express herself through drawing. Thus, the prescriptions the Taoist received always combined writing with illustrations, yet each drawing remained unmistakably clear at a glance. Tianxian, are you in there? Chapter 70, Xialinger. Xia Tianxian and Yi Sihua exchanged a glance. After saying a word to Ruanwan, he strode toward the exit. Outside the temple, Rao Qiyu held Suyu in his arms and shouted loudly toward the temple entrance. In his haste, he completely forgot to call Xia Tianxian. Hearing his shouts, nearby tourists turned their gazes his way. Gradually, more visitors gathered, murmuring amongst themselves about the girl in his arms. Xia Tianxian stepped out and saw Suyu lying unconscious. He crouched down beside her, checking her condition. What's wrong with her? I don't know either. At first she had a stomachache, then seemed fine, but suddenly fainted. Xia Tianxian checked her pulse and pupils, his brows furrowing slightly. Both pulse and pupils were normal. How could she have fainted so suddenly? Suddenly, his palm was lightly scratched. Looking down, he saw Suyu's hand moving, as if trying to tell him something. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he looked up at the visibly tense Rao Qiyu. How is she? It might be heat stroke. Why don't you take her down the mountain first to rest in the shade? If you can't manage alone, I'll come with you. Hearing it was heat stroke, a bit of tension drained from Rao Qiyu's expression. I'll take her myself. You'd better stay here with Miss Yi. With that, he carried Suyu through the crowd and headed down the mountain. Lying in his arms, Suyu slightly raised her eyes to gaze at the man's chin. Nervousness still lingered on his face. Was he actually concerned about her? If he discovered she was faking it, would he get angry? Terrified of risking exposure, Suyu shut her eyes tightly, and between exhaustion and this unexpected sense of safety, she drifted into sleep. Xia Tianxian stood up in the pavilion, dispersing the tourists, his gaze following the direction in which Rao Qiyu had departed. It wasn't his fault, he was just caught between a rock and a hard place to blame. Excuse me, handsome, can I take a photo with you? Xia Tianxian turned his head and saw a young woman in sportswear standing behind him, that ample bosom of hers practically in his face, so close they nearly touched. Yi Sihua and Xia Ruanwan witnessed the scene as they stepped out. Xia Ruanwan stood frozen. Who is that big sister? She seems to be talking to Dad. Yi Sihua snorted, glanced down at herself, then stole another look at the young maiden, instantly feeling humiliated. Taking photos? Why would you want to take pictures with me? The way you just stepped out to help that patient, I feel like you did something I wouldn't dare to do. I wanted to take a photo with you, to encourage myself that next time I encounter something like this, I can lend a hand too. Xia Tianxian studied her face, she must be a college student now. In those kinds of desperate situations, few would actually step forward to help. After all, Xia Tianxuan's eyes darkened. If she survived, everyone would rejoice. If she didn't, decent families might let it go. But with troublesome ones, you could end up entangled in lawsuits. Such situations are everywhere, yet no one dares to act recklessly. If you don't want to take a photo, could you sign an autograph for me instead? Xia Tianxian pondered for a moment. Then let's do the autograph. But I didn't bring a pen. I have one. The young woman took a pen from her pocket and handed it to him. Xia Tianxian took the pen. Where should I sign? The girl stepped forward, and those two massive objects swayed closer again, bobbing up and down. How about you sign here instead? The girl pointed at her own clothes. Xia Tianxian frowned deeply and took a step back. I was joking, just sign here for me. The girl took a diary out of her pocket and handed it to him. Xia Tianxian took the diary, wrote his name on the blank space at the back, then returned the pen and notebook. The girl took back the diary, said thank you, and walked away toward the mountain. The distance was too great, Yi Sihua and Xia Ruanwan couldn't hear what they were saying. They only saw the girl speak, after which Xia Tianxian nodded and scribbled something in his notebook. Yi Sihua lowered her gaze. Why did her chest feel so heavy, as if something were lodged there? It wasn't until Xia Ruanwan tugged at her sleeve that she snapped out of her daze. Mom, what's wrong with you? Yi Sihua shook his head. Let's go over first. She rubbed her chest in confusion, and only then did that uncomfortable feeling ease a little. Has everything been settled? What about Miss Su and the others? Yi Sihua looked around but couldn't see Suyu or Rao Qiyu anywhere. Miss Su has fainted. Qiyu took her down the mountain. Xia Tianxian looked toward the mountain peak, always feeling that girl was somewhat strange. Gone down already? Was it serious? Xia Tianxian replied truthfully, not too serious, she'll be fine after some rest. Xia Ruanwan raised her eyes to look at the two and said, then doesn't that mean it's just us climbing the mountain now? Xia Tianxian stroked her hair. Does Ruanwan want to climb the mountain? If not, we can head back down too. Xia Ruanwan looked toward the mountaintop, I wanna go up and see. What does Miss Yi think? Yi Sihua tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, then let's all go up and take a look together. She led Xia Ruanwan by the hand, walking ahead without waiting for him. Xia Ruanwan glanced back at Xia Tianxian behind them. Wondering what was wrong, it felt like Mom wasn't very happy. Xia Tianxian stood where he was, rubbing his neck. After a few seconds, he followed. Up ahead, the young woman flipped through the diary in her hand, searching for the sign page. Seeing the name written there, she scoffed. Though she could tell what he meant to write, he deliberately made a mistake. The dot in Xia was missing. Brother Xia, you're still so cautious, it's truly infuriating, you know? She watched the figure approaching from behind, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, her eyes filled with that person's silhouette. After all these years, he actually didn't recognize me. How utterly outrageous. Xia Linger looked away and continued walking forward. Even if he didn't recognize her now, she would make sure that one day, he would know exactly who she was. She licked her lips, as if she had already tasted her prey. On the stairs, Xia Tianxuan's body jerked slightly, feeling someone watching them, and not just from one direction. From above, from below, people were watching them from everywhere. He knew who was below, but who could be upstairs? In front of the temple, the Taoist priest stepped out and gazed in the direction they had left. Master, are we just letting them go? They are truly rare. The priest raised his hand to silence him, as there were too many ears around and caution was necessary. If she is unwilling, we cannot force her. In time, we will meet again. The little Taoist nodded. Since the master said they would meet again someday, then they were bound to meet, though he didn't know when that would be. With skills like these at such a young age, many would undoubtedly take notice. If others found out, it was sure to stir up some trouble. Chapter 71, Reminiscence. After walking for an hour, Xia Tianxian and the others finally reached the mountaintop. Throughout the entire journey, not a single word passed between them. Standing at the summit, gazing at the distant scenery, Xia Ruanwan leaped for joy. It's so beautiful here. Xia Tianxian took out his phone and captured Ruanwan's joyful expression. While reviewing the photo, he noticed a person in the frame, their gaze lingering on Ruanwan with a faint smile on their face. He lifted his gaze to the figure and suddenly locked eyes with her. Letting out a soft huff, she turned away and walked off with unsteady steps. When they left the temple, she had been acting strange. Had he offended her somehow? Xia Tianxian was utterly confused, completely unaware of how he had offended her. Xia Ruanwan waved at him from not far away. Daddy, come quick. The little flowers here are so pretty. Coming. Xia Tianxian strode in her direction and joined them for photos among the sea of blossoms. At the foot of the mountain, Rao Chiyu's forehead was already beaded with fine sweat, but he dared not stop for a moment, hurrying toward the parking lot. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the woman in his arms, opened the car door, and placed her inside. Exhausted from the effort, Rao Chiyu let go abruptly, causing Suyu in the car to groan faintly. She grabbed his arm and pulled him down. Rao Chiyu, off balance, collapsed right on top of her. The distance between them was startlingly close, so close they could feel each other's breath. Suyu shifted slightly, and Rao Chiyu lowered his head to see her rosy lips, utterly alluring in this moment. He swallowed hard, suppressing the restlessness within, attempting to rise only to be pulled back down as her arms tightened around him. Suyu? Rao Chiyu called the girl's name, but she didn't respond to him. He looked at her helplessly, removed her hands from behind his back, then closed the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Even now, his heart was still pounding rapidly. He gazed at the scenery ahead, steadying his breathing, and only after several minutes did he manage to suppress the restlessness in his heart. This woman, once she recovers, he would surely make sure she repaid him properly. If it had been any other man, she would have been in real danger at that moment. Luckily, the one she encountered was him. In the back seat, Suyu opened her eyes. She pursed her lips. What a wasted opportunity. Didn't he know how to take advantage of it? Was he even a real man? Achoo! Rao Chiyu rubbed his nose. Why did he feel like someone was cursing him? He glanced up at Suyu in the rearview mirror before starting the car and driving toward the clinic. At the mountaintop, Yi Sihua sat on the grass, watching the cheerful Xia Ruanwan, feeling an extraordinary happiness in his heart. She hadn't had this much fun in ages. Ever since her mother passed away, she'd never been this happy before. Mom, when can you take me on an outing? Only a white cloth covering her mother's face responded to her. Sister, don't you think these flowers are pretty? A child's voice pulled her thoughts back. Very beautiful, just as pretty as Ruanwan. Big sister, are you crying? Xia Tianxian followed behind Xia Ruanwan and looked up to see Yi Sihua wiping tears from the corner of her eye. Yi Sihua patted her head. No, maybe I didn't rest well yesterday and feel sleepy. Xia Ruanwan put away her phone and hugged her. Sister, it's getting late. Let's go back. Aren't you going to stay and play a little longer? Xia Ruanwan shook her head. No, I want to go back. Mom seems unhappy. Is it because she remembered something from the past? She grabbed Yi Sihua's hand, comforting her the way she used to. Yi Sihua felt a warmth in her heart, and her mood instantly improved. Xia Tianxian walked over with his hands in his pockets and said, "It's getting late. Maybe we should head straight down the mountain." Yi Sihua stood up from the lawn, holding Xia Ruanwan's hand as they walked toward the foot of the mountain together. The entire time, he paid no attention to Xia Tianxian, who wasn't offended and quietly followed behind. At Xianxian Clinic, Xiao Zirong rubbed his shoulders and stood up to head to the restroom. Just as he entered, his office door was kicked open. His raised hand froze midair. "What's going on here? Take a look at her condition for me." Rao Chiyu carried Suyu in his arms and placed her on the hospital bed. Xiao Zirong withdrew his hand. "What's wrong with her?" "Heat stroke, but I think she's also running a fever." When getting out of the car, he touched her forehead and found it slightly burning. Her flushed cheeks were clear signs of a fever. Under Xia Tianxuan's influence, he'd picked up some basic medical knowledge. Xiao Zirong walked over to the desk and handed him a thermometer. "Put it under her armpit, and we'll know if she has a fever in a moment." Rao Chiyu pointed at himself. "Me? If you don't know how to do it, I can do it for you." Rao Chiyu took the thermometer from his hand. "No need, I can do it myself." Xiao Zirong showed an understanding expression and sat back in his chair. Rao Chiyu held the thermometer, looking at Suyu lying on the hospital bed, and instantly flushed, with the redness creeping up to the back of his ears. After finishing all this, he felt it was more difficult than signing a project contract. "What happened to you all? How did you suddenly get heat stroke?" "We went hiking together, and she fainted halfway up the mountain." "By the way, isn't today the weekend? Why are you still at the clinic?" "Uncle sure told me you'd come, so I've been waiting here for you. I was planning to go study at the library, but I got called back halfway by a phone call. Uncle sure only spoke a few words. If nothing's wrong, why bother coming to the clinic?" But Uncle sure insisted, saying she just needed some traditional medicine for clearing heat and detoxing. And during this time, we shouldn't disturb the two of them. A few minutes later, Xiao Zirong stood up. "You can take the thermometer out now." Rao Chiyu's face was slightly flushed as he handed over the thermometer. Xiao Zirong glanced at the thermometer in his hand. "The temperature is normal. Just get some more rest and you'll be fine. I'll go fetch the medicine now. You two rest here. If anything comes up, just come find me at the herbal pharmacy." After he left, only the two of them remained in the office. Rao Chiyu gazed at Suyu lying in the hospital bed, the atmosphere gradually growing awkward. Silently, he averted his eyes, the flush on his face diminishing slightly. In the Tianyun Mountains, somewhere, a wooden cabin stood firm. Behind it grew many expensive medicinal herbs rarely seen in ordinary markets. Inside the house, a furnace sat prominently. Before it, a 70 or 80-year-old elderly man sat with half-closed eyes, not daring to relax for even a moment. The greatest taboo in alchemy is distraction. Such precious herbs cannot be refined well with a wandering mind. "Master!" Boom! The old man lost focus for just a moment, and the alchemy furnace exploded directly. When the owner of the voice entered, they saw the old man with a blackened face, sitting on the ground, glaring at them with murderous intent. "If you don't have urgent business, I'll throw you into the furnace." Chapter 72, Little Tiger Cub. The man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he leaned close to the old man's ear and told him his secret. If Xia Tianxian had been present, he would have recognized the man as the Taoist priest from the temple. The old man frowned slightly. "Is it true?" "Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. Why would I lie to you?" "Hurry, notify the elders. I must tell them about this matter." The man nodded and quickly ran outside, for this matter was of great importance to their Dan clan. Meanwhile, Xia Ruanwan happily slurped a bowl of noodles while Yi Sihua wore an amused smile, wiping the grease from her lips for her. "Slow down, no one's rushing you. This noodle is so delicious. Even if it's delicious, you shouldn't eat this fast. We have plenty of time, we can take it slow." Xia Ruanwan nodded and began eating her noodles unhurriedly. Yi Sihua stared at the empty seat before him. He hadn't seen him when entering here. Where could he have gone? A few seconds later, the smartwatch on Xia Ruanwan's wrist rang. She answered the call, and Xia Tianxuan's voice came through. "Ruanwan, something came up unexpectedly for Daddy. Just go straight home after you finish eating noodles with your sister. Understood?" Xia Ruanwan turned to look at Yi Sihua beside her and replied, "Got it. I'll be good, Daddy, don't worry." Xia Tianxian hung up after a few words. He put down his phone, his gaze fixed on the car in the rearview mirror. Someone is following him. Who could it be? Hadn't Zhou Junchang and his crew learned their lesson yet? If they were asking for trouble, he'd give them a proper beating they wouldn't forget. Behind the car, a black BMW kept following, and in the driver's seat, the sound of bubbles popping could be heard. Things are getting more and more exciting. A few minutes later, Xia Tianxian glanced at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye. The car behind was still following, seemingly with no intention of giving up. In that case, he couldn't be blamed for not holding back. He sped up, heading toward the outskirts, and drove until he didn't know how much time had passed. Eventually, he arrived at a desolate place. He opened the car door and stepped out, leaning against the vehicle. The car behind slowly came to a stop, and a figure emerged. When Xia Tianxian saw who it was, he froze in surprise. "How could it be you? Wasn't she the girl from the pavilion? Why was she chasing after him? Didn't expect you'd still recognize me? Xia Tianxian said solemnly. Why are you following me? Xia Linger approached with a smile on her face. Brother Xia, have you forgotten about me? Xia Tianxian frowned as he looked at her, recalling a tiny figure in his mind. She was only 6 years old back then, always trailing behind him, calling out Brother Xia, Brother Xia. Linger, how did you come to City A? It's been so many years since we last met. Her appearance changed drastically from when she was a child. Xia Linger walked up to him and took his arm. It seems Brother Xia still recognizes me. Xia Tianxian withdrew his hand, looking awkward as he said, Why are you following me? I just wanted to see where you lived. But I never expected someone would mistake me for a villain and lead me into this desolate wilderness. Xia Tianxian averted his gaze, not daring to look at her. Brother Xia, you didn't lure me here to do something improper, did you? With utmost seriousness, Xia Tianxian said, You're mistaken, I just wanted to come here and take a look. Xia Linger surveyed their surroundings, sparse trees, dry grass blanketing the ground, an open expanse of nothingness. By no stretch of the imagination was this a place one visited for the scenery. Sweat beaded on Xia Tianxuan's forehead under her unwavering gaze. Xia Linger stood beside him and said, Then I'll accompany Brother Xia here to watch. In the sky above, a crow perched on a tree branch parted its beak and let out a hoarse caw. Not far away, a gust of wind passed by, shaking withered twigs loose from the trees to drift downward. Leaning against the car, Xia Tianxian rubbed his temples before turning to look at Xia Linger beside him with a weary sigh. It's getting late. Let's head back first. Alright, Brother Xia, you can't shake me off this time, not that you'd be able to anyway. Xia Tianxuan's hand paused briefly as he opened the car door, then quickly returned to normal as he started the engine and drove onto the highway. When he saw her arrival, he'd much rather it were Zhou Junchang arriving with 20 or 30 men in tow. What a sin! Night fell, and the moon lay quietly upon the clouds. The streetlight flickered as Xia Tianxian walked ahead, Xia Linger trailing behind. Neither of them spoke a word as they kept moving forward. Where do you live? Xia Linger lowered her head. I don't have a place to stay. Nowhere to live? Yeah, I just arrived in City A today, fresh out of college, hoping to find work here. Xia Tianxian fell silent for a moment. Then I'll take you to a hotel. Xia Linger's eyes flickered slightly as she walked over to Xia Tianxuan's side and tugged gently at the corner of his sleeve. Brother Xia, can I stay at your place? I'll move out once I find a place of my own. Staying in hotels and such is too expensive. I've got other people living with me now. It's not very convenient. Rao Qiyu was at home, and Ruan Yuan was there too. If he suddenly brought a strange woman back, they'd definitely interrogate him relentlessly. Imagining that scene, he shook his head. Better not let that happen. Xia Linger lowered her head. Brother Xia, you're the only person I know here. Xia Tianxian averted his gaze. I have a place we can stay, but you'll have to put up with less than ideal conditions. It's fine, as long as it's livable. There's a room at the clinic where she can stay for a few days without any problem. He rubbed his temples with a headache, unsure whether bringing her along was a good idea. After they left, the flickering streetlight dimmed and plunged into darkness. Mommy, what are you looking at? Yi Sihua put away her phone. Your dad says he ran into an old childhood friend and might be late picking you up. Could it be that childhood friend of hers, the girl from noon? Remembering how his gaze had lingered on her, she grew extremely angry. Mommy, can I sleep with you tonight? Xia Ruanwan walked up to her and blinked her eyes playfully. Want to sleep with me? Xia Ruanwan nodded her little head. It had been a long time since they last slept together. Yi Sihua pondered for a moment. Alright then, but tomorrow is Sunday, so we have one more day to play. Where would Ruanwan like to go? Xia Ruanwan rested her chin on her hand, her small face utterly serious. Yi Sihua crouched down, looking at her earnest little face, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upwards. The little one seemed to be giving serious thought about where she wanted to go play. I want to go to the zoo. Yi Sihua picked her up and started walking towards their place. Alright, what animal does Ruanwan like best? I like big tigers? Oh, why does Ruanwan like tigers so much? Because the big tiger is very powerful. It's the lord of the jungle. After Xia Ruanwan finished speaking, she even imitated a tiger's pose. In Yi Sihua's eyes, she was nothing but an utterly adorable little tiger cub. Chapter 73 following. The next morning, as soon as the sky began to brighten, the little girl opened her eyes to see Yi Sihua in her pajamas. She wrapped her arms around Yi Sihua with a contented smile, snuggling against her chest. It was all real, not a dream. Awake? Good morning, Mommy. Yi Sihua kissed her forehead. Good morning, baby. She pulled back the blanket, helped Ruanwan get dressed, then took her little hand and walked with her to the bathroom. Outside, birds perched on branches, searching for their morning meal. Longting Apartments. Xia Tianxian rubbed his hair and walked towards Ruanwan's room, only to find it empty. Rao Qiyu emerged from the other side, immediately understanding what he was doing. Didn't Ruanwan come back with you yesterday? Xia Tianxian closed the bedroom door. No, she's staying with her mother. Rao Qiyu moved closer and nudged him with his elbow. Hey, When are you going to come clean with the eldest daughter of the Yi family? Or are you planning to keep things like this forever? Xia Tianxian glanced at him faintly. Ruanruan's existence was an accident. As long as she grows up happy and healthy, we can discuss the rest later. Then it's up to you. If the Yi family's eldest daughter marries someone else, Ruan will have a stepfather. Watching Rao Chiyu's retreating figure, Xia Tianxuan's hand on the doorknob tightened before loosening and sliding into his pocket. Perhaps he was right, she would always have someone she liked, and Ruan would have a stepfather eventually. Irritated, he ran a hand through his hair and walked out. Ding dong! His phone chimed with a message notification. When he opened it, he saw it was from Ruan. Reading the message, Xia Tianxian raised an eyebrow slightly. He called Xiao Zirong and then headed outside. What are you going to do? Won't you have breakfast? Eat by yourself. I need to go out for a bit. At the zoo entrance, bustling with weekend crowds, Yi Sihua held 2 tickets while leading Xia Ruan inside. The little girl kept glancing back, but never caught sight of that familiar figure. Standing before the entrance map, Yi Sihua realized this was her first zoo visit. She didn't even know what animals lived here. When Ruan said she wanted to see tiger cubs, Yi Sihua had to figure out where they might be. After searching around, she finally found where the tiger exhibit was located, except it was quite a distance away. Ruan, let's go see the other little animals first, then we'll visit the baby tigers, okay? Okay, as long as I'm with mommy, I'm fine with anything. Yi Sihua gazed at her obedient little face and smiled softly. Outside the zoo, Xia Tianxian stood by the entrance, gazing inside with flickering eyes. This must be the zoo Ruan mentioned. Sir, your ticket. Xia Tianxian snapped back to reality, took the ticket from the conductor's hand, and walked into the zoo. At the same time, others were also entering the zoo with the same goal as Xia Tianxian. They had all come for Xia Ruan. After a whole day of discussion yesterday, they had concluded that Xia Ruan held extraordinary significance for them. The zoo was enormous, and Yi Sihua found herself staring at the directional signs, momentarily forgetting where they currently were. To the left are peacocks, to the right are monkeys. Huh? Wait, why is there a brown bear on the left now? That's strange. When did they change the sign? Xia Ruan blinked her eyes as she stood beside him. The sign had been there the whole time. How could it suddenly change? The only possibility was that they had taken a wrong turn. Of course, Yi Sihua would never admit out loud that they were lost. She still had her pride to consider. Seeing a brown bear isn't so bad though, right? How about we go see the brown bear? Xia Ruan pursed her lips, then nodded, as long as mom was happy. Later, Xia Tianxian stared at the directional signpost, puzzled by the route they'd taken. To reach the tiger exhibit, they should have turned toward the peacock garden in his direction. Why had they headed toward the brown bear exhibit instead? Perhaps they wanted to see the brown bears first, Xia Tianxian thought, not suspecting they might be lost. After some wandering, Yi Sihua's group accidentally stumbled upon the tiger exhibit after all. Xia Ruan grew thrilled at the sight of the tigers inside, enthusiastically waving at them. The tiger lying under the tree lethargically shifted its body without even lifting its head. Indeed, even working tigers lose their enthusiasm, turning into salted fish with no desire to flip over. Not far away, several pairs of eyes were fixed on Xia Ruan, whispering plans while gesturing continuously with their hands. Standing nearby, Xia Tianxian frowned deeply. He felt they seemed somewhat familiar, yet couldn't pinpoint why. There was a medicinal scent about them, not like patients who took medicine year-round, but rather like those who frequently handled medicinal herbs. Strange, why are they here? If he wasn't mistaken, they were likely the Dan tribe. Weren't they supposed to be secluded in the mountains? Why did they suddenly appear here? Or was he overthinking it? He watched as they stepped closer and closer to Ruan and her group. Seeing this, Xia Tianxian also followed behind them. He wanted to see exactly what they were planning to do. Xia Ruan noticed a small tiger lying next to the big tiger, and her little face lit up with excitement. She had finally gotten to see a baby tiger. Suddenly, a scent of medicine wafted through the air. Xia Ruan turned around in confusion, but aside from the tourists, there were no suspicious figures in sight. Ruan, what's wrong? Mommy, I need to go to the bathroom. Can you take me? Let me see where the restroom is first. Yi Sihua glanced around, searching for the restroom's location. After they left, those figures also followed. Even though there was a public restroom just 50 meters away, Yi Sihua somehow led Xia Ruan all the way to the zoo entrance. Staring at the large signboard of the zoo, a trace of embarrassment crossed Yi Sihua's face. It seemed they had walked out completely. I remember there's a public restroom right at the entrance, so we could head straight out to eat afterward, she said. Xia Ruan sighed. She finally understood her mother was directionally challenged. She turned to look behind her where several suspicious men sat on benches, panting heavily. Clearly, they couldn't fathom how she and her mother had moved so swiftly. Yi Sihua remained oblivious to Xia Ruan's agitation as he carried her toward the public restroom. The men stopped outside the restroom, eyeing the women's entrance with hesitation. Their predicament was obvious. A gaunt man asked, "What should we do now?" A tall man rapped him on the head. Of course we wait for them to come out. We can't just follow them in. The thin man rubbed his head resentfully. I was just asking what to do. I never said anything about going in. Why hit me so hard? A bald man interrupted them. We'll wait nearby for now. They probably haven't noticed us yet. When they come out, we'll follow them. When there are fewer people around, we'll grab that girl. In the bathroom, Yi Sihua exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Xia Ruanwan's words. You're saying someone is following us. Chapter 74 Parent-Child Activity. Yi Sihua walked out with Xia Ruanwan, glancing left and right, yet no suspicious figures caught his eye. Xia Ruanwan rested her head on Yi Sihua's shoulder, whispering a warning not to look around or they'd be discovered. Yi Sihua swallowed hard while carrying Ruanwan and hurried toward the zoo exit. Could those people have been sent by him? If they were, this would be troublesome. Mommy, don't be scared. I'll protect you. Yi Sihua gazed at the child's innocent little face. Mommy isn't afraid. Xia Ruanwan looked elsewhere and finally spotted Xie Tianxian under a park signage board. She wanted to wave him over, but seeing him raise a finger to his lips, Xia Ruanwan immediately understood his intention and hastily covered her own mouth. Xie Tianxian pointed outside the park, clearly signaling for them to exit first. Xia Ruanwan nodded and whispered a few words into Yi Sihua's ear. Yi Sihua gently stroked her little face and took her outside, with the men quickly following suit. Outside the park, as time passed, more and more people headed into the compound, and the weather grew increasingly scorching. At Qianxian Clinic, Xiao Zirong walked to the entrance, opened the door, and stepped inside. Rubbing his neck, he made his way upstairs to the second floor. It was the weekend, a time for rest. Being dragged out of bed early in the morning to fetch someone was hardly humane, but for the sake of learning a thing or two from his uncle master, he endured it. He had heard that uncle's acupuncture skills could revive those on the brink of death, and he had long wanted to learn this technique. Having lived this long, he had yet to witness acupuncture saving someone from the brink of death, so he wasn't sure if he'd ever get the chance to see it. He stood outside the room, straightened his clothes, and knocked on the door. Footsteps sounded from within. Xiao Zirong took a step back, his face wearing a professional smile. Big brother Xie, you're here. Xia Linger opened the door, her beaming smile instantly freezing when she saw who it was. Why is it you? I was about to ask you the same question. Xia Linger gave him a once-over and said with sarcasm dripping from her voice. Obviously I'm here for big brother Xia. Did you think I came looking for you? Humph. Well, I'd advise you to give up on that foolish hope. Our Shu isn't someone so easily found. Xia Linger let out a cold snort, never expecting to run into him here. She had thought she'd never want to see him again after that incident, yet here she was, encountering him unexpectedly. This twist of fate was truly somewhat peculiar. When she was 20 and still a medical student, just packing up to go home, she had encountered this quack of a doctor at the high-speed rail station while tending to a passenger suffering a sudden heart attack. Xiao Zirong, under her gaze, averted his eyes and looked elsewhere. You must be the person Brother Xia sent to help me find an apartment? Xia Linger broke the silence. Xiao Zirong raised the breakfast in his hand. Yes, you must have just woken up. Go wash up first and have some breakfast. Xia Linger let out a soft humph, took the breakfast from his hand, and then shut the door to her room. Xiao Zirong at the doorway? As for his portion of breakfast, well, never mind. He might as well go buy another one. Meanwhile, Yi Sihua carried Ruanwan in her arms as she walked ahead, the sound of footsteps drawing closer behind her. Panic rose in her chest as she stared straight ahead, not daring to glance back. How on earth had they ended up being followed? The footsteps gradually grew quieter as she walked, but Yi Sihua still didn't dare look back, afraid of alerting whoever was tailing them. Xia Ruanwan turned to look behind her and saw Xie Tianxian flick a silver needle from his hand. The villains following them instantly clutched their stomachs, scrambling to find a restroom. Mom, there's a supermarket not far ahead. Let's go inside for a while. Following the direction of her tiny finger, Yi Sihua pondered briefly before deciding it was a good idea, then led her inside. After dealing with the situation, Xie Tianxian calmly wiped his hands and caught up with Yi Sihua and the little girl. At the supermarket, Xia Ruanwan's eyes lit up when she saw other children sitting in the shopping carts. Mom, I want to ride in one too. Yi Sihua froze for a moment, then pulled out a small cart from the side and placed her on it. Xia Ruanwan happily said, Mom, can we go buy ice cream? Still worrying about the people chasing after them, Yi Sihua pushed the cart forward while heading deeper inside. But it was Yi Sihua's first time pushing a cart, and with her mind preoccupied, she quickly lost control and sent it rolling ahead. Mommy! Yi Sihua snapped back to reality just in time to see the stroller heading toward a stack of tissues. Xia Ruanwan, sitting in the stroller, closed her eyes. At that moment, a pair of large hands pulled the stroller back. It had already lightly brushed against the tissue pile, causing the topmost tissue box to teeter precariously before tumbling onto the stroller. Xia Ruanwan opened her eyes and gazed at the owner of those large hands, her eyes sparkling like stars. Dad! Yi Sihua felt relieved when he was stopped, thankful that he hadn't collided with her. What were you thinking about that made you in such a hurry? I got lost in thought and didn't notice ahead. Yi Sihua turned to look at Xia Ruanwan. Ruanwan, are you okay? Xia Ruanwan shook her head. I'm fine, it feels so exciting. Xia Tianxian chuckled and tapped her tiny nose. If Daddy hadn't come early, you would have been buried under these tissues. Xia Ruanwan stuck out her tongue. But I've got you, Daddy. Xia Tianxian smiled helplessly and walked over to Yi Sihua. Let me push it. Yi Sihua walked over and handed him the shopping cart. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to. It's alright, I'm not upset. Since we rarely get to come to the supermarket, why don't we buy some things to take home? Yi Sihua glanced behind them, unsure whether she should tell him they were being followed. But gazing into those expectant eyes, Yi Sihua sighed and nodded. Thus unfolded the scene, Xia Tianxian pushing the stroller with Xia Ruanwan seated inside, while Yi Sihua walked alongside. Passers-by frequently paused to snap photos, marveling at how extraordinarily good-looking this family of three was. Yi Sihua attempted explanations at first, but eventually abandoned the effort altogether. Xia Tianxian pushed the shopping cart and placed the snacks Ruanwan wanted inside it. Yi Sihua glared at him when he offered no explanation, averting her gaze the moment he looked back. Hey handsome, beautiful, there's an event here, would you like to participate? Yi Sihua asked curiously. What kind of event? Our supermarket is launching a parent-child event, and the first place winner can receive a grand parent-child gift package. The young lady handed her a flyer. Yi Sihua really wanted to smack her own mouth. Why did she have to be so talkative and ask that question? Chapter 75, Xiao Yufei. Xia Ruanwan stretched out her little hands. The young lady instantly melted at the sight of her adorable expression. This is too adorable. Sister, I want to see that thing in your hand too. Alright, here you go, little one. The young woman beamed with joy. She actually called her sister. She just wanted to hug her. The child was simply too precious. Actually, we're not really. Yi Sihua hadn't even finished speaking when Xia Tianxian walked over to her side and put his arm around her shoulders. She looked at him in confusion. What was he doing? How do you sign up for this competition? Hearing this, the young lady quickly took out the registration form. Yi Sihua pulled him aside and asked in a voice only the two of them could hear. What are you doing? Xia Tianxian answered earnestly, participating in the competition. I heard the first prize is a parent-child gift pack containing many things Ruanwan needs as she grows. Yi Sihua said helplessly, you run such a large clinic, can't you even afford these things? You already know this, the clinic just opened recently. I don't have a single cent to my name right now. Yi Sihua. She was left speechless, as what he said actually made sense. In the end, Yi Sihua really went with him to participate in that parent-child activity, forgetting that someone was following them. The supermarket's parent-child activity was quite simple. The first round was a drawing and guessing game. Xia Tianxian correctly guessed what Yi Sihua drew every time, making other contestants suspect they had peeked at the answers. The host on site couldn't help but exclaim, "This is absolutely amazing." Without a doubt, they quickly arrived at the second challenge. In every family, both the father and mother share parenting responsibilities, so our second challenge is the ultimate patience test. The mother will stand with the child on a rotating platform, while the father must complete a jigsaw puzzle to stop it. The platform will gradually speed up over time, so dads, you'll need to work fast to finish the puzzle. Yi Sihua and Xia Ruanwan were led by the staff onto the circular platform. She was quite intrigued by this game. After all, it was her first time participating in such an event. From childhood to adulthood, she had always followed her father's arrangements and never participated in these types of activities. It gave her a sense of being true to herself for the first time. Mom, don't be scared. Dad is really amazing. Only in moments like these would Ruanwan call Yi Sihua mom without hesitation, since in the eyes of outsiders, they appeared to be a regular family. Mom wasn't scared. At the host's command, the rotating platform beneath their feet began turning slowly. At first, many people thought nothing of it, but as the spinning platform accelerated, some began feeling dizzy and started swaying unsteadily. Xia Tianxian opened the jigsaw puzzle box, took out the pieces, and started assembling them. While putting together the pieces, he kept glancing back over his shoulder. Seeing how they were slowly spinning around, utterly absorbed in their joy, Xia Tianxian deliberately slowed his pace. Whoa, faster, go faster. The other children were nearly scared to tears, but only little Ruanwan was cheering and begging to go even faster. The staff member on duty could only laugh helplessly at the sight. 2.5 minutes later, Xia Tianxian completed the puzzle with overwhelming speed, and the disc beneath Yi Sihua and the others came to a halt at that moment. Xia Ruanwan crouched down and knocked on the disc beneath her feet. Hey, why isn't it moving anymore? She hadn't even had her fill of fun yet. This was no fun at all. It barely spun for a few minutes before stopping. Watching her reaction, Yi Sihua could only smile helplessly. Clearly, she hadn't paid attention to the rules. She shook her head, looked up in Xue Tianxuan's direction, and saw two Xue Tianxians walking toward her. Ruan, why are there two of your dad? Two of my dad? Xia Ruan raised her head. There's only one. Mom, maybe you're seeing things. Shui Tianxian chuckled and moved to support Yi Sihua. She must have gotten dizzy from spinning around. Congratulations to the Ruan family for winning first place in our event. You'll receive a parent-child gift package from our supermarket. Supported by Xia Tianxian, Yi Sihua walked onto the competition stage and somehow ended up winning first place in a daze. The event organizer approached her and extended a hand. My congratulations. Yi Sihua gave an awkward smile and said, thank you. Below, a gaze fell upon her. Yi Sihua followed that gaze and saw a familiar figure. A woman in a suit stood not far away, her curly hair draped over her shoulders, watching Yi Sihua with obvious interest, a slight smile playing on her lips. Yi Sihua was startled. What was she doing here? Xia Tianxian noticed her unease and leaned in to ask, what's wrong? It's okay. The warmth of his breath near her ear instantly made the flushed crimson. She tried to shift away, but Xia Tianxuan's arm encircled her, leaving her with no escape. Stepping off the stage, Yi Sihua hurried toward the figure as Xia Tianxian stood rooted to the spot, holding Xia Ruan's hand. Dad, did big sister abandon us? Xia Tianxian turned to look at her. Weren't you calling her mommy earlier? Why are you calling her sister now? Xia Ruan tilted her little head slightly, pursed her lips, and remained silent. Xia Tianxian helplessly rubbed her head. Probably only if her mother agreed would she actually call her mommy. Backstage, Yi Sihua finally caught sight of that familiar figure. Yu Fei. The woman walking ahead stopped and turned to look at Yi Sihua running towards her. It really is you. I thought the eldest daughter of the Yi family never leaves home anymore. Xiao Yufei waved her hand, signaling the others accompanying her to leave first. Yi Sihua lowered his head and said, sorry. Xiao Yufei pressed her lips together and replied, you have nothing to apologize for. If anyone should be sorry, it's me. Her eyes gradually reddened, but seeing her appear here filled her with overwhelming joy. Back then, upon hearing she'd been drugged, she had desperately wanted to drag that stepmother out for a beating. But Yi Sihua had stopped her, without concrete evidence. There was absolutely nothing they could do. Xia Tianxian stood holding Ruan in the distance, watching the two of them. Ruan, do you know that person? No, mommy never told me about her. The next second, Xia Ruan covered her mouth and looked up at her father. Seeing he hadn't caught on, she let out a relieved sigh. Xia Tianxuan's lips curved slightly as his gaze fell on the woman not far away. Judging by their demeanor, they clearly knew each other and likely had quite some history between them. Xiao Yufei walked over to Yi Sihua and wrapped an arm around her. So that man is Ruan's father? But he still doesn't know I'm Ruan's mother. You won't tell him, will you? Xiao Yufei raised an eyebrow. He joined a parent-child event, how could he possibly not know? Chapter 76, Kidnapping. Yi Sihua's mind went blank for a moment as she listened to her words. That's right. Xia Tianxian wasn't that kind of careless person. How could he randomly let Ruan call someone else mom just because of an event? Even if Ruan liked her, it still didn't make sense. Has he discovered his identity? Seeing Yi Sihua's reaction, Xiao Yufei realized she was completely unaware. Indeed, the ancients spoke true. Pregnancy stupidity lasts 3 years. Yi Sihua rolled her eyes at her. Ruan was already 4 years old, so the pregnancy brain adage no longer applied to her. Xiao Yue looked at her with a mischievous grin and said, that man is so handsome. Haven't you really considered it? Yi Sihua suddenly understood her meaning, and her face instantly turned red. This kind of thing isn't something I can decide alone. Alright, that man is coming over. Think about it carefully, I think he's quite a good catch. Xiao Yufei finished speaking and walked away in the opposite direction. Turning her head, Yi Sihua saw Xia Tianxian walking over, holding Ruan in his arms. What brings you here? We saw you leave in a hurry and thought something might have happened. Xia Tianxian gazed at the departing figure, lingered briefly, then averted his eyes. I'm fine, I just ran into someone I know. She never expected to meet her here. Judging by her current appearance, she seemed to be doing well. It's getting late. Let's head back first. Yi Sihua took the sleepy child from Xia Tianxuan's arms, and they walked out of the supermarket together. Leaving the supermarket, a gust of hot wind hit them, making Ruan and Yi Sihua instinctively close their eyes. Free eggs at the supermarket, first come first served. Someone shouted this, and many people turned their heads toward the supermarket before rushing over in a frenzy. Several shadowy figures mingled in the crowd, stealthily approaching Yi Sihua's direction. Xia Tianxian immediately went to Yi Sihua upon hearing the sound, but with something in his hands and the increasing crowd pushing inward, he was actually pushed away. Yi Sihua opened her eyes, wanting to carry Ruan out, but a pair of hands grabbed her. Turning back, she saw a man wearing a hat, his face obscured. Mom! One of the men took Ruan away, disappearing into the crowd. Ruoro! Yi Sihua desperately pushed forward through the crowd, yet couldn't catch a glimpse of Ruoro anywhere. As the crowd gradually thinned, Xia Tianxian strode over toward Yi Sihua. Are you alright? Yi Sihua shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Ruan has been taken away. You must go save her quickly. Xia Tianxian, seeing her cry, comforted her. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Ruan back. For some reason, upon hearing his words, Yi Sihua actually felt a trace of reassurance. Xia Tianxian stood up and walked outwards, only to be stopped by Yi Sihua. I'll come with you. No, the people who kidnapped Ruan are dangerous. You go home first. I'll call you after finding her. No, I'm coming with you. Xia Tianxian looked into her resolute eyes and sighed. Fine, but you have to protect yourself. Yi Sihua knew she was being too impatient, but she couldn't care less now. All she wanted was to quickly find Ruan and bring her home safely. She had already lost Ruan once before, and she couldn't bear to lose her a second time. Xuanyu Corporation's meeting room. Rao Qiyu sat at the head of the table, listening to the senior executives report on their respective tasks. Ring ring ring. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Rao Qiyu raised his hand, and the executive immediately paused his speech, nervously looking at him, fearing that his poor performance might cost him his job. A few seconds later, Rao Qiyu's face darkened as he stood up and walked out, leaving everyone in the meeting room exchanging confused glances. What was going on? Elsewhere, Xia Tianxian put away his phone and got into the car with Yi Sihua, heading toward the blinking red dot on the screen. Watching the destination of that dot, Xia Tianxuan's eyes grew shadowed. Sure enough, they had actually targeted his daughter. He wanted to see just how they dared to be so bold. Yi Sihua stared ahead, tears unconsciously streaming from the corners of his eyes. If only he had held Ruan tighter, maybe she wouldn't have been taken. Why couldn't it have been him instead? Why did it have to be his daughter? Xia Tianxian glanced sideways at Yi Sihua in the passenger seat and handed her a tissue. Yi Sihua stared blankly at the tissue before finally taking it and murmuring a quiet thank you. Don't be too upset, Ruan will be fine. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Ruan wouldn't have been taken. Xia Tianxian opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to comfort her. The way she was now didn't seem like someone who didn't love Ruan, but then why had she let Ruan leave her? He gripped the steering wheel tightly. He really wanted to ask her, but the most important thing now was to get Ruan back. The entire journey passed in silence as the car sped relentlessly down the highway. Unknowingly, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. After parking the car, Xia Tianxian and Yi Sihua stepped out, coincidentally encountering Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan, who were also getting out of their vehicle. He Lishuan exclaimed anxiously, "What's going on?" Xia Tianxian briefly explained the situation and then shared his thoughts on who might have taken Ruan. Why would they kidnap Ruan? I'm not entirely sure either. It seems we'll only know when we find them. Rao Qiyu took out the items from the car. I've already brought the things. On his way here, he'd made a special trip to the clinic to retrieve what he needed. Xia Tianxian took the offered items and walked over to Yi Sihua, handing her a small vial. This is something for self-defense. If you encounter any danger, just throw what's inside this bottle at them, understand? Yi Sihua examined the small bottle in her hand and nodded. After everyone packed up their things, they headed up the mountain. At the location marked by the red dot, Xia Ruan spat out the cloth from her mouth. Who are you? Why are you grabbing me? When my dad finds out, he'll beat you up. My dad's really strong. A tall, lean man walked over. Before he could speak, Xia Ruan recognized him. I know you. You're that Taoist priest from yesterday. Xia Ruan turned her face away. I didn't expect you to be a bad guy. This really breaks baby's heart. Taoist master Huang Danyang gave a dry laugh. I didn't expect you to still recognize me. I've shaved off my beard and put on a wig. How did you manage to spot me? Xia Ruan replied triumphantly, because I recognize your scent. Huang Danyang suddenly realized even though he had altered his appearance, she had still recognized him. Her sense of smell truly was sharp. Now you know how capable I am. Just let me go, and I promise I'll make sure my father doesn't come after you. Put. A burst of laughter drifted in from outside the house. Chapter 77 The Saintess. An elderly man walked in from outside, his cane tapping against the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Huang Danyang turned to the approaching elder and respectfully addressed him as clan leader. Huang examined Xia Ruan standing before him and suddenly burst into laughter. It seems there is still hope for our Dan clan to make a comeback. Heaven has not forsaken the Dan clan. The man standing behind him asked, Chief, is she truly the sacred maiden of our Dan clan? A 4-year-old little girl, and not even born within their tribe, how could she possibly be their sacred maiden? Huang said solemnly, do you not even trust my words now? The man retreated in fear, shaking his head hastily as he said, No, of course we believe what the clan leader says. Have some women cleanse the holy maiden. Prepare the welcoming ceremony for tonight to receive our clan's holy maiden. Huang Danyang glanced at Xia Ruan sitting on the ground from the corner of his eye, then nodded and walked out. Xia Ruan clasped her hands behind her back, her face showing no trace of fear. Huang tapped his cane and, with assistance from others, walked outside, leaving her alone in the house while 2 guards stood watch at the door. By now, the sun in the sky had slowly shifted westward, stretching the shadows on the ground longer and longer, while the chirping of insects grew clearer in the ear. Trapped in the dark room, Xia Ruanwan curled up in a corner and removed the smartwatch from her wrist. The next second, the door opened again as several women entered carrying laundry. They paused momentarily at the sight of such a young girl but quickly proceeded to approach Xia Ruanwan, leading her away to be washed. Meanwhile, Xia Tianxian pushed aside the branches, his brow furrowing at the scene before him. Rao Qiyu clicked his tongue. Damn, there's actually a village here. Looks like there must be at least a few hundred people. He Lishuan raised an eyebrow and said, strange, this village isn't marked on the map at all. Quite mysterious indeed. Yi Sihua looked worried. Was Ruanwan taken here? There were only 4 of them, while the place was packed with hundreds. Could they possibly save Ruanwan? Xia Tianxian stared at his phone. The red dot had disappeared. Its last known location was precisely where they now stood. He realized the signal here was extremely weak, practically non-existent. It seems this village has a signal jammer. Or perhaps there's just no coverage here. He grabbed Yi Siwa's hand. Wait here when we go in, understood? Why? Ruanwan is right inside. How could I just stand by and watch from here? Xia Tianxian said solemnly, trust me, we'll rescue Ruanwan. You just need to stay here as our backup. She's my child too, I won't let anything happen to her. Yi Sihua looked into his eyes, lowered her gaze and pursed her lips as she said, you must promise me you'll bring Ruanwan back safely. Understood. We'll bring Ruanwan back safely. Rao Qiyu rolled up his sleeves and walked over to Xia Tianxian. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he said, with us here, you can rest assured. Ruanwan will be fine. Xia Tianxian patted his hand and walked toward He Lishuan. Don't worry sis-in-law, although Tianxian looks grim-faced, he's actually more worried about Ruanwan than anyone else. Yi Sihua was momentarily stunned. Did he just call her sis-in-law? Did he know about her identity now? She lifted her gaze to the man not far away. The 3 of them headed toward that village, leaving her alone here. The houses in the village looked very ancient, mostly built from stacked chunks of yellow earth. Xia Tianxian and his companions quietly entered the village, avoiding the villagers as they moved inward. The deeper they went, the more people Tianxian noticed crowding the area. Tianxian, where should we start searching from? Rao Qiyu was dressed in black with a hat, looking completely different from how he appeared in the meeting room. If we have to fight our way in, that's not entirely out of the question. He Lishuan moved closer, flexing his muscles. It had been so long since he'd been in a fight. Ever since that incident, they hadn't gathered together like this. Xia Tianxian rubbed his temples. Don't worry, I'll give you both a chance to throw down later. You're a grown man in your 20s now. Why are you always thinking about fighting? Can't you use your brain? Have you heard? The clan leader said we're welcoming our holy maiden in the ancestral hall tonight. Is that true? We'll really get to see the holy maiden? Of course. Little Tiger told me this himself. He works directly for the clan leader. How could it be fake? Then let's hurry, or there won't be any seats left. As the group gradually dispersed, Xia Tianxian, who was hiding behind the house, furrowed his brows slightly. The holy maiden, could it be Ruanwan? These people actually took Ruanwan for their holy maiden. He had read in books that once someone became the holy maiden of the Dan tribe, they had to stay with the tribe forever, completely cut off from the outside world. No matter what status one holds outside or how many relatives one has, once becoming the holy maiden, all ties must be severed. Thinking of Ruanwan having to stay here forever, Xia Tianxian quickened his steps to follow those people. He absolutely would not allow Ruanwan to become the holy maiden. At the village ancestral hall, though dusk had not yet fallen, a crowd had already gathered in the open space outside, all eager to catch a glimpse of the holy maiden. In one of the rooms, Xia Ruanwan sat on a chair, dressed in the holy maiden's garments, her head adorned with a heavy silver headdress that made her feel the weight pressing down on her. Before her lay an array of delicious foods, their fragrant aromas wafting toward her nose, tempting her saliva to flow. Xia Ruanwan turned her face away. She absolutely wouldn't eat their food. They were bad people, very, very bad people. Several women stood silently behind her. A few minutes later, Huangyan walked in. Noticing the untouched dishes, his expression darkened slightly. Had she detected the sedative mixed into the food? I had planned to drug her unconscious. That would have made the ceremony much simpler. But now it seems I'll have to choose another method. He glanced at the person beside him, who understood instantly and walked out. Several matriarchs entered, bowed in greeting, then departed, leaving only the 2 of them alone in the room. Huangyan sat on the chair opposite her. Is the food not to your taste? Would you like to change to something else? Xia Ruanwan didn't speak, nor did she look at him. Unfazed, Huangyan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes leisurely, his cane in hand. The sunlight through the window grew fainter as Xia Ruanwan's stomach emitted a rumbling sound. The delicious food was right in front of her, but she knew there was something bad inside. She couldn't eat it. She stared at the door, pouting her lips. He looked just like Daddy. When would he come to save her? Creak. At that moment, the door opened. Chapter 78, Knockout Drug. Huang Yin opened his eyes, estimating that the time was nearly up. Drug her unconscious and take her to the ancestral hall. The man at the doorway stepped forward, standing behind him, unmoving for a long while. Huang Yin furrowed his brows slightly and turned to see a youthful face bearing some resemblance to the little girl in the brow. Who are you? Your father. Xia Tianxian swung his arm, and Huang Yin, seated in the chair, was instantly knocked unconscious. Rao Qiyu walked over from outside, glanced at the old man lying on the ground, and took a step back in disgust. Is he dead? Xia Tianxian shot him a glare. Why don't you go check for yourself? No, I don't dare. Tears streamed from Xia Ruanwan's eyes as she sat on the chair, gazing at them with a pitiful, wronged expression. Xia Tianxian walked over with a heart full of sympathy and picked her up in his arms. Be good, Ruanwan. Let's go home now, okay? Xia Ruanwan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded her little head. Dad had come to take her away, she would never have to stay in this place again. As they were leaving, Huang Yin received another 2 kicks to his backside. It wasn't until much later that those outside finally noticed him collapsed on the ground. Chief, are you alright? Dazed, Huang Yin staggered to his feet, rubbing his aching eyes as he scanned his surroundings. But Xia Ruanwan was nowhere to be seen. The saintess is missing. Have the villagers seal off the village at once, don't let them escape. Upon hearing this, little Tiger immediately dashed outside. The saintess is missing, seal the village. That shout was heard by many, spreading from 1 to 10, then 10 to 100. By the time Xia Tianxian and his companions reached the village entrance, several men armed with wooden clubs were already blocking the way. Rao Qiyu rubbed his neck and said, leave these guys to me, it's been ages since I last threw a punch. Xia Tianxian didn't respond. Instead, he held Xia Ruanwan close, gently patting her back. The poor little thing trembled against his shoulder with muffled sobs. The group at the doorway soon spotted Xia Tianxian and immediately noticed Xia Ruanwan in his arms. She was still dressed in the saintess's robes. That's the holy maiden, they're the thieves who stole her. Me. These people are twisting the truth upside down, we're Ruanwan's real family. Rao Qiyu immediately grabbed whatever was at hand and marched toward the group. Within seconds, several men lay sprawled on the ground in varying states of agony. Xia Tianxian shielded Xia Ruanwan as they hurried toward the exit. He Lishuan clicked his tongue in disdain. Such a small group, he hadn't even started fighting properly before they collapsed. Truly disappointing. Quick, after them. They're here. He Lishuan turned around to see a dozen burly men appearing behind him. Holy shit, I was just thinking out loud. Not actually planning to fight all these people. Rao Qiyu rubbed his wrist and said, what's there to fear with just this many? Let them come at us together. He Lishuan walked up to him and pulled him back. With so many people, do you think you're Ip Man or something? Hurry up and run. Rao Qiyu snorted. With so few opponents, what was there to fear? That is, until someone opposite them drew a butcher knife, only then did he silently turn around and take off running with He Lishuan. Fighting is one thing, but pulling knives, what's that supposed to mean? Shut up, someone even grabbed an axe. Huang Danyang glanced at the figures sprawled on the ground, then lifted his gaze to the fleeing Rao Qiyu and his group. Master, should we still give chase? Huang Danyang tapped him on the head. Chase what? Tell the clan leader they've already fled. He turned to look at the people behind him and shouted, we fought hundreds of rounds with the targets the clan leader wanted to capture, but they still got away. Understood? The people behind exchanged glances and all shouted their understanding. Huang Danyang turned to gaze at the retreating figures and sighed, hoping they could escape successfully. Outside the village, Yi Sihua waited anxiously in place, glancing repeatedly in the direction they had left. The sun in the sky gradually sank behind the mountains, casting shadows as several figures approached her from a distance. Could those figures be from the village? Yi Sihua looked around, spotting a piece of wood to crouch behind. Xia Tianxian returned with Ruan Yuan in his arms and looked around, but he couldn't spot Yi Sihua anywhere. Strange, where could she have gone? Suddenly, a figure darted out, brandishing a wooden stick and aiming a blow at whoever stood in front. It's me. The familiar voice reached her ears, and only then did Yi Sihua clearly see Xia Tianxian standing before her. The wooden stick in her hand fell to the ground as she pulled them both into an embrace. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan exchanged a glance before stepping aside to prevent others from following. Mommy, I can't breathe, Xia Ruanwan, squished between the two adults, muttered with a pout. Yi Sihua immediately let go upon hearing this, her face flushing crimson in an instant. This isn't a place to linger, we should leave first. Yi Sihua found this reasonable. Taking the soft bundle from his hands, she walked ahead. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan approached Xia Tianxian, teasing him, How does it feel to be embraced by a beauty? Must be delightful. Xia Tianxian glanced at the two of them. If we don't leave now, those people will catch up with us soon. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan forced awkward laughs before quickly following him away from the place. If those people find out, they'll probably stay here. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, especially when they're armed with knives. The whole way, none of them spoke, and the atmosphere remained uncomfortably quiet. Xia Ruanhuan nestled in Yi Xiao's arms, looking up at her father behind them and then at her mother beside her. Why weren't they saying anything? Mom's face was so red. Was she sick? She wanted to rummage through her bag for the medicine she had prepared, only to find it missing. That was her favorite bag, gone just like that. Wah wah wah! A teardrop fell onto Yi Siwa's shoulder. Puzzled, she looked up at the sky full of stars, nothing like rain at all. Mommy, Xia Ruanhuan wrapped her arms around Yi Siwa's neck. My bunny bag is gone. I lost it. Wah wah wah! Little bunny backpack? Are you taking that today? Xia Ruanhuan nodded vigorously, then let out a tiny milky hiccup. Yi Sihua wiped away her tears and chuckled through them. Mommy will buy it for you, okay? This time, she didn't ask Ruannan to call her sister anymore, nor did she avoid such matters in front of Xie Tianxian. Behind him, Xie Tianxuan's eyes flickered slightly as he pressed his lips together in silence. Okay, Xia Ruanhuan replied with a smile. Mom bought her a bag, and she felt absolutely blissful. They descended the mountain together, and by the time they reached the foothills, it was already past 9 o'clock. Xia Ruanhuan touched her little belly and obediently sat in the car. Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan tactfully made their way to their own car, leaving the 3 of them alone in one vehicle. Yi Sihua sat in the back seat, holding Ruanhuan in his arms, and looked up at the man in the driver's seat. Chapter 79, Confession. The car moved along the road, Xia Ruanhuan sitting on Yi Sihua's lap, blinking her large eyes as she gazed at the path ahead. Yi Sihua felt a deep tension within, mixed with a trace of unease as she looked toward the man in front. Xia Ruanhuan leaned into Yi Sihua's embrace, the silver pieces on her headband chiming, their sound unusually clear inside the car. After what felt like an uncertain amount of time, the car pulled over to the roadside. Xia Tianxian in the front seat unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out. Yi Sihua unconsciously tightened his grip on Xia Ruanhuan's hand. Was he about to ask her now? How should she respond? Xia Tianxian opened the car door, glanced at the two inside, and chuckled helplessly. Aren't you hungry? We're already at the restaurant entrance. Xia Ruanhuan rubbed her little belly. I'm starving, I feel like I've completely flattened. Then shall daddy take you to eat something delicious? Xia Ruanhuan raised her little hands and said, okay, I want to eat lots of delicious food. She was determined to make up for all the meals she'd missed today. Yi Sihua looked at the man outside the car with slight unease as he carried Ruanhuan out of the vehicle. Throughout, he never mentioned that matter, acting as though it didn't concern him at all. She let out a small sigh of relief and walked with him toward the restaurant. After they went in, 2 cars parked on the roadside, and Rao Qiyu and He Lishuan stepped out of the vehicles to stand together. Have they forgotten about us? He Lishuan leaned against the car and glanced at him. Isn't it obvious already? Let's just eat somewhere else, no need to disturb them. Rao Qi rested his chin on his hand. I think you're right. Let's eat somewhere else. He turned around only to see He Lishuan already back in the car, driving away and leaving him standing alone by the roadside. Rao Qiyu twitched at the corner of his mouth. These people had really pissed him off enough. He stopped a few times on the spot before heading back to his car. If they wouldn't eat with him, he'd dine alone. TSK, a bunch of heartless men. Inside the restaurant, Xia Tianxian requested a private room. Holding the menu, he ordered 1 dish before passing it to the waiter beside him. See if you'd like to add anything else. Yi Sihua snapped out of her thoughts. No need, this is enough. They had already ordered 5 or 6 dishes, more than enough for the 3 of them. Yet she wondered, didn't he have anything to ask her? The waiter left, and silence settled over them again. Xia Tianxian twirled his cup between his fingers. Xia Ruanhuan sat in the middle, raising her gaze to look at the 2 of them. Her little head was filled with curiosity. What could possibly be wrong with them? Being an adult sure seemed complicated. Yi Sihua opened his mouth hesitantly. Well, Xia Tianxian raised his gaze, a hint of inquiry in his eyes, silently waiting for her to speak. She opened her mouth but lingered, unsure where to begin. He clearly knew she was Ruanhuan's mother, so why didn't he expose her? Or was he just suspicious without being certain? Sorry, we're out of lettuce. Could we substitute it with another vegetable? The waiter pushed the door open and entered. At this moment, Ye Sihua actually felt a wave of relief. Xie Tianxuan's eyes darkened. Fine. The waitress felt a chill run down her back as she left. The air conditioning had only just been turned on. Why did she feel so cold? She shook her head and walked outside. She must have been mistaken. When the door closed again, Yi Sihua didn't pick up the previous conversation, which unsettled Xia Tianxian. At Tianyun Mountain, Huang An was furious to see Huang Danyang and the others return empty-handed. Everything had been prepared, yet the target had fled. How was he going to explain this to the Dan clan? Chief, what should we do now? Most of the clan members are now gathered in front of the ancestral hall. If they were told that the divine maiden has disappeared, it would likely cause panic. Huang Yan remained silent, sitting on the chair while staring at the drugged dishes on the table. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him, and he beckoned for those nearby to gather around. After listening, the man hesitated and said, "Clan leader, will this really work?" Huang Yan frowned and retorted, "What, don't you even trust my word?" No, I'll go inform the clansmen right away." Huang Danyang stood still, watching the man leave. What exactly had the clan leader told him? Could they be going to capture that little girl again? But the people around that little girl didn't seem like they'd be easy to deal with. Huang Yan closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "You all should go back and rest for now. Today's events, don't speak a word of it to anyone." The people in the room nodded and began filing out, leaving Huang Yan alone inside the house. The moon hid among the clouds in the sky, as fireflies ventured away from the safety of the bushes, flying dangerously into the open air. Inside the restaurant, Xia Ruanwan lay content in her chair, opening her mouth to take in the bite of food that Yi Sihua fed her. Xia Tianxian sat helplessly nearby, rubbing his neck before standing up and heading outside. Yi Sihua was momentarily stunned as he watched him leave. Why had he walked away? "Mommy, I want more." Yi Sihua placed a piece of meat in her bowl. "Eat this first, Mommy will be right back." Xia Ruanwan pouted and murmured her response in a tiny voice. Mom and Dad are really strange. They clearly have so much they want to say but keep it bottled up inside. That'll just make them sick eventually. Xia Tianxian stood at the end of the corridor, leaning against the window as he gazed at the night outside. When Yi Sihua stepped out, a beam of moonlight shone upon him from outside, standing there like a prince of the night. Against the backdrop of sunlight, his collarbone appeared faintly discernible, teasing the imagination. Paired with his breathtakingly handsome face under such circumstances, it was practically an invitation to sin. Thinking of what happened that night, she couldn't help but bite his collarbone, her face instantly flushing red. She rolled her throat and walked over to his side. Xia Tianxian turned his head, gazing at her with indifferent eyes, his expression utterly unchanged. "You knew all along?" Xia Tianxian chuckled lightly. "What exactly did I already know?" Yi Sihua averted her gaze and looked out the window at the scenery. "That I'm Wanwan's mother. Well, not that early. I found out about a week after Wanwan met you." Yi Sihua was a little surprised. She hadn't expected him to have known so early. Back then, she had assumed he simply thought she and Ruan Yuan got along well, which was why he entrusted the child to her. Yet, it turned out he had already seen through her then. "You must resent me deeply, don't you, for sending Ruanwan to you without saying a word?" Xia Tianxian pressed his lips together. A few years ago, he might have resented her for it, but now, not only did he hold no grudge, he felt grateful. She was the one who had brought Ruanwan to him, coloring his world anew. If it weren't for Ruanwan, perhaps he would have stayed in that small mountain village forever, never appearing here again. Yi Sihua lowered her head. Seeing that he remained silent, it seemed he truly blamed her. "If you resent me for this, after I've settled my family matters, I'll take Ruanwan away with me. I'll cover all the expenses you've incurred for Ruanwan." Chapter 80, Exploding Furnace. Xia Tianxian stepped closer to her, burning to know how she could utter such icy words. Yi Sihua took several steps back from his approach until her back was pressed against the wall. He stared at her coldly. "Rest assured, I'll take good care of Ruanwan. There's no need for Miss Yi to worry." With those final words, Xia Tianxian turned on his heel and strode back toward the private room. Yi Sihua collapsed to the ground, watching his departing figure. That scene just now, he had been truly terrifying. Could he be angry because she wanted to take Ran away? But that wasn't her intention at all. She rubbed her hair irritably as a breeze drifted through the window, bringing no relief, only making her agitation worse. Inside the private dining room, Xia Ruanwan stood on her chair, reaching for a dish farther away. When the door opened, she glanced over curiously and saw Xia Tianxian storming in, his face dark with anger. She pulled back her chopsticks and asked with innocent curiosity, "Daddy, why did you come back alone? Where's Mommy?" Upon hearing this, Xia Tianxuan's anger subsided by half. "She's outside, she'll be in shortly." No sooner had he spoken than Yi Sihua entered from outside. Taking one look at Xia Tianxuan's thunderous expression, she went straight to Xia Ruanwan's side without acknowledging him. Xia Ruanwan sat back in her chair, feeling the air around her grow colder by the minute. Where had they gone, and why did it seem like both of them were in such low spirits? She pursed her lips and took small bites from the dishes in her bowl. She remembered reading in books that parents never stayed angry with each other overnight. Maybe by tomorrow everything would be fine again. The stars outside the window gradually dwindled, leaving only a few bright ones lingering in the sky. Xia Tianxian drove Yi Sihua back to her apartment without saying a word the entire way. Xia Ruanwan sat on her chair and waved at Yi Sihua by the roadside. Before Yi Sihua could say anything more, the car window had already rolled up, and the next second, the car drove off right in front of her. Wow, this man throwing a tantrum is just like a little kid, so childish. She stood there, stomping her feet a few times to vent her frustration. She wasn't even mad, yet he got angry first. Inside the car, Xia Tianxian glanced at the rearview mirror, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. Sitting in the back seat, Xia Ruanwan mentally groaned. Adults are really so immature, even more childish than her. She's already 4 years old this year, which means mom and dad are more childish than a 4-year-old. The next day, a new week, a new workday began, with many people starting their day with weakened bodies. The weekend had passed in the blink of an eye, like a dream. Xia Tianxian helped Xia Ruanwan tie her hair and then held her hand as they walked outside. Sitting at the dining table, Xia Ruanwan drank soy milk and ate fried dough sticks. Xia Tianxian raised his eyes to Rao Qiyu before him. Is everything taken care of? Everything's done. Don't you trust my work? That's precisely why I'm asking again. Rao Qiyu clutched at his chest. Those words cut deep. What do you mean by saying only ask him again when he handles things, implying you don't trust him to handle it properly? There's zero trust here. By the way, how did you get so much money to buy a kindergarten? If Ruanwan goes to elementary school, you wouldn't buy the school too, would you? Xia Tianxian rested his chin on his hand and pondered seriously. That's not impossible either. Rao Qiyu gasped in shock. That's no small sum. You'd better think carefully about it. What are you thinking? I'm just a poor doctor. How could I possibly afford to buy an entire elementary school with so much money? Rao Qiyu rolled his eyes. Just 2 days ago, this man had bought a kindergarten, and now he was claiming to be a poor doctor? Did he really expect anyone to believe that? Though that kindergarten was a private school, and he did hold some shares in it, the remaining portion of the shares was still no small sum. Rao Qiyu cleared his throat lightly. I've already replaced the staff at the kindergarten. I kept some of the better teachers. I understand. After breakfast, Xia Tianxian took Xia Ruanwan to kindergarten while Rao Qiyu headed to the company. Everything returned to normal, yet it felt different somehow. At the kindergarten, teacher Putao stood at the entrance, her palms already sweaty. The previous night, she had received the news the little boy who bullied Ruanwan was expelled, and even the principal had been dismissed. Could the next one to be fired possibly be her? As she pondered this, a familiar figure appeared before her. She looked up and saw a little girl, beside whom stood the same man who had entered the principal's office that day. Good morning, Teacher Grape. Teacher Grape swallowed hard and forced a dry smile. Good morning, Ruanwan. Xia Tianxian gently stroked Xia Ruanwan's little head and said, be good in there, Ruanwan, alright? If anyone bullies you, tell daddy right away. I understand. Xia Ruanwan waved her hand and walked inside. Teacher Putao stood at the doorway, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. These words sounded like they were directed at her. Could she really be getting fired? She had worked so hard to get this job. Please don't let them fire her. Xia Tianxian gave her a glance and then left the kindergarten. The car was driving down the road, heading not to the clinic, but to Tianyun Mountain on the outskirts of the city. In the Dan tribe village of Tianyun Mountain, Huang Danyang stared at the alchemy furnace before him, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Huang and not far away. Since last night, all the men who could refine elixirs had been sitting in the square, working tirelessly. It was nearly noon now, yet they showed no sign of stopping. Bang! A furnace exploded, fortunately not causing much damage, but leaving a thin trail of blood on the face of the person sitting before it. He lay sprawled on the ground, staring in disbelief at his alchemy furnace. He had followed the prescription meticulously. How could it have exploded? Just what in the world had happened? Huang'an, seated at the head of the table, did not open his eyes, and no one else dared to speak as they continued sitting before the alchemical furnace refining medicines. The saintess had been taken by the celestial deity. They had to refine the immortal elixir properly so that the celestial deity might forgive them. In the square, everyone chanted incantations, praying for the medicine's successful refinement. Boom! Another explosion rang out. One after another, the furnaces in the square burst open in succession. Huang Danyang stared at the furnace before him. As a blinding flash erupted, he hastily raised his hand to shield his eyes. Boom! The furnace before him exploded with a thunderous boom, the blast wave knocking him down while those nearby hurriedly helped him up. Boss, should we keep going? The explosion of the alchemy furnace was undoubtedly due to an incorrect prescription, but they had no choice but to comply with the clan leader's orders. Huang Danyang sighed and waved his hand, signaling them to return to their positions. The clan leader had made up his mind, and there was no way to stop him. All they could do was hope someone might actually succeed in refining it. Huang Danyang was unaware that the prescription was impossible to concoct. Huang had known this all along. His purpose was to make everyone realize that the celestial deity refused to forgive them, and the holy maiden must return to their side. Chapter 81 The Deal. Outside Tianyun Mountain, Xia Tianxian stood at the village outskirts, his brow subtly arching as he listened to the explosions within. Is this firecracker set off specifically because they knew he's coming? Does he really have such grand airs about him? Boom! Another explosion sounded, and Xie Tianxian frowned slightly, sensing that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. He walked through the village gate and entered, arriving at the square where he saw a group of people sitting around with alchemical furnaces exploding right in front of them. What's going on here? Have they lost their minds? Letting the furnaces explode right on themselves. Boom! As the last furnace erupted, Huangyan was blasted to the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he stood up with the help of those beside him. He scanned the crowd below, sensing the moment was ripe, then waved his hand dismissively as he stood alone at the highest point of the square. It seems the heavenly gods no longer wish to forgive us. The people below panicked and hastily asked, then what should we do? Will the gods not hold us accountable? Huangyan closed his eyes, counted off several finger widths, then opened them again. The gods have told me that we must bring the saintess back, lest their wrath befall us. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring among themselves, where are we supposed to find the saintess? Wasn't the saintess taken by the gods themselves? Exactly. How could the holy maiden possibly be found? Huangyan gazed at the crowd below, his eyes flickering slightly. Don't panic, everyone. The heavenly god has already informed me where the holy maiden is. All you need to do is go down the mountain and respectfully invite her back. Standing above the crowd, Xie Tianxian let out a contemptuous laugh. At first, he hadn't understood what they were up to, wondering if this was some mass suicide gathering, but by now, he'd roughly grasped the situation. That old man still wanted to kidnap his daughter. Since that's the case, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. He clapped his hands and said loudly, well said, very well said indeed. Huangyan's expression changed as he watched Xie Tianxian clapping his hands while walking out from behind the house. That voice was so familiar, exactly the same as the person who had knocked him out yesterday. Chief Huang, long time no see. Did you sleep well yesterday? Huangyan's pupils contracted. This was the man who had knocked him out yesterday. Pointing at him, Huang stuttered incoherently with his mouth agape. Huang Danyang also noticed Xie Tianxian and was somewhat surprised by his unexpected arrival. Glancing around, he realized Xie had come alone. Wasn't he just delivering himself to death's door? It's him, he's the one who took the saintess. Catch him, don't let him escape. In an instant, the others snapped back to their senses, scrambling up from the ground and charging toward him. Huangyan stood rooted in place, a fanatical grin twisting his face. Capture him, and the saintess would return, then their Dan clan could finally ascend to glory. Boom! Some of the people charging ahead collapsed unconscious before even reaching Xie Tianxian. This made the others hesitate, staring at their fallen comrades in fearful disbelief. White foam bubbled from their mouths as their pupils rolled upward, showing clear signs of poisoning. What are you all standing around for? Grab him already! He's alone, there's no way he could have poisoned this many people, someone shouted. The others exchanged bewildered glances and reached out to grab him. Xie Tianxian leaned sideways, kicked one person flying, and swiftly moved to Huangyan's side. The latter instantly felt a chill on his neck. A figure had appeared behind him. Clan leader. Huangyan raised his hand, signaling him not to come closer. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he said in a trembling voice, "Brave warrior, may I ask what brings you here? What am I here for? Don't you already know? Actually, I'm quite curious about what you're trying to do. We were just refining elixirs in the square, nothing beyond that." Xie Tianxian raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then why did I hear you were planning to capture my daughter? Huangyan's mind buzzed with alarm. Was that little girl actually his daughter? Let's talk properly. Didn't your daughter already leave? She went back, but she forgot something. I'm just here to pick it up. Realizing his meaning instantly, Huangyan gestured for someone nearby to fetch the item. The man moved swiftly, returning with the items within minutes. Xie Tianxian glanced over and whispered into Huangyan's ear, as long as you do exactly as I say, I promise I won't kill you. But if you dare to scheme anything else, don't blame me for what happens next. Don't worry, I won't try anything. That's what he said aloud, but with his hands, he signaled to his men to seize him the moment he was released. Xie Tianxian watched his subtle movements, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Well then, let's see who's faster, him retreating or them giving chase. After retrieving the little white rabbit purse, he led Huangyan out of the village, while the others followed behind, not daring to make any reckless moves. As they drew closer to the village entrance, Xie Tianxian found himself surrounded by crowds. The moment he loosened his grip on Huangyan, the group would swarm forward and seize him. Xie Tianxian scanned his surroundings, searching for the right moment to escape. Upon arriving, he had sized up the place. Though the village wasn't particularly large, every inhabitant knew alchemy. Gentlemen, would you like an opportunity to make money? Huangyan gnashed his teeth and growled. What do you want? How was this not going according to his plan? Xie Tianxian produced a silver needle from his hand and plunged it forcefully into Huangyan's body, instantly sapping his strength and leaving him dazed and lethargic. Most of the villagers had never left their remote home, so when they heard Xie Tianxian's words, none of them reacted. Huang Danyang stepped forward from the crowd. What did you mean by what you just said? Xie Tianxian narrowed his eyes. He recognized this person as the Taoist priest from halfway up Tianyun Mountain. So when he said these people knew about Ruan Ruan, it turned out someone had been tipping them off. Of course it's to give your village a chance to prosper. Surely you don't want to stay trapped here forever? Some of the younger villagers exchanged hesitant glances. They'd lived here all their lives, constantly hearing their parents warn about the dangers of the outside world, and had never ventured beyond these borders. Huang Danyang had been outside before, so he naturally knew what life was like out there. Compared to the outside world, their life here was exceedingly backward, devoid of even electricity. Most of the village's expenses were covered by the donations from the temple, but that meager income could only sustain the most basic needs of the village. Huangin felt his head spinning. He couldn't make out a word of what was being said around him. No, he absolutely would not allow the clansmen he had painstakingly controlled to leave the village. They should know just how dangerous it was beyond the village borders. Xia Tianxian supported Huangin with one hand while holding a silver needle in the other. Outside the village isn't as dangerous as you imagine. If you cooperate with me, I guarantee you'll achieve a comfortably well-off life within a year. Really? A voice rang out. Chapter 82, Stepping into Moderate Prosperity. A group of people moved aside, making way as a man nearing 50 years of age stepped forward. He was the village's grand elder, whose prestige was second only to the clan chief. He had opposed the chief's decision to have the clansmen refine a fruitless elixir in the square, leading to a heated argument that resulted in his imprisonment by the clan chief. When Xie Tianxian proposed discussing a deal, Huang Danyang secretly sent someone to release the grand elder. Xie Tianxian raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings. Naturally, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. The grand elder lifted his hand. Lower your weapons. The crowd exchanged hesitant glances before reluctantly setting down their weapons. Xie Tianxian tossed the unconscious Huang into the person beside him. The nearby people were completely caught off guard as Huangin collapsed straight to the ground. Xie Tianxian innocently rubbed his neck. This was definitely not his fault. Huang Danyang's lips twitched slightly. At least he wasn't the one getting kidnapped. Soon, someone helped Huangin up, but despite their repeated calls, he remained unconscious. Xie Tianxian said calmly, "No need to shout. He'll wake up in a few hours." The elder stepped aside to let him follow. It was better not to offend this young man, his strength was unfathomable. They arrived at a wooden cabin. Xie Tianxian glanced around. It resembled an ancient hut, devoid of any traces of modernity. The elder sat on a nearby chair and asked, "May I know how to address you?" Xie Tianxian withdrew his gaze and sat down on the other side. "Just call me Mr. Xie." The elder nodded and signaled for someone to pour a cup of tea. "May I ask what kind of deal Mr. Xie mentioned? Can it truly bring our village to moderate prosperity?" "Of course. As long as your village is willing to cooperate, I guarantee it will achieve moderate prosperity within a year." Xie Tianxian had come prepared. He pulled out a blueprint and placed it on the table before handing it over. The elder took the blueprint and was immediately stunned by its contents. If everything he claimed was true, their village could genuinely leap toward prosperity. "If the elder has concerns, I'm willing to pay a deposit first. As for medicinal herbs, the village must have plenty in stock, right?" The elder burst into laughter. It seemed he already had a thorough grasp of their village's situation. All right, I agree. But remember, it'll be strictly cash on delivery." Xie Tianxian stood up and extended his hand. "No problem. Here's to a fruitful cooperation." Without hesitation, the elder also rose to shake his hand. Huang Danyang stood to the side, utterly confused, completely unaware of what they were talking about. After Xie Tianxian left, he sidled up to the grand elder. "Elder, what were you all just talking about?" The elder sat in his chair and took a sip of tea. "We were discussing a collaboration to bring prosperity to the village. When Huangin wakes up, tell him to come see me. As for those around him, have them all dealt with." Huang Danyang nodded and walked out. The door closed, and the elder set down the teacup in his hand. Perhaps that young man was right, their village really needed to change. By the time he returned to the clinic, it was already noon. The moment Xie Tianxian stepped inside, he spotted a familiar figure and immediately felt a headache coming on. What was she doing here? "Brother Xie, you finally came. I thought you weren't working today again." Xie Linger was dressed in sportswear with light makeup on her face. "Haven't you already found a place to live? Why are you still here?" "Brother Xie, how can you say that? Am I not allowed to come here for an interview? I saw the recruitment notice at the entrance." Xie Tianxian turned to look at the entrance, where a sign with the word hiring was posted. It must have been put there months ago. Who had left it outside again? Xie Linger grabbed Xie Tianxian's hand and gave it a gentle shake. "Brother Tianxian, why don't you take a look at my resume first? If you're satisfied, then let me work here." All right, take it to Zirong for his approval. If he agrees, you can come in." All he felt now was a headache, unsure whether her working here was a good thing or a bad one. Upon hearing this, Xia Linger headed straight for Qiu Zirong's office. Meanwhile, Qiu Zirong was examining a child, a stethoscope in his ears and the chestpiece pressed against the little one's cardiac apex. Bang! A loud noise erupted from behind them, making both the patients in the office and Qiu Zirong turn to look outside. Xia Linger stood at the doorway, looking awkward. Seems like there are quite a few people. I'll come in later. Qiu Zirong withdrew his gaze, removed the stethoscope from his ears, and rubbed them lightly. There's nothing wrong with the child, just ate too many snacks. You should control that normally. Some digestion pills will suffice. The child's parent straightened the little one's clothes and admonished, "Did you hear the doctor? You need to eat fewer snacks." The child pouted and reluctantly said she understood. The parent took the child's hand, thanked Qiu Zirong, and then walked out. Qiu Zirong picked up his stethoscope, hung it on the wall, and stretched his body to relieve some stiffness. Xia Linger peeked in from outside. All done with the checkup? Well, what are you here for? Xia Linger walked in from outside and placed her resume on the table. I'm here for the job interview. Qiu Zirong picked up her resume and realized they had actually attended the same university. I never would have guessed you're 2 years my junior, he said. Running into a junior here gave him an indescribable feeling, like finding a fellow townsman in a distant land. Xia Linger laughed. Really? I'd never have known you were my senior if you hadn't told me. Qiu Zirong looked up and saw her face lit up with a sunny smile, though her gaze wandered elsewhere. I've reviewed your resume. You could work at top-tier hospitals. Why choose our clinic? Given her qualifications, she'd normally be the one selecting hospitals. Why would she suddenly come to their newly established clinic? Just tell me, can I get the job or not? That's doable, but the pay might be a bit low. Xia Linger waved her hand dismissively. Salary isn't an issue, I'm here to learn. Just getting in is enough. If I'm starting today, can I begin working right away? Qiu Zirong nodded. Just go let uncle take a look at you. Once he gives the okay, you're basically good to start working. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Linger had already headed out the door. He rubbed his nose and thought to himself, this junior sister is rather impatient. The next second, Xia Linger walked back in again, took the resume from his hand, and strode out with a smile. On the other side, Xia Tianxian hadn't even sat down yet when the office door swung open. Even without turning around, he knew who was knocking at the door. Brother Xia, I'm here to report for work. Xia Tianxian raised an eyebrow. Did Zirong agree to let you in? Xia Linger flipped her hair back confidently, saying, of course, don't you know who I am? You can join, but there's one task you'll need to complete first. Xia Tianxian reclined in his chair, already devising an idea to make her back down. What task? Chapter 83. Who is this child? Xia Tianxian handed her the plan he had devised, recounting the events that transpired today at Tianyun Mountain as he spoke. Then, he outlined what she needed to do next regarding coordinating with the people from Tianyun Mountain. If you don't want to handle the handover, I can have someone else take care of it. Xia Linger sat on the nearby chair, blinking her eyes. If I complete it, what's in it for me? I'll raise your salary and give you a bonus. I don't want raises or bonuses. How about Brother Xia treating me to a meal instead? I'll pick the time and place. Xia Tianxian rubbed his throbbing head. Fine, fine. As long as you finish it, I promise. This task is extremely complex and will require a great deal of time for her to complete. When she inevitably fails, she'll naturally forget about the whole matter. Xia Linger picked up her things and walked out. Xia Tianxian suddenly felt the throbbing pain in his head disappear. Glancing at the time, he stood up and headed towards Qiu Zirong's office. He needed to tell him about this matter. A few minutes later, Qiu Zirong exclaimed in disbelief, alchemy? Xia Tianxian rubbed his ears. Exactly. Remember how you mentioned last time that brewing traditional Chinese medicine was inconvenient? So I thought about refining the herbs into medicinal pills. It would be much more practical that way. Qiu Zirong swallowed hard. Things like elixirs were something he had only read about in ancient texts, never encountered in real life. Can I see what an elixir looks like? Xia Tianxian shot him a glare. You'll see them when they're finished refining. Qiu Zirong waited with eager anticipation. He truly wanted to witness what these legendary elixirs looked like. Surely it wouldn't be as crystal clear as in reality, brimming with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs, where 1 pill strengthens the body, 2 keep fatigue at bay, and 3 grant immortality. Qiu Zirong shook his head, mixing up channels again. Alright, it's getting late, time to eat. Let's eat. I'm coming too. Xia Linger walked in from outside, startling the 2 people in the office. Why are you still here? Of course, I'm waiting to go to dinner with you. I'm unfamiliar with this place and don't know what's good to eat. Xia Tianxian let out a sigh. It seemed he had no choice but to take her to dinner today. Cicadas chirped merrily in the trees as Xia Tianxian sat in the clinic, seeing a regular stream of patients all afternoon. Rubbing his stiff neck, he stretched and glanced at the clock before taking off his white coat and stepping outside. Before he knew it, it was already time to pick up Ruanwan from school. Grabbing the little white rabbit backpack from the cabinet, its contents still intact, Xia Tianxian headed straight to the parking lot after leaving the clinic. driving directly toward the kindergarten. At the kindergarten, teacher Grape spent the day in constant fear, and only when school was over did her anxious heart finally settle. She hadn't seen teacher Pitaya all day, only to realize later that teacher Pitaya had already been fired. The notice had come down bluntly, no explanations, just immediate dismissal. Was this the so-called new broom sweeps clean? See you tomorrow, Teacher Grape. Teacher Grape lowered her head and saw an adorable little girl waving at her. Goodbye, Ruan Ruan. Be careful on your way home. I will. Ruan Ruan. Teacher Grape looked up and saw a tall man standing not far away, his arms outstretched, waiting for the little girl to run into his embrace. The two entered the car chatting and laughing, a happy atmosphere radiating a warm glow. Inside the car, Xia Tianxian handed her the little rabbit purse from the passenger seat. Xia Ruanwan's eyes lit up. A bunny. Daddy, how did you get this? Of course Daddy got it back for you. Do you like it? I love it. Daddy's the best. Xia Tianxuan's mood lifted as he started the car and drove off. After they left, a pair of eyes watched their departing figures, the gaze beneath them dark with malice. He punched the tree in frustration. If he lost his job, they wouldn't get off easy either. Inside the car, Xia Ruanwan rummaged through her bag. Nothing was missing. The little mirror and doll her mother had bought for her were still there. At the Yi residence, Yi Longchen sat on the sofa while Lin Xiaowan gently massaged his forehead beside him. Longchen, I heard the Lu family is throwing a party tomorrow night? Yi Longchen closed his eyes and snorted coldly. They call it a party, but it's actually a matchmaking event for their youngest son. Given his understanding of the Lu family, this party was definitely more than meets the eye. Lin Xiaowan chuckled while calculating. In that case, why not let Sihua attend? After all, the Lu family still holds some influence. I wouldn't even consider the likes of the Lu family. Besides, Sihua's pregnancy out of wedlock is common knowledge by now. Her attending would only embarrass me. A flash of disgust crossed Lin Xiaowan's eyes. This was clearly just reluctance to let his daughter go. She paused her movements, picking up the bowl from the coffee table and feeding him. You're right, Sihua really doesn't suit such occasions. Yi Longchen lounged on the sofa in blissful oblivion, his mind foggy and dull, completely missing Lin Xiaowan's venomous smile. Drink up. Drink while you can. Soon you won't be able to anymore. Time passed bit by bit. Every day, Xia Tianxian either sat in his clinic seeing patients or went to pick up Ruan Ruan. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly realized that Yi Sihua hadn't appeared for several days. After that incident, she never came to see Ruan Ruan again. Could it be that she's angry? No, if anyone should be angry, it ought to be him, right? His fingers tapped on the table as he lifted his gaze to Xia Ruanwan beside him. He stood up and walked over to Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan, has your mother contacted you? Xia Ruanwan's hand holding the pastry froze midair, her eyes flickering uncertainly. No, Mom hasn't reached out to me. Good little girls don't lie. Tell Daddy the truth. Xia Ruanwan lowered her small head. She was a good girl, but she didn't want Daddy to get angry knowing Mom had contacted her. What should she do? Being a good girl was so hard. Xia Tianxian gently stroked her little head. This weekend, Daddy has other things to take care of. Why don't you go stay with Mommy for a few days? Xia Ruanwan's tears welled up as she spoke. Daddy, Ruanwan is a good girl. Can you please not abandon Ruanwan? Xia Tianxian crouched down and said softly, Daddy isn't rejecting you. Daddy really has something urgent. The clinic has run out of medicinal herbs. I need to go find where to get more. Really? Of course. Daddy would never lie to Ruanwan. Xia Tianxian gently wiped away her tears. Xia Ruanwan extended her little finger. Pinky promise. Xia Tianxian chuckled and hooked his little finger with hers. Pinky promise. Only after completing this ritual did Xia Ruanwan feel slightly reassured, tear stains still visible on her face. The office door opened, and a young girl walked in from outside. Whose child is this? Chapter 84, A Long Journey. As soon as Xia Linger entered, she saw Xia Tianxian tenderly wiping away a little girl's tears, a treatment she herself had never received. Xia Ruanwan hid behind Xia Tianxian, looking fearfully at the unfamiliar woman at the door. Who was this strange auntie? Have you finished all your business? Xia Linger withdrew her gaze and placed the documents on the table. These are the conditions they agreed to. I hope you can meet their demands. Xia Tianxian picked them up and glanced through them. They were just minor requests. As long as they agreed to supply the medicinal pills, these would be no trouble at all. Alright, I understand. You can go back to your work now. Brother Xia, who's that little girl behind you? Could she be one of your patients? She had never seen this little girl before. With tears in her eyes, she couldn't possibly be a patient here, could she? You're the patient here, Xia Ruanwan protested loudly from behind Xia Tianxuan's back. I'm Daddy's good girl, I'm not sick at all. Good baby. Xia Linger's voice rose an octave, her eyes filled with disbelief. She glanced at Xia Tianxian, then at Xia Ruanwan standing behind him. Upon closer inspection, she noticed several similarities between them. Could it possibly be what she was thinking? Xia Tianxian frowned. Do you have other business? Xia Linger swallowed hard and asked, Brother Xia, is this your daughter? Got a problem with that? Xia Tianxian turned around and patted Xia Ruanwan's head, whereupon the little girl immediately clung to him, staking her claim. Xia Linger's lips twitched slightly. How could he suddenly have a daughter when she wasn't paying attention? She felt as if her world was collapsing. Brother Xia, I remember you aren't married, right? How do you suddenly have a daughter? Brother Xia must be lying to her. She clearly remembered he hadn't even gotten married. How could he have such a grown-up daughter out of nowhere? He must be testing her, which was why he claimed this was his daughter. Xia Tianxian was momentarily at a loss for words. True, he wasn't married, but why did she suddenly look so enlightened? Before he could speak, Xia Linger walked out without giving him any chance to explain. He rubbed his neck, wondering why she had left so abruptly. Daddy, who was that strange auntie? Xia Tianxian replied gently. She was Daddy's friend from our younger days. She works at a clinic now. Xia Ruanwan only half understood. I don't quite like her. She felt a bit uncomfortable with the way that Auntie looked at her dad, as if she wanted to steal him away. Once that Auntie finds another job, she'll leave this place, and then Ruanwan won't have to see her anymore. After saying this, Xia Tianxian wasn't fully confident either. He had no idea when she might get fed up with this job and leave. Whatever, he'd just have to take things one step at a time. Looking out the window, he noticed it was getting late. He picked up Ran and headed outside. Meanwhile, in Juicy's office, Yi Sihua lay exhausted on his chair. Outside the window, a red glow appeared amidst the mountains. So many days had passed, he wondered how Ran was doing. She sat up and opened the nearby cabinet, revealing an exquisite bag inside. Within it lay a slightly mischievous-looking fox purse. Should I go see her today? But if I do, I'll definitely run into that man. Yi Sihua rubbed her temples, her face full of conflict. She glanced at the time, exhaled deeply, and stood up. She had to face it eventually, after all. She'd promised Ruanwan she'd buy her a little purse and couldn't go back on her word. With that thought, she grabbed the bag and headed out. The sun dipped behind the mountains, casting lengthening shadows across the ground. On the other side, Ruanwan sat in the rear car seat's baby chair when her wrist-worn smartwatch beeped with a notification. She picked it up to check and saw that it was a message from her mother. Daddy, Mommy says she has something to give me. After Xia Tianxian learned Yi Sihua's true identity, Xia Ruanwan had started openly calling Yi Sihua Mommy in front of Xia Tianxian. Xia Tianxian arched an eyebrow slightly. Did she mention where she'd give it to you? I was just wondering why she hadn't come looking for Ruanwan today, and now she's here. Ruanwan pressed her phone watch to her ear, listening to Yi Sihua's voice. After a few seconds, she lifted her little head. Mom said she's waiting for us at the neighborhood entrance. Xia Tianxian glanced out the window. They were getting closer to the neighborhood. Then tell Mom we'll be there soon, he said. Rurueo responded affirmatively, speaking into her smartwatch that she'd be there soon. At Dragon Court Apartments, Yi Sihua stood by the entrance leaning against her car, holding a bag in her hand as she scanned the road. Before long, a car pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down to reveal Xia Ruanwan's little face peering out. Mom! Yi Sihua's lips curled slightly as he opened the car door and lifted her out. Did Ruanwan miss Mommy? Miss, I miss Mommy every day. Xia Ruanwan immediately gave her a tight chest hug. Yi Sihua set her down, then picked up the bag and placed it before her. Xia Ruanwan asked curiously, what is this? This bag is quite pretty. Yi Sihua chuckled softly, open it and see. Xia Ruanwan took it, opened the bag, and saw the little fox inside. Xia Tianxian stepped out of the driver's seat and heard Xia Ruanwan's delighted screams as soon as he approached. Wow, it's a little fox. So cute. Yi Sihua crouched down and asked, do you like it? I love it. Thank you, Mom. Xia Ruanwan planted a kiss on Yi Sihua's cheek. She clutched the little fox purse adoringly and proudly waved it towards Xia Tianxian. Dad, look, this is the fox purse Mommy bought for me. Yes, very beautiful. Xia Tianxuan's dark eyes gazed at Yi Sihua, his handsome eyebrows lifting slightly. Yi Sihua turned her face away, looking elsewhere. Ruanwan, stay in the car for now, okay? Daddy needs to talk with Mommy for a bit. Xia Ruanwan looked around, then climbed into the car by herself. Once inside, she didn't forget to add, Daddy, you can't bully Mommy. Xia Tianxian chuckled, don't worry, I won't bully your mom. As the car door closed, only the two of them remained outside. Yi Sihua stood up from the ground, swallowing hard. Mr. Xia wants to talk to me about what? Step by step, Xia Tianxian approached while Yi Sihua retreated until her back pressed against the car, leaving no room to retreat further. What's this guy trying to do, suddenly getting so close? A man's soft chuckle sounded by her ear, and when she looked up, she saw him smiling at her. Yi Sihua immediately became flustered and angry. Just speak if you want to talk. No need to lean in so close. Xia Tianxuan's smile didn't fade as he slipped his hands into his pockets. This weekend, I need to go away for a while. I hope Miss Yi can help me take care of Ruanwan. You're going away? It's just a personal matter. I can only trouble Miss Yi for this. Ruanwan is my daughter too, so it's no trouble at all. Miss Yi is right, Ruan is our daughter. Though I don't know what plans Miss Yi might have, I hope you'll remember what you just said. Yi Sihua pondered for a moment, her limpid eyes gazing intently at him. What does he mean by that? Chapter 85, The Gravely Ill Father. The night breeze blew softly as yellow leaves fell from the trees onto the ground. Xia Ruan sat in the car, gazing through the window at Yi Sihua outside. Raising her hand, she waved at her. Yi Sihua stood still, watching the car drive away. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she pondered over the words he had just spoken. Soft as our daughter, that sounds right, but somehow it feels like he was implying we as well. She shook her head, got into her car, and drove back to her place. The weekend arrived quickly. Xia Ruan stood at the door with the little fox backpack given by Yi Sihua and pressed the doorbell. A few seconds later, the door opened, revealing Yi Sihua in black pajamas, his eyes still drowsy with sleep, clearly having just woken up. Good morning, Mommy. Morning, Ruan. Yi Sihua yawned without noticing the person standing behind Xia Ruan. His deep-set eyes gazed intently at the woman before him. Was this how she always looked? Opening his eyes again, Yi Sihua finally noticed Xia Tianxian and exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Xia Tianxian shrugged with an innocent expression and said, "I'm here to bring Ruan over." Yi Sihua quickly hid behind the door. Ruan has already been delivered, so you should head back first. After all, I've come all this way. Miss Yi, aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of tea? I don't have any tea here. If you'd like some, there's a convenience store just left at the entrance of the neighborhood. You can go right in and buy some. Xia Tianxian stood at the door, hearing her voice but unable to see her. So tiny, yet already this shy, how adorably peculiar. I'll leave Ruan in your care. I'll be back by next Monday at the latest to pick her up. Got it. You go ahead with your business. Xia Tianxian gently rubbed Ruan's little head. Remember to listen to Mommy, okay? Daddy won't be able to take you home until next week. Understood. I'll be good. Xia Tianxian looked at the half-open door, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he walked out with his hands in his pockets. Only after he had left did Yi Sihua emerge from behind the door. Honestly, this man was getting more and more comfortable calling her names. Mommy, no need to peek anymore, Daddy's already gone. Yi Sihua blushed and explained. Mommy wasn't looking at him. Ruan, have you eaten breakfast yet? Should Mommy make some for you? Xia Yuanwan lifted her little head, her eyes filled with confusion. Mommy knows how to make breakfast? Yi Sihua was immediately at a loss for words. She truly didn't. Should Mommy order takeout for you then? No need. Daddy knew Mommy couldn't make breakfast, so he packed some for me. Xia Ruan lowered her head and raised the bag in her hand, which contained the breakfast she had just bought. Yi Sihua forced a smile and said, "How sweet of you, Ruan, to bring breakfast for Mom. Come in first, and we'll eat together after Mom finishes washing up." Xia Ruan blinked her eyes and walked inside with her. The sky was tinted blue, dotted with just a few patches of white. Xia Tianxian sat in the car, driving toward the airport outside City A. As the clinic's patient numbers kept growing, the stored medicinal herbs were increasingly depleted, with several key varieties already running out. Among them, the most commonly used licorice root had seen its price double outright. Left with no choice, Xia Tianxian had to personally venture out to source suitable licorice elsewhere. The rising cost of medicinal herbs inevitably led to increased treatment fees for patients, a situation he never wished to see. Beyond purchasing herbs, this out-of-town trip also involved another matter requiring his personal attention. He had barely caught a break when that old man found another task for him. In a certain village, Yi Qianxiu, reclining on a chair, sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered in curiosity, "Who's thinking of me? Could it be my dear disciple? I wonder when he'll bring Ruan back to see me." The sun arced across the sky, leaving behind a pale white trail. Ningcheng had long been known as the homeland of licorice. Its licorice production boasted a deep historical legacy and renown throughout the Northwest, hence earning the titles Western Licorice and Western Genuine Herb. Licorice was counted among Ningcheng's 5 treasures. The licorice here is not only famous, but also quite affordable and of the best quality. As soon as Xia Tianxian got off the plane, he felt a cool breeze. Ning City was a bit colder than where he came from, no surprise for an inland city. The moment he stepped out of the airport, someone approached him. The man wore a black jacket and a cap. "Are you Dr. Xie?" "Yes, it's me. I am Master Yi Qianxiu. Are you the person my master mentioned?" "Yes, my name is Zhao Lisan. This is my first time meeting Dr. Xie. I didn't expect you to be so young." "It's getting late. Let's go check on the patient first." He didn't have time for small talk. He needed to get back soon to spend time with Ruan. Zhao Lisan was taken aback by his bluntness. "All right, follow me," he said. The two of them came to a car and rode toward the city center. Inside the car, Zhao Lisan explained his father's condition while Xia Tianxian sat beside him, listening attentively. No matter what medicine my father tried, nothing worked. It was only when there were no other options left that we invited Dr. Yi to take a look. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with exhaustion and sorrow. All these years, his life had revolved solely around work and taking his father to seek medical treatment in different cities. Wherever there was hope, he would give it his all. Yet failure after failure made it hard for him to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Xia Tianxian stayed silent for a moment before saying, "Let's visit the old gentleman first." That old man assigned him yet another troublesome patient, who knew if it was intentional or not. The car drove into a villa district and stopped in front of one of the villas. Zhao Lisan gazed out the window and said, "We're here." Xia Tianxian nodded and walked out with him. "My father was discharged home due to his weak constitution and dislike of staying in hospitals. But rest assured, if you need anything, I'll definitely have it delivered." "Understood, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Take me to the old gentleman's room." When the door opened, the interior revealed nothing but resplendent decorations, making it clear this was a family of considerable wealth and status. They walked towards the stairs and arrived at a room at the end of the hallway. Pushing open the door, a pungent smell of antiseptic assaulted their senses. Inside was a bed, with the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor beside it. On the bed lay an emaciated elderly man, wearing a breathing mask. A woman nearing 50 stood by his side, wiping sweat from his body. "This is Auntie Zhou, who takes care of my father. I hired her to look after him after he fell ill." Xia Tianxian put down the medical kit he was carrying and approached the bedside. Looking at the elderly man on the hospital bed, he frowned slightly and took his hand. Aunt Zhou held a towel, looking at him in confusion before turning her gaze to Zhao Lisan. "Who is he?"